In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight penetrated the mist lingering over Yinyang City like broken gold, and gently fell on the vast and magnificent martial arts field in the Ling family mansion. The martial arts field was paved with Harqingang rock. After the baptism of countless family members' sweat and weapons, the surface of the rock was left with traces of varying depths, silently telling the family's martial arts tradition and the precipitation of years. In the center of the field, a tall figure was facing the early sun and practicing swordsmanship. It was a boy about 16 or 17 years old, wearing a clean and neat moon-white suit, which made his figure like a pine tree and his face handsome. The boy's name was Ling Yun, and he was the most dazzling existence among the young generation of the Ling family in Yinyang City and even the entire Yinyang City. The recognized #1 prodigy. He held a 3-foot green blade in his hand, with a narrow and long sword body and a cold light. It was not a magic weapon, but a standard long sword uniformly equipped by the children of the Ling family. However, such an ordinary sword seemed to be endowed with life and soul in Ling Yun's hands. Swish! The sound of breaking through the air was sharp and rapid. Ling Yun's wrist shook, and the Qing Feng sword was like a silver lightning, tearing the air, and the tip of the sword drew mysterious trajectories in the air. Sometimes it was as light as a swallow, touching the water without ripples. Sometimes it was as fast as thunder. With a force of 1,000 pounds, sometimes it was as agile as a snake with tricky angles, and it was hard to defend against. His movements were extremely smooth, and every turn, every swing, and every stab contained an indescribable rhythm and beauty, as if he was not practicing swordsmanship, but performing a dance of strength and beauty. The sword light fluctuated, sometimes turning into a rain of light all over the sky, covering the area several feet around him, and sometimes condensing into a line, sharp and unmatched, as if it could pierce through all obstacles in the world. At the edge of the martial arts arena, there were already many early rising members of the Ling family standing sparsely, including servants responsible for sweeping and collateral descendants who also came for morning exercises, and even several instructors and elders who were responsible for instructing the clan members. At this moment, they all unconsciously cast their eyes towards the dazzling figure in the arena. TSK, TSK, look at the young master's swordsmanship. It is getting more and more exquisite. A collateral disciple whispered in admiration, his eyes full of undisguised envy. In his hands, the Luyun sword art has been practiced to perfection. It is obviously only a high-level yellow-level swordsmanship, but he has used the power of a mysterious level swordsmanship. More than just power, another person next to him said, with a bit of awe in his tone, look at the faint flow of qi around him, and the occasional flash of condensed luster on the sword edge. This is clearly a sign that he is at the peak of the 9th level of the tempering realm and is about to touch the qi sensation and step half a foot into the qi gathering realm. Hiss! 17 years old, at the peak of the 9th level of the tempering realm. He has also comprehended such a profound realm of swordsmanship. Looking at the entire Yinyang City, no, even the nearby major cities, I'm afraid there is no second one like him, right? Although the discussion was light, it was clearly heard by several elders not far away. An old man with white hair and beard and wearing a gray robe stroked his beard, his eyes full of satisfaction and pride. Yun'er's talent is indeed rare in my Ling family. Not only is his training speed advancing by leaps and bounds, but his comprehension is even more amazing. It takes ordinary children several months or even a year to master the Luyun sword art, but he has mastered it in less than a month. Now, he has his own unique understanding and changes, and he is only a step away from the prototype of sword force. Yes, great elder. A middle-aged elder with a square face nodded in agreement. Tomorrow is the family's great in the competition. With the current strength of young Master Ling Yun, it is almost certain that he will win the championship and get the quota to enter the body tempering pool baptism. At that time, with the help of the medicinal power of the body tempering pool, he will break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and enter the qi gathering realm in the near future. After the body tempering pool, Yun'er can officially practice the core practice of my Ling family, the Yin Yang Jing, and her strength will surely leap again. In addition, the marriage contract with the daughter of the city lord's mansion, Lu Qingmei. The prosperity of my Ling family in the next few decades will all depend on Yun'er. Another elder said with a smile, his tone full of longing for the future. The Lu Qingmei they mentioned is the jewel in the crown of Lu Qingtian, the lord of Yinyang City. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also talented. She and Ling Yun have been childhood sweethearts since childhood. The marriage contract between the two families has long been decided, and they can officially get married after Ling Yun wins the championship in the family competition and proves his strength and value. This marriage was considered a match made in heaven by the entire Yinyang City. It was also an important step for the Ling family to consolidate its position and deepen its ties with the city lord's mansion. Everyone was talking about it, and their words were full of praise and expectations for Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun in the field seemed to be deaf to everything around him. His whole mind was immersed in swordsmanship. Sweat had already soaked his forehead and clothes, which were close to his body, outlining the boy's thin but extremely well-proportioned and explosive muscle lines. His breathing was long and steady, and every breath was accompanied by subtle fluctuations in the airflow around him. Obviously, he had integrated the breathing method into every detail of the swordsmanship. After practicing another set of swordsmanship, Ling Yun slowly put away his sword and stood, with the Qingfeng sword pointing diagonally to the ground. A drop of crystal sweat slid down the tip of the sword, splashing a tiny water drop on the Qinggang rock. He closed his eyes and savored the insights from practicing sword just now. The surging qi and blood in his body gradually calmed down. The powerful strength of the ninth peak of the body-tempering realm flowed through his limbs and bones, bringing a strong feeling of controlling everything. It's just a little bit away. Ling Yun whispered in his heart. It's just a step away from the real qi sense, capturing the free qi between heaven and earth. Perhaps tomorrow's family competition will be an opportunity. A confident smile rose on his face that he was absolutely sure of tomorrow's competition. Looking at the younger generation of the entire Ling family, no one is his opponent. He is determined to win the top spot, the opportunity to enter the body-tempering pool, and the future with Qingmei. Brother Yun, are you done practicing? You are getting better and better. A slightly feminine voice, with a bit of deliberate flattery, sounded not far away. Ling Yun opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a slightly tall and thin boy with a pale face walking towards him beside the pillars at the edge of the martial arts field. His face was full of smiles, but deep in that smile, there seemed to be a trace of subtle gloom and jealousy. The person coming was his cousin, Ling Feng. Ling Feng's talent was also good in the Ling family. He was now in the 8th level of the tempering body realm, but under the dazzling light of Ling Yun. All his efforts and achievements seemed dim, and he had always been firmly suppressed by Ling Yun. Ling Yun did not have much resentment towards this cousin who wanted to compare with him everywhere, but always had to bow his head, but he was not close to him. He just nodded lightly as a response that, of course, don't you see who it is? Before Ling Yun spoke, another crisp and pleasant voice sounded with a bit of coquettishness and pride. I saw a girl wearing a goose yellow luo skirt and a beautiful face, carrying an exquisite food box, walking lightly, like a butterfly through flowers, coming to Ling Yun. The girl was about 15 or 16 years old, with skin as white as snow, eyebrows and eyes as beautiful as paintings. Especially a pair of bright eyes, which were looking at Ling Yun gently at this moment, as if filled with starlight. She was the daughter of the city lord, Lu Qingmei. Qingmei, why are you here? Seeing Lu Qingmei, the lines on Ling Yun's face softened a lot, and there was a touch of warmth in his eyes. Seeing that you came to practice sword early in the morning, I was afraid that you would be tired, so I specially brought you some breakfast. Lu Qingmei handed the food box to Ling Yun, her voice as gentle as water. Eat it while it's hot. This is the osmanthus cake and lotus seed soup I made by myself. You're thoughtful. Ling Yun took the food box and felt warm in his heart. The friendship of childhood sweethearts, plus the identity of his future wife, made him feel particularly close to and trustful of Lu Qingmei. Brother Yun and sister Qingmei are a perfect match. Ling Feng smiled and complimented, but the smile seemed a little forced. In tomorrow's competition, Brother Yun will definitely win the first battle. When he gets the beauty, he will be the envy of others. When Lu Qingmei heard this, her pretty face turned slightly red. She glanced at Ling Feng with a scolding look, and then looked at Ling Yun with affection. Brother Yun, you must do your best in tomorrow's competition. I will cheer for you from the audience. Don't worry, Qingmei. Ling Yun smiled confidently stretched out his hand, and gently brushed away a strand of messy hair on her temples. With a natural and intimate action, a mere family competition can't stop me. His tone was flat, but full of unquestionable confidence, as if he was stating an established fact. This confidence came from his strong strength and his smooth life without any real setbacks. Ling Feng watched the intimate interaction between the two, and a stronger jealousy and resentment flashed through the depths of his eyes, but he quickly covered it up with a smile. He stepped forward and said with concern, "Brother Yin, you have been practicing so hard these days, you should also pay attention to the combination of work and rest. I happen to have a nervous mind pill that I accidentally got a few days ago. It is said that it can calm the mind and stabilize the spirit, and has a miraculous effect on stabilizing the realm and relieving the fatigue of practice. The big competition is coming tomorrow. You should have a good rest tonight and get enough energy just in time for it." As he said, Ling Feng took out a small jade bottle from his arms and handed it to Ling Yin. Ling Yin was slightly startled, looked at Ling Feng, and then looked at the jade bottle. He had also heard of the nervous mind pill, which was considered a relatively mild auxiliary pill. It was not valuable, but it was also rare. He didn't expect that Ling Feng, who had always been a little petty, would take the initiative to give him the pill. This. Ling Yin hesitated slightly. "Brother Yin, just accept it. This is also a token of my cousin Ling Feng's kindness." Lu Qingmei advised softly, "Tomorrow is an important day. We really need to stay in the best condition." Ling Yin looked at Lu Qingmei's gentle eyes, and then glanced at Ling Feng's sincere smile, and the doubts in his heart were dispelled. Perhaps he was overthinking. After all, as a member of the Ling family, Ling Feng would not make any trouble in front of the family honor. Moreover, a small mind-condensing pill would not cause any trouble. Then, "Thank you, Ling Feng." Ling Yin nodded and took the jade bottle. "Why are you being polite? We are brothers." Ling Feng laughed and patted Ling Yin on the shoulder. "Then I won't bother you for now. I wish Brother Yin success tomorrow." After saying that, Ling Feng turned and left. His back seemed to be much more relaxed than when he came. At the moment he turned around, the corner of his mouth raised a cold arc that no one noticed. "Brother Yin, try the snacks I made." Lu Qingmei opened the food box and pushed the exquisite osmanthus cake and the fragrant lotus seed soup in front of Ling Yun. In the morning light, the girl's smile was sweet and moving, and Ling Yun's mood became particularly comfortable. He picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and took a bite. It was soft, glutinous, sweet, and refreshing. "Well, it's delicious," Ling Yun praised. "If it's delicious, eat more." Lu Qingmei's eyebrows were curved, like a satisfied kitten. The two sat down on the stone bench beside the martial arts field, eating breakfast while chatting casually. The topic was nothing more than tomorrow's competition and the beautiful vision after the competition. The sun stretched their figures and projected them on the ancient Qinggang rock, forming a warm and harmonious picture. The tribesmen around them had already dispersed tactfully, and only the two of them were left in the huge martial arts field. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of osmanthus and the unique youthful feelings between boys and girls. Ling Yin never doubted the beauty in front of him. His life, like the sword in his hand, was sharp and unstoppable. The halo of the first prodigy in Yinyang City, the expectations of his family, the favor of the beauty, the glory that was within his reach. All this made him full of confidence, and also made him ignore the shadows that might exist behind the sunshine. He didn't know that a conspiracy that could subvert his entire life and drag him from the clouds into the quagmire had been quietly laid. He didn't know that what was handed to him at this moment was not just a seemingly ordinary concentration pill, but also a carefully woven trap full of poison. At this moment, accompanied by the rising sun, the gears of fate began to slowly turn in a direction that no one could predict. After breakfast, Ling Yin spent a few moments with Lu Qingmei and told her to go back and rest early. And then he left the martial arts field and returned to his courtyard. His courtyard was located in the core area of the Ling family's mansion, with a quiet environment and elegant decoration. It was specially prepared by the owner of the family for him, the future heir. There are several green bamboos planted in the courtyard. The breeze blows, and the bamboo leaves rustle, adding a bit of tranquility. Back in the room, Ling Yun sat cross-legged on the futon, ready to start his daily routine of meditation. He casually placed the jade bottle given by Ling Feng on the low table next to him and did not take it immediately. Although he took the pill, he still believed in his own strength in his bones and did not want to rely too much on external things, especially on the eve of the war. He closed his eyes and turned on the mental method of Lu Yinju. This is the basic method commonly practiced by the children of the Ling family before reaching the Qi condensation realm. Although the grade is not high, it is moderate and peaceful. It has a good effect on tempering the body and tempering the blood. As the method is running, the blood in Ling Yun's body began to surge like small streams, gradually gathering and growing. Finally, it is like a rushing river, washing the limbs and bones, nourishing the tendons, bones, and skin membranes. A faint red light gradually appeared on the surface of his body, and the air around him seemed to be slightly distorted. As the name suggests, the tempering body realm is to temper the body and lay a solid foundation for future cultivation. Levels 1 to 3 are for refining the skin, levels 4 to 6 are for forging bones, and levels 7 to 9 are for changing tendons. Ling Yun has now reached the peak of the 9th level, with strong tendons and bones, vigorous blood, and physical strength far exceeding his peers. He can exert 1,000 pounds of force with every move. He can clearly feel that the power in his body has accumulated to a critical point, as if he can break through some invisible barrier at any time and enter a whole new world. That feeling is like being able to vaguely perceive the wonders of the outside world through a thin layer of window paper, but never being able to break through it. This is the bottleneck of impacting the gathering Qi realm. It requires an opportunity or a sufficiently strong external force to help to sense the vitality of heaven and earth, draw the Qi into the body, and condense the first ray of true essence in the Dantian, thus entering the door of real cultivation. Body tempering pool. Ling Yun silently recited these 3 words in his heart again. That is a treasure land inherited by the Ling family. The water in the pool contains the essence of medicinal power accumulated over many years. It has a miraculous effect on the warriors in the body tempering realm, especially for those who want to break through the bottleneck of the Qi gathering realm. It can provide great help. This is also the most important reward for the champion of the family competition. For this quota, and in order to live up to the expectations of the family in Qingmei, he must win the battle tomorrow, and win beautifully. An hour later, Ling Yun slowly finished his work and exhaled a turbid breath. Although he failed to break through, he never slacked off in his daily hard work. He could feel that his foundation was getting more and more solid, and his control over power was getting more exquisite. He stood up and stretched his muscles and bones, making a crackling sound. He walked to the side of the low table, and his eyes fell on the jade bottle containing the concentration pill. Ling Feng. He picked up the jade bottle, weighed it in his hand, and a strange feeling flashed through his mind. For some reason, he always felt that Ling Feng's smile today was a little too enthusiastic, even with a hint of eagerness. Was it an illusion? He shook his head and put aside this doubt. Perhaps he was too sensitive. No matter how jealous Ling Feng was, he would not dare to do anything to him under the eyes of the head of the family at this critical moment. Right? That would be a great crime of treason. Moreover, this was just an ordinary mind-concentrating pill. What could be wrong with it? Thinking of this, Ling Yun uncorked the jade bottle. A faint smell with a hint of plant fragrance wafted out, which seemed to be nothing unusual. He tilted the jade bottle and poured out a round, light green pill. The pill went in. The hand was slightly cool, the surface was smooth, and it exuded a soft luster. Forget it. Since it is my cousin's good intention, I will use it tonight, and it will be good for my spirit. Ling Yun did not think about it anymore and put the pill into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, turning into a cool and warm current, sliding down his throat into his stomach and then spreading into his limbs. A feeling of comfort and clarity came, as if the fatigue of practicing for days was dispelled a lot. The effect seems to be really good. Ling Yun was slightly surprised. It seems that the quality of this concentration pill is better than he thought. He did not think much, sat cross-legged again, closed his eyes and rested, ready to welcome the arrival of tomorrow in the best state. Outside the window, the night deepened, the stars disappeared, and a crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a cool light. The green bamboo in the courtyard swayed gently in the night wind, casting mottled shadows, and everything seemed so quiet. However, in this silence, no one knows that the real medicinal power of that seemingly ordinary concentrating spirit pill is not to calm a mind, but a forbidden drug that is extremely poisonous and can slowly erode and eventually completely destroy the foundation of the warrior's Dantian. Yuan San. This kind of vicious drug has an extremely hidden effect. In the early stage, it will only make people feel mentally relieved and even slightly help with cultivation. But as time goes by, it will be like a maggot on the tarsal bone, silently disintegrating the vitality of the dantian until it is completely destroyed. At this moment, Ling Yun is immersed in the vision of the upcoming breakthrough and the infinite expectation for the future. He is unaware of the seeds of destruction quietly buried in his body. He would never have thought that after just one night, what awaits him will not be the peak of glory, but the abyss of eternal damnation. He, the first prodigy of Yinyang City, is about to usher in the darkest and cruelest dawn of his life. Chapter 2. The night before the storm, the night lay serene as water. Ling Yun sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, his eyes tightly shut, breathing evenly and deeply. The potency of the spirit concentration pill had completely permeated his being, infusing his limbs and bones with a refreshing essence, bestowing an unprecedented tranquility and comfort. The profound fatigue accumulated from days of rigorous training seemed to dissipate, and his spirit was more focused than ever. Even his awareness of the thin vitality in his surroundings felt clearer. The effects of the spirit concentration pill were indeed extraordinary. Ling Yun silently praised it. As the last vestige of doubt regarding Ling Feng vanished entirely, perhaps he had underestimated the noble intentions of his kin? As fellow descendants of the family, Ling Feng's gift of such a pill was likely a gesture aimed at the collective honor of the clan. Hoping that Ling Yun would perform at his peak and bring glory to the Ling family. In this state of comfort and ease, Ling Yun gradually relaxed. Sinking into a profound meditation, he needed to elevate his condition to its pinnacle. Preparing for the crucial competition on the morrow, one that would determine not only his future but also the honor of his family. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow across the floor, projecting the silhouette of the young man onto the wall, a solitary yet resolute figure. Everything felt so peaceful, so inherently right. However, beneath this tranquil faade, in a corner unnoticed by all, a sinister medicinal force lay in wait, akin to the most cunning of serpents, stealthily infiltrating and spreading. The so-called refreshing comfort and heightened concentration were merely the initial numbness of the essence-dispersing powder, misleading the senses and stimulating the spirit. Its true objective was the foundation upon which a warrior and Apos' survival depended, the dantian. This medicinal force infiltrated Ling Yun's lower abdomen, the dantian qi, at an exceedingly slow and concealed pace, subtly altering the microenvironment of the meridians surrounding the dantian. Sowing the seeds of destruction. The night passed without incident. When the first light of dawn broke the stillness, heralded by the crowing of a rooster, Ling Yun awoke from his meditation. He opened his eyes, a fleeting spark of brilliance igniting before settling into clarity. After a night of restoration, bolstered by the spirit concentration pill, he felt astonishingly vigorous, his body brimming with explosive energy, his mind alert, even his understanding of the swordsmanship deepening. He was in an unprecedentedly excellent state. Ling Yun rose to his feet, stretching his muscles, his joints cracking like popping beans. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of vitality and strength within, a confident smile gracing his lips. Today, the title shall be mine. He swiftly attended to his morning routine, donning a fresh set of family attire. It remained moon-white, yet the fabric was more structured, tailored to fit impeccably. A wide belt adorned with light silver threads cinched his waist, accentuating his tall and imposing frame. He meticulously polished his trusty Chi Feng sword, ensuring its blade gleamed like a mirror before securing it at his side. Once prepared, he pushed open the door, inhaling the crisp and refreshing morning air. The green bamboo in the courtyard swayed in the gentle morning breeze, rustling as if heralding the commencement of his day's venture. "Young master, you are awake," said an old servant, who had been waiting at the gate, holding a tray laden with breakfast. The head of the family instructed that you must have a hearty breakfast today to maintain your strength for the competition. Understood, Fubo. Ling Yun nodded, accepting the meal. It consisted of simple rice porridge, several meat buns, and a plate of refreshing pickled vegetables, his usual fare. He quickly finished his breakfast, noting an enhanced appetite. His body warm and invigorated. "Fubo, the time is nigh. Let us proceed to the training grounds." "Yes, young master," Fubo replied respectfully, a smile of satisfaction gracing his aged features as he beheld Ling Yun and Apos' spirited demeanor. With such a prodigious child, how could the Ling family not flourish in the future? The two of them made their way towards the largest training ground at the heart of the Ling estate. Along the way, they encountered an astonishing number of family members, far more than usual. Today marked the annual clan competition, a significant event determining the distribution of resources and status among the younger generation, as well as a crucial occasion for the family to showcase its strength and unite its members. As they passed, the Ling family members regarded Ling Yun with expressions of awe, envy, and anticipation, stepping aside to offer respectful greetings. "Young Master Ling Yun, we have seen you, young master. Today, victory shall surely be yours." Ling Yun smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, gracefully navigating through the throngs. He had long grown accustomed to such attention and relished the honor that accompanied being a favorite scion. As they drew closer to the central training ground, the clamor of voices intensified. From a distance, the vast arena, capable of accommodating thousands, was already packed to capacity. The elevated viewing platform was filled with key figures of the Ling family, alongside esteemed guests from various factions within Yin-Yang City. Ling Yun's gaze instinctively sought out the central figure on the platform, a middle-aged man exuding authority without anger, his father, Ling Zhan, the patriarch of the Ling clan. Beside him sat several elder members of the family, including the Grand Elder whom Ling Yun had seen the previous day at the training ground. Among the distinguished guests, one middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, exuding a dignified presence, captured particular attention, Lu Qitian, the lord of Yin-Yang City. Beside him sat a graceful and beautiful noblewoman. Undoubtedly his wife. Ling Yun and Appo's eyes quickly scanned the platform, soon finding the figure that warmed his heart. Lu Qimei wore a delicate lavender gown, intricately embroidered with orchid patterns. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled into a refined updo, adorned with a translucent jade hairpin, enhancing her graceful and ethereal demeanor. It seemed she felt Ling Yun and Appo's gaze. As she looked up and offered him a sweet and encouraging smile, subtly making a fist to signal her support. Ling Yun returned her smile with confidence, feeling empowered. His gaze swept over the crowd again, landing on the area designated for the competitors, where he spotted Ling Feng. Ling Feng was also looking at him. Wearing his usual somewhat obsequious smile, nodding in acknowledgement, Ling Yun inclined his head slightly and chose not to dwell further. Boom. A deep and resonant gong echoed throughout the arena, silencing the previously raucous crowd. All eyes focused on Ling Zhan, the patriarch, as he stood with a commanding presence. Ling Zhan surveyed the assembly, his robust frame and resolute features exuding authority. Though nearing 50, his gaze remained sharp as an eagle, radiating the gravitas of one accustomed to leadership. In a voice that resonated clearly across every corner, he declared, "Members of the Ling clan and esteemed guests. Today marks our annual clan competition. The Ling family has established itself in Yin-Yang City for a century, upholding the martial way and striving forward to achieve our current standing. The future of our clan lies in its legacy and the diligence of the younger generation. Today and Appo's competition serves as both a testament to the fruits of our disciples and Appo's year of hard work and a crucial means of selecting talent, allocating resources, and fostering the pillars of our family. The rules of the contest remain unchanged from previous years. All descendants aged 16 to 20, with cultivation at the 5th level of the body refining stage or higher, are eligible to participate. The competition will employ a knockout system until a champion is determined. The victor will receive substantial rewards from the family and gain the opportunity to enter our sacred ground, the body refining pool, to undergo a baptism and strive for a higher realm. The defeated need not despair. Let them learn from their failures and return to fight again next year. I hope that all participating disciples will give their utmost, showcasing both style and skill, and will refrain from causing harm. Now, I hereby declare the annual Ling family competition officially commenced." With a thunderous roar, Ling Zhan and Appo's voice echoed, igniting an explosive cheer from the competitors below, a surge of fighting spirits soaring into the sky. The crowd of spectators erupted into enthusiastic applause, the atmosphere instantly set ablaze. Soon, the elder in charge of hosting the competition began organizing the drawing of lots. Ling Yun, the front-runner for the championship, naturally became the focal point of attention. He stepped forward to draw, and his number was 1, signifying that he would be the first to compete. A good omen, he mused inwardly, maintaining a composed demeanor. The first match, number 1, Ling Yun, against number 72, Ling Bao, the elder announced loudly. Upon this declaration, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Is it Ling Bao? At the 6th level of body refinement, he is quite formidable, yet he is unfortunate to face young Master Ling Yun in the first round, they whispered. Indeed. Against young Master Ling Yun, he stands no chance. I doubt he can withstand a single move. Just watch, young Master Ling Yun will surely prevail with ease. Amidst the spectators and Appo's discussions, a robust youth with dark skin and a somewhat earnest expression ascended the main arena, constructed from azure rock and measuring several tens of feet across. This was Ling Bao, whose face was etched with bitterness and resignation. With a delicate push off the ground, Ling Yun floated gracefully to the opposite end of the arena. His movements so fluid that they drew gasps of awe from several young maidens below. Ling Bao, I welcome your guidance. Ling Bao took a deep breath, clasping his fists in a formal salute. Although he knew he was outmatched, he still adopted a serious stance. Please, make your move, Ling Yun replied calmly, not even drawing the sword at his waist. Facing an opponent at the 6th level of body refinement, he felt no need to unsheath his weapon. Ling Bao, not holding back, shouted and launched himself forward, his powerful frame surging like a cannonball. His fist, as large as a cauldron, rushed towards Ling Yun's face with a howling wind, embodying the full force of his training in the family's basic martial art, the fierce tiger fist. In the face of this fierce attack, Ling Yun remained rooted, not even shifting his feet. Only when the wind from the punch tousled his hair did he lazily raise his right hand. His motion appeared unhurried, almost casual. Yet he precisely intercepted Ling Bao and Appo's fist trajectory. With a light sound, Ling Yun and Appo's palm met Ling Bao and Appo's punch. In the next moment, the fierce look on Ling Bao's face transformed into one of shock. He felt as if he had struck a mountain of unyielding strength. Not only did he fail to budge Ling Yun, but the overwhelming recoil surged back through his arm, staggering back 7 or 8 steps. Ling Bao struggled to regain his balance, his arm numb and blood surging, his face flushed. One move. In a mere instant, without even a proper exchange. Ling Bao had been defeated. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. Bravo! Young Master Ling Yun is magnificent. How powerful. Is this truly the strength of a peak 9th level body refiner? On the spectator platform, Ling Zhan and several elders wore satisfied smiles. The city lord, Lu Chi Tian, clapped in admiration, saying, "My talented nephew, your prowess is indeed formidable. Your praise is too generous. The boy is still unruly and requires further refinement," Ling Zhan humbly replied. Though pride was evident on his face, Lu Qingmei's bright eyes sparkled, her cheeks slightly flushed with excitement, as if she had achieved victory herself. On the arena, Ling Bao, his face ashen, struggled momentarily before ultimately conceding, "Thank you, young master, for your mercy. I admit defeat." Ling Yun nodded, maintaining his calm demeanor, and gracefully descended from the stage, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. In the subsequent rounds, Ling Yun faced no real challenge. Whether against opponents at the 7th or 8th levels of body refinement, they fell within 3 moves. He didn't even unsheath his sword. Relying solely on his superior cultivation and exquisite techniques to effortlessly dispatch one challenger after another. Each time he took the stage, the crowd erupted in cheers. So effortless. What a complete domination. It seems the title of champion is already assured. Young Master Ling Yun is indeed the pride of the Yin-Yang. The accolades were ceaseless as Ling Yun advanced swiftly into the top 8. However, during the quarterfinals, facing an opponent at the peak of the 8th level of body refinement, who ranked among the top 5 within the younger generation of the family, a faint sense of unease flickered for the first time in Ling Yun's heart. The opponent, named Ling Hao, was proficient in a technique known as the layered wave blade technique, characterized by relentless strikes, each more potent than the last. Ling Yun estimated he would require around 5 moves to conclude the match against Ling Hao. As the contest began, Ling Hao, aware of the gap between them, unleashed his full strength from the outset, wielding a thick-backed steel blade with ferocity, creating a torrent of glimmering blades that surged towards Ling Yun like crashing waves. Ling Yun remained unarmed, navigating through the dense array of blade light with ease, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Occasionally, his fingertips struck precisely at openings in Ling Hao and Appo's technique, continuously neutralizing the fierce onslaught. Everything seemed to proceed as smoothly as before. However, upon the 5th move, as Ling Yun prepared to sidestep a powerful horizontal slash from Ling Hao and counterstrike to his wrist for a decisive victory, his motion appeared just a fraction slow? That minuscule delay rendered his otherwise flawless evasion imperfect. The fierce blade wind nearly grazed his clothing, tearing a fragment of fabric. Simultaneously, his counterattack was also delayed, barely intercepted by Ling Hao's swift blade. Ling Yun felt a flicker of surprise. What just happened? In that brief moment, his body seemed to lag behind his intentions. Although he quickly adjusted and, with superior strength, disarmed Ling Hao during the 7th move, securing victory. Discerning eyes among the spectators noted something amiss. Did young Master Ling Yun almost get cut just now? Indeed, he took 7 moves to defeat Ling Hao, more than anticipated. Was it an illusion? Perhaps Ling Hao was performing exceptionally. On the viewing platform, Ling Zhan's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing again. Perhaps it was just a moment of carelessness on his son's part? Yet, in the corner of the VIP section, Ling Feng, who had been concealing his anxiety behind a smile, glimpsed Ling Yun and Appo's slightly awkward evasion and felt a surge of wicked joy within. Has the effect of the medicine begun to manifest? Soon. It will be soon. Below the arena, Ling Yun shook his hand, a frown creasing his brow. That momentary sensation of delay, though brief, had stirred a sense of unease within him. Was it merely an illusion? Or was it due to the concentration pill from last night? Impossible. The concentration pill only enhances mental clarity. How could it affect reaction speed? Surely, he was overthinking it. Perhaps it was just the fatigue from continuous matches causing some fluctuations in his vitality? He forcefully suppressed the doubts swirling within him, took a deep breath. And after a moment of calming his mind, he felt his body seemingly return to normal, brimming with vitality and devoid of discomfort. The next match, the semifinals. Ling Yun versus Ling Chong. The elder host's voice resonated once more. Ling Chong, at the peak of the 8th stage of the body refinement realm, stood equally matched with Ling Hao. Yet his movements were far more agile. Ling Yun ascended the stage again. This time, he refrained from arrogance and directly drew the Qi Feng sword from his waist. With a resounding clang, the clear sound of the sword echoed, a cold glimmer flashing forth. Grasping the long sword, Ling Yun's aura transformed dramatically, resembling a drawn blade. Sharp and formidable. Cheers erupted from the audience once more. The young Master Ling Yun had finally unsheathed his sword. It seemed he was about to get serious. Upon witnessing this, Ling Chong's expression turned grave. He too drew his weapon, a slender soft sword. Please. Both uttered in unison, their figures instantly intertwining. The clash of sword lights and shadows erupted, producing a cacophony of ringing metal. Ling Yun and Appo's Lu Yun's sword technique unfolded with grandiosity, the sword and Appo's momentum fluid and fierce, each strike imbued with an unwavering force. In contrast, Ling Chong and Appo's soft sword darted like a viper, angles cunning and unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 10 moves. Ling Yun and Apos, brow furrowed tightly. Something was amiss. Very amiss. He discerned that the flow of his vital energy felt somewhat sluggish. It was not as smooth and effortless as before. Each time he summoned his strength, a subtle, almost imperceptible sting emanated from his dantian. Although this sensation was faint, nearly negligible, it undeniably impacted his speed and power. What should have been seamless and flawless swordplay now felt lacking in grace and explosive force. Multiple times, he had precisely spotted Ling Chong and Apos' openings, aiming to strike decisively. Yet his body and Apos' response lagged, or his strength proved insufficient, allowing his opponent to narrowly evade or deflect his attacks. Such occurrences would have been inconceivable in the past. What is happening? My body. Ling Yun and Apos' heart raced with uncertainty, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could distinctly sense that his mental state was exceptional. Yet his body felt like a rusty machine, struggling to function. Particularly the faint sting in his dantian cast a shadow over his heart. Could it be? A terrifying thought emerged uncontrollably. Was it the pill from last night? He abruptly looked up. His gaze like lightning striking towards the corner of the VIP section where Ling Feng sat. Ling Feng seemed to sense his gaze, still smiling and nodding, yet to Ling Yun. That smile was filled with an indescribable eeriness and, Schadenfreude? Bastard. Ling Yun seethed internally, almost certain that the issue stemmed from that spirit consolidation pill. Ling Feng truly dared to resort to such malice in this setting. Distracted, his sword technique revealed a clear opening. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Chong and Apos' eyes flashed with intensity. His soft sword striking with the precision of a cunning serpent, piercing towards Ling Yun and Apos' side. Not good. Ling Yun and Apos' heart sank, attempting to retract his sword for defense. Yet he felt his vital energy suddenly stagnate, the sting in his dantian intensifying. His movements were slower. Pff. A soft sound echoed. Although Ling Yun twisted at the last moment to avoid a fatal blow, the icy sword tip still grazed his clothing, leaving a shallow wound beneath his ribcage. A gasp erupted from the crowd. Everyone was stunned. The invincible young Master Ling Yun had been injured, though merely a superficial wound. It was utterly unimaginable in the previous matches. Brother Yun, Lu Qimei in the viewing platform gasped, springing to her feet, her delicate face pale. Ling Zhan and several elders also changed expressions, their gazes sharpening instantly. Meanwhile, Ling Feng in the corner trembled with excitement, a wicked grin spreading across his face. It worked. It truly worked. Ling Yun, this waste, was about to be utterly disgraced. Haha. On the platform, Ling Yun clutched his side, blood seeping through his fingers. His expression darkened ominously. Casting a chilling glare at Ling Chong, but more so, his gaze was filled with incredulous rage and murderous intent directed at Ling Feng. Ling Feng, he roared internally. He finally understood. It was all a conspiracy. From that spirit consolidation pill onward, it was an elaborate trap. Are you all right? Ling Chong, taken aback by his own ability to injure Ling Yun, momentarily froze. Ling Yun did not respond, his focus fixed intensely on Ling Feng, his chest heaving with wrath. He could feel his internal condition worsening, the sting in his dantian becoming increasingly pronounced, the flow of vital energy growing more arduous, his strength was dissipating. A swift resolution was imperative. Otherwise, a decisive glimmer flashed in his eyes as he disregarded the discomfort in his dantian, forcibly channeling the remaining power within him. The Qi Feng sword emitted a piercing hum. The 13th form of Lu Yun, sword whirlwind. This was the most powerful and energy-consuming technique within the Lu Yun sword technique. In an instant, the sword light surged, transforming into a swirling tempest that enveloped Ling Chong entirely. Ling Chong and Apos' face paled, desperately swinging his soft sword to defend, but after mere moments, he was overwhelmed by the violent sword aura, his weapon flying from his grasp, several cuts appearing on his chest as he staggered backward, tumbling off the stage. Ling Yun wins. The elder host announced hurriedly. Yet at this moment, few were left cheering. Everyone sensed something was amiss. Though Ling Yun emerged victorious, the struggle had been exceptionally arduous, and he had sustained an injury. Moreover, his current state appeared dire. His complexion was pallid, breath rapid, and his grip on the sword trembled slightly. Ling Yun clung to his stance on the platform, his gaze locked onto Ling Feng, his eyes filled with a desire to consume him whole. However, just as he prepared to speak out, to expose Ling Feng's treachery, pff, he suddenly felt a tearing pain emanating from his dantian, as if something within had exploded. Immediately, an indescribable weakness washed over him like a tidal wave. The vital energy within him surged backward uncontrollably. The power he had painstakingly cultivated fracturing and dissipating like a breached dam. Ling Yun let out a muffled cry of agony, collapsing to one knee. The Qi Feng sword clattering onto the platform. His face turned a ghostly white, cold sweat soaking through his garments, his body trembling violently, eyes filled with terror and despair. He could distinctly feel his dantian collapsing. The strength he had so diligently cultivated was vanishing at an alarming rate. It was over. Everything was over. This sudden upheaval plunged the entire training arena into a profound silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the figure kneeling on the stage, reminiscent of an eagle with broken wings. Once radiant and invincible, now reduced to this state. The shocking transformation descended in the most brutal and unforeseen manner, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chapter 3, Malicious Intent. Silence engulfed the training ground like a tidal wave, swallowing the previous cacophony. leaving only the faint rustle of flags in the breeze and the collective gasp of the onlookers. All eyes were magnetically drawn to the solitary figure kneeling in the center of the arena, Ling Yun, the once radiant youth. Celebrated as the pride of the Ling family and the unparalleled genius of Yin-Yang City, now appeared pallid as parchment, trembling violently, with cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Soaking his chest, he clutched his abdomen in anguish, where lay the source of a warrior's power, the dantian. A trickle of bright blood seeped from his lips, falling onto the cold azure stone, bursting forth like petals of despair. The Qifeng sword clattered to the ground, its sharp sound echoing the shattering of something profound. This sudden, unimaginable scene left everyone in a state of shock. Just moments prior, he had triumphed amid the scrutiny of the masses. But now he fell as though all strength had been wrenched from him. What had transpired in that fleeting moment? Yun and Appos, a heart-wrenching cry resounded like thunder. In the center of the viewing platform, Ling Zhan, who had maintained the dignity of a patriarch, could no longer remain composed. His complexion drained of color. Eyes wide with horror and disbelief, he sprang from his seat, transforming into a blur as he nearly teleported onto the stage, catching the faltering Ling Yun in his arms. Yuner, what has happened? Ling Zhan's voice trembled uncontrollably as he felt the once surging vitality within his son dissipating like a severed kite. A chilling dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Simultaneously, several elders of the Ling family reacted, their expressions changing dramatically as they rushed onto the stage, encircling Ling Yun. Quick, check the young master's condition, the eldest elder barked, his previously serene demeanor replaced with urgent anxiety. The seventh elder, well-versed in medicine, swiftly approached, fingers darting to Ling Yun and Appos' wrist while the other hand rested on his dantian, cautiously probing with a stream of gentle energy. In the VIP section, the city lord, Lu Qitian, abruptly stood, his expression grave as he observed the unfolding calamity. Beside him, the city lord and Appos' wife turned pale, covering her mouth in shock. Meanwhile, Lu Qime, her face flushed with excitement moments ago, now appeared ghostly pale. Her lips trembled as she murmured, "Brother Yin, how could this be? Why?" Tears brimmed in her eyes, making her look pitifully vulnerable. Yet beneath her shock and worry lurked an intricate, indescribable emotion, perhaps even a hint of panic and evasion. The crowd erupted into chaos. Heavens! What has happened to young Master Ling Yun? He was fine just a moment ago. How could he suddenly? Could it be a cultivation mishap? Has he fallen into madness? Impossible. Young Master Ling Yun's foundation is solid. How could he falter? Various speculations and discussions spread like wildfire, plunging the training ground into disarray. In a corner, Ling Feng stood stiffly, fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his palms, yet he felt no pain, only an indescribable, morbid thrill and satisfaction blossoming within him. He had succeeded. He had truly succeeded. Ling Yun, the thorn in his side, the one who overshadowed him, had finally fallen. And in such a public spectacle. In such a tragic manner. Ha. The heavens are watching. He suppressed the urge to laugh maniacally, striving to mirror the shock and concern of those around him, even managing to feign a suitable amount of sorrow. Brother Yun, what has happened to you? He called out dramatically toward the stage, his voice laced with feigned urgency. On the stage, the seventh elder's probing finger trembled violently, his face paling to an ashen hue, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His gaze towards Ling Zhan filled with horror and sympathy. Seventh elder, what is the condition of Yuner? Ling Zhan's heart plummeted as he witnessed the elder's expression, his voice hoarse with dread. The seventh elder's lips quivered as if struggling to articulate the grim diagnosis. Yet under Ling Zhan's fervent gaze, he finally spoke with difficulty. Patriarch, the young master, his dantian. It's shattered. Completely shattered. The meridians are in chaos, the vital energy dispersed, his foundation, utterly destroyed. Boom. Those words struck the hearts of everyone present like a thunderclap. A shattered dantian, an obliterated foundation. For a warrior, this was a fate more brutal than death. It signified that Ling Yun not only lost all cultivation but would never again be able to practice. He would descend from a revered prodigy to someone lesser than an ordinary person. No. Ling Zhan let out a mournful howl akin to a wounded beast, his body swaying violently as he nearly lost his footing, only to be steadied by the eldest elder. His eyes blazed red, fixated on his son, who appeared lifeless in his embrace, filled with boundless anguish and despair. Impossible. This cannot be. Yuner is gifted, his foundation solid. How could his dantian shatter inexplicably? Seventh elder, are you certain? Is there a mistake? The seventh elder shook his head bitterly, his voice quivering. Patriarch, I assure you with my lifetime of medical knowledge, there is no error. The condition within the young master is worse than I imagined. It seems there is an exceedingly malicious force eroding his vitality. This does not resemble a cultivation mishap. A malicious force. The eldest elder's eyes sharpened, realization dawning upon him. Are you suggesting poisoning? At this revelation, the crowd erupted once more. If it were not a cultivation mishap but rather poisoning, then the implications were entirely different. Who could be so vile? Daring to strike at the hope of the Ling family on the very day of their grand competition? All gazes involuntarily began to scan the crowd, filled with suspicion and conjecture. Meanwhile, Ling Yun, cradled in Ling Zhan's arms, though his consciousness was clouded by excruciating pain and fading strength, widened his eyes at the mention of poison. The once clear and bright orbs now brimmed with bloodshot rage, agony, and deep-seated hatred. With his last vestige of strength, he raised a trembling finger, pointing toward his cousin, who wore a worried expression. Ling Feng. It was him. Ling Yun and Apos. S voice rasped like a broken gong, each word painfully forced from his throat, drenched in blood and tears. It was Ling Feng. He gave me the concentration pill. It was poisoned. Boom. If the previous announcement of the shattered Dantian was a thunderclap, this accusation from Ling Yun detonated like a bombshell. All eyes instantly converged upon Ling Feng. His expression of concern froze, swiftly replaced by exaggerated shock and disbelief. What? Brother Yun, what are you saying? Ling Feng appeared utterly wronged, his voice trembling with disbelief. The nurturing spirit pill I gave you was a hard-earned gift. A gesture of goodwill, hoping you would excel in the competition. How could it possibly be poisonous? Have you made a mistake? As he spoke, he took a few anxious steps back, his face etched with innocence and fear, as if he were terrified by Ling Yun's sudden accusation. It's you. Ling Yun glared at him, his teeth grinding, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. That pill, it's the problem. My Dantian. It was destroyed by it. Ling Feng, you have a heart of malice. I truly didn't. Ling Feng fell to his knees, crying out to Ling Zhan and the elders on the observation platform. Patriarch, elders, this is a grave injustice. How could I harm Brother Yun? We are brothers. There must be some mistake. Perhaps Brother Yun sought power and secretly practiced some forbidden technique, leading to his current state, his Dantian rebelling. He is delirious and talking nonsense. Ling Feng and Apos. S words were undeniably malicious. He not only denied any wrongdoing but also cast aspersions on Ling Yun, insinuating that Yun's downfall was due to his own reckless pursuit of forbidden practices, attempting to obfuscate the truth and clear himself of any blame. You're talking nonsense. Ling Yun trembled with rage, unable to catch his breath as he violently coughed up blood, splattering it onto Ling Zhan's robes. Yuner. Ling Zhan's heart ached beyond measure, urgently channeling his vital energy to stabilize Ling Yun's injuries, only to despairingly discover that Ling Yun's Dantian was akin to a shattered sieve, incapable of retaining any power, his life force draining at an alarming rate. Ling Feng, do not attempt to wriggle your way out of this. The Grand Elder barked, his gaze piercing like a knife directed at Ling Feng. Young Master Ling Yun possesses extraordinary talent and boundless potential. Why would he need to practice any forbidden techniques? It is you. You indeed gifted a pill to the young master yesterday, and many witnessed it. What exactly was that pill? Grand Elder, you are discerning. Ling Feng wept, pulling out an empty jade vial, the very one that contained the pill yesterday, and raising it high. This is the vial that held the nurturing spirit pill. Inside, it is empty. The nurturing spirit pill is an entirely ordinary auxiliary pill, readily available at any apothecary. How could it possibly be flawed? Even if there were a problem, it could be due to the pill itself, unrelated to me. I merely offered it out of kindness. His defense, though seemingly frantic, was meticulously crafted. He adamantly claimed it was merely an ordinary nurturing spirit pill and deflected responsibility onto the pill or other possibilities, refusing to acknowledge any foul play. Patriarch, elders, please search my residence. Examine everything I possess. If I, Ling Feng, truly harbored even a hint of malice, may heaven strike me down and grant me a wretched end. Ling Feng swore an oath, his tears flowing freely, his performance utterly convincing. In that moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Ling Yun had accused Ling Feng, yet he was gravely injured, his mind clouded, unable to provide concrete evidence. Meanwhile, Ling Feng vehemently denied any wrongdoing and even requested a search, appearing entirely forthright. Whispers among the crowd began to diverge. Could it be that young Master Ling Yun had indeed encountered a problem in his cultivation? Yet the possibility of poisoning loomed large as well. Ling Feng, though typically appearing honest, could he truly be so cruel? Human hearts are inscrutable, who can truly know? On the observation platform, Lu Qitian furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting between Ling Zhan, Ling Yun, and Ling Feng, his expression profound, lost in thought. At that moment, Lu Qimei had ceased her tears, staring blankly at the pitiful, disheveled figure on the arena, her eyes, once filled with shock, now bore an inexplicable coldness and, perhaps, relief. She quietly took a half-step back, seemingly wishing to distance herself from the person she once vowed eternal loyalty to. This subtle motion went largely unnoticed. Yet it was captured by Ling Yun, whose Dantian throbbed painfully, yet his awareness remained acutely sharp. In that instant, a chill deeper than the shattering of his Dantian enveloped Ling Yun entirely. Ling Yun's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, suffocating him. Could it be? Could she also? This thought gnawed at his sanity like a venomous serpent, threatening to unravel him. Patriarch. At that moment, the seventh elder spoke again, his voice grave. The toxin within the young master is exceedingly insidious and domineering. I have never encountered such a vile substance. It does not directly destroy the Dantian, but rather invades like a parasitic worm, slowly eroding its host. Once it erupts, there will be no hope for recovery. If this truly stems from a pill, then the one who poisoned him possesses a heart of true malice and skill beyond comprehension. He paused, casting a sharp glance at Ling Feng. Ling Feng, you claim you gifted a nurturing spirit pill? Do you possess any proof? Ling Feng and Apos. S eyes flickered for a moment, then he defiantly retorted, that pill was something I stumbled upon. How could there be proof? Seventh Elder. You cannot suspect me based solely on Brother Yun's unfounded accusations. Humph. Whether it is unfounded or not, a thorough investigation will reveal the truth. The Grand Elder scoffed. Turning to Lingzhan. Patriarch. This matter is of utmost importance, not only concerning the young Master's safety, but also the reputation of the Ling family. It must be thoroughly investigated. First, detain Ling Feng, conduct a meticulous search of his residence, and send people to all major apothecaries to investigate the source of this nurturing spirit pill. Lingzhan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anguish and fury within him, and nodded. He understood that this was not the time for rash decisions. He glanced at his son, who was barely clinging to life yet fiercely focused on Ling Feng. Then at his kneeling nephew, crying out in protest, his eyes flashing with pained conflict, ultimately transforming into a resolute decision. Bring him. Lingzhan's voice was cold and authoritative. Take Ling Feng away. Keep him under strict surveillance. Without my command, no one is allowed to visit. Seal off his quarters and conduct a thorough investigation. Yes. Several members of the family's enforcement team stepped forward, their expressions impassive as they seized the still protesting Ling Feng and dragged him away. As Ling Feng was taken, a barely perceptible smirk played at the corner of his lips. He knew that as long as there was no direct evidence, as long as the Lu family remained. What could Lingzhan do? Moreover, Ling Yun was now crippled. His greatest obstacle had been completely eliminated. And Lingzhan's voice rang out again, laced with fatigue and hoarseness. The competition today is suspended. All guests, please return to the side hall for a brief respite. I apologize for the inconvenience. But the Ling family must address this unexpected situation. His gaze swept across the assembly, exuding an undeniable authority. Though the guests were brimming with curiosity, they understood that it was not the time to linger, and they began to rise, guided by the Ling family and Appo's servants toward the side hall. Whispering and speculating along the way, it seemed that Yin-Yang City was on the brink of upheaval. Lu Qitian cast a deep glance at Lingzhan, saying nothing more, merely nodding as he departed the observation platform with his equally troubled wife and daughter. Before leaving, Lu Qimei cast one last look at Ling Yun, cradled in his father's arms, as if he had lost all his brilliance. Her gaze was complex and inscrutable, yet she ultimately turned away without a backward glance, following her parents. That glance struck Ling Yun's heart like a cold dagger, piercing deeply once more. Soon, the once bustling martial arts arena became desolate, leaving only the core figures of the Ling family and Ling Yun, who lay in his father's embrace, his consciousness gradually fading. Quickly, take Yuner back to his room. Fetch the best physician in the city, at all costs. Lingzhan cried hoarsely, holding his son as though cradling a shattered treasure. Several elders hurried forward, cautiously lifting Ling Yun and dashing toward his courtyard. Ling Yun felt as though he were adrift in a frigid abyss, the excruciating pain in his dantian gnawing at his nerves like a relentless parasite, while the waning of his inner strength instilled a profound sense of despair. As if life itself were withering away, his vision began to blur, and the sounds around him grew increasingly distant. He caught sight of his father and Appo's anxious, crimson eyes, the solemn and sorrowful faces of the elders, and the indifferent figure of Lu Qimei as she turned away for the last time. Furthermore, he recalled the grotesque smile concealed beneath the guise of grievance as Ling Feng was dragged away. Ling Feng, Lu Qimei. A torrent of indescribable hatred and chilling despair surged through his soul like venom. Why? Why must this befall him? What had he done to deserve such treatment? The once spirited and promising prodigy of Yin-Yang, a youth brimming with boundless aspirations for the future, now felt as though he had been mercilessly cast aside by the entire world, cruelly trampled into the mire of an abyss. His consciousness, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, ultimately succumbed to the depths of darkness amidst unending anguish and resentment. Chapter 4. The betrayal of the cousin in the courtyard of Ling Yun. The tranquil elegance of yesteryears has been replaced by an oppressive heaviness that is suffocating. Inside the room, the once simple furnishings have been temporarily moved aside, creating a vacant space. Ling Yun lies quietly on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, his complexion as pale as death. And had it not been for the faintest rise and fall of his chest, he could easily be mistaken for a corpse. A strong medicinal scent permeates the air, mingling with a trace of blood that evokes nausea. Surrounding the bed are numerous individuals. The patriarch of the Ling family, Lingzhan, sits at the edge of the bed, his eyes bloodshot and filled with anguish, tightly grasping his son's cold hand. The once formidable and imposing visage is now etched with suffering and a profound sense of helplessness. His robust essence continuously attempts to flow into Ling Yun, yet it dissipates like a cow sinking into the sea, unable to linger even for a moment in his son's shattered dantian and disordered meridians. Several elders of the Ling family, including the esteemed seventh elder, along with two highly regarded physicians summoned from Yin-Yang City, gather at the bedside, their expressions grave beyond measure. They take turns examining Ling Yun, employing various precious herbs and secret techniques, yet each attempt yields increasingly disheartening results. How is it, Physician Wang? Divine doctorly? Is there any way? Lingzhan croaks, his voice hoarse, clutching to the last shred of hope as he sees the two visiting physicians shake their heads in dismay. The elderly Li, renowned for his medical prowess in Yin-Yang City, bears a deeply sorrowful and helpless expression as he bows slightly to Lingzhan and solemnly states, Patriarch Ling, forgive this old man's incompetence. The condition within your son's body is truly unprecedented and unseen. He pauses to choose his words carefully. His dantian can no longer be described as merely shattered. It is utterly annihilated. All meridians are severed, withered. Their vitality flickering like a candle in the wind, sustained only by a mere breath. More peculiarly, there seems to be an extremely sinister and cold force lurking within him, continuously devouring his remaining vitality and obstructing any external essence or medicinal power from effecting repair. This poison. In my decades of practice, I have never encountered such a tyrannical and hidden affliction. Physician Wang concurs. What Divine Doctorly states is entirely accurate. This poison has an extensive incubation period, and in its early stages, it may even numb the spirit and provide slight stimulation, making it difficult to detect. Once it erupts, it is akin to a volcanic explosion, instantly obliterating the foundation, and the residual potency is deeply entrenched, making it nearly impossible to eradicate. The perpetrator, with such a malicious heart and skillful methods, is truly despicable. Forgive my candor, but with our combined efforts, not only will we be unable to restore your son's cultivation, but even preserving his life may prove to be. His words trail off. Yet all present comprehend the implication. Ling Zhan's body trembles violently, his complexion turning ashen, the last glimmer of hope extinguished from his eyes. No, it cannot be. He mutters, as if in a trance, my Yuner. The seventh elder, his face pallid, interjects, Patriarch. The diagnoses of the two esteemed physicians align with my own. The poison within the young master is known as Hua Yuan San. This is a forbidden drug recorded in ancient texts, the method of its concoction long lost, characterized by its exceptionally malevolent toxicity, specifically targeting the dantian of martial artists. I have only encountered a few scattered words regarding it in a fragmented ancient tome. I never expected to witness it firsthand today. Hua Yuan San. The first elder and Appos, SK sharpens, realizing the gravity of the situation. This cannot merely be an ordinary accident. There must be someone with ulterior motives. Who has long plotted this? With this revelation, the atmosphere in the room becomes even more tense. If it truly is Hua Yuan San, its origins would undoubtedly be complex. How could Ling Feng, an ordinary scion of the family, have obtained such a long-lost forbidden drug? At that moment, Ling Yun, lying on the bed, suddenly emits a pain groan. His eyelids fluttering as if awakening. Yuner. Ling Zhan rushes over, calling out anxiously. Ling Yun struggles to open a sliver of his eyes, his blurred vision reflecting his father's worried face. A wave of agonizing pain washes over him again, his dantian empty, filled only with endless weakness and chilling despair. Father. He manages to whisper, his voice barely audible. Yun and Appos. You're awake. How do you feel? Ling Zhan queries eagerly. Ling Yun does not respond. His gaze slowly scans the room filled with tense faces, and finally, his expression turns icy, brimming with profound hatred. Ling. Phone. He exerts all his strength to force out these two syllables, followed by a violent cough, blood spilling from his lips, and Lu. Qin. Before he can finish the last name, he collapses back into unconsciousness, unable to sustain himself any longer. Yet the unfinished name, and the mixture of hatred and anguish in his eyes strike like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of Ling Zhan and the elders. Lu Qimei? Could it be that this matter is entangled with the city lord's manner? The complexion of Ling Zhan darkens instantaneously as he recalls the meaningful gaze of Lu Qitian after the competition and the overly calm, even indifferent, demeanor of Lu Qimei as she departed. A deeper chill, intertwined with a surging fury, churns within him. If the Lu family is also implicated, then this conspiracy is far more than mere familial strife. Patriarch. The first elder perceives Ling Zhan's agitation and quietly advises. It is imperative to uncover the truth. We must not let any perpetrator escape. Ling Zhan takes a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within him. He understands that now is not the time to confront the city lord's manner. Everything must await evidence. Seventh elder, regarding Yuner's life. Ling Zhan looks to the seventh elder, his voice tinged with imploration. The seventh elder sighs, Patriarch, rest assured, although the young master's foundation is utterly destroyed, his will to survive remains. I will employ secret techniques in conjunction with rare herbs to do my utmost to sustain his life. However, he may truly be left with no choice but to live as an ordinary person henceforth, and his body will be even more fragile than others, requiring meticulous care. As long as his life can be preserved, that is enough. Ling Zhan closes his eyes, a stream of tears finally escaping. For him, this is the only solace amidst despair. Elder, how has the interrogation of Ling Feng progressed? Ling Zhan opens his eyes, his expression regaining its sharpness and coldness. Have any leads been found at his residence? The first elder shakes his head, his expression serious. Patriarch, the enforcement team has thoroughly searched Ling Feng's courtyard, but no evidence related to Hua Yuan San has been discovered. His room is immaculate, devoid of any suspicious elements. And the results of the interrogation? Ling Zhan presses. Ling Feng adamantly insists on his innocence. The first elder replies gravely. He claims that what he gave to the young master was merely an ordinary spirit consolidating pill, purchased from an inconspicuous apothecary in the western part of the city. He further states that it is possible the young master offended someone and was poisoned in secret to frame him. His words are earnest, filled with tears. Had we not known the young master's words to be true, We might have been deceived. Humph. What a silver-tongued wretch. Ling Zhan trembles with rage. Does he think that without evidence, I cannot do anything to him? Patriarch, calm your anger. The first elder hastily advises, this matter is suspicious. Ling Feng is merely an 8th-level cultivator. Even if he harbors jealousy, it is unlikely he possesses the courage and means to acquire Hua Yuan San and orchestrate such a flawless scheme. There must be others behind him. I too harbor doubts. Another elder interjects, the method for concocting Hua Yuan San has long been lost, and the materials are exceedingly rare. It cannot be obtained through ordinary channels. Ling Feng, having barely managed to afford a modest elixir for a month, lacked the financial means to purchase such forbidden drugs. There must be a hidden mastermind behind this. Who do you think this mastermind could be? Ling Zhan inquired, his gaze chillingly intense. The elders exchanged glances, each falling into a contemplative silence. The ability to produce the Hua Yuan San, coupled with precise timing, and to induce Ling Feng, the very victim. To take such a risk, the forces involved here must be formidable. Could it be other families? One elder cautiously suggested. Aside from the Ling family in the city lord's mansion, there were several other powerful clans in Yinyang City, engaged in an endless cycle of overt and covert rivalry. The rise of Ling Yun had undoubtedly instilled a profound sense of threat among these families. It is possible, the elder nodded. Yet one cannot dismiss the existence of deeper possibilities. His eyes subtly flicked towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Ling Zhan's heart sank once more. If it truly is the Lu family, what could their motive be? Merely to thwart the Ling family's ascension? Or has Lu Qimei found a more favorable option, thus seeking to eliminate Yuner as an obstacle? The thought pierced Ling Zhan's heart like a knife. He had always regarded Lu Qimei as a future daughter-in-law, treating her as his own daughter, never expecting patriarch. The most pressing issue now is the absence of direct evidence implicating Ling Feng. The 7th elder sighed. Although we all know he is responsible, the clan rules demand that we cannot condemn him to death solely based on a single accusation made by the young master before his grievous injury. A rash decision could invite criticism and potentially be exploited by the hidden mastermind to incite internal strife within the family. This was precisely what troubled Ling Zhan the most. Ling Feng was a collateral descendant, yet he wielded considerable influence among the collateral line. Executing him without firm evidence would undoubtedly breed resentment among the collateral members, exacerbating rifts within the family. This scenario would surely delight the hidden mastermind. Such a vicious plot, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It would eliminate the Ling family's most promising heir, sow discord between the Ling family and the city lord's mansion, at least planting seeds of doubt in Ling Zhan's mind. It could even instigate internal chaos within the Ling family. What do you propose we do with Ling Feng? Ling Zhan forced himself to regain composure and asked. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and replied, Patriarch, in my humble opinion, we can only impose severe punishment on Ling Feng for now. But his crimes do not warrant death. What? Ling Zhan abruptly raised his head, fury blazing in his eyes. He has made my son suffer a fate worse than death, and you dare suggest his crimes do not warrant death. Patriarch, please calm your anger. The Grand Elder hastily explained. I do not intend to let him off. However, without irrefutable evidence, we cannot execute him under the charge of poisoning the young master. Yet, he has indeed delivered tainted elixirs, resulting in the young master's severe injuries. This alone suffices for substantial punishment. We can strip him of his cultivation, shatter his limbs, expel him from the family, and cast him into the wilderness. Let him endure torment, suffering a fate worse than death. This proposal cannot be deemed anything but ruthless. To strip a cultivator of their abilities, shatter their limbs, and exile them to the wilderness is, for a martial artist, a fate more unbearable than death. The other elders nodded in agreement upon hearing this. This method is feasible. It serves to severely punish this scoundrel as a warning for others while avoiding the pitfalls of executing him without sufficient evidence. Stripping him of his cultivation and expelling him from the family also provides the collateral line with a semblance of justice. After all, he has indeed committed an unforgivable transgression. Ling Zhan gazed at his son, who lay weak and breathless upon the bed, and the flames of rage and murderous intent within him threatened to consume him whole. He yearned to tear Ling Feng to shreds. Yet reason dictated that the Grand Elder's proposal might be the most prudent and advantageous course of action. Keeping Ling Feng alive, albeit in a diminished state, might still yield insights into the hidden mastermind. If he were to die now, all leads could be irrevocably severed. Very well, Ling Zhan forced the word from between clenched teeth, his eyes filled with chilling disdain and hatred. Let it be as the Grand Elder has advised. Strip him of his cultivation, shatter his limbs, expel him from the Ling family, never to set foot in Yinyang City again. Yes, the elders echoed in unison. Furthermore, Ling Zhan added, his voice akin to a chilling whisper from the depths of an abyss, covertly assigned someone to monitor him, even in exile. He must endure endless agony. Simultaneously, spare no effort in tracing the origins of the Hua Yuan San, as well as the individuals behind it. I wish to uncover who dares to orchestrate such a scheme against the Ling family, who dares to conspire against my son, Ling Zhan. As he concluded, Ling Zhan's voice brimmed with a lethal intent, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. The elders felt a shiver run down their spines, realizing that the patriarch was genuinely incensed. A storm poised to engulf the entirety of Yinyang City seemed inevitable. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeons of the Ling family, in a dark, damp cell, illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp, The weak light revealed the mottled stains of mold and rust upon the walls. The air was thick with a foul stench, a noxious blend of decay and blood. Ling Feng was bound to a cold torture pillar, his hair disheveled, his clothes tattered, with several bruises inflicted by the enforcement team. Yet, his expression at this moment was not one of fear or despair, but rather an uncontrollable excitement and smugness. Bowing his head, he seemed to endure silently, but the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curling into a sinister smirk. Ling Yin, you worthless fool, has finally fallen, he silently roared within, laughing maniacally. The pride of Yin Yang? Nonsense. From this day forth, you are but a cripple, needing assistance to walk. And though I endure some humiliation for now, as long as the Liu family honors their promise. His eyes sparkled with greed and ambition. This endeavor was fraught with peril, yet he emerged victorious. Although imprisoned in the dungeon, he believed that as long as there was no direct evidence, Ling Zhan would not dare to execute him. At worst, he would suffer some physical torment or be expelled from the family. What of being expelled? If the Liu family were to accept him and provide resources, with his talent, though not on par with Ling Yun, still commendable among the common folk, he could carve out a niche for himself, perhaps even replace Ling Yun. Marrying Lu Qimei and becoming the favored son-in-law of the city lord's mansion would not be beyond the realm of possibility. The mere thought of Lu Qimei's enchanting beauty and noble status ignited a fire within Ling Feng. That woman, seemingly innocent, concealed a labyrinth of schemes and boundless ambition. Her initial choice of Ling Yun was solely due to his superior talent, which promised her the greatest benefit. Now that Ling Yun is crippled, she would undoubtedly discard him without hesitation, and I am her new selection. This plan has seen significant effort from the Liu family. The Huayuan San was procured through clandestine channels and delivered to him by them. Ling Zhan, even if you suspect the Liu family, what of it? Without evidence, do you dare to confront the city lord's mansion? Ling Feng scoffed inwardly. Just then, the heavy iron door creaked open, blinding light flooding in. Several grim-faced enforcement team members flanked the Grand Elder as they entered the cell. Ling Feng's heart raced in alarm, quickly masking his smug expression with one of fear and indignation, struggling to exclaim, Grand Elder, I am wronged. I am truly wronged. The Grand Elder approached him with an impassive demeanor, his murky eyes betraying no hint of emotion, merely regarding Ling Feng coldly, as though he were observing an inanimate object. Ling Feng, the Grand Elder's voice was calm yet laced with an unsettling chill. At this juncture, do you still wish to argue? Grand Elder, I am not arguing. Every word I speak is the truth. Ling Feng cried, tears streaming down his face, pleading for the Grand Elder to discern the truth. Restore my innocence. Innocence? A mocking smile curled at the Grand Elder's lips. Do you believe that without direct evidence, the family cannot hold you accountable? A chill coursed through Ling Feng's heart, giving rise to an ominous premonition. The Grand Elder spoke slowly. The clan leader has issued a decree. Ling Feng, with a heart as venomous as yours, has schemed against our kin. Although there is no ironclad evidence to directly implicate you in the use of appos, transformation powder and appos, to harm the young master, your gift of elixirs has resulted in the destruction of his dantian, obliterating his foundation, an unforgivable crime. Given the remnants of our blood relation, I shall spare your life. However, while the death penalty may be evaded, you shall not escape the living punishment. The Grand Elder's voice suddenly turned severe, piercing Ling Feng's eardrums like shards of ice. From this moment forth, strip Ling Feng of all his cultivation, shatter his limbs, expel him from the Ling family lineage, revoke his surname, banish him to the southern wastelands. He shall never set foot in Yin Yang City again. This cascade of judgments fell upon Ling Feng like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. The terror and indignation etched upon his face instantly solidified, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming dread and despair. No. Ling Feng unleashed a heart-wrenching wail. To strip me of my cultivation? To shatter my limbs? To exile me to the wastelands? No. You cannot do this to me. I am innocent. Where is the evidence? You have no proof. The stripping of his cultivation and the shattering of his limbs meant he would be reduced to a feeble wretch, incapable of even walking. Exile to the desolate wasteland, a place rife with miasma and ferocious beasts, would offer him nothing but a path to a most tragic death. This fate was far crueler than death itself, plunging him into a deeper abyss of despair. All his ambitions, all his dreams, were utterly shattered in that moment. Evidence? The Grand Elder scoffed. You have turned the young master into a cripple. That is evidence enough. My Ling family owes no explanation to a heartless wretch such as you. Proceed. The Grand Elder ignored Ling Feng's anguished cries and curses, coldly issuing orders. Two burly members of the enforcement team stepped forward, their faces betraying not a trace of compassion. One restrained Ling Feng by the shoulders, while the other, with a glint of coldness in his eyes, gathered his true essence and mercilessly struck Ling Feng's dantian. A muffled thud reverberated through the air. Ling Feng felt a violent force surge into his dantian, tumultuously disrupting his already unstable energy reservoir. Excruciating pain coursed through him, and he could distinctly feel the powers he had painstakingly cultivated ebbing away like the tide. Ah, my cultivation, my dantian. Ling Feng's cries resembled that of a slaughtered pig, his eyes filled with blood and despair. Yet the enforcement team did not relent. After dismantling his dantian, the frigid true essence struck his limbs and joints like a hammer. Crack, 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 crack. The spine-chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed in succession. Ling Feng and Appos, limbs twisted at grotesque angles, the intense agony nearly causing him to faint. Yet he was awakened by the enforcement team pouring cold water over him, forcing him to endure this boundless suffering with clarity. No. Spare me. Spare me. He pleaded weakly. Like a lifeless dog beneath the punishment pillar, tears streaming down his face, devoid of any trace of his former arrogance and pride. The Grand Elder observed the scene with indifference, his eyes devoid of compassion. Take him away, he motioned coldly. Find 2 reliable individuals and cast him out of Yin-Yang City, ensuring his and Appo's safety and Appo's in reaching the southern territories. The emphasis on and Appo's safety and Appo's was heavy with implication. Yes, the enforcement team responded, dragging the now utterly crippled Ling Feng out of the dungeon like a dead dog. The lingering scent of blood hung in the air, mingling with Ling Feng's desperate and vengeful curses, echoing through the dark confines of the dungeon. Chapter 5. Love or Betrayal. Time seemed to have frozen within the courtyard of Lingyun. It had been a full 3 days since the shocking upheaval at the grand competition. During these 3 days, Lingyun oscillated between consciousness and oblivion, with moments of lucidity being scarce and prolonged periods of unconsciousness prevailing. Each fleeting awakening was accompanied by excruciating pain and boundless despair. His dantian felt as empty as an insatiable black hole, relentlessly consuming the remnants of his vitality. The once vigorous flow of energy through his limbs had been replaced by a chilling, burdensome weakness, as if lifting a mere finger required the exertion of all his strength. He lay there like a broken puppet, passively enduring the thick medicinal liquid being forcibly poured down his throat and the cold silver needles piercing his acupoints, all in a desperate attempt to preserve the flickering flame of life that could extinguish at any moment. The air in the room was thick with the tang of medicine, mingled with a faint trace of blood and an inescapable aura of despair. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet it failed to penetrate the heavy, suffocating atmosphere within. Ling Zhan remained vigilantly at his son's bedside, and within just 3 days, this once formidable patriarch of the Ling family appeared to have aged a decade. His eyes were sunken, his chin adorned with stubble, and his gaze was filled with bloodshot weariness. He tirelessly channeled his robust essence in attempts to untangle his son's chaotic meridians, hoping to alleviate his suffering and prolong his life, yet each effort yielded minimal results. The sinister power of the Huayuan San clung to Lingyun like a parasite, resisting any external life force. Elders visited frequently, their brows furrowed, shaking their heads in dismay. Ling Feng had been stripped of his cultivation, his limbs shattered, and he was cast out of Yin-Yang City to fend for himself. Yet this did little to mend the devastation wrought upon Lingyun, nor did it lift the spirits of Ling Zhan and the elders. Instead, the inability to unearth the true perpetrator only deepened their frustration and anxiety. Investigations into the origins of the Huayuan San were being conducted in secrecy, but progress was painfully slow. This long-lost forbidden drug left behind scant clues, making it unlikely to yield results in the near future. The entire Ling residence was shrouded in a pall of gloom. The fall of their once celebrated prodigy had inflicted a heavy blow to the family's morale. Whispers and rumors proliferated in the shadows, some expressing sympathy, others reveling in misfortune, while many voiced their concerns for the family's future. One afternoon, Lingyun roused from his stupor once more. The agony remained, ever present, yet he had grown somewhat numb to it. He slowly opened his parched eyelids, his vision blurred. Gazing blankly at the intricately carved ceiling above, a pattern he had once cherished in his youth, now appearing cold and alien. Yuna, you are awake? Ling Zhan immediately sensed the change, leaning down with a hoarse and concerned voice. How do you feel? Would you like some water? Lingyun did not respond, nor did he even move his eyes. His heart had already sunk into a darkness far deeper than the pain of his body. Over these 3 days, each awakening had involuntarily brought back memories of everything that transpired on the arena, including Ling Feng's triumphant sneer and Lu Qingmei's final, indifferent departure. She, who had once been one of the most significant figures in his life. The girl with whom he had envisioned a beautiful future and pledged to protect with his very existence. Why had she behaved that way? Could it be that she was indeed involved? This thought pierced his heart like a venomous thorn, more unbearable than the agony of his shattered dantian. He was reluctant to believe it, yet he could not ignore the chilling reality. For 3 days, she had not once come to see him. Not once. This alone spoke volumes. Just as Lingyun's heart felt extinguished, a faint commotion arose outside the door, accompanied by the respectful announcement of a maid. Patriarch, the city lord's residence. Miss Lu has arrived. What? Ling Zhan's head snapped up, his eyes flashing with a complexity of emotions. Shock, anger, suspicion, and a hint of lingering hope he was reluctant to acknowledge. Had she truly come? To explain? Or? Lingyun's body stiffened imperceptibly, his previously vacant gaze now rippling with a hint of emotion as he slowly turned his neck to face the door. Moments later, guided by the maid, a graceful figure appeared at the threshold. She remained as captivating as ever. Lu Qingmei was clad in a simple moon-white dress, devoid of makeup, her face bearing just the right amount of weariness and sorrow, rendering her pitiful and heart-wrenching. Her dark hair was simply styled, secured with a modest silver hairpin. She stepped into the room, casting a complex glance at Ling Zhan seated by the bed before inclining her head slightly in greeting. Ling uncle. Ling Zhan remained silent, his gaze sharp and penetrating, coldly scrutinizing her. The weight of the stare caused Lu Qingmei to involuntarily shudder, her expression of sorrow momentarily freezing. However, she quickly composed herself. directing her gaze towards Ling Yun in the bed. Upon seeing his pale, lifeless face and those hollow, dead eyes that nonetheless fixed intently on her, a flicker of compassion and fear flashed in Lu Qingmei's eyes. Yet more prominently was a deliberately displayed sadness. Yun Ge, she called softly. Her voice choked with just the right amount of emotion as she approached the bedside. Ling Yun did not respond, his eyes, void of all sparkle yet unusually clear, staring unblinkingly at her. His gaze held no anger, no questions, only a frigid, desolate emptiness, as though he were observing a stranger or witnessing a tragedy whose conclusion he had long foreseen. Such a gaze was more unsettling to Lu Qingmei than any furious outburst or painful inquiry. She would have preferred Ling Yun to lash out at her like a madman, as that would have allowed her to express her grievances and feelings of being misunderstood. But now, Ling Yun's calmness, or rather, his silence, rendered her carefully prepared visit and words somewhat ineffectual. Yun Ge, you have suffered. Lu Qingmei forced a sorrowful smile, extending her hand as if to caress Ling Yun's cheek, but hesitated just inches away, as if fearing to disturb him. Her movements appeared tentative and deliberate. I have been worried about you these past few days. Her voice softened, tinged with a hint of tears. But my family is strict. My parents would not allow me to go out. I had to plead with them for permission to see you. This explanation sounded reasonable, yet to Ling Zhan and Ling Yun, it appeared utterly feeble. Could the city lord's residence be so stringent that they could not even allow her to visit her gravely injured fiancé? It was merely a transparent excuse. Ling Yun remained silent. But the coldness and mockery in his gaze intensified. Ling Zhan could no longer contain himself. He slowly stood and positioned himself between Lu Qingmei and Ling Yun, his voice icy. Miss Lu, your concern is noted. Yuna requires peace to recuperate. It would be inadvisable to have visitors. This was an unmistakable dismissal. Lu Qingmei's complexion paled slightly. She raised her head to look at Ling Zhan, her eyes brimming with tears, appearing exceptionally aggrieved. Ling uncle, I understand you are not in a good mood right now and may harbor some misunderstandings towards me. But Yun Ge and I have grown up together. Our bond is profound. Now that he is in such dire straits, I too feel deeply distressed. Distressed? Ling Zhan's mouth curled into a cold smirk as he retorted. Are you distressed because Yunar's Dantian has been shattered, reducing him to a cripple? Still mourning the loss of a promising son-in-law for yourself? This statement, akin to a sharp blade, brutally tore apart the facade of sorrow that adorned Lu Qingmei's face. Her body trembled violently, her complexion turned even paler, and a flicker of panic and indignation flashed in her eyes. Uncle Ling, how could you say such a thing? My feelings for Yun Ge are as steadfast as the heavens bear witness. Enough. Ling Zhan abruptly interrupted her, his voice laden with suppressed fury and disappointment. Miss Lu, some things need not be articulated so plainly. The purpose of your visit today is clear to both my father and me. His gaze, as tangible as a tangible entity, bore into Lu Qingmei, imbued with scrutiny and a chilling warning. Though the Ling family has encountered this misfortune, we have not yet reached the point of being bullied. Some debts are destined to be repaid. Lu Qingmei was taken aback by Ling Zhan's words and piercing gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. She instinctively took a step back, the grievance and sorrow on her face evaporating, replaced by a sense of embarrassment and a barely perceptible resentment. She realized that Ling Zhan had begun to suspect her. Perhaps even the entire Lu family. If that is the case, then it is better to lay it all bare. After all, Ling Yun has become a worthless individual, and this engagement was never meant to continue. Lu Qingmei inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure. She raised her head. Meeting Ling Zhan's icy gaze, the last vestige of warmth dissipating from her countenance, supplanted by an almost ruthless calmness and determination. Uncle Ling, her voice had grown significantly colder, devoid of the previous choked vulnerability. Since the conversation had reached this juncture, there was no need for her to beat around the bush. She paused, her gaze shifting to the youth on the bed, who appeared as lifeless as a corpse, the last flicker of complex emotion in her eyes extinguished, replaced solely by icy rationality and resolve. Yun Ge's current predicament is likely clearer to you than to me, Uncle Ling. Her voice was steady, yet every word was laden with piercing truth. His Dantian has been destroyed, his cultivation obliterated. He will never again tread the path of martial arts. Moreover, whether he can even live as a common person remains uncertain. My Lu family is the sovereign of Yin-Yang City, and I, Lu Qingmei, as the daughter of the city lord, must have a future husband who is a paragon among men, capable of bringing glory to our family and supporting the Lu family's future. To speak candidly, she slightly raised her chin. Regarding the boy she once admired and loved with a condescending scrutiny, the current Ling Yun is no longer worthy of me. He is unworthy of our Lu family. Thus, she produced a delicate jade pendant, intricately carved with a pattern of intertwined lotus blossoms, a token of their past affection gifted to her by Ling Yun, which she had always kept close. Today, I have come not only to visit and reminisce about our former ties, but, more importantly, she gently placed the pendant on the low table beside the bed, her actions resolute, devoid of any lingering affection. The engagement between myself and Ling Yun is hereby formally annulled. From this day forth, we shall go our separate ways. Upon uttering these words, Lu Qingmei felt as if she had cast off an immense burden, her demeanor noticeably lighter. She no longer glanced at the youth on the bed, who trembled violently at her words, his eyes bursting with endless agony and hatred, nor at the furious, ashen-faced patriarch of the Ling family. She merely adjusted her dress slightly, offered a symbolic bow in Ling Zhan's direction, and spoke in a flat tone. I have said all that needs to be said. I shall take my leave now. I hope, Uncle Ling, that you take care. With that, she turned on her heel, not glancing back as she made her way toward the door. Her steps light, even imbued with a hint of impatience. Her silhouette gradually faded from Ling Yun's bloodshot, nearly bursting eyes, ultimately vanishing into the light at the doorway, much like all the beauty he once possessed, now irretrievably lost. At that very moment, as Lu Qingmei's figure disappeared, Ling Yun suddenly opened his mouth and spewed forth a copious amount of blood. This blood was not vibrant red, but rather bore an unnaturally dark hue, splattering across the pristine bedding, a shocking sight. His body convulsed violently, his throat producing a rasping sound akin to a broken bellows, his eyes wide with disbelief, filled with excruciating pain, boundless hatred, and a dread far more terrifying than death, utter despair. Qin Mei. He struggled to utter those two syllables, each enunciation seemingly draining the last vestiges of his strength, laden with blood and tears, replete with boundless resentment. You are so cruel. His dantian destroyed. Yet he did not collapse. His foundation obliterated, yet a sliver of survival instinct remained. But at this moment, the most brutal and merciless betrayal from one he once cherished felt like the final straw that shattered him completely. His heart was extinguished, more utterly than his shattered dantian. Beasts. Ling Zhan could no longer contain the raging fury and murderous intent within him, striking a powerful fist against the nearby mahogany table. Boom. A thunderous crash. The sturdy table splintered into pieces under his wrath, with shavings flying. Lu Qitian. Lu Qimei. Very well. Ling Zhan and Appos, his eyes turned bloodshot, his teeth grinding in rage, his chest heaving violently. The humiliation endured today, the hatred felt today. I, Ling Zhan, I, the Ling family, shall repay this 100-fold. His voice echoed through the room, a wounded wolf's howl filled with boundless sorrow and chilling bloodlust. He hastened to his son's side, gazing at the pallid, lifeless face and the hollow, despairing eyes that seemed to have lost their soul, and his heart felt as if it were being pierced by countless needles, the pain rendering him breathless. He understood that Lu Qingmei's words had inflicted a far more lethal blow to Yun than the destruction of his dantian. He would rather see his son filled with rage, roaring like a madman, than witness this. Heart like dead ash, vitality extinguished. Yun, wake up. Look at your father. Ling Zhan shook Ling Yun's shoulders vehemently, attempting to rouse his consciousness. You cannot give up like this. You must not allow them to succeed. You have to live. You must survive. I will avenge you. I swear. Yet, Ling Yun seemed to hear nothing of his words, his gaze remaining empty, only the corners of his mouth slowly curling into an exceptionally tragic, profoundly sorrowful smile. Live? Live like this, as a mere shell of a person? Like a wretched dog, watching his enemies roam freely, witnessing his former beloved fall into another's embrace? What meaning is there in such a life? Perhaps it would be better to just die. Perhaps death is the only liberation. A profound desire for death, like a dark tide, completely engulfed Ling Yun's spirit. His breath grew increasingly frail, elongated, as if it could cease at any moment. Chapter 6. The dantian rendered useless. Reduced to a wretch, time is the most merciless of currents. It never pauses for the joys or sorrows of any individual. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days have slipped away. It has been a full 10 days since that fateful family competition, which altered the destinies of countless individuals. The courtyard of Ling Yun remained shrouded in a heavy, lifeless atmosphere. The pungent aroma of medicinal herbs seems to have seeped into every crevice of the walls, lingering stubbornly. On the bed, the once resplendent youth, who radiated like the sun, now appears emaciated, pallid, with cracked lips and tightly shut eyes. His breath is as faint as gossamer, as if it could extinguish at any moment. He resembles a rare flower ravaged by a tempest, still clinging to a thread of life, yet with severed roots and withered leaves, devoid of any chance for revival, destined to languish in agony until it withers away completely. Ling Zhan remains vigilantly by his side, though no longer as inseparable as before. With family affairs piling up like mountains, he, as the patriarch, cannot dedicate all his time here. Yet, he carves out significant moments each day to stay beside his son, personally administering medicine and attempting to sustain that flicker of life with his diminishing essence. His face is etched with profound fatigue and an almost crushing weight. The condition of his son shows no sign of improvement. Rather, as time drags on, the venom from the Huayuan sand seems to gradually and relentlessly consume his already fragile body, leading him into prolonged states of unconsciousness, with moments of lucidity becoming increasingly rare and fleeting. The finest physicians of Yin-Yang City have been rendered powerless, aside from prescribing exorbitantly rare and life-sustaining herbs. They can propose no effective treatment. The seventh elder can only strive to maintain the status quo, delaying the inevitable conclusion. 10 days have elapsed. Enough time for the initial shock and fury to settle, allowing the harsh reality to wash over and drown out all unrealistic fantasies like a chilling tide. Within the Ling family, the attention lavished upon the former prodigy has begun to subtly shift. In the early days, relatives flocked to offer their condolences, their words laden with sympathy, regret, and indignation toward the assailant. However, as time wore on, and with the grim realization that Ling Yun had irrevocably become a shell of his former self. Stripped of any possibility of recovery, his very life hanging by a thread, the sentiments of sympathy and regret began to sour. Visitors dwindled. And when the occasional distant relatives or those who had once benefited from Ling Yun's kindness did come, they merely cast a hurried glance, uttering a few vacuous platitudes before departing with expressions of complex emotions. More often, whispers of gossip circulated behind closed doors. Alas, what a pity it is for the once great talent, now reduced to, what a shame. The path of cultivation is inherently brutal. A single misstep leads to irretrievable ruin. Now he is but an insatiable void, consuming invaluable herbs daily, enough to cultivate several promising young heirs. Indeed, it is said that even the few life-sustaining revitalizing herbs and essence ginseng are worth their weight in gold. The patriarch is too. Hush. Speak softly. The patriarch is merely a father in anguish. It is understandable. However, family resources are finite. We cannot allow an already incapacitated individual to bring the entire clan to ruin. Exactly. The Ling Feng has been rendered useless. The downfall of Ling Yun signifies a fracture in the younger generation of our Ling family. We must promptly select new core disciples for focused cultivation. Otherwise, when the patriarch departs in 100 years, what will our Ling family have to contend with the Lu family and the Wang family? It is rumored that several elders have already begun clandestine discussions with promising collateral relatives. These discussions, like invisible daggers, though not born of malice, nonetheless prick at Ling Zhan's heart. As the patriarch, how could he remain oblivious to such murmurs? How could he not grasp the underlying truths? The interests of the family must always come first. An heir who has lost his value and become a considerable burden. Every time Ling Zhan contemplates this, his heart feels as though it has been carved out. Yet, he knows he cannot merely be a father. He is also the head of the Ling family, bearing the weight of the clan's rise and fall. On this day, after feeding Ling Yun the bitter concoction, watching his son remain unresponsive, his face as tranquil as that of a sleeper, Ling Zhan wearily rubbed his temples. At that moment, the Grand Elder and several core elders entered in unison. Upon seeing their grave expressions, Ling Zhan's heart sank. He knew the inevitable had finally arrived. Patriarch, the Grand Elder began, his voice low and somber. We have matters we wish to discuss with you. Ling Zhan nodded, motioning for them to speak in the outer hall to avoid disturbing, or perhaps unable to disturb, Ling Yun. In the hall, everyone took their seats, the atmosphere thick with tension, almost suffocating. Patriarch, the Grand Elder observed Ling Zhan's haggard visage, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. Yet he steeled himself to continue, regarding Yuner. You are undoubtedly more aware of the young master's condition than we are. Over the past 10 days, the family has exhausted all available resources, summoned renowned physicians, and utilized the finest herbs. Yet, the outcome. He did not finish. But his implication was clear. The seventh elder interjected, his voice tinged with bitterness. Patriarch, forgive me for speaking candidly, but the poison of the Huayuan San has permeated his very bones, inextricably entwined with his remaining vitality, making it utterly impossible to extricate. At present, we are relying solely on my secret methods and rare treasures to sustain his life. However, over the long term, not only is this an immense drain, but it may also not be in the young master's best interest. Each brief moment of clarity he experiences comes with unimaginable suffering. What do you mean? Ling Zhan's voice was hoarse, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the seventh elder. The seventh elder lowered his head, unable to meet his eyes, and said with great difficulty, what I mean is, perhaps, allowing nature to take its course might also serve as a form of liberation for him. Preposterous. Ling Zhan slammed his palm upon the table. Though he did not channel his essence, the pent-up fury and sorrow caused the teacups to rattle. He is my son. As long as he draws breath, I will never abandon him. Patriarch, please calm your anger. The other elders hastily urged. We do not wish to give up on the young master. One elder with a square face quickly clarified, it is simply that. You are aware of the family's current situation. The Lu family looms ominously, their attitude ambiguous, internally. The morale of the younger generation is low due to the young master's predicament, and resource allocation is critically strained. We can no longer place all our focus on a matter that holds almost no hope. Indeed, Patriarch, another elder concurred, the resources expended daily to sustain the young master are astonishing. They represent the culmination of the family's wealth accumulated over a century. If this continues, our family treasury may soon be depleted. When that time comes, how shall we cultivate new disciples? How shall we confront potential crises? To sacrifice the future of the entire family for one who can no longer contribute anything. This is not worth it, Patriarch. Though their words were harsh, each was rooted in truth, striking deep into Ling Zhan's heart. He painfully closed his eyes, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white from the strain. Did he not understand these realities? As the patriarch, he was acutely aware of the family's dire circumstances. Yet how could he bear to watch his son? What do you propose? After a long silence, Ling Zhan finally opened his eyes, his voice weary and hoarse, laced with a near-desperate resignation. Seeing this, the Grand Elder felt a slight relief, knowing that the patriarch ultimately prioritized the greater good. He pondered for a moment before stating, Patriarch, our suggestion is this. The care for the young master may continue, but the standards must be lowered. Those excessively rare treasures, capable of cultivating several promising disciples, cannot be used without restraint any longer. The family must redirect its resources towards the more promising younger members, nurturing new pillars of support as swiftly as possible. For instance, individuals like Ling Hao and Ling Chong, although their talents may not match that of the heir, possess solid foundations. With focused cultivation, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for them to break through to the Qi-gathering realm before the grand tournament. As for the heir, the great elder paused, his tone softening, suggesting that 2 reliable servants be assigned to meticulously attend to his daily needs. Using only ordinary nourishing herbs to maintain his current state, how long the state could be sustained is left to fate. This statement effectively pronounced Ling Yun and Appo's internal status within the family as a death sentence, from an heir who once basked in adoration and wielded unfettered access to family resources. He had been relegated to a mere pawn, relying solely on ordinary herbs to survive, subject to the whims of fate. Though unspoken, the implications were glaringly evident. Ling Zhan's heart felt as though it were being mercilessly sliced by a dull blade, leaving him numb with pain. He gazed into the earnest eyes of the elders, whose concern for the family's future was palpable, and finally, he slowly nodded, as if expending every ounce of his strength. Very well. I shall comply with your wishes. Each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, laden with sorrow. The patriarch is wise. The elders breathed a sigh of relief, bowing in respect. They understood the profound anguish this decision inflicted upon Ling Zhan. Yet, for the sake of the family, it was the only path forward. Not long after the elders departed, Ling Yun, who had been in a deep slumber, felt a sudden flicker of movement in his eyelids. This time, he did not awaken completely. His consciousness remained shrouded in a thick fog. However, he could sense that some changes had occurred around him. Firstly, the once inescapable and rich scent of precious medicinal herbs that lingered at his nostrils seemed to have diminished considerably, replaced by a more ordinary, even slightly acrid herbal aroma. Then, he sensed the gentle force within him, which had been subtly yet persistently circulating Ling Zhan's true essence, attempting to mend his damaged meridians, had seemingly vanished as well. Soon after, he overheard some indistinct, hushed conversations from the maids and servants stationed outside the door. Have you heard? The elders just visited and spoke with the patriarch for quite some time. Sigh, what else could they possibly discuss? It must be about the heir. From now on, the herbs for the heir will be replaced with the most ordinary ones. Even the life-sustaining soup prepared by Elder Seven has been halted. This. Hush. Lower your voice. It's unavoidable. After all, he, sigh, has been rendered useless. How pitiful, once so glorious. Now, pitiful? He is nothing but a burden now. If you ask me, it would be better to. The latter words faded into a whisper, and Ling Yun could not decipher them, yet the undisguised disdain and impatience in their tone pierced through his foggy consciousness like icy needles. The herbs have changed? The life-sustaining soup has ceased? A burden? Rendered useless? These fragmented words, like shards of ice, pieced together a cruel truth in his mind. The family has abandoned him too? Even his father. An indescribable chill and desolation enveloped him instantly. He wished to laugh, but he lacked the strength to even move his lips. Is this the reality? This is the family he once took pride in and fought for? When he shone brightly, he was the center of attention. Now that he has fallen into the dust, he is discarded like a worn-out shoe. And they are unwilling to expend even the resources needed to sustain his life? A useless person. A worthless being. So, in their eyes, he has indeed become a mere waste, devoid of value, and even loathed. This realization cut deeper than the shattering of his dantian. Colder than the betrayal by Lu Qimei. It was a profound solitude and despair, as though the entire world had cast him aside. He felt like he was submerged in an endless, frigid abyss, surrounded by darkness, devoid of light or warmth. Only the piercing cold and suffocating pressure dragging him deeper into an eternal, void-like chasm. His consciousness began to blur once more. Yet, just before falling into complete silence, the flickering flame within him, nearly extinguished by Lu Qingmei's betrayal, seemed to be rekindled by this harsh reality, igniting a faint but stubborn spark of defiance. This was not a flame of hope, but rather, a fire of hatred. Hatred for Ling Feng. Hatred for Lu Qimei. Hatred for the unknown puppeteer behind the scenes. Even, hatred for this cold-blooded family and the cruel reality. Why should he endure all of this? He would not yield. Even if he became a waste. Even if he rotted in the mud. He would not resign himself to fading away quietly. He must survive. He longed to witness those who harmed, betrayed, and abandoned him pay the price. This sudden, almost frenzied hatred burned like the last flicker of a star in the darkness, sustaining his waning spirit, preventing him from plunging completely into eternal darkness. Though his breath remained feeble, there was a newfound resilience, barely perceptible. Meanwhile, Ling Zhan, the patriarch of the Ling family, returned to his son's bedside. His spirit shattered after making that agonizing decision. He looked at his son's lifeless face, overwhelmed by an endless tide of guilt and sorrow. He understood that this decision equated to declaring his son as social death. Yuner, I am so sorry. He extended a trembling hand to gently caress his son's cold cheek, his voice choked with emotion. But I had no other choice. Rest assured. I will avenge you. I will ensure that those who harmed you pay dearly. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, as he resigned, his son's last flicker of survival instinct was ignited by this brutal reality. The trajectory of fate often shifts subtly in these moments of indifference. Although the shift still led deeper into darkness, for becoming a waste and being abandoned by the family was merely the beginning. Awaiting him were even harsher expulsions and more profound humiliations. Yet, that ember of hatred ignited within him might just be the first spark of a future inferno. Chapter 7. Cast out and condemned. The setting sun bled crimson, staining the western sky with a haunting orange hue. Light filtered through the window panes, casting elongated, distorted shadows on the cold floor, resembling clawing phantoms. Ling Yun's courtyard was more desolate than ever, since the elders made their decision 10 days prior for the greater good. It had become a forgotten corner of the Ling family estate. Each day, he was provided with the most rudimentary, bitter medicine, barely sustaining his life. The servants who once tended to him had been replaced, leaving only a frail, elderly woman and his loyal old servant, Fu Bo hunched over, carefully wiping Ling Yun's cracked lips with a damp cloth, as he gazed upon his young master's gaunt face and deeply sunken eyes, which remained closed yet betrayed an unbearable depth of despair. Fu Bo's cloudy old eyes brimmed with tears he struggled to suppress. Young master, please hold on a little longer. Fu Bo's voice trembled, laden with profound sorrow and helplessness. The clan leader, he wished to express that the clan leader would not forsake him, but words failed him. The changes of the past 10 days were all too clear to him. The fickleness of human emotions and the cruelty of fate were vividly illustrated within this vast, secluded mansion. Ling Yun remained unresponsive, seemingly lost in an eternal, dark nightmare. Yet, within him, a flicker of consciousness persisted. The ember of unbridled hatred, although faint, burned fiercely, preventing him from slipping entirely into the abyss of death. He could hear Fu Bo's choked sobs, feel the indifference of the outside world, and discern the malignant force within him that gnawed at his very essence, bringing forth an icy despair as his vitality ebbed away. However, all of this only intensified the fire of hatred within him, akin to ghostly flames flickering across an icy expanse, casting a chilling glow. At that moment, a commotion of footsteps and brusque reprimands echoed from the courtyard. Make way. Don't block the path. Hurry up. The elders are waiting. Fu Bo's expression changed dramatically as he quickly stood up, positioning himself protectively in front of the bed. His gaze fixed warily on the doorway. A few members of the Ling family's enforcement team, wearing their uniforms with stoic expressions, entered. The leader, a steward, surveyed the room's meager furnishings and Ling Yun's bedridden form with barely concealed disdain. Fuan, the steward addressed Fu Bo with a rigid tone, clear the space. Prepare to send the former young master on his way. He emphasized the word former with mocking intent. On his way? To where? A surge of anxiety flooded Fu Bo's heart, his voice quivering as he asked, where else? A waste of space whose foundation has been ruined, still lingering in the family to squander resources? The steward sneered. The elders have made their decision. Out of respect for his father, they granted him a worthless life, but the Ling family cannot accommodate him any longer. What? You intend to expel the young master from the family? Fu Bo felt as though struck by lightning, his face draining of color, his body swaying. No, you cannot do this. He is innocent, a victim of treachery. Innocent? The steward scoffed, his gaze dismissive. What good are such claims now? When he was a genius, he was treasured by the family. Now, he is a waste. Wastes belong elsewhere. Fuan, I advise you to be sensible, or you'll find yourself cast out as well. You fiends. Fu Bo trembled with rage, pointing at the steward, his lips quivering in voiceless protest. He wished to resist, to protect his young master, but he was merely an old servant, powerless against these predatory enforcers. What are you waiting for? The steward waved his hand impatiently. Hit him up. Move swiftly. Two enforcement members stepped forward, roughly pulling aside Ling Yun's thin blanket, reaching for him. Do not touch the young master. Fu Bo instinctively lunged forward to intervene. Get away, old fool. One of the enforcers shoved Fu Bo aside, sending him crashing against the wall with a muffled grunt. Fu Bo, a faint yet chilling voice, filled with both icy fury and despair, suddenly emanated from the bed. Everyone froze, including the enforcers, who instinctively halted their actions, casting uncertain glances at Ling Yun. Ling Yun had awakened. He slowly opened his eyes, devoid of the spark that once illuminated them, replaced instead by a haunting coldness that seemed capable of freezing the very soul. His gaze swept over the enforcement officers before settling on the fallen old servant. Upon seeing the blood trickling from Fu Bo and Appo's mouth, something within Ling Yun shattered. That was the last fragment of his humanity, the emotional tether he clung to. Fu Bo had watched him grow, unwavering in loyalty through both fortune and misfortune. Now, the one person who still cared for him was to be humiliated because of him? An indescribable rage, akin to a dormant volcano, erupted from the depths of his weary heart. Let him go. Ling Yun's voice, though weak, bore an undeniable command, each word seemingly extracted from the depths of his being. The enforcement officers faltered, momentarily daunted by the ferocity in his gaze. Yet the steward quickly regained his composure, anger and disdain flashing across his face. A dying man still dares to issue commands? How laughable. Restrain him, stop. A voice filled with authority and anguish resonated from outside. Ling Zhan entered, his face ashen, flanked by several elders with complex expressions. Upon seeing Ling Zhan, the steward and officers hastily bowed. Clan leader, esteemed elders. Ling Zhan ignored them, striding directly to the bedside. He met his son's terrifyingly cold gaze, a deep ache piercing his heart. He knew his son was awake and had likely overheard everything. Yuner. Ling Zhan opened his mouth, yearning to say something, but found his throat parched and unable to utter a single word. Ling Yun did not acknowledge him, instead slowly shifting his gaze toward the doorway, his expression hollow. Yet the corners of his mouth twisted into a bitter, mocking smile. It was as if he questioned, "Is this my father? Is this my family?" Ling Zhan felt his son's unspoken accusation pierce his heart, nearly overwhelming him. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to turn toward the enforcement officers, his voice low and restrained. "Who authorized you to act against him?" The steward flinched, hastily explaining, "Clan leader, please calm your anger. We are merely executing the elder's orders." "Executing what?" Ling Zhan interrupted sharply, fury igniting within his eyes. "Even if he must leave, it is not for you lowly servants to lay hands upon him." Though he had acquiesced to the elder's decision, he would not allow his son to be subjected to such indignities before his departure. The steward, terrified, fell to his knees. "Clan leader, please spare me. I recognize my mistakes." The Grand Elder, witnessing the scene, took a step forward and addressed Ling Zhan. "Patriarch, this matter is a result of my oversight. It is unrelated to them." He paused, casting a glance at Ling Yun on the bed, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. With a sigh, he continued, "The time is nearly upon us. The clan rules must not be violated." Ling Zhan closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly, as if he were enduring immense suffering. After a long moment, he slowly opened his eyes, which reflected nothing but profound fatigue and a sense of resigned despair. "Thuan." He turned to the old servant who was struggling to rise, a face marked by both worry and anger. "Go, gather Yuner's belongings." Fu Bo's lips quivered, tears welling up in his eyes, unable to be restrained any longer, and he wept, "Patriarch, go." Ling Zhan's voice bore an undeniable command. Yet a subtle note of profound weakness was discernible upon closer inspection. Fu Bo, tears streaming down his face, ultimately nodded, moving to the bedside to begin collecting the few meager belongings of Ling Yun. The Grand Elder approached the bed, looking down at him with an impassive expression. He drew forth a yellow scroll from his robe and slowly unfurled it. Reading in a tone devoid of emotion, the Elder Council's resolution regarding clan member Ling Yun, originally a core disciple of the family, possessing extraordinary talent. He has encountered cataclysmic changes, his Dantian destroyed, his foundation obliterated, rendering him a waste with no possibility of serving the clan again. The resources required to prolong his life are exorbitant, becoming a heavy burden on the family. To preserve the family's strength and continuity, the Elder Council, in consensus and with the Patriarch's approval, has made the following decisions. 1. To revoke Ling Yun's status as a core disciple, removing him from the core lineage of the family record. 2. To reclaim all his shares, residence, and possessions within the Ling family estate. 3. From this day forth, Ling Yun shall have no further ties with the Ling family, expelled from the family estate, and his life and death shall be determined by fate. This resolution takes immediate effect. Every word struck Ling Yun's heart like a cold hammer. Revocation of status, reclamation of everything, expulsion from the family, life and death to be borne alone. How utterly cruel, how profoundly heartless. This was the final treatment bestowed upon him by the family he once took pride in, and to which he devoted himself. Ling Yun listened in silence, his face betraying no emotion, while his eyes darkened, becoming deeper and heavier, resembling two bottomless icy pools reflecting the world's coldness and cruelty. Upon concluding, the Grand Elder rolled up the scroll, barely sparing another glance at Ling Yun, simply stating to Ling Zhan, "Patriarch, having read this, we shall not linger here. I know what to do next." Ling Zhan interrupted him, his voice hoarse. The Grand Elder nodded, accompanied by several other elders, turned to leave. Throughout it all, they exhibited not even the slightest trace of warmth or regret towards the youth they once held in such high regard. To them, Ling Yun had become a worthless relic of the past. In the room remained Ling Zhan, Ling Yun, and Fu Bo, who was silently shedding tears while tidying up. The air was stifling, unbearable. "Yuner." Ling Zhan approached the bedside, crouching down to gaze at his son's lifeless face, his voice thick with anguish. "Father is so sorry for you." Ling Yun continued to avoid his gaze, instead directing his attention to the blood-red remnants of the setting sun outside the window, the sardonic curve of his lips seeming to deepen. "Sorry? Was a mere apology capable of erasing all this pain and betrayal? I know you hate me. Hate the family." Ling Zhan spoke with sorrow, but father too is powerless. The family cannot collapse. Cough. Cough. Suddenly, Ling Yun erupted into a violent fit of coughing, as if attempting to expel his very lungs, each cough igniting a searing pain in his dantian. "Yuner." Ling Zhan hastily supported him, trying to ease his breathing, yet Ling Yun forcefully raised his hand, expending all his strength to push him away. Though the force was feeble, the rejection and coldness within it sent a jolt of despair through Ling Zhan, akin to being pierced by an icicle. "Do not touch me." Ling Yun struggled to articulate, each word laced with blood and endless estrangement. "You do not deserve it." Those 3 words sliced into Ling Zhan's heart like the sharpest of blades. His complexion drained of color, he staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with disbelief, pain, and shame. Indeed, he was unworthy. He could not even protect his own son. What right did he have to call himself his father? Ling Jun's heart shattered completely. He gazed into his son's cold, resolute eyes, realizing that their bond, much like Ling Yun's broken dantian, could never be mended again. Fu Bo had prepared a small bundle containing only a few faded old garments and the Qing Feng's sword, which had once accompanied Ling Yun, now a poignant symbol of irony. This was secretly kept by Fu Bo, who thought that the young master might still need it. Patriarch, I have packed everything. Fu Bo and Appo's voice trembled as he spoke. Ling Zhan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the agonizing pain in his heart, regaining a semblance of the patriarch's authority, perhaps merely a faade. He moved to the door and instructed the servants outside. Go, prepare the most ordinary cart, and take him out of the estate. He could not even utter the name Yun and Appo's. Yes, the servants outside responded, quickly bringing forth a dilapidated, creaking wooden cart. Two servants stepped forward, preparing to lift Ling Yun onto the cart. I will walk, myself. Ling Yun interjected, though his voice was weak yet resolute. He struggled, attempting to sit up from the bed. However, his body was far too frail, with his dantian destroyed and his limbs powerless. Even this simple motion drained him of all energy, triggering another severe coughing fit, cold sweat instantly soaking his thin garments. Young master! Fu Bo rushed forward to support him. Yet Ling Yun stubbornly pushed him away, his cold gaze fixed on Ling Zhan, as if to say, see, this is what you desired. This is the waste your Ling family has abandoned. Ultimately, he was unable to rise on his own. The two servants, expressionless, approached and lifted him as if he were mere cargo, placing him onto the cold, unyielding wooden cart without even a cushion. Fu Bo hurriedly placed the small bundle beside him and then pleaded with Ling Zhan. Patriarch, I wish to accompany the young master. Ling Zhan looked at Fu Bo's aged and earnest face, then glanced at his son lying on the cart, eyes closed as if already deceased. Yet his lips retained that mocking curve. The last vestige of softness in his heart was stirred. He wearily waved his hand. Go, the family. We'll remember your past affections. Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Patriarch. Fu Bo exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, quickly climbing onto the cart to sit beside Ling Yun, attempting to shield him from the wind and cold with his frail body. Let us depart. Ling Zhan turned away, unable to bear the sight of this desolate scene. His voice hoarse as he commanded. A servant grasped the cart, the worn wheels creaking against the bluestone ground, emitting a heart-wrenching sound as it slowly rolled out of the courtyard that once belonged to Ling Yun, passing through the heavy gates of the Ling family estate. At the entrance, clan members had gathered, drawn by the news to witness the spectacle. They pointed and whispered among themselves. Look, that's Ling Yun. TSK, how tragic. Dragged out like a dead dog. He deserves it. Who told him to be so arrogant before? These were the slanderous words of the envious. From now on, our Ling family will be much quieter. The gloating, disdainful, and indifferent gazes pierced through Ling Yun like arrows, directed at him on the cart, though his eyes remained shut. He sensed their weight. His body trembled not from the cold, but from an overwhelming sense of humiliation and fury. Condemned by the masses, this was the ultimate fate he had received. The cart rolled out of the Ling family gate and onto the bustling street. News had spread far and wide, and crowds gathered on either side, drawn by morbid curiosity. Was this the once mighty heir of the Ling family, now reduced to a mere shadow of his former self? They whispered of his ruined dantian, claiming he was inferior even to an ordinary person. How fickle the tides of fortune can be. What a pity for the young lady of the Liu family, who nearly wed such a wretch. Hush, keep it down. I heard the Liu lady has already broken off the engagement. Various murmurs surged forth like a relentless tide, unabashed and unrestrained. Uncle Fu clung tightly to Ling Yun, attempting to shield him from the piercing eyes and words with his own frail body, tears blurring his vision. Ling Yun lay on the cold cart, letting the battered wheels jolt him as they rolled over prosperity and clamor, crushing the last remnants of his attachment to this world. His consciousness sank once more into darkness. Yet, in the depths of that darkness, he seemed to perceive a pair of eyes, cold, filled with boundless hatred and a frenzied desire for vengeance. They were his own eyes. Just wait. All who have wronged me, humiliated me, betrayed me, abandoned me, I, Ling Yun, should I ever see the light of day again, will repay it 100-fold. A silent vow screamed within the depths of his soul, akin to a devil and Appo's whisper echoing from the abyss of hell, laden with wrathful malice and a barely perceptible, foreboding hint of future madness. The cart, bearing the former prodigy now deemed a failure, along with a devoted old servant, creaked and groaned as it slowly made its way towards the desolate and dilapidated slums outside the city. Chapter 8. The Insult of Annulment. A loss of face, a dilapidated cart bore a shattered soul and a weary yet loyal heart, laboriously traversing the boundary of prosperity and order in the city of Yenyang. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes that ranged from pity to disdain and schadenfreude, it slowly made its way toward a forsaken corner of the city, a slum forgotten by sunlight. With each rotation of the wheels, a mournful creak echoed, as if lamenting the tragic fate of the person aboard. Each jolt sent tremors through Ling Yun and Appo's frail body, tugging at every fragmented vein and the long-extinguished essence within him, bringing waves of unbearable agony. Yet, he uttered not a sound, nor did he furrow his brow. On his waxen, gaunt face, only an eerie calm remained, accompanied by the faintest trace of a sardonic smile at the corners of his lips. His consciousness ebbed and flowed, flickering like a candle in the wind, yet the icy, penetrating hatred emanating from the depths of his soul remained crystal clear. Beside him, Uncle Fu curled up, striving to shield Ling Yun from the increasingly harsh afternoon sun and the dust of the road with his frail form. Witnessing the plight of his young master, his heart ached as tears streamed down his weathered face, yet he could only sob silently, fearful of disturbing Ling Yun and Appo's fragile nerves. The journey from the Ling family estate to the slum was not lengthy, yet to Ling Yun and Uncle Fu, it felt like an interminable road to the underworld. The scenery along the streets changed drastically with the cart and Appo's progress. The grand and imposing mansions gradually faded, replaced by low, crumbling adobe houses. The clean, neat flagstone paths morphed into muddy, pockmarked dirt roads. The air was no longer filled with the fragrances of wealth and fine cuisine, but rather the stench of poverty, decay, and despair. Occasional passers-by appeared, mostly ragged and emaciated, casting numb, curious, or sympathetic glances at the unusual cart and the youth within, who seemed to be in a more pitiful state than they. At last, the cart halted in front of a low, decrepit thatched hut, which served as the new home arranged for the Ling family. To call it a thatched hut was a compliment. It was, in fact, a ramshackle shelter with windswept sides and several large holes in the roof. The walls were haphazardly constructed from dirt and rubble, the door askew and barely supported by 2 rotting planks. In front lay a foul-smelling, muddy expanse cluttered with refuse and debris. This place was likely unworthy of even a glance from the lowest beggar in the city. The servant who had pulled the cart tossed it down with a disdainful air, offering no greeting, as if to avoid a plague, pinching his nose and hastily retreating without a backward glance. To him, staying here for even a second was a torment. Uncle Fu surveyed the squalor before him, then glanced back at the towering and ironically imposing walls of Yenong City, and sorrow overwhelmed him, causing fresh tears to flow. Young master, are we truly to reside here from now on? His voice broke, laden with incredulity and desolation. Ling Yun offered no reply, remaining with his eyes shut, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. Yet, Uncle Fu could sense that the young master's grip on the wooden planks beneath him tightened, his knuckles whitening with the force of his hold. Wiping his tears, Uncle Fu steeled himself. The young master was already in such a state, he could not afford to falter. Drawing a deep breath, he prepared to lift Ling Yun from the cart, intending to tidy the dismal dwelling somewhat when a sudden clamor of hooves drew near. Amidst the swirling dust, several fine horses came to a halt nearby, ridden by guards clad in brocade and armed with long blades, surrounding a middle-aged man in a butler and Appo's attire, whose face bore an air of haughtiness. This man, around 50, with a somewhat portly figure and a goat-like beard, possessed shrewd and malevolent triangular eyes. He was Lu Fu, the chief steward of the city lord's estate, a person of considerable influence, known for his arrogance and disdainful demeanor. Uncle Fu recognized him, and a wave of unease surged within him. The city lord's people? What business do they have here? Lu Fu dismounted, his expression openly displaying contempt and disgust as he surveyed the dilapidated hut and the cart at its threshold, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Ling Yun, who lay in the cart. Upon seeing Ling Yun and Appo's emaciated form, Lu Fu and Appo's eyes gleamed not with sympathy, but with a glimmer of malicious delight. Ah, is this not the illustrious and Appo's young master and Appo's Ling Yun of Yenong City? Lu Fu and Appo's voice dripped with sarcasm, deliberately elevated to ensure that the curious onlookers peering from the hovel could hear him. What an unfortunate turn of events, to find you in such dire straits after just a few days. Truly, it brings tears to the eyes of those who witnessed your downfall. His guards erupted in unabashed laughter. Uncle Fu trembled with rage, stepping forward to obstruct the cart, glaring at Lu Fu. Steward Lu, what do you mean by this? My young master has already suffered enough. Must the city lord and Appo's estate add insult to injury? Add insult to injury? Lu Fu scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He exaggeratedly cupped his ear. Old man, do not speak recklessly. The city lord's estate has no ties to you. A mere stray dog. He continued, I am here today on the orders of the city lord and the young lady, to deliver a and Appo's formal document and Appo's. Saying this, he produced a finely crafted scroll sealed with the city lord and Appo's emblem, his expression one of condescending benevolence as he thrust it toward Uncle Fu. Then, he carelessly tossed the scroll as if it were refuse. Uncle Fu instinctively reached out to catch it, but his frail hands were too slow, causing the scroll to fall into the mud with a squelching sound. Ah, what a pity for such fine silk. Lu Fu feigned regret, his tone laced with mockery. But to show it to someone of your ilk is indeed a waste. Uncle Fu and Appo's face flushed with indignation, neglecting the scroll as he pointed an accusing finger at Lu Fu. You were pushing your luck. Pushing my luck? Lu Fu sneered, his triangular eyes glinting coldly. You old dog, dare to speak out of turn again, and I shall have your tongue severed on the spot. His guards stepped forward, hands resting threateningly on their blades, their menacing presence directed at Uncle Fu. Instantly, Uncle Fu retreated 2 steps, humiliation and fear flooding his eyes. He understood well that, given the might of the city lord and Appo's estate, extinguishing his life would be as easy as crushing an ant. Lu Fu smirked in satisfaction before redirecting his attention to the youth in the cart, who had yet to open his eyes. His tone grew even more acerbic. Ling Yun, I know you are awake. Do not feign ignorance. My young lady, in her mercy, remembering the slightest past connection, has sent me to deliver this and Appos, annulment notice and Appos, directly to you. Lest you cling to unrealistic fantasies in the future, like a toad desiring to feast upon a swan, tarnishing my young lady's reputation. The words annulment notice struck Ling Yun and Appos, as heart like three poisoned daggers. Although Lu Qimei had already declared her intention to dissolve the engagement. The formality of the city lord and Appos, as steward presenting the annulment notice at the threshold of the slum, amidst an audience of onlookers, was an egregious trampling on his already shattered dignity and unabashed, raw humiliation. It was utterly, publicly, and mercilessly humiliating. Lying on the cart, Ling Yun and Appos' body trembled violently. He slowly opened his eyes. In those eyes, there was no anger, no sorrow, only an expanse colder than the eternal glaciers of Siberia. Beneath that icy facade burned a lava of madness capable of incinerating everything. His gaze, like two invisible swords, pierced through the distance and firmly pinned itself to Lu Fu's proud and grotesque face. Lu Fu felt an inexplicable chill at Ling Yun and Appos' stare and instinctively took half a step back, but was quickly consumed by anger and embarrassment. A mere way stares to look at him in such a manner. What are you staring at? Lu Fu barked angrily. Did I speak incorrectly? Your dantian is destroyed. Your cultivation is non-existent. You are a complete waste. You are not even worthy of serving our young lady. And you dare to aspire to associate with our lord and Appos' estate? Such delusions are laughable. Once proud of his talent, now he has reaped the consequences, and rightly so. I tell you, Ling Yun, from this day forth, you had better keep your distance from our lord and Appos' estate. Should you harbor any more delusions or speak recklessly outside, tarnishing my young lady and Appos' reputation, do not blame us for being ruthless. His words were loud, deliberately ensuring that all around could hear. The surrounding commoners erupted into laughter and discussions. So, he was rejected by the lord and Appos' estate. How humiliating. He deserved it. Who asked him to be so ostentatious before? It appears that this young master of the Ling family is truly finished. Various mockeries, disdain, and glee surged toward Ling Yun on the cart, like a tidal wave. Uncle Fu, hearing those piercing words and witnessing his young master's pale, paper-like face, which was now terrifyingly cold, felt his heart wrench in agony. Tears streaming down his old face. He suddenly fell at his knees, begging Lu Fu, Steward Lu, I implore you, have mercy. Spare my young master. He has suffered enough. Please do not humiliate him further. I bow to you. Thud, thud, thud. As he spoke, he struck his forehead against the muddy ground, producing a dull sound, soon leaving his head bloodied. Yet, Lu Fu merely watched coldly, a cruel smile of amusement glinting in his eyes at such a spectacle. Old dog, what use is bowing? He scoffed. This is the decision of the lord and the young lady. It is his own doing. Just then, Ling Yun, lying on the cart, suddenly moved. With the last ounce of his strength, he slowly, with great difficulty, sat up from the cold wooden board. This simple action drained him of his spirit. His face turned even paler, and his body swayed as if it might collapse again at any moment. Yet, he stubbornly straightened his once proud back. He did not look at the crowd buzzing like flies around him, nor did he glance at his loyal old servant, kneeling and bleeding for him. His gaze remained locked onto Lu Fu and Appos' face. Then, amidst the astonished stares of all, his cracked, bloodless lips slowly curled upward, revealing an exceedingly strange and chilling smile. That smile bore no warmth, only endless mockery, a deep-seated hatred, and a spine-chilling madness. Divorce decree? He spoke. His voice raspy like sandpaper, so faint it was almost inaudible, yet every word pierced Lu Fu and Appos' ears like icy daggers. Good, very good. He slowly extended a trembling hand, pointing to the muddy scroll on the ground. Pick it up. Lu Fu was taken aback. Then instantly furious. What did you say? You dare to command me? Ling Yun disregarded his rage, merely repeating, his voice still weak. Yet the coldness and madness in his eyes intensified. Pick it up. That gaze seemed like a demon crawling from the depths of hell, causing a fresh wave of inexplicable chill to rise within Lu Fu, instilling in him a sense of dread that if he did not comply, something truly terrible would occur. Although reason told him that before him was merely a powerless waste, he found himself inexplicably bending down to retrieve the mud-stained divorce decree. Humph. At least you know your place. Lu Fu forced himself to remain calm, handing the scroll to Ling Yun with a humiliating smile. Take it. Look closely. Remember your current status. Ling Yun extended his trembling hand and accepted the scroll. His fingers were icy to the bone, and the moment they touched the scroll, Lu Fu felt as if his own hand had been frozen. Ling Yun did not open the scroll. He simply used his intensely cold eyes to gaze deeply at Lu Fu one last time, as if to etch his visage into the depths of his soul. Then, he executed an action that astonished everyone. He brought the scroll, a symbol of endless humiliation, slowly, piece by piece, to his lips. In the horrified gaze of Lu Fu and the crowd, he opened his mouth and, with all his strength, bit down hard on the scroll. Crack. It felt as if he were not biting into silk, but into something incredibly hard. He was actually eating the divorce decree. No, He was not eating. He was using his teeth, with every last ounce of strength and dignity left in him, to violently shred this humiliation. Chewing. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth due to the effort, mingling with the torn, mud-stained silk fragments, creating a grotesque and frenzied appearance. You have lost your mind. Lu Fu was utterly terrified by this horrific and bizarre scene, screaming and retreating repeatedly. The surrounding commoners were struck dumb with fear, watching the boy who resembled a vengeful spirit with terror in their eyes. Ling Yan paid no heed to anyone's reaction. He sat there, straightening his broken spine, methodically tearing, chewing, and swallowing the divorce decree, as if he intended to fuse this humiliation, along with the boundless hatred, into his very bones. Until the last fragment disappeared into his mouth, he slowly lifted his head, gazing at the ashen-faced Lu Fu, his face adorned with an even more eerie and chilling smile. Tell Lu Qin Mei. His voice remained weak and hoarse, yet carried a soul-chilling resentment. Today, this humiliation. One day, I, Ling Yun, shall repay it 100-fold. As the final word fell, he could no longer support himself. His body abruptly leaned back, crashing heavily onto the cart, his eyes closing, completely losing consciousness. Yet, the corner of his mouth still bore that cold, frenzied smile, filled with the flames of revenge. Lu Fu was terrified by his final words and gaze, fleeing without a moment's pause, screaming, "Madman! Truly a madman!" Scrambling back onto his horse with the equally terrified guards, fleeing the suffocating slum as if they had seen a ghost, leaving behind the dilapidated cart, the unconscious young man, the old servant kneeling and weeping bitterly, and a group of commoners frozen in shock, rendered speechless by fear. Moreover, in the air, lingered a curse-like vow, filled with endless resentment and flames of revenge. The humiliation of the divorce, a face swept to the ground. Yet, it is at this very moment, when dignity has been utterly trampled and driven to the brink of despair, that the seed known as vengeance finally takes root and flourishes in the once barren soil of Ling Yun's heart. Chapter 9, The Abandoned Corpse in the Wilderness. On the brink of death, the steward of the Lord's mansion, Lu Fu, fled the slums in a panic, resembling a bereaved dog. The humiliation he bore was akin to the most malevolent curse, permeating the foul air and lingering for an eternity. The onlookers, after their initial shock, gradually dispersed. On their numb faces, perhaps a trace of fear lingered from the last gaze of the mad youth, but more prominently was the resignation towards their own fates. The tragedies of others were ultimately mere fleeting topics in their barren lives, soon to be drowned out by hunger and toil. In the end, on that stinking, muddy expanse, only a dilapidated cart remained, with the unconscious Ling Yun lying upon it, resembling a broken sacrificial offering, and beside it knelt Uncle Fu, tears streaming down his face. His heart shattered. Young master. Young master. Uncle Fu trembled as he extended his hand, gently touching Ling Yun's cold forehead, feeling the faintest breath. Almost imperceptible, his heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an icy hand, rendering him breathless. The scene from moments ago, the cruelty of Lu Fu, the derision of the onlookers, especially the young master's almost self-destructive frenzy and final vow, etched deeply into his mind like a brand. He understood that the young master's spirit had been utterly extinguished. What little remained to sustain him was perhaps nothing more than an overwhelming hatred. But what could hatred accomplish? With his Danteon destroyed, his foundation shattered, poisoned, abandoned by his family, betrayed by his beloved, publicly humiliated in such dire circumstances, revenge was a mere fantasy, let alone survival. Uncle Fu struggled to rise, surveying his surroundings. The low, dilapidated thatched hut, more a shack that offered scant shelter from prying eyes than a home, bore holes in the roof that glared under the afternoon sun. It was evident that should the winds and rains come, it would be no better inside than out. The stench and decay in the air exacerbated the frail condition of the young master. We cannot remain here. A clear thought surged in Uncle Fu's mind. To stay was to await death. The young master required a clean environment, better care, and a miracle. But where could such a miracle be found? Within the confines of Yin Yang City, they had become like rats scurrying across the street, shunned by all. The Ling family was unreachable, and the Lord's mansion was filled with enemies. Those so-called eminent physicians had long since been rendered powerless. Uncle Fu looked around in confusion, his gaze finally resting on the distant, undulating mountains shrouded in mist, the Monster Beast Mountains. This vast and perilous region outside Yin Yang City was teeming with ferocious beasts and venomous insects, yet it also nurtured many rare herbs and extraordinary plants. And legend spoke of ancient relics and miraculous elixirs hidden deep within its depths. Of course, much of this was mere folklore. To ordinary folk, the Monster Beast Mountains were a realm of death. Yet, at this moment, a glimmer of determination flickered in Uncle Fu's murky old eyes. Rather than languish here, slowly consumed by this filthy environment and endless despair, it would be better to venture into those mountains and fight for a glimmer of hope. Even if there was but a 1 in 10,000 chance. Even if he could not find the miraculous herbs. Dying in that deep mountain was preferable to a humiliating end in this slum. At least there, they would be far from the cold, mocking, and gloating faces. Once this thought took root, it could not be suppressed. Uncle Fu no longer hesitated. He gritted his teeth and, with every ounce of strength, carefully lifted the unconscious Ling Yun from the cart onto his back. Ling Yun's body felt almost weightless, merely skin and bones, yet on Uncle Fu's already stooped back, it felt as if a heavy mountain pressed down upon him. Young master, I will take you away. We shall leave this sorrowful place. Uncle Fu's voice was hoarse. Uncertain if he spoke to Ling Yun or himself, he did not glance back at the crumbling thatched hut but, with Ling Yun upon his back, staggered forward. Yet moved with unwavering resolve, heading towards the path leading away from Yinyang City, towards the Monster Beast Mountains. The road was even more treacherous. Beneath his feet lay uneven earth and small stones, flanked by thorny weeds taller than a man. Every step was an arduous struggle for Uncle Fu. Sweat quickly soaked through his tattered cloth garment, veins bulging on his forehead as his breathing grew labored. Ling Yun lay against his back, his body jolting with each step, occasionally emitting faint, unconscious moans that tightened Uncle Fu's heart. Yet he did not pause, nor could he afford to. His mind fixated solely on one thought: to move. To escape this place. The farther, the better. The sun gradually sank, elongating their shadows. As dusk fell, the wilderness grew quieter, with only the rustling of grass in the wind and the distant howls of unknown beasts adding an eerie and dangerous atmosphere. Uncle Fu's strength was rapidly waning. At his advanced age, compounded by days of fatigue, he was exhausted. Carrying another through such desolation had surpassed his limits. His steps grew slower and heavier, vision blurring. Legs feeling as though they were filled with lead, each lift of his foot becoming an extraordinary challenge. He nearly stumbled several times, but through sheer willpower, he managed to steady himself. He knew that if he fell, the young master would be lost as well. Nightfall finally descended. The temperature plummeted. The cold night wind cutting through him like a knife, making Uncle Fu, clad only in thin garments, shiver uncontrollably. Ling Yun on his back had grown even colder, his breath nearly imperceptible. Uncle Fu found a somewhat sheltered hollow in the mountains, carefully laid Ling Yun down, and wrapped him tightly in his tattered outer garment. Attempting to provide a modicum of warmth, he leaned against a cold rock, gasping for breath, his body aching as if it might fall apart. Looking at the young master, pale and lifeless beneath the moonlight, Uncle Fu's heart brimmed with endless sorrow and despair. He knew he could not hold on much longer, and the young master would likely not endure for much longer either. The notion of seeking a miracle in the Monster Beast Mountains was but a delusion on his part. Finding the miraculous herbs was far-fetched. In his current condition, he would likely not even reach the mountain's outskirts before collapsing. Was heaven truly intent on claiming the young master? Heaven, open your eyes and see. What has my young master done to deserve such torment? Meanwhile, the true evildoers roam free. This world, how unjust it is. How profoundly unjust. Uncle Fu gazed up at the cold, luminous crescent moon suspended in the inky sky, silently crying out, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks once more. He felt his consciousness beginning to blur, the exhaustion, hunger, cold, and overwhelming mental strain finally breaking down his frail body. He laboriously shifted closer to Ling Yun, using his icy hand to gently caress the young master's equally cold cheek one last time. Young master, I am so sorry. I could not protect you. I fear I cannot accompany you any longer. On the road to the netherworld, please. Take your time. Wait for me. His voice grew softer and weaker until, with a final tilt of his head, he leaned against Ling Yun and lost consciousness entirely. Whether it was from a fainting spell or death, in this desolate, silent wilderness far from civilization, the master and servant lay like two withered leaves blown off by a tempest, quietly resting on the cold ground, awaiting the final decree of fate. The cold wind howled, akin to the wails of ghosts. In the night sky, a few distant stars blinked indifferently, as if gazing down upon the tragic spectacle of humanity. Time slipped away. Drop by drop, Ling Yun's body grew increasingly cold and rigid. The vitality within him flickered like the last glimmer of a candle in the wind. Swaying violently a few times before, it was extinguished. His breathing ceased. His heartbeat vanished. On his waxen, gaunt face, only a haunting stillness and chill remained. Even the mocking curve at the corners of his mouth seemed to have been frozen in time. From a physiological standpoint, he was already dead. His dantian was shattered, his foundation destroyed, poisoned by a sinister toxin, and his heart veins severed. Even a celestial being descending from the heavens would find it impossible to reverse his fate. A once great prodigy had thus fallen into the wilderness, silent and unnoticed, without even a soul to claim his remains. Fu Bo was also struggling for survival. This seemed to be his ultimate, tragic conclusion. However, just as Ling Yun's last flicker of life was about to be extinguished, and his soul was on the verge of dissipating into nothingness, an extraordinary event occurred. An ordinary jade pendant, soaked in sweat and blood, which had hung around his neck, seemingly forgotten, suddenly emitted a faint yet exceptionally warm and chaotic glow without warning. This pendant was a relic left by Ling Yun's mother, who had passed away when he was very young. The memories of her had long since faded, leaving only this ordinary pendant, said to calm the mind and nurture the spirit, which he had worn close to his heart as a token of remembrance. Over the years, this pendant had shown no signs of peculiarity, resembling the most mundane piece of jade, devoid of any energy fluctuations. Yet at this moment, as Ling Yun's life flickered out, the pendant, which had lain dormant for years, appeared to be awakened by some mysterious force. The chaotic glow, initially weak and flickering like a firefly, soon stabilized and began to grow brighter at a visible pace. The light pierced through Ling Yun's tattered garments, bathing his entire chest in a nebulous hue of chaos. Then, a more astonishing spectacle unfolded. The pendant, radiating chaotic light, began to slowly merge into Ling Yun's chest. It was as if it were not a solid piece of jade, but a droplet of water silently seeping into parched earth. This process was extraordinarily uncanny yet profoundly natural, without any pain or obstruction, as the pendant melded into him. An indescribable, ancient, and grand aura, seemingly originating from the primordial chaos of the universe, began to permeate Ling Yun's being. This aura was vast and unfathomable, embodying both creation and destruction, encompassing the essence of all things. If an unparalleled powerhouse were present at that moment, they would be struck with awe. For this aura was none other than the legendary chaotic primal energy, long thought to have vanished, existing only in the most ancient of myths. Chaos is the origin of all things, the source of the great Tao. This seemingly ordinary pendant harbored a thread of chaotic Tao seed. The chaotic light coursed through Ling Yun's limbs and body as if it were alive. Wherever it flowed, the veins that had long been severed, shriveled, and filled with deathly stagnation began to rejuvenate at a visible pace. Like a parched riverbed once again nourished by gentle rain, the withered flora sprouted anew. The venomous qi, which had long plagued him and confounded even the most skilled physicians, melted away upon encountering this chaotic energy, like ice succumbing to the blazing sun, instantly dissolving, disintegrating, and being completely purified and assimilated. Moreover, his dantian, which had been utterly obliterated and rendered a void of silence, under the embrace of the chaotic energy, astonishingly began to reform. Though the process was excruciatingly slow, it was undeniable that wisps of chaotic energy began to gather and swirl at the side of his original dantian, as if nurturing a new, more powerful and mysterious source of strength. Most astonishingly, Ling Yun's once stilled breath, his long-lost heartbeat, under the nurturing of the chaotic energy, unexpectedly thudded. A faint yet crystal-clear heartbeat resonated within his silent chest. Following that was a second, a third, growing stronger and more stable. His chest began to rise and fall weakly as cool night air was drawn into his lungs. Though still laborious, he had come back to life, rescued from the brink of death by a mysterious and magnificent force. This miraculous resurrection was a spectacle that would defy anyone's understanding. And the catalyst of all this, the mysterious pendant that emerged within him, were the chaotic Tao seed. After accomplishing this transformation, gradually withdrew its radiance, returning to a state of tranquility as if it had never existed. Only a faint, nearly imperceptible mark resembling a pendant remained on Ling Yun's chest. Additionally, a monumental and transformative metamorphosis was unfolding within him. The night remained profound. The cold wind howled relentlessly. The wilderness continued to be silent. No one knew that on this desolate and despairing land, a fallen prodigy was experiencing an unfathomable rebirth. A future legend was quietly gestating in the darkness. Chapter 10. The Seed of Chaos Darkness. An endless, boundless void, chilling to the bone, as if even the soul could be frozen within it. Ling Yun felt like a weightless feather, drifting and sinking in this eternal silence, his consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. The breath of death enveloped him like a viscous mire, slowly dragging him toward the abyss of nothingness. Is this death? No pain, no release. Only an interminable coldness and emptiness. Those deep-seated feelings of hatred, those roars of unwillingness, seemed to pale and weaken in the face of this absolute stillness. Gradually dissipating. Perhaps this is how it should be. An end is acceptable. Just as his consciousness was about to relinquish its resistance and succumb entirely to the eternal darkness. A faint yet extraordinarily warm light unexpectedly ignited from the deepest recesses of his awareness. This light was not a dazzling gold or a pure white. Rather, it was an indescribable hue that seemed to encompass all the colors of the world, ultimately converging into chaos, a nebulous shade. It resembled the first ray of Tao light before the creation of the world, akin to the first spark of starfire at the birth of the universe. With the emergence of this chaotic light, the previously suffocating, bone-chilling breath of death rapidly dissolved and retreated as if it had met its nemesis. Immediately, an indescribable, vast, and ancient aura enveloped him like a warm tide, nurturing his waning consciousness. What is this? Ling Yun's nearly frozen awareness began to flow anew under the influence of this warm and powerful essence, like a frozen river beginning to thaw. He felt as if he were nestled within a warm womb, with countless subtle, chaotic currents flowing like the gentlest of tendrils through his limbs and marrow. Wherever these currents passed, the deep-seated agony and the cold weakness were being dispelled and restored at an astonishing speed. Those broken, shriveled meridians filled with lifelessness greedily absorbed this chaotic energy, rejuvenating with vibrant vitality. He could even witness the vile poison of the Huayuan sand that resided within him, crumbling before this chaotic energy, utterly defenseless. They writhed like venomous serpents confronted by their natural enemy, emitting silent hisses before being swiftly decomposed, purified, assimilated, and ultimately vanishing without a trace. And the once utterly annihilated and silent sea of qi within his dantian was undergoing monumental transformation. Upon the ruins, a slowly rotating, nebulous vortex formed from countless chaotic currents was gradually taking shape. Although this vortex was still small and immature, the essence contained within it was far more vast, profound, and mysterious than his dantian at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement. By an immeasurable factor, this sensation was akin to his dantian being a mere pond, while what was now being nurtured here was an endless ocean of chaos. Simultaneously, an enigmatic stream of information, seemingly originating from the very source of the Tao, began to intermittently flow into his gradually awakening consciousness. Chaos, creation, primordial. the beginning of all things, the source of the Tao, the seed of the Tao, eternal, undying. These fragments of information were ancient and fragmented, as if they had traversed endless time and space, carrying an ineffable weight of antiquity. Ling Yun could not fully grasp their meaning, yet instinctively seized upon a crucial term, Tao seed. The seed of chaos. It was it. The object his mother had left behind, which he had always regarded as an ordinary jade pendant. It had saved him. It had merged with his body after his death, dispelling death, purifying the venom, repairing his meridians, and even reshaping his dantian. This realization struck him like a thunderclap, profoundly impacting his mind. He could hardly believe it. An ordinary-looking jade pendant was, in fact, the legendary seed of chaos, long thought to have vanished, existing only in the most ancient of myths. How could this be possible? Mother, who was she truly? What kind of inverse treasure had she left for him? Countless questions surged within him like a tidal wave, but at this moment, he had no time to delve into them. For with the merging and repair brought by the seed of chaos, his long-dormant senses began to awaken. First was his hearing. He heard the sound of the wind, howling and biting, rushing past his ears like the wailing of spirits. Then came the sense of touch. He felt the cold, hard ground beneath him, covered by a tattered garment that was equally cold and slightly damp. The cold pierced his skin like countless tiny needles. Next was his sense of smell. The air was imbued with the unique scent of the wilderness, mingling soil, dried grass, and a faint hint of blood. Finally, his sight. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids slowly. Before him lay the ink-black night sky and a few coldly glowing stars suspended high above. I am still alive? Ling Yun's consciousness fully awakened. A profound shock and a sense of having survived a catastrophe overwhelmed him in an instant. Hadn't he already died? That feeling of life being completely severed, of his soul on the verge of vanishing, was not an illusion. But now, he instinctively tried to raise his hand, only to find his body still weak and unresponsive. Even moving his fingers was an arduous task. Yet he could distinctly feel his heart beating vigorously within his chest. Although faint, there was indeed breath, and within him flowed a new, vibrant current of chaotic energy. All of this signified an incredible truth. He, Ling Yun, had truly returned from the brink of death. He was alive. A surge of overwhelming joy should have engulfed him at this moment. Yet within his heart resided only a cold calmness and an even deeper hatred. Living is good. To live is to seek revenge. He laboriously turned his gaze to survey his surroundings. This was a desolate, silent wilderness, devoid of any sign of human habitation. Only jagged stones and withered grass cast twisted shadows under the dim moonlight. The cold night wind was particularly fierce, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Where is this place? Memories flooded back like a tide. The family competition, Ling Feng's treachery, the destruction of his dantian, Lu Qingmei's betrayal, the family's abandonment, being cast out, the humiliation from the city lord's manor, Uncle Fu carrying him. Right. Uncle Fu. Ling Yun suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, realizing that the ever-present Uncle Fu was nowhere to be found. He hurriedly turned his head. In the faint starlight, he saw a frail, hunched figure curled up beside the cold rock, motionless, covered in dust and frost. It was indeed Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu. A wave of intense unease and panic surged within Ling Yun, and he struggled to rise, but his body refused to obey. With all his strength, he managed to emit a hoarse cry. Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu. Please wake up. Yet, Uncle Fu showed no response, remaining in that curled position as if frozen solid. Ling Yun's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Could it be that Uncle Fu? An indescribable guilt and sorrow pierced his heart like a sharp knife, tormenting him. Uncle Fu had fallen into this state for his sake. It was for him that I recklessly carried him out of that desolate slum. It was for him that I exhausted my last ounce of strength, collapsing in this frigid wilderness. If Uncle Fu were truly to, Ling Yun dared not continue that thought. He forced himself to calm down, concentrating his mind in an attempt to perceive Uncle Fu's condition more acutely, perhaps due to the integration of the chaos seed. His perception seemed to have received a faint enhancement. He could vaguely sense that Uncle Fu's body was icy to the bone, and his vitality was exceedingly frail, yet it seemed not entirely extinguished. He was still alive. It was merely that due to old age, compounded by days of exhaustion, hunger, cold, and immense mental anguish, he had completely depleted his strength, slipping into a deep coma, with body temperature rapidly dissipating. If no measures were taken soon, he might truly freeze to death in this wilderness. He must save him. However, in his current state, even moving was a challenge, let alone rescuing him. Wait. The chaos seed. Ling Yun immediately plunged his consciousness inward, attempting to communicate with the mysterious presence that had recently merged with his body. He could distinctly feel that within the location of his original dantian, a hazy vortex composed of chaotic energy was slowly rotating, resembling an embryonic universe. A thread of pure, vibrant chaotic energy was emanating from within, gradually nourishing and repairing his damaged body. Could this power be used to save Uncle Fu? Ling Yun endeavored to guide the chaotic energy with his consciousness. Surprisingly, this process was remarkably smooth. It felt as if the chaos seed and his soul had long since become one, in perfect communion. As he directed his thoughts, an exceedingly faint, hair-thin stream of chaotic energy began to flow from his body, carefully probing into Uncle Fu's cold and aged form at the point of their contact. Though this chaotic energy was weak, The vitality and energy it contained surpassed anything Ling Yun had previously comprehended. As this thread of chaotic energy entered Uncle Fu's body, Ling Yun instantly felt that the nearly extinguished flame of life within Uncle Fu appeared to stabilize somewhat. That cold, rigid body seemed to regain a hint of warmth. It works. Truly, it works. A surge of joy filled Ling Yun and Appo's heart, but it was swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of weakness. Merely dividing off this faint stream of chaotic energy left him feeling utterly drained. He immediately understood that in his current state, having just revived and still not fully healed, along with the nascent and yet undeveloped chaos seed, the power he could wield was extremely limited. Forcing too much could even jeopardize his own life. Yet, he hesitated not at all. Uncle Fu had transformed into this state for his sake. He could not bear to witness Uncle Fu perish before his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he endured the profound weakness resonating from his very soul and continued to carefully and persistently channel streams of chaotic energy into Uncle Fu and Appo's body, as if operating the most delicate of instruments, precisely safeguarding his heart meridian, dispelling the cold within, and sustaining that flicker of fragile vitality. This process was painstakingly slow and demanded immense concentration. Time, amidst the stillness of waiting and the arduous maintenance, slipped away second by second. In the sky, a faint blush began to appear. Dawn was on the horizon. After a night of arduous support, Ling Yun felt he had been reduced to the utmost fragility. His consciousness once again blurring. Yet, he could sense that Uncle Fu and Appo's breathing seemed steadier than the previous night, and his body no longer felt as cold and rigid as before. Though still in a coma, at least, he had temporarily escaped the clutches of death. Ling Yun felt a slight relief in his heart, but he could support himself no longer. Consciousness sank back into darkness. Yet, before completely losing awareness, the flame of vengeance within him burned even more fiercely. Survive. Not only must he survive, he must ensure Uncle Fu survives. Then, grow stronger. At any cost. He must grow stronger. To return, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, the pain and humiliation that had once been inflicted upon him and Uncle Fu. The chaos seed. This was his only hope. It was the starting point of his revenge. He must thoroughly master this power. He must. When the first ray of dawn pierced the darkness like a golden sword, casting a faint warmth upon the cold wilderness, it brought a glimmer of life to this desolate land. Ling Yun and Uncle Fu lay beside the rocks, cloaked in a thin layer of white frost. Ling Yun remained in a stupor, yet his complexion appeared somewhat improved compared to the previous night, no longer that lifeless, waxy pallor, but rather tinged with a faint blush. The rise and fall of his chest, though still subtle, had become steadier and more rhythmic. The chaos seed within him functioned like an indefatigable engine, continuously and imperceptibly repairing and transforming his body. Meanwhile, Uncle Fu's eyelids suddenly fluttered a few times, emitting an exceedingly faint groan, as if he too were on the verge of awakening from that profound stupor. New life was quietly sprouting in this wilderness, a symbol of death and despair. Though the path ahead remained shrouded in darkness and fraught with peril, as long as one lived, there was hope, especially when that hope stemmed from the mysterious and unpredictable chaos seed, brimming with infinite possibilities. Chapter 11. Reconstructing the Dandian, transcending the self as the first light of dawn broke. It dispelled the final traces of chill that enveloped the desolate wilderness. The golden sunlight, akin to gentle silk, caressed the frigid rocks and the withered grass, also gracing the two companions, whose breaths were faint and tenuous. Cough, cough. A faint and weak cough shattered the tranquility of the wild. Uncle Fu and Appo's eyelids fluttered as he struggled to open his heavy eyes. Before him lay a sky of deep azure and bedazzling yet warm sunlight. Am I still alive? Uncle Fu and Appo's consciousness was hazy. He could only recall fleeing the suffocating slum with the young master, ultimately collapsing in this barren expanse. Succumbing to fatigue and despair, he had thought he would perish here, either frozen or starved, or become prey for wild beasts. To his astonishment, could it be that he would witness the sun once more? He endeavored to rise but was met with excruciating pain, as if his very bones were on the verge of disintegration, and he felt unnaturally weak. Yet strangely, the bone-deep chill that had nearly frozen him appeared to have vanished, replaced by a subtle warmth emanating from within his body. What is happening? Uncle Fu bewilderedly turned his neck, his gaze falling upon Ling Yun, who lay beside him. Young master, he exclaimed, disregarding his own discomfort, and hurriedly crawled over. Upon seeing Ling Yun and Appo's condition, he was momentarily stunned. The young master remained unconscious, yet his complexion seemed to have shifted from the ghastly, lifeless yellow or pallor to a faintly rosy hue, though still exceedingly subtle. His lips, no longer cracked and parched, appeared slightly more hydrated. Most remarkably, the rise and fall of his chest, though still slight, was evidently steadier and stronger than the previous night. This is nothing short of miraculous. Just last night, the young master had been on the brink of death. How could his condition possibly improve overnight? Is it divine intervention? Uncle Fu and Appo's gaze instinctively swept the surroundings. And aside from the desolation, there was nothing unusual. He could not fathom it, but regardless, the young master and Appo's recovery was undoubtedly a monumental blessing. A surge of joy and hope instantly dispelled the despair and sorrow within him. Young master, how do you feel? Uncle Fu called out excitedly. extending his trembling hand to gently shake Ling Yun and Apos' shoulder. Perhaps it was Uncle Fu and Apos' call that stirred something within him. Or perhaps the chaotic seed within him had reached a certain level of restoration, for Ling Yun and Apos' long eyelashes fluttered slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. This awakening was unlike any before. No longer did his gaze reflect the chilling, lifeless hatred that had once consumed him, though that deep-seated resentment still lingered within. His eyes now held a glimmer of clarity, a hint of confusion, and an indescribable depth, as if he had traversed the vastness of time itself. He felt as though he had just emerged from a long, protracted dream, one in which he had experienced the coldness of death, the warmth of chaos, and witnessed the tumultuous changes within his body. Fu, Uncle? Ling Yun and Apos' voice was still hoarse and dry. Yet it was infinitely clearer than the faint whispers from before. Young master, you are awake. You truly are awake. Uncle Fu, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of joy, his words tumbling over one another. This is wonderful. Truly wonderful. Heaven bless us. Ling Yun gazed upon Uncle Fu and Apos' tear-streaked, aged face, marred by the remnants of a wound from where he had knocked his head, and a warm current surged within him, accompanied by profound guilt. Uncle Fu, I have caused you such suffering. He managed to utter. No suffering. No suffering. Uncle Fu quickly shook his head, wiping his tears. As long as you, young master, can recover, any hardship I endure is worth it. Young master, how do you feel? Is your body better? At Uncle Fu and Apos' words, Ling Yun turned his attention inward. The moment he did, he was utterly astonished by the transformations within him. First, the pervasive agony he had felt had vanished. Though his body remained incredibly weak and immobile, that soul-piercing pain that had threatened to tear him apart was genuinely gone. In its place was a comforting warmth, reminiscent of being immersed in soothing water. Then, he noticed his once shattered, withered, and lifeless meridians. Now, he could clearly see that they had all been fully restored. Not only restored, but they appeared even more resilient and expansive than before. A faint, nebulous halo of chaotic energy enveloped the walls of his meridians, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. What shocked him most was his long-abandoned, obliterated dantian. He cautiously sank his consciousness into his lower abdomen. There, instead of a desolate wasteland, he found a swirling vortex, roughly the size of a fist, composed of pure chaotic energy. This vortex exhibited a flawless, almost celestial form, resembling a miniature nebula or a nascent universe. At its core, there seemed to be a denser, more mysterious nucleus forming, radiating an awe-inspiring aura that made Ling Yun's very soul tremble. This is my new dantian. Ling Yun and Apos' mind was struck by an unprecedented revelation. This was entirely unlike any dantian he had ever known. There were no clear boundaries, nor any so-called barriers of energy. It was akin to a living, boundless space of chaos. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that within this brand-new chaotic dantian lay a faint, yet extraordinarily pure and potent force. This force was none other than the chaotic energy. It seemed he could summon it. A bold thought surged within Ling Yun. He attempted to invoke a thread of chaotic energy from the vortex with his mind. Buzz. Instinctively, that thread of chaotic energy responded to his will, flowing out through his newly restored and widened meridians like the most obedient of spirits. Though this energy was weak, it brought an indescribable sense of relief as it coursed through his meridians, as if a parched riverbed had been nourished by pure springs, brimming with life and vitality. He could even feel that with the flow of this chaotic energy, his frail body was slowly being nourished and strengthened, though the effect was exceedingly subtle. It was undeniably present. What does this mean? This signifies that not only has my dantian been reshaped, but I seem to have the ability to cultivate once more. Moreover, in an unprecedentedly powerful and mysterious manner, this revelation sent a jolt through Ling Yun and Apos' long-frozen heart, causing it to beat violently. I can cultivate. I can actually cultivate. This is nothing short of a miraculous reversal of fate. Overwhelmed with joy and excitement, like a volcano erupting, he felt the layers of despair and desolation within him shatter completely. He had thought himself destined to languish as a cripple, enduring endless pain and hatred, but unexpectedly, this mysterious chaotic seed had granted him a chance to rise again. A chance for vengeance. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yun suddenly could not contain himself, emitting a deep, hoarse laugh. The laughter began softly, tinged with an incredulous haze, but swiftly escalated into a crescendo of wild abandon. The emotions encapsulated within were a labyrinth of complexity, ecstasy born from survival, a defiant retort to fate and Apos' mockery, a deep-seated hatred towards enemies, and a fervent flame of revenge poised to engulf the world. Young master, what has happened to you? Uncle Fu, startled by Ling Yun and Apos' sudden, almost frenzied laughter, inquired with concern. Ling Yun laughed for what felt like an eternity, until tears streamed down his face and pain gripped his chest, before gradually subsiding. He turned to Uncle Fu, and in his once lifeless eyes, a spark of light rekindled, though that light remained cold and laced with profound hatred. It was no longer the despairing void but rather, infused with a frenzied will and hope, a hope that was almost twisted, sustained by the desire for vengeance. Uncle Fu, Ling Yun and Apos' voice, still hoarse, now bore an undeniable conviction. I am fine. He paused, his eyes glinting with fierce intensity, articulating slowly. I can still cultivate. What? Uncle Fu felt as though struck by lightning. His entire being frozen in disbelief as he gazed at Ling Yun. Young master, what do you mean? You can still cultivate? How is that possible? Your dantian shattered, your foundation destroyed, even the divine physician was helpless. How can you cultivate? It is true, Uncle Fu. Ling Yun refrained from elaborating on the chaotic seed, as it was too extraordinary and crucial to divulge lightly. Instead, he spoke with an air of irrefutable certainty. My dantian has been reshaped by a unique power. Although I am still weak, I can feel it. I can once again absorb the essence of the heavens and earth, and re-embark on the martial path. Uncle Fu gazed into Ling Yun and Appo's eyes, where a fire, genuine and rekindled, blazed anew, and felt the weak yet resolute aura emanating from him, finally believing. A colossal, indescribable joy enveloped the devoted old servant in an instant. The young master can cultivate. The heavens have seen fit. Uncle Fu trembled with excitement, tears of joy streaming down his face this time. Tears born of hope. As long as the young master can cultivate, there is hope. Hope to rise again. Hope for revenge. Hush, Uncle Fu, this matter should not be spoken of for now, Ling Yun cautioned, a glimmer of vigilance crossing his gaze. The chaotic seed was his greatest secret and sole reliance. He could not expose it until he possessed sufficient means for self-preservation. Yes, I understand. Uncle Fu nodded vigorously, his excitement difficult to temper. Ling Yun inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp morning air filling his lungs. Alongside the vibrant chaotic energy coursing within him, a sense of unprecedented control and a profound yearning for the future surged through his heart. He attempted to sit up. This time, though still arduous and weak, he sensed a faint glimmer of strength within him. With Uncle Fu and Appo's as support, he managed to slowly sit upright. Though merely sitting was a simple action, it had seemed utterly inconceivable to him moments ago. Wonderful. Young master, you can sit up, Uncle Fu exclaimed in delight. Ling Yun and Appo's heart trembled with excitement. The restorative and nurturing effects of the chaotic seed were even more astonishing than he had anticipated. In just one night, it not only purified the poison, repaired his meridians, and reshaped his dantian, but even his near-collapsed body had regained a measure of vitality. A rebirth. This was truly a remarkable transformation. He glanced at his hands. Though still gaunt, his skin appeared to possess a newfound luster. The pallor that had darkened from the poison seemed to have brightened slightly. He could also sense that his senses had sharpened. The sounds of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the distant chirping of unknown insects reached his ears with extraordinary clarity. He could even faintly discern the subtle fragrances emitted by various plants in the air. This, Ling Yun and Appo's heart surged once more with tumultuous waves of astonishment. The chaotic seed had not only restored his body, but seemed to be fundamentally enhancing his physical constitution. What kind of miraculous existence was this? Suppressing his excitement, he began to scrutinize his newly transformed body in the enigmatic chaotic dantian. He discovered that the chaotic vortex, though rotating slowly, was remarkably stable and appeared to be autonomously absorbing the ambient energy around it, even though the elemental essence in this desolate wilderness was exceedingly scarce. Far inferior to that of the Ling family estate, the chaotic dantian seemed to possess an insatiable pull, gradually drawing in the barely perceptible elemental energy as well as sunlight, air, and some unknown energy from the soil and vegetation, integrating them into the vortex and transforming them into the purest chaotic energy. The conversion efficiency was nothing short of astounding. Ling Yun had previously acquired some knowledge of cultivation and understood that martial artists needed to refine the elemental energy through techniques to convert it into their true essence. A process fraught with substantial losses. The higher the technique, the greater the conversion efficiency. Yet now, he was not operating any technique, and the chaotic dantian was autonomously absorbing and converting various energies with near-perfect efficiency. This was akin to a perpetual motion machine. Moreover, he sensed that the potential of this chaotic dantian seemed limitless. Unlike ordinary dantians, which had a defined capacity limit, it resembled a nascent universe, capable of continuous expansion and accommodating ever more energy. The indestructible sword body. Ling Yun suddenly recalled descriptions he had seen in the outline and synopsis. Though based on fictional settings, he now felt a stirring within him, a notion that perhaps his body, transformed by the chaotic seed, could indeed evolve in that direction, invulnerable to all loss, an immortal physique, though he was still far from that. It undoubtedly provided him with an immense realm of imagination and a goal to strive towards. He exhaled a long breath, his eyes glinting with unwavering resolve. Regardless of the origins of this chaotic seed or the myriad challenges that lay ahead, he would never relinquish this hope, once lost but now regained. He would survive. He would grow stronger. He would exact revenge. He would reclaim all that he had lost, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. He would ensure that all who had belittled, betrayed, or harmed him would pay the gravest price. A chilling yet formidable will took root deep within his heart. Uncle Fu, Ling Yun gazed at the still exuberant old servant, his voice weak yet imbued with undeniable strength. We must find a way to leave this place. It is unwise to linger here. In this wilderness, peril lurked at every turn, and in their current frail state, they could encounter danger at any moment. Furthermore, he required a relatively safe and concealed location to study the chaotic seed and resume his cultivation. Yes, you are right, young master. Uncle Fu nodded fervently. wiping away his tears as he began to contemplate their course of action. But now, he glanced at Ling Yun's weak frame and then at his own aging body, a look of concern crossing his features. At that moment, Ling Yun's gaze was suddenly drawn to an object on the ground not far away. It was a sword. A sword quietly rests amidst the dried grass. Its blade covered in dust and dew, yet it still subtly emanates a glimmer of cold light, the Qifeng sword. This is the very blade that Uncle Fu secretly bestowed upon him when he was cast out from his home, a companion that had accompanied him for many years. Chapter 12. The dawn of the Tao seed in the soft glow of dawn, the wilderness lay silent. Ling Yun's gaze, drawn like a magnet, was firmly fixed upon the azure sword quietly resting amidst the withered grass. That was his sword. Once, this ordinary long sword in his grasp came alive. The flowing cloud sword technique flowing effortlessly, its brilliance unmatched among his peers. It symbolized his glory, a vital part of his pride as the foremost genius of the Sunfire clan. Later, when his Dantian was destroyed, it too was shrouded in dust, much like himself, cast down from the heavens and discarded like refuse. Now, having returned from the dead and with his Dantian reborn, it seemed as though the sword itself sensed its master's revival, reflecting a glimmer of indomitable spirit in the morning light. Sword, Ling Yun murmured softly, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, nostalgia, bitterness, but more so, a fervent desire to reclaim what was lost. He yearned to wield it once more. He wished for this sword to shine even more brilliantly than before. He wanted to sever all shackles and obliterate every foe with it. Uncle Fu, please. Bring me the sword. Ling Yun's voice remained frail, yet his tone was resolute. Yes, young master. Uncle Fu replied promptly, carefully approaching to pick up the dusty long sword, gently wiping it clean before presenting it to Ling Yun with both hands. Ling Yun extended his trembling hand and slowly grasped the cold hilt. A familiar yet unfamiliar sensation surged through him instantly. The familiarity lay in the feel of the hilt, its perfect weight, the memories ingrained in his very bones from countless days and nights of practice. The strangeness stemmed from the overwhelming weakness of his current body. Even the simple act of gripping the hilt was exceptionally taxing, let alone wielding it. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that the faint chaotic energy within him, just beginning to stir, seemed uninterested in this mundane sword forged from ordinary iron. It did not respond like the former vitality or true essence that could easily imbue the sword, amplifying its power. Clearly, the strength of this chaotic Tao seed was not as straightforward as it appeared. Ling Yun's heart stirred, yet he remained undaunted. One must eat a meal one bite at a time, and tread the path step by step. What he needed most now was to regain his strength and quickly enhance his abilities. He refrained from attempting to swing the sword, instead resting it across his knees and closing his eyes, once more immersing his consciousness within, carefully attuning to the mysterious chaotic Dantian. The fist-sized chaotic vortex continued to rotate slowly, akin to an eternal grinding wheel, ceaselessly absorbing the thin essence of the surrounding world, sunlight, and even some mysterious energy particles from the void that Ling Yun could not comprehend. These disparate energies, upon entering the vortex, were immediately decomposed, purified, and transformed by the vast chaotic force, ultimately becoming the most primal, pure chaotic chi, merging into the vortex and gradually expanding it. Though this process was slow, it was stable and remarkably efficient, far surpassing any known cultivation method. Simply through autonomous absorption, such efficiency. Ling Yun was astounded. What if I actively employed a cultivation technique to guide it? Though he currently practiced no technique, as the foremost genius of the Ling family in his previous life, countless techniques were etched in his mind. The one he was most familiar with was the foundational technique commonly practiced by Ling family members before reaching the Qi-gathering realm, flowing cloud technique. Although it was of a low rank, merely a mid-level yellow grade, it excelled in its balanced nature, yielding commendable results in tempering the body and guiding Qi and blood. Moreover, he had mastered this technique to perfection, fully aware of its operational pathways. Let us give it a try. With determination in his heart, Ling Yun immediately began to guide the chaotic energy within his Dantian along the specific meridian pathways, following the principles of the flowing cloud technique. However, the moment he commenced this guidance, an unexpected occurrence transpired. As he began to channel the chaotic energy according to the flowing cloud technique's route, the previously stable chaotic Dantian suddenly trembled violently. Immediately, an incomprehensibly profound stream of information surged into his mind, seemingly originating from the very source of the Tao. This stream of information was neither text nor language but a direct and essential manifestation of the Tao. It dissected the flowing cloud technique, revealing its structure, principles, energy circulation methods, and its fundamental essence, all laid bare within Ling Yun's consciousness. Every intricate detail of the technique, every energy node, every conceivable flaw and inadequacy was pointed out with crystal clarity. Moreover, this stream of information was also rapidly deducing and optimizing the flowing cloud technique at an unimaginable speed. It appeared to be conveying to Ling Yun, this way of operating the flowing cloud technique is too inefficient. This method of guiding energy incurs excessive loss. This construction of circulation is unstable. It should be done like this, and this, and this. Countless more intricate, efficient, and aligned with the simplest principles of the Tao methods of operation and energy guidance surged forth like a tidal wave. Ling Yun was utterly astounded. What kind of ability is this? Merely attempting to operate a rudimentary technique, and the chaotic Tao seed could instantaneously analyze it, grasp its essence, and even autonomously deduce a more perfect version. This was simply extraordinary. No wonder the introduction claimed it could deduce techniques. Seeing through any technique at a glance, piercing directly to its origin. It was indeed true, and even more terrifying than he had imagined. With such an ability, did it not imply that any technique would, in his hands, be optimized to perfection in an instant? Moreover, by analyzing countless techniques, could he ultimately deduce his own unique path that reached directly to the fundamental source of the Tao? This revelation sent shivers of excitement coursing through Ling Yun's body. This chaotic Tao seed was akin to a mobile, boundless repository of wisdom and computational ability, a grand library of the Tao, and an editor of techniques. He suppressed the jubilation within, immediately following the optimized, entirely new route of the flowing cloud technique in his mind. Perhaps it could no longer be called the flowing cloud technique, to guide the chaotic energy within his Dantian anew. Buzz. This time, the operation flowed seamlessly. The chaotic energy surged as if it had found the most perfect riverbed, joyously racing forth. Wherever it flowed, the meridians were further nourished and expanded. The speed of absorbing and transforming external energy astonishingly increased severalfold. Streams of pure chaotic chi were rapidly refined, absorbed, and integrated into the Dantian vortex, which, once slowly rotating, now visibly quickened its pace. The power contained within was also visibly growing. What thrilled Ling Yun even more was that as the technique operated, he could distinctly feel his once frail body being rapidly nourished and strengthened by this pure chaotic chi. His muscles, once as lifeless as withered wood, seemed to regain vitality, becoming more refined. His formerly fragile bones appeared to be infused with some mysterious power, growing more resilient. Even his internal organs were fortified under the cleansing of this chaotic chi. The speed of this enhancement was astonishing. In the span of merely a stick of incense, Ling Yun felt the weakness in his body diminish by more than half. What once felt strenuous to sit up now, he sensed he could barely manage to stand. This speed of cultivation, once again left Ling Yun profoundly shocked. In his previous life, cultivating the flowing cloud technique from the first to the ninth peak took him over a decade, a feat regarded as top-tier talent in Sunfire City. Now, after merely circulating this newly optimized technique of the chaotic Tao seed for the duration of an incense stick, he felt an imperceptible yet unmistakable enhancement in the strength of his physical body, surpassing the third and fourth levels of the body refinement realm from his previous life. Moreover, this remarkable growth continued at an astonishing pace. This was amidst the desolate wilderness, where the essence of heaven and earth was exceedingly scarce, and it was in the nascent stage of the chaotic Dantian, when his power was still feeble, were he to arrive at a place rich in vitality. And if this chaotic Dantian were to flourish, the speed of his cultivation would be beyond imagination. The initial manifestation of the Tao seed's power truly lived up to its reputation. Ling Yun was filled with myriad emotions, his awe and anticipation for the chaotic Tao seed reaching unprecedented heights. He did not pause, but rather continued to indulge in the exhilarating sensation of rapid improvement, greedily circulating his technique, absorbing energy, and fortifying his being. Time slipped away unnoticed. The sun gradually ascended, its rays becoming increasingly fierce. Uncle Fu remained vigilantly at his side, anxiously yet expectantly observing the young master seated in meditation, eyes closed in cultivation. Although he did not grasp the intricate details of the practice, he could clearly see that the young master's previously sallow complexion was visibly becoming more vibrant. That once alarmingly emaciated figure seemed to have gained a touch of fullness. Most importantly, the faint aura surrounding the young master was growing stronger and more stable. Could this truly be the state of a waste? Uncle Fu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, harboring not a shred of doubt regarding the young master's words. The young master could truly cultivate again. Moreover, it seemed even more astonishing than before. After an indeterminate period, when the sun had reached its zenith and the light was most blistering, Ling Yun finally slowly opened his eyes. His gaze no longer bore the previous frailty and coldness, but instead radiated an extraordinary brightness, deep and profound, as if stars were swirling within. He gently exhaled a breath of impure air, which surprisingly bore a faint grayish-black hue and emitted a slight foul odor. This was the last remnant of toxins and impurities within him, thoroughly expelled by the chaotic energy. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly well. Although his cultivation level remained quite low, according to the unique system of the chaotic Tao seed, he could not even be said to have a defined level. Only having just laid the most fundamental foundation, his physical strength was likely already comparable to the 6th or 7th level of the body refinement realm from his previous life. Furthermore, his mental acuity appeared to have significantly enhanced, his mind clear, thoughts agile, and perceptual range expanded severalfold. Most importantly, his chaotic Dantian had grown considerably after these few hours of cultivation, with the chaotic cyclone rotating faster and the contained chaotic energy more abundant. He felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. Uncle Fu. Ling Yun stood up. This time, he stood exceptionally steady, though his body still appeared somewhat frail. His upright posture emanated a subtle yet profound stability. Young master. Uncle Fu hurriedly approached, his eyes filled with excitement as he gazed at his young master. How do you feel? Unprecedentedly well, Ling Yun replied with a slight smile. Though that smile still carried a hint of coldness and distance, it was suffused with confidence. Uncle Fu, how about you? Are you feeling better? After a night of nurturing by the chaotic energy, Uncle Fu, though still weak, appeared significantly improved. At least no longer in mortal danger. Thanks to the young master, I feel much better, Uncle Fu expressed gratefully. That's good, Ling Yun nodded, his gaze sweeping around. We must leave here as soon as possible. This desolate wilderness may harbor beasts of prey at night. Although his strength had recovered somewhat, he remained exceedingly vulnerable. Even a low-tier beast could threaten their lives. Yet, young master, where shall we go? Uncle Fu asked anxiously. Ling Yun pondered for a moment. Return to Yin Yang City? Absolutely not. That place is surrounded by enemies. Returning would be walking into a trap. To other cities? We have no money and no identification. We would struggle to make any progress. The only option seemed to be. His gaze turned toward the distant, undulating mountains shrouded in mist, the Beast Mountains. Though perilous, it also signified opportunities. Within lay various rare materials for cultivation and strength enhancement. There were numerous beasts to hone combat skills and even acquire beast cores. Most importantly, the vast expanse was sparsely populated, making it the ideal refuge for hiding and cultivation, with his current extraordinary capabilities from the chaotic Dao seed. Perhaps, this land regarded by others as a death trap could be the very cradle of his resurgence. Uncle Fu. A glimmer of determination flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. We shall venture into the mountains. Into the mountains? Uncle Fu gasped in astonishment. Young master. That is the Beast Mountains. It is too dangerous. I am aware of the danger, Ling Yun replied calmly, yet with an undeniable resolve. But it is our only way out. If we remain outside, we will surely be discovered or perish from hunger or illness. Venturing into the mountains may offer a glimmer of hope. He paused, confidence illuminating his gaze. Moreover, Uncle Fu, have you forgotten? I can still cultivate. Given time. The Beast Mountains shall not be able to confine me. Uncle Fu, witnessing the young master's confident and resolute eyes, along with the inexplicable strength emanating from him, found his previous worries and fears significantly alleviated. Indeed, the young master was no longer the waste of year. He could cultivate again. Moreover, it seemed he had become even more unfathomable. Perhaps, it truly was possible. Very well. I shall follow the young master. Uncle Fu finally gritted his teeth, resolutely deciding that wherever the young master went, he would follow. Even if it meant traversing mountains of blades or seas of flames. He would accompany him. Ling Yu nodded, warmth blooming in his heart. With Uncle Fu by his side, he was not alone. He bent down and picked up the azure sword once more. This time, when he grasped the hilt, although it still felt somewhat heavy. The chaotic energy within him seemed to form an exceedingly faint yet wondrous connection with the sword. As if this chaotic power could not only enhance his physical form but also nourish all things. Ling Yun's heart stirred as he attempted to gently infuse a stream of chaotic energy into the sword's body. Buzz. A faint humming sound resonated. The previously unremarkable azure sword, even somewhat rusty, began to emanate a nearly imperceptible chaotic glow on its surface. The sharpness of the sword appeared to have improved slightly as well. Though the change was minuscule, Ling Yun felt it distinctly. Indeed, his eyes sparkled even brighter. The abilities of the chaotic Dao seed were more wondrous than he had imagined. Not only could it aid in cultivation and technique refinement, but it also seemed to possess the power to nourish weapons, and perhaps, many more unknown capabilities. This filled him with an even greater sense of anticipation for the path of cultivation that lay ahead. Let us proceed, Uncle Fu. Ling Yun grasped the sword in hand. Though he could not yet unleash its true power, having it with him brought him considerable reassurance. He oriented himself and stepped towards the vast, unknown, and perilous Beast Mountains, which might harbor infinite opportunities, taking the first step into his rebirth. Though his steps were still somewhat unsteady, each one was resolutely firm. Behind him lay a past he had long abandoned, filled with endless humiliation and hatred. Before him lay unknown challenges and a path overgrown with thorns. Yet in his eyes burned only a cold flame, and a fervent battle intent to pierce through the heavens. Chapter 13, Wilderness Encounter. The destitute elder. The path leading to the Beast Mountain range was far from straightforward. Having departed from the squalid slums that symbolized humiliation and despair, the master and servant found themselves traversing an even more desolate and primal landscape. Beneath their feet lay no discernible trails, only uneven patches of wild grasses, interwoven shrubs, and scattered, jagged stones. Sunlight filtered through sparse tree shadows, casting dappled spots of light upon the ground, while the air was suffused with the mingled scents of earth, foliage, and an unknown wildflower, imbued with a refreshing yet untamed essence. Occasionally, birds would swoop overhead, their crisp calls injecting a modicum of life into the silent wilderness. Contrasting sharply with the solitude and diminutiveness of the two figures below, Ling Yun walked ahead, leaning slightly on his blue-edged sword, rather than merely resting upon the sword. He was partially relying on it to alleviate the burden on his weary body. After a night of recuperation and several hours of cultivation, he had regained a fair amount of strength, able to walk unaided once more, no longer requiring Uncle Fu's support. Yet, his body remained frail, requiring frequent pauses to catch his breath after each stretch of travel. Nevertheless, he harbored no complaints and did not linger for long. His eyes, rekindled with determination, gazed steadfastly at the increasingly near and distinctly outlined dark green mountains ahead. Each step, though slow, was resolute, as if he were measuring the distance to his path of vengeance. Within him, the chaotic Dantian continued to operate autonomously, slowly yet efficiently absorbing the sparse energy from the surrounding world, transforming it into pure chaotic essence. A portion of this energy merged with the Dantion's cyclone, fortifying his being. Another portion flowed steadily like a gentle stream, continuously nourishing, repairing, and strengthening his newly revived physique. He could distinctly sense his strength incrementally improving, albeit at a glacial pace. The resilience of his muscles, the robustness of his bones, the smoothness of his meridians, all were undergoing subtle yet profound changes. This sensation filled him with an unprecedented sense of stability and an infinite anticipation for the future. The chaotic seed of the Tao was indeed extraordinary. Uncle Fu followed closely behind, burdened by a small package, his steps faltering. The elder, having aged and endured numerous setbacks and fatigue, was utterly drained of energy. Yet, upon observing the slender yet strangely upright figure of his young master ahead, along with the reassuring aura emanating from him, Fu's heart swelled with renewed vigor. As long as there was hope for his young master, he could persevere. Master, please, take it slow. Wait for your old servant. Uncle Fu panted, calling out. Lingyun paused, turning to glance back at Uncle Fu. The elder's complexion was pale, his lips dry, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Clearly on the verge of collapse, Lingyun furrowed his brow. This could not continue. Uncle Fu's condition would not withstand the journey into the Beast Mountain range. They needed rest, water, and sustenance. He lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings. Thanks to the transformation brought about by the chaotic seed of the Tao, his senses had sharpened remarkably. He could hear the distant murmur of a stream, catch the faint sweetness of ripening wild fruit in the air, and even discern subtle tracks left by small wild animals on the ground. Uncle Fu, there should be a water source not far ahead. Let us rest there. Lingyun indicated a direction. All right. Uncle Fu nodded eagerly, following Lingyun toward the indicated path. Indeed. After navigating through a thicket of dense shrubs, a crystal-clear stream came into view. The water flowed gently, glistening under the sunlight, while a few unknown wild fruit trees lined the bank, adorned with enticingly red fruits. Splendid! Water at last! Uncle Fu exclaimed joyfully, rushing to the stream's edge to scoop up a handful of the cool water, drinking deeply. Lingyun approached the stream as well, cupping his hands to wash away the grime from his face before taking a few sips. The cool, sweet water cascaded down his throat, dispelling much of his fatigue and heat. He glanced at the wild fruit trees and, relying on his keen sense of smell and some herbal knowledge from his past life, determined that the fruit was non-toxic and rich in moisture and energy. Uncle Fu, gather some fruit to stave off hunger, Lingyun instructed. Ah, certainly. Uncle Fu responded eagerly, promptly rising to collect the fruit. Lingyun then settled down beside a relatively flat and clean rock by the stream, closing his eyes once more to seize every moment to cultivate, replenishing his strength and augmenting the chaotic essence within his Dantian. He understood that this seemingly tranquil wilderness was, in truth, fraught with danger. They had encountered no threats the previous night merely by chance. They needed to rapidly enhance their strength, at the very least achieving a degree of self-defense to survive in this land. Uncle Fu returned, a handful of plump red fruits in hand, beaming with delight. He selected the largest and ripest ones, carefully wiping them clean with his garment before offering them to Lingyun. Master, please eat first. Lingyun opened his eyes, accepting the fruits without hesitation. He needed to replenish his energy urgently. The fruit was tangy and sweet, bursting with juice, flowing into him as a warm current, bringing considerable relief. The master and servant savored the sweet wild fruits by the clear stream, relishing this fleeting moment of tranquility. However, just then, Lingyun's unusually acute ears detected an unusual sound. Not far downstream, there seemed to be faint groans and the low growl of some beast. Lingyun's gaze sharpened instantly as he stood up, gripping his blue-edged sword tightly, cautiously peering downstream. Uncle Fu also caught the sound, his face paling in fear as he quickly hid behind Lingyun. A master? Could it be a beast? Uncertain, Lingyun shook his head, lowering his voice. Let us proceed carefully to investigate. Though his current strength was minimal, a compelling curiosity, along with an inexplicable instinct, urged him to seek the source of the sounds. The two held their breaths, stealthily advancing along the stream towards the direction of the noise. Soon, they rounded a bend and beheld the scene ahead. Not far down the bank, a destitute elder clad in tattered gray robes, his hair and beard white, appeared to be in great distress, leaning against a large rock while groaning in pain. His left leg seemed injured, blood staining his pant leg, and a broken wooden staff lay beside him. Before the elder, a gray beast resembling a wolf, not overly large but with exposed fangs and a fierce gaze, crouched low, emitting a menacing growl, drool dripping from its jaws, clearly regarding the injured elder as easy prey. It's the gray shadow wolf. Uncle Fu recognized the beast, exclaiming in horror, a first-level beast. Though not highly ranked, it is savage by nature and incredibly swift. Master, we must flee. A first-level beast equated to a human's 4th to 6th stage of body refinement. Given Lingyun's current strength comparable to the 6th or 7th stage, he might barely manage to contend with it alone, but it would not be easy, especially with the wounded elder to consider. Logically, the wisest choice would be to retreat immediately, avoiding any entanglements. Lingyun's cold rationality echoed this sentiment. He had endured too much betrayal and indifference, no longer the impetuous youth eager to extend a helping hand to strangers. However, when his gaze fell upon the destitute elder, something stirred within his heart. Despite the elder's ragged attire, disheveled hair, and face etched with wrinkles and dirt, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. Even in the face of peril, amidst profound suffering, there lingered within those murky eyes a flicker of wisdom, as if they had witnessed the vicissitudes of life, along with a barely perceptible sharpness. Moreover, Ling Yun faintly sensed that the old man emanated an exceedingly subtle yet remarkably unique aura. This fluctuation was peculiar. It neither resembled true essence nor the force of blood vitality, but bore an affinity with a certain essence of nature itself. Was it merely an illusion? Just as Ling Yun hesitated, the shadowy wolf seemed to lose patience, emitting a low growl before launching itself like a bolt of gray lightning towards the injured elder. "Be careful," Fu Bo exclaimed in alarm. The old man appeared to sense the impending danger, a bittersweet smile gracing his features as he struggled to grasp the broken staff beside him for defense, though it was patently too late. As the wolf's sharp claws surged towards the old man's throat, a chilling voice resonated. "Beast, you seek death." Ling Yun sprang into action, driven by instinct. He propelled himself forward, his body shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow, though the chaotic energy within him was weak, preventing the execution of intricate maneuvers. The physical prowess enhanced by the chaotic seed still far surpassed that of an ordinary person. The azure sword in his grasp struck with the swiftness of a viper, carving a cold arc as it precisely lunged towards the wolf's vulnerable throat. This strike was swift, accurate, and lethal, lacking the support of true essence. It nonetheless contained the swordsmanship ingrained in Ling Yun and Appo's very bones through countless trials in his past life, accompanied by a chilling intent to kill. With a muffled thud, the blade pierced the wolf's relatively soft neck. Although it did not penetrate completely due to insufficient force, it still sank several inches deep. The wolf let out a piercing howl, its body momentarily halted in midair, the tremendous impact forcing Ling Yun to stagger back 2 steps. Yet this only served to enrage the creature further. It abandoned its assault on the elder, fixing its bloodshot, ferocious gaze upon Ling Yun instead. Scraping its forepaws against the ground, it unleashed a more ferocious roar and pounced once more. Ling Yun's eyes turned frigid, unyielding in the face of danger. Despite his diminished strength, his combat experience and instincts remained intact. Confronting the charging beast, he advanced rather than retreated, deftly sidestepping the wolf's frontal assault, while simultaneously flicking his wrist to draw the azure sword back, inflicting another deep gash along the wolf's side. Blood gushed forth in an instant. The wolf held again, its agony causing a momentary delay in its movements. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, a glimmer of cold determination shone in Ling Yun's eyes as he fervently summoned the already feeble chaotic energy within into its utmost potential. He refrained from attempting to channel the chaotic energy into the sword, knowing it would yield little efficiency. Instead, he infused it into his legs and arms. In that moment, he felt his speed and strength surge slightly. "Die!" Ling Yun shouted, his figure gliding forth like a specter. The azure sword, imbued with an unwavering resolve, shot out like lightning once more. This time, the target remained the throat. Despite the wolf's ferocity, it was merely a first-tier beast, possessing limited intelligence. After sustaining continuous injuries, its reactions had dulled. With a muffled thud, the blade struck true. This time, Ling Yun expended every ounce of his strength. The azure sword plunged deeply into the wolf's neck, directly piercing its windpipe. The wolf's body stiffened abruptly, its fierce glare swiftly dimming, replaced by an expression of disbelief and relief. It struggled briefly before its massive form collapsed, twitching a few times before falling silent. Panting heavily, Ling Yun leaned on his sword, half kneeling upon the ground. The frantic battle had appeared effortless, yet it had drained the remnants of his recently regained strength and the feeble chaotic energy. He felt utterly drained, the chaotic vortex within him dimming considerably. Yet in his eyes burned a fervent light of exhilaration. He had accomplished it, with the strength of a mere body refinement stage. He had slain a first-tier beast. Though the journey had been perilous, the outcome affirmed. He could still fight. He could still kill. This ignited the flames of vengeance within him, burning ever brighter. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Fu Bo finally reacted, rushing forward anxiously to assess Ling Yun's condition. "I am fine," Ling Yun replied, shaking his head to indicate he was unscathed, then turned his gaze towards the silently observing elder. At that moment, the old man was also looking at him, his murky eyes filled with astonishment. He seemed utterly taken aback that this seemingly frail youth, who appeared as though a mere gust could topple him, had so decisively slain a gray shadow wolf. Moreover, the fleeting yet remarkably unique aura he had sensed from Ling Yun earlier. The old man's brow furrowed slightly before he returned to his disheveled demeanor. Coughing a few times before clasping his hands in gratitude, his voice hoarse. I am deeply grateful for your timely assistance, young man." "It was but a trifling matter," Ling Yun replied nonchalantly, showing no enthusiasm for having saved the elder. He rose to his feet and approached the old man, his gaze resting on the injury on his left leg. The wound was not deep, likely caused by a sharp stone, but it had become inflamed due to a lack of timely treatment. "Fu Bo, retrieve the medical supplies we brought," Ling Yun instructed. When they had departed from the Ling family, Fu Bo had discreetly brought along some basic wound medicine and hemostatic powder. "Yes, young master." Fu Bo promptly rummaged through his pack for the medicine. Ling Yun accepted the vial and offered it to the elder. Please tend to your injury. The old man was taken aback for a moment, seemingly surprised that Ling Yun would offer him the medicine, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. He accepted the vial, bowed again, and expressed, "Thank you, young man." Then, with practiced ease, he tore open his pant leg, cleaned the wound, and applied the powder. His hands trembling slightly from the pain, yet his movements remained methodical. Ling Yun said nothing, merely observing in silence. He noted that although the old man appeared destitute, his fingers were long and clean, and his method of treating the wound was quite adept, unlike that of an ordinary villager or beggar. Furthermore, the faint aura that resonated with the essence of nature still lingered about him. Who exactly was this elder? Just as Ling Yun pondered this, the old man finished dressing his wound and lifted his gaze to Ling Yun once more, curiosity glimmering in his murky eyes. "Young man, despite your youth, your skills are remarkable, and your swordsmanship is decisively formidable, unlike that of an ordinary individual. May I inquire your name and what brings you to this remote wilderness?" Ling Yun's gaze hardened slightly. The old man had a keen eye. However, he would not easily disclose his identity. In transient encounters, names are of little consequence, Ling Yun replied coolly. "Given your injury, it would be prudent to depart this area swiftly to avoid further danger." Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes flickered with understanding, as if he grasped Ling Yun's reluctance to divulge more. He chuckled softly, his voice hoarse. "You speak wisely, young man. However, with this leg injury, I fear I cannot travel far. In this desolate wilderness, there are neither villages nearby nor places to seek shelter." He spoke while subtly sizing up Ling Yun and Fu Bo with his murky eyes, as if hinting at something. Uncle Fu, with a soft heart, felt a twinge of compassion upon hearing the words. He turned to Ling Yun and whispered, "Young master, what if we bring him along? It would be beneficial to have someone to look after on the journey." Ling Yun furrowed his brow. Bringing along an injured elder would undoubtedly slow their pace and escalate their risks. Moreover, the elder's origins were shrouded in mystery. Yet, upon reflection, the elder's unique aura and the probing gaze he had cast upon Ling Yun piqued his interest. Perhaps he might possess some valuable information, or even a fortuitous opportunity? After all, according to the narratives he had encountered in previous lives, such down-and-out elders often held greater significance than they appeared. Of course, they could also prove to be a nuisance. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Ling Yun ultimately decided to temporarily take him along. Firstly, it could mitigate the trouble the elder might have caused earlier, even if it was the elder's own choice to intervene. Secondly, Ling Yun was genuinely curious to discover what made this elder so extraordinary. "Very well," Ling Yun nodded and addressed the elder. "If you do not mind, elder, please accompany us for a while. However, we must enter the Beast Mountain range, where dangers abound and fate is uncertain." Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue, followed by a smile as he stroked his beard. "Ah, splendid. I, too, was hoping to venture into the mountains to gather some herbs. Since that is the case, I shall impose upon you, young sir." His apparent nonchalance towards the perils of the Beast Mountain range and his agreeable nature further convinced Ling Yun that the elder was indeed not to be underestimated. "Uncle Fu, please take care of that gray shadow wolf," Ling Yun instructed. Although the beast lay lifeless, its hide, claws, and even flesh were valuable resources for them at present. Especially the wolf and Appo's meat, which contained far more energy than that of ordinary beasts and could replenish their strength. "Yes, young master." Though slightly apprehensive, Uncle Fu retrieved a small knife from his pack for self-defense and began to clumsily process the wolf and Appo's carcass. Meanwhile, Ling Yun approached the elder, extending his hand. "Elder, allow me to assist you." The elder regarded Ling Yun and Appo's outstretched hand and then looked at the young man and Appo's face, which, though youthful, bore an unusually calm and icy demeanor. A flicker of complex emotion flashed in his murky eyes before he finally accepted the offer. Ling Yun exerted force to help the elder rise. To his surprise, the elder felt lighter than he had anticipated, despite his considerable build. "Thank you, young sir." The elder expressed his gratitude once he regained his footing. "May I inquire your name, elder?" Ling Yun casually asked. The elder chuckled, stroking his sparse goatee, which he indeed had, his eyes glinting with a mix of cunning and mystery. "Ah, I am but a solitary wanderer, with no fixed abode. My humble name has long been forgotten. If you do not mind, you may call me." "And Appo's, Elder Xian." "And Appo's, Elder Xian?" Ling Yun felt a stir within. The name bore an intriguing connotation. "Elder Xian," he acknowledged with a nod, refraining from further inquiries. Soon, Uncle Fu had skillfully extracted the wolf and Appo's most valuable parts, the hide and several choice cuts of meat, and secured them with grass ropes. The trio resumed their journey. Now a group of three. Ling Yun supported the injured Elder Xian, while Uncle Fu carried the pack and wolf meat, their pace noticeably slower than before. Yet, for reasons unknown, Ling Yun felt a peculiar sense of anticipation. What twists of fate might this suddenly appeared, enigmatic elder bring to his destiny? Blessing or calamity? Chapter 14. The initial manifestation of the Tao seed continued. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a warm golden hue over the desolate wilderness, elongating the shadows of three staggering figures, which appeared solitary and forlorn. The company had dwindled to 3, undeniably slowing their pace. Although Elder Xian and Apos' left leg had received rudimentary treatment, the pain remained excruciating, making movement exceedingly difficult, with nearly half of his weight resting upon Lingyun. Lingyun himself had just emerged from a harrowing battle. The chaotic energy within him had been severely depleted, and he was in a state of extreme fatigue, each step feeling unnaturally burdensome. Uncle Fu had long reached his limit. Were it not for the concern for his young master and the rekindled hope within him, he would have surely collapsed by now. An atmosphere of silence enveloped them. Lingyun supported Elder Xian, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the increasingly profound silhouette of the beast mountain range ahead, which loomed ominously in the twilight like a slumbering behemoth. He silently activated the newly optimized flowing cloud technique, derived from the Chaos Dao Seed, seizing every moment to replenish the faint chaotic energy in his dantian. The chaotic dantian functioned like an unyielding millstone, steadily absorbing the sparse energy from the surrounding environment and transforming it into pure chaotic energy. Though the recovery speed was far from sufficient to match the consumption, it was better than nothing. At least it prevented him from becoming utterly exhausted. Elder Xian, supported by Lingyun, appeared to survey the surroundings with murky eyes, occasionally emitting subdued groans of pain. Yet, deep within those seemingly cloudy eyes, flickers of keen insight occasionally sparkled, silently assessing the taciturn yet chillingly cold young man beside him. This lad, intriguing, Elder Xian mused. He appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, and his cultivation level seemed insufficient even for the body refinement realm. The vitality within him was alarmingly weak. Reminiscent of someone recently recovering from a grave illness, perhaps even with a damaged foundation? Yet, paradoxically, his physical strength exuded a resilience that surpassed his apparent realm. The ferocity he displayed in slaying the gray shadow wolf, along with the fleeting yet unsettling aura he emitted, left even Elder Xian feeling a twinge of unease. Moreover, despite his own precarious state as an injured old man of unknown origin, the boy and Apos' cold demeanor belied a willingness to assist him. Contradictory, indeed, Elder Xian thought. Having lived for an extensive period, he had encountered a myriad of individuals and prided himself on his discerning eye. Yet, this youth eluded his understanding, shrouded in an impenetrable fog that incited both curiosity and a hint of trepidation. Young man, Elder Xian suddenly broke the silence, his voice still hoarse. You appear to be quite young and seemingly not of this wasteland. How did you find yourself in such a predicament? His casual tone belied the probing nature of his inquiry. Lingyun and Apos' grip on Elder Xian and Apos' arm subtly stiffened, and his gaze turned even colder. Indeed, this old man was no ordinary person. His insight was piercing. However, Lingyun had no intention of divulging his circumstances. His family had fallen from grace, and he had narrowly escaped a treacherous plot. It is merely a matter of misfortune, he replied in a flat tone, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Oh, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Elder Xian and Apos' eyes. A treachery that could ensnare one of your caliber? Your adversary must be formidable. It appeared he was quite interested in Lingyun and Apos' past. Lingyun chose not to respond, opting instead to continue forward in silence. Elder Xian, recognizing the boy and Apos' reluctance to elaborate, chuckled softly. It seems I have pried too deeply. Nevertheless, your temperament at such a young age suggests that your future accomplishments may be boundless. While the words sounded complimentary, Lingyun detected an undertone of something more profound. He cast a sidelong glance at Elder Xian and replied coolly, I appreciate your kind words, Elder. However, survival is of utmost importance at present. Indeed, Elder Xian nodded, stroking his beard, his murky eyes appearing even more profound. Nightfall had finally descended. The temperature plummeted once more, and a chilling night wind howled across the wilderness, stirring up dry leaves and dust. Distantly, more distinct beast roars echoed, sending shivers down their spines. Young master, it is dark. Shall we find a place to rest? Uncle Fu stammered, fear etched across his face. The dangers of the night wilderness escalated exponentially. Lingyun nodded, aware that continuing onward was no longer feasible. He surveyed the surroundings with keen perception and soon spotted a cave formed by several large stones, half a person's height, not far away. Over there, he directed, pointing toward the cave. The three of them assisted one another, making their way to the cave and Apos' entrance with great difficulty. The cave was modest in size, just sufficient for the three of them to curl up inside, facing away from the wind and offering some meager resistance against the cold. Inside, it was relatively dry, with a thick layer of dried leaves on the ground, exuding a musty odor, indicative of past inhabitants, perhaps beasts or travelers seeking refuge. Lingyun carefully inspected the cave, ensuring no hidden dangers lurked within before allowing Uncle Fu and Elder Xian to enter first. Uncle Fu hurriedly retrieved firestones and some dried grass from his pack, eager to kindle a fire for warmth. However, after several attempts, perhaps due to nerves or dampness in the firestones, he was unable to succeed. Let me try, Lingyun offered, taking the firestones from him. Though his body was weak, he possessed prior experience in wilderness survival. He held his breath, adjusting his angle and force. And with a sharp crack, a small flame finally ignited among the dried grass. Soon, a bonfire blazed at the cave and Apos' entrance. The orange glow dispelling the darkness and chill within, bringing a semblance of safety. The crackling flames illuminated the weary faces of the three men, each harboring their own thoughts. Uncle Fu skewered the freshly cut wolf meat on branches, roasting it over the fire. In no time, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, making the already famished trio swallow hard in anticipation. Elder Xian leaned against the stone wall, silently observing Ling Yun as he adeptly tended to the fire and watched Uncle Fu cook, his murky eyes glimmering with an inscrutable light, lost in contemplation. Ling Yun closed his eyes once more, seizing the opportunity to cultivate. He sensed that as darkness fell, the surrounding elemental energy seemed to become more vibrant. Although still sparse, it appeared easier for his chaotic dantian to capture and absorb compared to during the day. The chaotic energy coursed through him like a gentle stream, gradually restoring his weary body and strengthening the energy vortex in his dantian. With each cycle of circulation, he felt his power gradually returning, and his control over his body enhancing. He even attempted to channel a strand of chaotic energy along the path of a technique from his previous life, the flowing cloud sword technique. Though his power was too weak to truly execute the sword move, he distinctly felt that the flow of energy was smoother, more harmonious, and imbued with an indescribable essence of Tao. It seemed that this chaotic energy was innately aligned with some profound truth of the universe. This revelation filled Ling Yun with both astonishment and joy. It appeared that the chaotic Tao seed could not only optimize his techniques, but also fundamentally enhance his comprehension of the Tao. If this were true, then when he resumed practicing sword techniques in the future, would he not be able to achieve results with half the effort, or even surpass his past accomplishments? With this thought, Ling Yun and Apos' heart raced uncontrollably once more, the hope of vengeance feeling tantalizingly closer. Young master, Elder Xian, the meat is ready. Uncle Fu and Apos' voice interrupted Ling Yun and Apos' musings. Before them, the pieces of wolf meat sizzled, glistening with oil, their exterior a tempting golden hue, exuding a rich aroma. Though devoid of any seasoning, for the famished, it was undoubtedly the most delectable food in the world. Fu Bo first handed the largest piece to Ling Yun, then divided another portion for Elder Xian, before finally taking the smallest piece for himself, which he consumed with utmost care. Ling Yun, showing no restraint, accepted the wolf meat and took large bites. The energy contained within the flesh of the demon beast far surpassed that of ordinary wild animals. Although the texture was somewhat coarse, each chew released a surge of pure energy that slid down his throat and into his abdomen, rapidly absorbed and transformed by his chaotic dantian, replenishing his depleted body. After consuming merely half of the wolf meat, Ling Yun felt his fatigue significantly diminish, and the chaotic energy within his dantian became more abundant and vibrant. What a marvelous find! He silently praised in his heart. It seemed that this demon beast mountain range was indeed a land of opportunity for him. Elder Xian, meanwhile, was slowly chewing his piece of wolf meat with a refined demeanor that seemed at odds with his disheveled appearance. He ate sparingly, perhaps due to a small appetite or for other reasons. Once they finished the roasted meat, silence enveloped the cave once more. The crackling of the campfire echoed softly, its flickering light casting the shadows of the three men against the rough stone wall, constantly shifting and changing. Ling Yun chose not to continue his cultivation, instead redirecting his focus onto Elder Xian. He had an instinctual feeling that this old man was not as simple as he appeared. Elder Xian, Ling Yun suddenly inquired, your leg injury. It seems to be more than just a superficial wound, does it not? When he had treated Elder Xian and Apos' wound earlier, he had sensed a faint, yet extremely cold and corrosive, foreign energy lingering around the bones of the old man and Apos' injured leg. It was this energy that continually obstructed the healing process and was slowly eroding his vitality. This was no ordinary bruise or scrape. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian paused momentarily, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his murky eyes, as if he were surprised that Ling Yun could discern such details. After a brief silence, he let out a bitter laugh and sighed. Young man, you have keen eyesight. To speak frankly, this injury was inflicted by a cursed and Apos, bone-eating spider, and Apos, a bone-eating spider? Fu Bo and Apos' expression changed dramatically, his voice rising in alarm. That is one of the most toxic among second-tier demon beasts. It is said that its venom can corrode bones, and those afflicted without a specific antidote will turn to a pool of pus and blood within 3 days. Elder Xian, I'm quite resilient. I won't die just yet. Elder Xian waved a dismissive hand, a hint of helplessness in his expression. However, the spider and Apos' venom is indeed formidable. It has penetrated my marrow and is continuously eroding my vitality. I was hoping to venture into the mountains to find some herbs for detoxification, but alas, I encountered the gray shadow wolf along the way and nearly lost my life. Understanding dawned upon Ling Yun. It was no wonder that this elder appeared so frail and destitute. He was suffering from a potent toxin. Yet, to have been bitten by a second-tier demon beast and still endure until now, even managing to come this far. The elder in Apos' strength was likely far beyond what met the eye. Who exactly was he, and how had he fallen into such a state? Ling Yun was filled with questions, but he knew this was not the time for inquiries. He gazed at Elder Xian and Apos' leg, which continued to ooze black blood, emitting a faint putrid odor, and then felt the pure and vibrant chaotic energy within his own body. A thought surged uncontrollably within him. If chaotic energy could purify even the toxic potency of the lost forbidden medicine, then could it also neutralize the venom of the bone-eating spider? The moment this notion crossed his mind, Ling Yun was taken aback. To actively use his meager, life-sustaining chaotic energy to detoxify an old man of unknown origins and uncertain allegiance? Was that not exceedingly reckless? What if he exhausted himself and jeopardized his own safety? What if this elder turned out to be an antagonist and repaid his kindness with malice once he recovered? Countless risks flashed through his mind. Yet, for reasons he could not fathom, when he glimpsed the elder's eyes, though weathered, they still held a semblance of calm and profundity, and recollected Elder Xian and Apos' earlier words about how such a young man could possess such character, hinting at boundless potential in the future. The icy barrier within Ling Yun and Apos' heart seemed to be stirred. Perhaps it was worth a try? There was no need to fully heal him. Merely alleviating his suffering and suppressing the toxicity would suffice. Firstly, it would further validate the miraculous efficacy of the chaotic energy. Secondly, it could be seen as repaying the potential debt of gratitude owed, even if that debt was self-imposed. And thirdly, perhaps he could gain unexpected rewards from this elder, such as guidance on cultivation or information about the Demon Beast Mountain range. This risk, perhaps it was worth taking? Ling Yun's eyes flickered as he quickly weighed his options. Ultimately, he made his decision. Elder Xian, he regarded the elder, his tone calm, perhaps. I possess a method to temporarily suppress the toxicity in your leg. What? Elder Xian abruptly lifted his head, disbelief blazing in his murky eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Ling Yun. Young man, what did you just say? You have a way to suppress the bone-eating spider and Apos' venom? Even Fu Bo, standing nearby, was taken aback, hastily advising, young master. You mustn't Apos' That is the venom of the bone-eating spider. Even the best physicians in the city might be helpless. Fu Bo, I am aware of my own limits, Ling Yun interrupted, his gaze still fixed on Elder Xian. Elder Xian trembled slightly with excitement. Having lived for so long, he was well aware of the bone-eating spider's venom's ferocity. He had long since abandoned hope, merely wishing to struggle for life before death. Yet unexpectedly, this mysterious youth claimed to have a solution. Young man, is this true? Elder Xian's voice quivered slightly. We shall see, Ling Yun replied, but my abilities are limited. I can only provide temporary relief, not eradicate it entirely. Moreover, it may be somewhat painful. That is of no consequence. No consequence at all. Elder Xian quickly waved his hand, a look of almost ecstatic joy illuminating his face. As long as you can suppress it, I shall have my life returned to me. Young man, your great kindness. No need for further words, Ling Yun cut him off, gesturing toward the injured leg. Relax and do not resist. Elder Xian inhaled deeply, nodding as he closed his eyes, striving to relax. Though still filled with shock and doubt, he chose to trust this young man before him for once. Ling Yun also took a deep breath, immersing himself in his dantian. This time, he was even more cautious than when he had helped Fu Bo. He meticulously controlled his chaotic energy, drawing forth a thread that was multiple times finer than a hair, as precise as the finest surgical scalpel, gently and carefully probing into the dark, swollen wound that exuded a foul odor. As the pure and pristine chaotic energy made contact with the cold, domineering venom of the bone-eating spider, it emitted a faint sound akin to ice melting. Elder Xian and Apos' body jolted violently. An indescribable pain, reminiscent of the clash between ice and fire, surged throughout him, nearly prompting a cry of anguish. However, he gritted his teeth, refraining from uttering a sound. Though veins bulged on his forehead and cold sweat streamed down his face, Ling Yun was equally shaken. He could distinctly feel that the venom of the bone-eating spider was even more tenacious and tyrannical than he had imagined. While the chaotic energy clearly exhibited a restraining effect on it, completely purifying it would require a tremendous amount of energy. Furthermore, this venom seemed to possess a certain soul-corroding quality. Even his mere awareness of its presence caused a sharp sting. How had this old man managed to endure until now? Ling Yun's conviction grew stronger. Elder Xian was surely no ordinary individual. He dared not slacken his efforts, concentrating all his focus as he meticulously manipulated the chaotic energy. Akin to unraveling silk from a cocoon, gradually purifying and dismantling the most active and superficial venom at the wound site. This process was an immense torment for both parties. Elder Xian endured unimaginable agony, his body quaking violently, his complexion as pale as parchment. Meanwhile, Ling Yun faced tremendous mental exhaustion and the rapid depletion of the chaotic energy within his dantian. He felt waves of dizziness enveloping his mind, as if the vortex in his dantian was on the verge of ceasing its rotation. Yet he did not relent. He could sense that, with the purification of the chaotic energy, the cold, corrosive aura emanating from Elder Xian's wound was diminishing. The encroaching black mist seemed to be restrained. Effective. Just a little longer. Ling Yun gritted his teeth, squeezing out the last vestiges of chaotic energy from within, pouring it desperately into the wound. A sound akin to something being completely severed echoed. Elder Xian let out a muffled groan, his body convulsing violently for a moment before gradually settling into stillness. Ling Yun, however, could no longer withstand it. Darkness engulfed his vision, and his consciousness slipped once more into a fleeting unconsciousness. Chapter 15. The indomitable sword body darkness once again briefly enveloped Ling Yun's consciousness. Yet, this time, it was not the icy, despair-inducing silence he had previously experienced. Rather, it bore a semblance of tranquility following exhaustion. He felt as though he were nestled in a warm cradle, every part of his body being quietly nourished by a gentle, vibrant force. The profound sense of weakness, born from the depletion of spirit and strength, was dissipating at an astonishing pace. Time passed, perhaps it was merely a moment, or perhaps longer, before Ling Yun's awareness began to awaken like a tender sprout breaking through the soil. The first sensation that greeted him was warmth from the outside world. The campfire continued to burn, radiating a comforting heat that alleviated much of the cave's chill. Next, he sensed changes within his body. To his delight, he discovered that the once dim and sparse chaotic vortex in his dantian, which had been weakened by his forced detoxification, was now substantially revitalized. Although it had not yet returned to its peak condition, it no longer felt on the brink of exhaustion. Moreover, the vortex seemed to absorb and convert external energy at a slightly accelerated pace. What astonished him further was the unmistakable feeling that his physical form had undergone an exceedingly subtle yet significant transformation. His skin had become smoother and more refined, emanating a luster akin to jade. His muscles, while still not overly bulging, now exuded explosive strength and remarkable resilience, and his bones, seemingly tempered by countless trials, had grown denser and harder, even radiating a faint golden sheen. His internal organs were also more robust, each heartbeat resonating like a drum, each breath long and profound, as if they could directly invoke some rhythm of the heavens. This sensation, a thought suddenly flashed through Ling Yun and Apos' mind. A notion so profound it nearly stopped his heart, the indomitable sword body. Though this was merely a description from outlines and summaries he had read in his past life as a reader, at this moment, he could genuinely perceive a hint of a similar essence emanating from his body. That indomitable resilience, that pure essence impervious to all methods, that profound connection with the great principles of the universe. Could it be that this chaotic seed not only reshapes the dantian, repairs meridians, deduces martial arts, nurtures weapons, and heals injuries, but its most fundamental and extraordinary ability is to forge the legendary, indomitable sword body? This conjecture quickened Ling Yun and Apos' breath. If this were true, then his future would be boundless. What does possessing the indomitable sword body signify? It signifies invulnerability to all methods, unparalleled defense. It signifies an immortal physical form with astonishing recovery. It signifies an innate, unparalleled affinity with the sword path. This was undeniably the strongest physique tailor-made for sword cultivators. Without exception, no wonder this chaotic seed seemed to possess a mysterious connection with the sword, suppressing the euphoric excitement within him. Ling Yun slowly opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was Fu Bo's aged face, filled with concern and worry. "Young master, you are awake," Fu Bo exclaimed, his joy palpable. "How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Ling Yun shook his head slightly, assessing his body, though he still felt somewhat fatigued. It was a far cry from the near-empty sensation he had experienced before losing consciousness. "I am well, Fu Bo." His voice was still somewhat hoarse, yet he had regained much strength. "What about you?" "I feel much better. Much better," Fu Bo replied hastily, a look of disbelief and joy on his face. "Strangely enough, ever since you helped old Xian last night, I felt a warmth throughout my body, and the fatigue of recent days has dissipated significantly. My spirits are quite high." Ling Yun understood upon hearing this. It seemed that the trace of chaotic energy he had previously imparted to Fu Bo had taken effect. Indeed, chaotic energy was miraculous. It could not only save lives, but also strengthen one's foundation and enhance physical constitution. His gaze shifted to the other side of the cave. He saw old Xian sitting cross-legged on a clean patch of dried grass, presumably laid by Fu Bo, with eyes closed, breathing steady and deep. The expression of agony that had once twisted his features had vanished, replaced by a serene tranquility. The injured left leg remained wrapped in cloth, but it no longer oozed black blood, and the surrounding redness had subsided significantly, with the chilling, corrosive aura almost imperceptible. Clearly, the daring action he had taken the previous night had yielded remarkable results. The bone-biting spider's venom had indeed been suppressed by the chaotic energy. As Ling Yun observed old Xian, it seemed that old Xian sensed his gaze and slowly opened his eyes. Those murky eyes appeared, much clearer now, sparkling with complex and inscrutable emotions: shock, gratitude, curiosity, and a hint of deep-seated wariness and inquiry. He regarded Ling Yun silently for a moment before speaking slowly. his voice still hoarse but considerably more resonant. "Young man, you are awake?" "Yes." Ling Yun nodded, meeting old Xian's gaze, and calmly inquired, "How do you feel?" "Thanks to you, young man, I have managed to snatch back my life." Old Xian's face displayed genuine gratitude as he solemnly clasped his hands towards Ling Yun. "The power within you is indeed extraordinary. It can even suppress the venom of the bone-biting spider. I am in awe. May I ask, what kind of power is that?" "It's nothing." Ling Yun had anticipated this question. He knew old Xian would surely ask. "Just a bit of family secret technique. It is nothing to mention," he replied unperturbed, his tone neutral, revealing nothing, glad to have been able to assist old Xian. Old Xian's eyes flickered with disappointment upon hearing this, but he did not press further. He understood that everyone harbored their own secrets, especially someone like Ling Yun, who appeared to carry deep-seated grudges and had endured hardships. It was only natural for him to be wary. He simply gazed deeply at Ling Yun, silently etching this life-saving grace into his heart. "Regardless, I will forever remember this kindness, young man," old Xian reiterated solemnly. "If opportunities arise in the future, I shall repay you." Ling Yun nodded noncommittally. He did not expect any return. What he cared about more was old Xian's true identity. Was approaching him a blessing or a curse? Once again, silence descended upon the cave. The campfire crackled, casting flickering shadows. "Old Xian," Ling Yun broke the silence again. "You mentioned needing to venture into the mountains to gather herbs for detoxification. May I inquire, what specific herbs are you seeking? Perhaps I can lend a hand." His offer to assist was twofold: to further probe old Xian's intentions and to familiarize himself with the environment of the beastly mountain range through the search for herbs, while also hoping to find treasures beneficial to his cultivation. Old Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue at Ling Yun's unexpected offer of assistance. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I require 3 main herbs: 9-leaf ink orchid, crimson flame fruit, and ice bone grass. These 3 herbs grow in the middle to outer regions of the beastly mountain range, each requiring different conditions for growth, making them quite difficult to find. Moreover, they are often guarded by formidable beasts. 9-leaf ink orchid, crimson flame fruit, ice bone grass." Ling Yun silently committed these names to memory. He had some knowledge of herbs and recognized that these 3 were all relatively rare second-tier spiritual medicines, highly valued for their efficacy in detoxification and healing. "I understand." Ling Yun nodded. "Once we had regrouped, we would set out in search. Thus, I extend my gratitude to you, young sir." Elder Xian once again clasped his hands in thanks, his perception of Ling Yun growing ever more intricate. This youth acted with decisiveness and possessed a meticulous mind. Though he bore a heavy mistrust, he did not seem entirely devoid of compassion. Truly, a young man shrouded in enigma. In the ensuing hours, the trio temporarily rested within the stone cavern. Uncle Fu tended to the flickering fire and prepared a modest repast, primarily consisting of leftover wolf meat and some wild vegetables. Elder Xian, meanwhile, continued to sit cross-legged, focusing on healing his injuries and suppressing the remnants of toxins within him. Although the chaotic aura had mitigated much of the potent poison, complete eradication necessitated the procurement of 3 essential herbs. As for Ling Yun, he plunged wholeheartedly into his cultivation. He eagerly channeled the newly optimized flowing cloud technique, guiding the chaotic energy through his body in a torrent, absorbing the energy from the surrounding heavens and earth to strengthen the chaotic vortex within his dantian. He could distinctly sense that his power was ascending at an extraordinary rate. Merely after a morning of cultivation, he felt his physical strength firmly established at a level comparable to the 7th stage of body refinement from his past life, and he was steadily progressing towards the 8th stage. The chaotic vortex within his dantian had also become denser and more vibrant, with the total amount of chaotic energy almost doubling since his awakening. Such a meteoric rise in strength, if revealed to outsiders, would surely leave them astounded. Yet, Ling Yun remained unsatisfied. The body refinement stage? In his past existence, that was merely trivial. His aspirations soared beyond. He sought to gather qi, to attain true essence, to cultivate a spiritual sea, to ascend to even loftier realms, to wield absolute power capable of overwhelming any foe and exacting swift vengeance. The chaotic seed of the Tao bestowed upon him this potential. In addition to enhancing his cultivation, Ling Yun also delved into the other mysteries of the chaotic seed. He discovered that it seemed to bolster his mental acuity as well. He now found his thoughts remarkably clear and agile, his memory far surpassing what it once was, even sensing a faint semblance of divine consciousness. Though still weak and unable to manifest outwardly, its existence was undeniable. This filled him with confidence for the pursuit of more profound techniques and secret arts in the future. Moreover, he realized his sensitivity to the energies of the universe had become extraordinarily acute. Not only could he perceive the ordinary elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but he could also faintly detect more subtle and primal energy fluctuations, such as light energy, wind energy, and the power of lightning, albeit extremely faint. Did this imply that he could potentially cultivate multiple attributes, perhaps even master various laws? This speculation set his heart racing anew. Chaos, by its very nature, embraces all. The chaotic seed of the Tao might indeed allow him to transcend conventional cultivation constraints and embark upon a path of unparalleled mastery of myriad ways. The more he explored, the more Ling Yun felt the chaotic seed was unfathomable, akin to a mysterious universe brimming with boundless treasures. His heart swelled with reverence and an unprecedented drive. He must unearth its full might. Time flew, and dusk descended. After a day of rest and cultivation, Ling Yun's condition had improved significantly. Though his cultivation level remained modest, his physical strength had firmly reached a level akin to the 8th stage of body refinement. The chaotic energy within him had also surged, sufficient to sustain him in a low-intensity battle. Uncle Fu's mental state had improved considerably. No longer teetering on the brink of collapse, Elder Xian, under the suppression of Ling Yun's chaotic energy, exhibited visible improvement in his leg injury. While he could not yet engage in vigorous activity, he was able to lean upon a new wooden staff and walk with some effort. His gaze towards Ling Yun had transformed, becoming more benevolent and respectful. Elder Xian, Uncle Fu, we must prepare to set out, Ling Yun proclaimed, rising with a gleam of determination in his eyes. Rest was merely a precursor to further advancement. They could not remain hidden within this stone cavern indefinitely. Very well, Elder Xian declared, standing with renewed vigor, supported by his staff. Uncle Fu promptly tidied their belongings, carefully preserving the remaining wolf meat. The trio consumed a light meal to replenish their strength, and under the cover of night, they departed from their temporary refuge, officially embarking on their journey into the Beast Mountain range. This time, Ling Yun led the way, sword in hand, his gaze keen and alert, his heightened senses scanning the surroundings like a radar. Elder Xian, propped by his staff, followed closely behind, his steps steady despite his legs' limitations. His murky eyes occasionally sweeping over the surrounding flora and rocks as though in search of something. Uncle Fu, burdened with a pack, cautiously trailed at the rear. Chapter 16. A glimpse into the wilderness. The emergence of beasts. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding the periphery of the Beast Mountain range in profound silence. Unlike the vastness of the wilderness, this place was dominated by towering ancient trees, entwined vines, and dense foliage that nearly obscured all starlight and moonlight. Only the occasional slivers of silver light that filtered through the leaves cast mottled shadows on the ground, strewn with dead branches and fallen leaves, enhancing the air of mystery and eeriness. The atmosphere was thick with a rich blend of scents, the dampness of decaying wood, the peculiar fragrance of exotic flowers, and a faint metallic tang of blood. This was the unique aroma of the primeval forest, teeming with the vitality of nature, yet concealing an omnipresent danger. Soft rustling footsteps echoed through the tranquil woods, strikingly clear in the stillness. Ling Yun led the way, his Qingfeng sword hanging low, its tip nearly grazing the ground. Each step was taken with utmost caution, his gaze sharp and alert like that of a vigilant leopard, scanning every potential hiding place for danger, dense thickets, gnarled roots of ancient trees, and shadowy crevices in the rocks. Since entering this forest, he felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. The energy fluctuations here were markedly more intense and chaotic than those of the surrounding wilderness. Not merely the elemental energy of heaven and earth, but a myriad of energies belonging to beasts and plants, interwoven with some he could not comprehend, formed a complex and perilous equilibrium. The chaos seed within him thrived, eagerly absorbing these multifarious energies, purifying and transforming them into the most refined essence of chaos. He sensed that his cultivation speed here surpassed that in the wilderness by at least 30%. Simultaneously, his enhanced senses, strengthened by the chaos seed, proved invaluable. He could hear the faint sound of leaves falling from dozens of meters away, detect the subtle stench of venom from a concealed snake in the grass, and discern the nearly indistinguishable tracks and scents left by various creatures on the ground. This extraordinary perception allowed him to preemptively evade several potential threats. A venomous snake lurking beneath the leaves, a nest of poisonous wasps hidden in a tree hollow, and several low-level beasts that seemed to sense an unsettling aura about him and ultimately retreated. Trailing behind him was Elder Xian, leaning on a wooden staff. Though he appeared to walk unsteadily, each step was placed with precision and ease, his breathing calm and demeanor serene, as if strolling in his own garden rather than a perilous wilderness. His murky eyes occasionally scanned the surroundings, seemingly discerning something, and a faint, contemplative smile would flicker at the corners of his mouth. Uncle Fu, however, followed at the rear with great trepidation, clutching a small bundle tightly, scarcely daring to breathe. The enveloping darkness, the strange sounds echoing around them, and the faint scent of blood in the air filled this old servant, who had never ventured beyond the confines of Yanyang City, with overwhelming fear and unease. Were it not for his unwavering trust and loyalty to the young master, he might have crumpled to the ground. Master, where are we headed? After nearly an hour, Uncle Fu could no longer contain himself, his voice trembling. The forest appeared indistinguishable, and he had lost all sense of direction. Ling Yun halted, listening intently for a moment, and then carefully inhaling the scents in the air. He He pointed toward a relatively lower area ahead, where the humidity seemed heavier. We shall proceed in that direction. I need to enhance my strength post-haste, and I am in search of something special, though he did not specify. Both Elder Xian and Uncle Fu understood he was referring to treasures of heaven and earth or beasts that could rapidly augment his power. Elder Xian nodded, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his murky eyes. Indeed, the direction is correct. That area is rich in moisture and carries a heavier aura of yin, making it more likely to harbor unique herbs and certain beasts that thrive in damp environments. However, we must also exercise greater caution. Poisonous insects and miasma will be more abundant. Ling Yun acknowledged with a nod, unfazed by Elder Xian's insight. He supported the elder and continued onward in that direction. The deeper they ventured, the denser the trees became, and the dimness intensified. The ground grew muddy and slippery, and the air was saturated with a more pungent scent of decay. Vibrant, oddly shaped fungi and moss clung to the trunks and rocks, emitting a faint glow, adding an eerie beauty to the dark forest while hinting at potential toxicity. Ling Yun's focus was razor-sharp, his heightened awareness bestowed by the chaos seed operating at full capacity. He could sense that the dangers lurking in this area were significantly greater than before. The air was thick with energy fluctuations emanating from beasts, exuding a palpable ferocity. Suddenly, Ling Yun's steps faltered, his eyes sharpened, akin to a drawn sword, fixating on a massive ancient tree to his right, one that required two people to embrace. Something seemed to be writhing within the thick shadows of its gnarled trunk. Be careful, Ling Yun hissed, abruptly pushing Elder Xian and Uncle Fu back. Almost simultaneously, a sharp, piercing hiss echoed, sending chills down their spines. A black shadow, as swift as lightning, shot forth from the shadows of the ancient tree. Its speed was astonishing. Aimed directly at the spot where Ling Yun had just stood. It was a snake, as thick as a human's arm, its body covered in fine black scales, crowned with a bulbous venomous sac atop its head. A poisonous snake. More precisely, it was a beast, an advanced-level beast, the black-scaled corrupted bone snake. This creature was notorious for its swiftness and potent venom. Its toxin could not only paralyze the nerves, but also corrode flesh and bone. Should one be bitten, even if they survived, they would be left with severe aftereffects. Its strength rivaled that of a martial artist at the 8th or 9th level of the body refinement realm. It's the black-scaled corrupted bone snake. Master, be careful. Uncle Fu shrieked in terror, his spirit nearly shattered. Elder Xian's expression shifted, instinctively tightening his grip on his staff. In the face of this sudden and lethal ambush, Ling Yun's reaction was instantaneous. Although he had pushed Elder Xian and Uncle Fu away, sacrificing his opportunity to evade, there was no trace of panic in his eyes, only a chilling calmness. At the moment the snake's foul, venomous tongue nearly brushed his face, he executed a bridge maneuver, arching his body backward at an impossible angle. Simultaneously, his Qingfeng sword surged upward, as if it possessed foresight. With a swift motion, the cold blade narrowly grazed the snake's slick belly, igniting a shower of sparks and scattering several broken black scales. Although it did not inflict a fatal wound, the intense pain elicited a furious hiss from the black-scaled corrupted bone snake, causing its massive body to twist violently in midair, striking at Ling Yun like a whip. If that blow landed, Ling Yun's current physical strength would likely leave him broken. In this dire moment, a cold glint flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. He chose not to endure the strike, but instead rolled adeptly to the side, akin to a nimble cat. With a resounding thud, the heavy tail of the snake struck the ground where he had just reclined, sending debris flying and leaving a clear imprint. That was close, Ling Yun thought, quickly rising to his feet, his gaze gravely fixed on the coiled black-scaled corrupted bone snake, its crimson eyes locked onto him. This creature was more troublesome than he had anticipated. It was swift, powerful, and seemed to possess a degree of intelligence. Hiss. The black-scaled corrupted bone snake flicked its tongue, the bulbous sac on its head pulsating slightly, releasing a noxious, green-tinged mist that began to waft from its mouth. This is bad. It is the corrupted bone poison mist. Hold your breath, Elder Xian urgently reminded. A chill ran through Ling Yun's heart, and he immediately held his breath. He was acutely aware of the potency of this poisonous mist. Even a small inhalation could induce dizziness and weakness, while excessive exposure could corrode one's internal organs. Yet, he found himself perilously close to the venomous serpent, unable to evade entirely. A wisp of faint green poison mist inevitably tainted his skin. Sizzle. A barely perceptible sound, akin to sizzling meat, reached his ears. Ling Yun felt a searing sting on his skin. Glancing down, he was horrified to see the poisoned area of his skin beginning to blacken and rot. Such a brutal toxicity. Panic surged within him. However, just as he prepared to channel the chaotic energy to resist and purify the toxin, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The skin, altered by the chaotic seed, emitted a nearly invisible, delicate chaotic aura upon contact with the poison mist. The skin that had been deteriorating suddenly ceased its decline. Furthermore, the invading toxins, under the influence of this chaotic aura, were swiftly decomposed and neutralized, ultimately vanishing without a trace. In mere moments, the burning sensation dissipated entirely, and even the darkened marks faded away, as if everything that had transpired was but an illusion. Is it impervious to all methods? The phrase flashed through Ling Yun's mind, though it was far from true invulnerability. The indomitable sword body, or rather its embryonic form, had already begun to reveal its remarkable resistance to venom. This unexpected revelation invigorated Ling Yun's confidence. With the poison mist rendered ineffective, the greatest threat posed by this creature had diminished significantly. You vile beast, prepare to perish. Ling Yun no longer hesitated. His eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He launched his attack. His footwork transformed, no longer merely evading. He began to execute the foundational movement technique he had mastered in his past life, misty steps. Though his internal chaotic energy was feeble, preventing him from fully unleashing the technique's power, his extraordinary reflexes and precise timing made his form appear elusive and unpredictable, like a wraith dancing upon the edge of a blade. The black-scaled corrupted bone serpent clearly did not anticipate that its prey would be unaffected by its poison mist and would employ such an elusive technique, causing it to become agitated. Its massive body thrashed violently, its tail sweeping like a steel whip, while its fangs lunged like daggers. In an instant, a foul wind surged, and the poison mist enveloped the area. Yet Ling Yun, akin to a lone boat amidst a tempest, skillfully navigated through the most perilous moments, evading attacks at minimal cost. Meanwhile, his Qingfeng sword never faltered. He no longer sought a single lethal strike. Instead, he leveraged the advantage of his technique to continuously inflict new wounds upon the serpent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword gleamed, each strike precisely slicing through the serpent's scales, releasing splatters of putrid serpent blood. He resembled the most seasoned hunter, patiently wearing down his quarry's stamina while searching for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Elder Xian, observing from the sidelines, was captivated by the finesse of Ling Yun's movements. What an exquisite technique! What a cunning swordplay! What a calm demeanor! He silently praised, recognizing that this young man was exceptional. However, he pondered why the power within him appeared so feeble, and that strange aura felt quite peculiar. He increasingly believed that their encounter was perhaps not mere coincidence. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. The black-scaled corrupted bone serpent, provoked by Ling Yun's relentless harassment and attacks, finally erupted in fury. It reared its head, emitting a thunderous hiss. The grotesque poison sac atop its head swelled to its utmost limit. This is bad. It is about to unleash its venom. Get away. Elder Xian urged once more. The serpent's venom was far more potent than its poison mist, at least tenfold. A mere drop could prove fatal. Ling Yun's heart raced. He understood that this was the final decisive moment. He chose not to retreat. He knew that with the speed at which the serpent sprayed its venom, evasion was impossible. His only chance for survival lay in offense. At the instant the venom was about to be unleashed, he resolved to deliver a fatal strike. In a flash, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. He channeled all the remaining chaotic energy within him into his legs. Simultaneously, he tightened his grip on the Qingfeng sword, fixing his gaze intently on a precise point just beneath the serpent's head, its vital weak spot. Now, as he witnessed the poison sac above the serpent's head suddenly contract, a dark green venom radiating a menacing aura prepared to erupt, Ling Yun surged forth. His speed, propelled by the chaotic energy, reached its zenith, resembling a true lightning bolt. The Qingfeng sword transformed into a streak of brilliance, imbued with an indomitable, devastating momentum as it plunged toward the serpent's weak point. This strike encapsulated all his strength, all his will, all his hatred. Thud! An incredibly dull, yet nauseating sound reverberated. The Qingfeng sword penetrated effortlessly into the black-scaled, corrupted bone serpent's vital spot, piercing directly through its heart. Hiss! The serpent emitted the most mournful, desperate wail in its existence. The venom it had intended to unleash was abruptly halted, merely splattering a few drops onto the nearby rocks, which were immediately corroded into sizzling pits, showcasing the ferocity of its toxicity. The massive serpent writhed violently, thrashing and rolling, demolishing the surrounding terrain. Yet, Ling Yun clung steadfastly to the sword's hilt, allowing the tremendous force to toss him about, refusing to let go. He even mustered his last ounce of strength to twist the sword hilt fiercely. Splat! The serpent's blood gushed forth like a fountain. The corrupted bone serpent's struggles gradually waned, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground, bereft of life. Only its defiant eyes remained, glaring at Ling Yun, as if to accuse this insignificant being of robbing it of existence. Huff! 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 Ling Yun released the sword hilt, collapsing to the ground, utterly spent, his chest heaving, drenched in sweat, his complexion ashen. This time, he had truly exhausted all his strength, but he had triumphed. Once again, he had overcome the strong with the weak, slaying a first-tier high-level beast. Though the process had been fraught with peril, the thrill of dancing on the edge of life and death filled him with exhilaration, as if only in the throes of slaughter and battle could he truly feel his existence. Only then could he transform boundless hatred and humiliation into the driving force for his advancement. Young master, young master. Uncle Fu hurriedly rushed forward to assist Ling Yun, his eyes filled with trepidation and indescribable admiration. His young master was truly, astonishingly powerful, having just resumed cultivation for a short time. He had managed to slay such a ferocious demon serpent. Elder Xian approached with his wooden staff, gazing at the enormous serpent carcass on the ground before turning to Ling Yun, who lay exhausted yet bright-eyed. A complex light flickered in his murky gaze. He stepped before Ling Yun, paused in silence for a moment, and then spoke. Young man, your sword is too ruthless, too absolute. Your murderous intent is overwhelming. Ling Yun was taken aback, raising his head to meet Elder Xian's gaze. The elder continued, his voice calm, yet imbued with a penetrating insight. The heart of slaughter can indeed empower you, but if left unchecked, it will inevitably backfire, leading you down the path of darkness, from which there is no return. Ling Yun trembled at these words. Falling into the path of darkness, he gazed at his hands, stained with the blood of serpents, feeling the seething desire for slaughter and the deep-seated hatred within his heart. Could it be that he would truly? No. Ling Yun abruptly shook his head, his gaze once again becoming resolute and icy. What of the path of darkness? As long as he could exact his revenge, as long as he could make those individuals pay the price, he was willing to descend into the abyss if it meant achieving his goals. Thank you for your reminder. Elder Xian, Ling Yun spoke in a calm tone, yet he was acutely aware of his own intentions. Elder Xian regarded the cold and determined look in his eyes, letting out a gentle sigh, choosing not to say more. He understood that certain emotional entanglements could not be unraveled by others, they could only be resolved by oneself. He simply bent down, using his wooden staff to poke around the corpse of the black-scaled rotting-bone serpent, seemingly in search of something. Moments later, his eyes brightened as he extracted from the serpent's belly a peculiar orchid, entirely black, with leaves carved from obsidian, exuding a faint, enchanting fragrance. This orchid possessed 9 exquisitely shaped leaves, shimmering with a mysterious luster in the firelight. He chuckled softly, a hint of joy gracing Elder Xian's face. For he had unexpectedly discovered the 9-leaf dark orchid. Chapter 17, The Acquisition of the 9-leaf ink orchid. A gift from Elder Xian. The crackling of the campfire filled the air, casting a warm orange glow upon the rough stone walls of the cave, illuminating 3 faces, each reflecting a distinct expression. Elder Xian cradled the freshly extracted 9-leaf ink orchid, a radiant joy evident upon his visage. His once dull eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance as he scrutinized the ink-black leaves, meticulously carved like jade, and the remnants of serpent slime clinging to its roots. Ah, truly, one need not traverse treacherous paths to find a treasure, Elder Xian mused, stroking his beard with a hint of relief and trepidation. The black-scaled corrupt bone serpent must have inadvertently ingested this rare orchid, unaware that although it serves as an antidote, it harbors a cold essence that counteracts the fire poison within it. The clash of these opposing forces weakened the serpent. Otherwise, young master, you might have faced a far more arduous struggle. Understanding dawned upon Ling Yun. No wonder the black-scaled corrupt bone serpent appeared slightly feebler than its legendary peers. The truth lay hidden within. It seemed his intervention had fortuitously yielded an advantage. However, he was more intrigued by the implications of Elder Xian's words. This old man not only recognized the 9-leaf ink orchid but also possessed profound knowledge of its medicinal properties and preferred habitat, its consumption by serpents indicating a propensity for dark, damp environments. Furthermore, he was aware of the serpent's internal fire poison, a relatively obscure piece of knowledge. Such insight was not typical of an ordinary, downcast elder. Ling Yun's gaze towards Elder Xian deepened with newfound respect. Master, are you well? Fu Bo, having regained his composure, promptly offered Ling Yun the remaining portion of roasted wolf meat. You exerted yourself greatly. Please eat to replenish your strength. Ling Yun nodded, accepting the meat and devoured it heartily. Following the fierce battle, his chaotic energy was nearly depleted, and his body ached, in dire need of restoration. The pure energy embedded within the beast's flesh slid down his throat, swiftly absorbed and transformed by his tireless chaotic core. He could distinctly sense the chaotic vortex within him rejuvenating, akin to a parched sponge encountering water, spinning joyfully as pure chaotic energy was regenerated, nourishing his weary form. The sensation of rapid recovery was nothing short of exquisite. The chaotic path was truly a divine artifact tailored for combat and sustained warfare. While consuming the wolf meat, he silently channeled his cultivation method to expedite his recuperation. Elder Xian carefully wrapped the 9-leaf ink orchid in a clean cloth, storing it close to him. Then lifted his gaze, observing Ling Yun's voracious appetite with a complex expression. After a moment's hesitation, as if making a significant decision, he finally spoke. Young one, the power you wielded to slay that serpent seems to transcend ordinary true essence or blood vitality. It resembles a more ancient, primordial force. His inquiry was cautious and vague, clearly a probe yet unwilling to overstep boundaries, especially after Ling Yun had just saved his life and assisted in acquiring the vital antidote. Ling Yun paused momentarily, raising his head to meet Elder Xian's probing gaze. He understood that the uniqueness of the chaotic energy within him was likely difficult to conceal from this perceptive elder. During the battle, particularly when he had harnessed the chaotic energy to enhance his speed and strength. The fluctuations of that distinct energy had surely been detected. To conceal, or to reveal a fragment. Ling Yun weighed his options swiftly. Complete concealment might breed suspicion, even unnecessary hostility. After all, the unknown often signifies danger. Offering a hint might dissipate any doubts, potentially leading to valuable insights or guidance from this enigmatic elder, who seemed to have knowledge of such ancient primordial powers. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Yun resolved to subtly disclose a fraction, ensuring the core secret of the chaotic path remained undisclosed. Elder Xian, you possess keen insight, Ling Yun stated, setting down the wolf meat and wiping his mouth. The cultivation method I practice is indeed somewhat unique, diverging from common paths. As for the exact nature of the power, I regret I cannot divulge it at this time. He acknowledged its uniqueness while withholding critical details. Elder Xian's eyes gleamed with understanding. Indeed, this young man's cultivated power was extraordinary. He did not press further, merely nodding with a smile of comprehension. It matters not. Each person possesses their own opportunities and secrets, I understand. He paused, seemingly recalling something, and rummaged through his garments for some time before producing a small, unremarkable pouch crafted from an unknown beast's hide. The pouch was roughly the size of a palm, grayish-brown in color, devoid of any adornment, appearing somewhat worn. Here, young one. Elder Xian presented the pouch with solemnity. You have saved my life and aided me in retrieving the orchid. This debt cannot be repaid. This storage pouch, though of low grade, nearly a low-tier yellow-grade artifact, offers a space of limited capacity. Yet, it should alleviate your immediate need for storage. A storage pouch. Ling Yun felt a jolt of astonishment. This was indeed a storage pouch. Even the lowest tier of yellow-grade artifacts held immense value in a place like Yanyang City. Only cultivators of at least the Qi-gathering realm or the core scions of prominent families could possess such items. In his previous life, as the foremost genius of the Ling family, heralded as the future heir, he had only been promised a low-tier storage ring shortly before competing in the family tournament. Should he emerge victorious? To his surprise, this seemingly destitute elder casually presented a storage pouch. Though it was merely the lowest tier, it undeniably affirmed his extraordinary identity. Ling Yun hesitated to accept it, instead gazing deeply into Elder Xian's eyes. Elder, this is far too precious. Compared to the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me. A mere yellow-grade storage pouch is of little consequence. Elder Xian waved his hand dismissively, his tone sincere. If you refuse, it may appear as though you disdain my gratitude. Ling Yun regarded Elder Xian's earnest expression, then glanced at the ordinary pouch, albeit one that would significantly assist him in storing various items, such as the fur of the gray shadow wolf and potential medicinal herbs or beast cores he might acquire in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded, accepting the pouch. Then, I thank you, Elder. He recognized that refusing would be futile and would only seem disingenuous. Moreover, he genuinely required a storage pouch for his belongings. Do not mention it, young one. Elder Xian beamed with satisfaction upon seeing Ling Yun accept the pouch. He added, the method of using this storage pouch is simple. Merely infuse a thread of your spiritual energy or the unique power within you to sense the internal space. With a mere thought, you can store or retrieve items. Spiritual energy? Unique power? Ling Yun's interest was piqued. It appeared that this elder had discerned something about him. He cautiously attempted to probe the pouch with a faint thread of his recently restored chaotic energy. Buzz. In an instant, a grayish, independent space of approximately 1 cubic meter vividly appeared in his consciousness. The sensation was extraordinarily marvelous, as if his awareness had extended into another dimension. Is this the storage space? Ling Yun marveled within, and with a thought, he attempted to store a small stone beside him into the storage bag. Whoosh! The stone instantly vanished from its place, and in the next moment, it appeared in the gray, hazy realm that he sensed with his consciousness. With another thought, whoosh! The stone reappeared in its original position. Success! Although it was merely a rudimentary storage bag with limited space, the ability to summon and retrieve items filled Ling Yun with a sense of wonder and excitement. With this, his future endeavors would undoubtedly be much more convenient. He stored the gray shadow wolf's pelt and the remaining dried wolf meat into the storage bag, instantly feeling considerably lighter. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Xian. Ling Yun expressed his gratitude once more. He chuckled, just a small matter. Elder Xian waved his hand and continued, young man. While you displayed great bravery and decisiveness when slaying that demon serpent, it seems you have yet to cultivate any notable sword techniques. Ling Yun's heart stirred at these words. Here it comes. This old man is indeed about to offer some guidance. He nodded and did not conceal the truth. The sword techniques I practiced previously have become unusable due to the recent upheaval. Now, I can only rely on instincts to engage in combat. His words were half-truths. He had mastered the Luyun sword technique. But with the current nature of his chaotic energy, its direct application might not yield the best results, and he genuinely needed stronger sword techniques. I see. Elder Xian acknowledged, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his murky eyes. Your physique is unique, and your source of power is extraordinary. Common sword techniques may indeed fail to harness your advantages. He pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing his thoughts, and finally, as if he had resolved to do so, he said slowly, "In my youth, I too was enamored with the sword path and have garnered some insights. I believe you possess the innate talent of a sword cultivator. If you are willing, I could impart to you a passable introductory sword technique that may aid you." Teaching sword techniques. Ling Yun's heart raced. He understood that this was the true gift. While a yellow tear storage bag was precious, it paled in comparison to a sword technique that could potentially suit his unique constitution and power. This old man is indeed consciously investing in himself. Or perhaps, establishing a benevolent bond? Regardless of his intent, for Ling Yun, who urgently needed to enhance his strength, this was undoubtedly a timely blessing. "I would be most grateful." Ling Yun immediately bowed, his demeanor imbued with newfound respect, imploring Elder Xian for his generous instruction. Though he remained cautious of Elder Xian, he would not miss the opportunity to bolster his strength. Moreover, his intuition told him that the sword technique imparted by this old man was likely far beyond merely passable. "Haha, well said," Elder Xian replied, his satisfied smile appearing as he noticed Ling Yun's respectful attitude. "However, I do have a condition for imparting this sword technique." "Please, Elder," Ling Yun responded. "The sword technique I will teach you is called the star-shattering sword technique," Elder Xian said slowly, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "It is a fragment I chanced upon in my youth, containing only the first 3 levels. This technique possesses considerable power but demands a high level of physical and mental fortitude to practice and is quite energy-intensive. I hope that should you have the opportunity in the future, you might seek out the subsequent methods to complete it, thus fulfilling a wish of mine. Of course, if you cannot find them, do not feel compelled." The star-shattering sword technique? Ling Yun silently committed the name to memory. It sounded rather extraordinary. A fragment? Only the first 3 levels? Considerable power? A subtle smile graced Ling Yun's lips. Given this old man's mysterious nature, his claim of considerable power likely meant it began at least at the earth tier, if not possibly a fragment of a heaven tier technique. As for the subsequent methods, Ling Yun had absolute confidence in his chaotic seed. Given enough time and resources, not only could he complete the fragment, but he might also derive an even stronger technique. "I shall remember your instruction, Elder." Ling Yun bowed deeply once more, filled with gratitude and excitement. This star-shattering sword technique was indeed profound. Even just the first level was far more intricate than any sword technique he had learned in his previous life. Furthermore, after optimization by the chaotic seed, he felt this sword technique was tailor-made for him. Once he successfully cultivated the first level, his combat prowess would undergo a transformative change. "All right, it is getting late. We should make haste," Elder Xian remarked, seemingly fatigued, waving his hand. "The Demon Beast Mountain Range is not safe at night. Finding the next medicinal herb, the Crimson Flame Fruit, quickly will bring us peace of mind." "The Crimson Flame Fruit?" Ling Yun inquired. "Do you know where it typically grows?" "The Crimson Flame Fruit is purely young in nature and thrives in the crevices of volcanic rocks or places rich in geothermal energy," Elder Xian explained. "According to my recollection, if we head southeast for about 100 miles, there should be a small volcanic region where we might find clues." "Southeast? Volcanic region?" Ling Yun nodded, committing the direction to memory. The 3 of them rose once more, extinguished the campfire, and, guided by the faint starlight and moonlight, continued deeper into the Demon Beast Mountain Range. This time, Ling Yun's mood was markedly different. With the storage bag in hand, the introduction to a mysterious sword technique, along with his continually recovering strength and the limitless potential of his chaotic seed. Although the road ahead remained perilous and his enmity was deeply ingrained, a blazing hope ignited in his heart. He envisioned himself wielding a sharp sword, treading upon corpses, step by step ascending to the pinnacle, trampling all adversaries beneath his feet. "Wait for me," he silently roared within. "I, Ling Yun, have returned." Chapter 18. Trekking through the mountains. The initial comprehension of the sword technique as night deepened, the Beast Mountain Range revealed its savage and primordial aspect, in stark contrast to the relative tranquility of the day. The nocturnal forest seemed to come alive, resonating with a cacophony of peculiar insect chirps, deep animal roars, and the rustling sounds of unknown creatures traversing the darkness, weaving a symphony that sent shivers down the spine, a haunting melody of darkness and slaughter. The air was thick with the scent of blood, becoming increasingly pungent as the cold night wind swept through the dense woods, stirring the stench of decaying leaves, as if invisible hands of death sought to drag any intruder into the abyss. Ling Yun, Elder Xian, and Uncle Fu, like a fragile boat adrift in a dark sea, cautiously navigated through this perilous wilderness. Ling Yun led the way, his Qingfeng sword slightly raised, its tip exuding a faint chill, his gaze sharpened to an acute vigilance. His senses, enhanced by the chaos seed, were heightened to their utmost potential, functioning like the most sophisticated radar, continuously scanning the movements within a radius of hundreds of feet. He could distinctly hear the hissing of venomous snakes lurking in the underbrush, perceive the faint odor emanating from a small carnivorous beast concealed within a tree hollow, and sensed the dull sound of water being disturbed from a distant ravine by a large beast drinking. Each time he sensed potential danger, he would swiftly alter his course or hold his breath, carefully circumventing the threat. Although he had partially regained his strength, comparable to the 8th level of body tempering, the chaotic energy within him remained limited, and he could not afford to waste it on unnecessary confrontations. Moreover, he was encumbered by 2 liabilities: Elder Xian, who was physically impaired, and Uncle Fu, who was paralyzed by fear. Elder Xian, leaning on his wooden staff, followed closely behind Ling Yun. In the dim light, his face appeared somewhat pale, clearly affected by his leg injury and previous exertions. Yet, his murky eyes shone with an unusual brightness, akin to 2 ancient lamps, calmly observing their surroundings. He would occasionally whisper warnings to Ling Yun about deep-seated dangers he might overlook, such as poisonous vines disguised as dead branches or seemingly tranquil swamps concealing quicksand. His vast knowledge and seasoned experience left Ling Yun both astonished and increasingly convinced that this old man was no ordinary figure. Uncle Fu trembled as he trailed at the rear, clutching Ling Yun and Appo's clothing as if seeking solace in the fabric. He strove to remain silent, but fear rendered his face ashen, his lips pressed tightly together, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid startling the lurking beast in the shadows. Suddenly, a roar filled with ferocity and malice erupted from the depths of the thicket to their left. The sound crashed like thunder, causing the leaves to tremble and nearly sending Uncle Fu to the ground in fright. Ling Yun halted abruptly, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. This roar was powerful and commanding. It could not possibly belong to a mere first-level beast. It was at least a second-level beast, perhaps even a mid-tier one, equivalent to a human in the late stages of qi gathering. In their current state, an encounter would spell certain doom. Quick, conceal your presence. Hide, Ling Yun commanded sharply, immediately pulling Elder Xian and Uncle Fu behind a massive, moss-covered rock. The 3 held their breath, pressing their bodies tightly against the cold stone, daring not to exhale. Ling Yun pushed the chaotic energy within him to its limits, not only absorbing energy but also attempting to mimic the surrounding environment and Appo's aura, minimizing his presence. This was a newfound ability of the Chaos Seed, resembling a form of camouflage or concealment. Indeed, the tiger and Appo's roar grew nearer, accompanied by heavy footsteps and the sound of branches snapping. A colossal creature, nearly the size of a calf, adorned with black stripes, an imposing white-eyed tiger, emerged into the clearing not far from their hiding place. Its crimson eyes glowed with bloodlust, the character and Appo's clearly visible on its forehead, emanating an oppressive aura of a true predator. It was the mid-tier 2nd-level beast, the black-striped death tiger. It seemed to be in pursuit of prey, sniffing the air as it walked, emitting low, menacing growls. As it passed the rock where Ling Yun and the others concealed themselves, its steps hesitated momentarily, its ferocious gaze sweeping in their direction. At that instant, Ling Yun and Appo's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. Uncle Fu stiffened in terror, on the verge of fainting. Even Elder Xian and Appo's expression turned serious, his grip on the staff tightening. Fortunately, perhaps due to Ling Yun and Appo's faint camouflage ability or the tiger and Appo's eagerness to chase its quarry, it merely glanced in their direction, sensing nothing amiss, and continued its heavy strides toward another area, quickly disappearing into the depths of the dark forest. Only when the terrifying pressure dissipated completely did Ling Yun slowly exhale, his back drenched in cold sweat. That was too close. Such was the perilous nature of the Beast Mountain range at night. Danger lurked at every corner, and a moment and Appo's inattention could lead to irreversible doom. Phew, finally. A bit safer now, Uncle Fu gasped, collapsing onto the ground, his face pale and shaken. Elder Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, offering a wry smile. The mid-tier black-striped death tiger. That beast is a tyrant in this area. Who would have thought we would encounter it tonight? Our luck is truly unfortunate. But, thankfully, we were not discovered. He glanced at Ling Yun, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. The tiger had lingered nearby for a moment, seemingly sensing something, yet ultimately departed. Could it be that this young man employed some special means of concealment? Ling Yun offered no explanation, merely stating solemnly, "We cannot linger here. We must vacate this area swiftly." The appearance of the black-striped death tiger signified that they had entered a more perilous territory. The trio dared not delay any longer. After a brief moment to catch their breath, they promptly resumed their journey. The subsequent trek demanded even greater caution. Ling Yun heightened his senses to the utmost, while Elder Xian remained utterly alert, continually warning of potential traps and hazards, despite encountering several low-level beasts peering at them. And even catching a glimpse of a massive 2nd-level bear feasting from a distance, they managed to evade danger through Ling Yun and Appo's timely warnings and Elder Xian and Appo's wisdom. Thus, they trudged through the darkness and peril for much of the night. As the first light of dawn began to paint the horizon, they finally emerged from the densest and most dangerous thicket into a relatively open valley. The terrain here was slightly flatter, with trees becoming sparse, allowing the morning sun to pour down unobstructed, dispelling the chill and darkness that had accumulated throughout the night. The air grew considerably fresher. Phew, at last. A bit safer now, Uncle Fu sighed, collapsing onto the ground, utterly spent. Ling Yun felt equally exhausted. The tension of the entire night had taken a significant toll on him. Elder Xian appeared somewhat better, but still bore a pallid complexion. Let us rest here for a while, Ling Yun suggested, finding a sheltered spot bathed in sunlight with a clear view. Uncle Fu hurriedly gathered firewood to prepare a meal, while Ling Yun, eager to continue, seated himself cross-legged to resume his cultivation. After a night of arduous trekking and heightened stress, the chaotic energy within him had diminished significantly. Yet the chaotic vortex in his dantian seemed to have grown slightly stronger. Moreover, amidst the rotations, it becomes increasingly fluid and harmonious. Could it be that this pressure and consumption could actually foster the growth of the chaotic seed? Ling Yun and Appo's heart stirred as he immediately immersed himself, beginning to operate the optimized new flowing cloud technique. Simultaneously, his mind silently recalled, deduced, and comprehended the first level of the star-shattering sword technique, imparted by Master Xian yesterday. Starfall. The essence of the star-shattering sword technique lies in shattering, its force in falling, drawing upon chaos as its foundation. It condenses the power of the stars. When the sword is unleashed, it descends like a star plummeting, obliterating all loss. The profound technique flowed within his heart, as the chaotic seed operated at high speed, continuously analyzing, optimizing, and simulating the trajectory of the sword moves and the guiding methods of power. Gradually, Ling Yun's consciousness seemed to detach from his body, arriving in an expansive, boundless starry sky. He beheld countless stars traversing the dark backdrop, shimmering, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Suddenly, one star, without warning, deviated from its orbit, carrying an earth-shattering momentum, akin to a burning meteor. Plunging into the endless depths of darkness, falling. It embodied a relentless advance, a determination to break the cauldron and sink the boats. Where success or failure was a matter of life and death, it was a convergence of all power and will, destined to burst forth in the most brilliant radiance for a fleeting moment, only to annihilate everything in its wake. Starfall. Is this the essence of Starfall? Ling Yun's spirit was profoundly shaken. It felt as though he grasped something, yet simultaneously, it seemed he held nothing at all. This sensation was ineffably profound, elusive in its nature. Instinctively, he extended his hand, his finger resembling a sword. As the chaotic energy within him was guided by a novel and more refined, domineering manner, converging at his fingertip, a faint yet extraordinarily sharp, embryonic sword intent began to quietly coalesce at his fingertip, as if capable of piercing through the void. Though this sword intent was still tender and weak, lacking even a true form, the essence of its annihilative nature reminiscent of Starfall had already begun to reveal itself. Beside him, Master Xian, who had been resting with closed eyes, abruptly opened them. A glimmer of incredulity ignited in his murky gaze. He fixed his eyes intently on Ling Yun's slightly trembling fingertip. Sword intent. Though merely the most rudimentary embryonic form, this was undoubtedly the aura of sword intent. This young man, has he actually comprehended a trace of the essence of the star-shattering sword technique in such a short time? Has he even condensed an embryonic form of sword intent? How could this be possible? A tempest surged within Master Xian's heart. He understood better than anyone the daunting difficulty of mastering the star-shattering sword technique. Although this sword art was but a fragment, its rank was exalted, and its essence was profoundly arcane, truly exceptional. Let alone comprehending sword intent, even merely entering its threshold required extraordinary talent, comprehension, and relentless effort. When he first obtained this fragment, he had already been a renowned master of swordsmanship for many years and had spent several years merely grasping a hint of the surface of Starfall. Yet this youth before him had only just received the technique less than a day ago, and under such adverse conditions, he has already touched the threshold of sword intent. This comprehension is simply monstrous. Is he truly a prodigy born for the sword? Or could it be that the mysterious force within him is inherently entwined with the essence of swordsmanship? Master Xian's gaze towards Ling Yun underwent a profound transformation. No longer was it one of tentative curiosity or pity, but rather genuine astonishment, solemnity, and even a hint of reverence. He realized that this time, he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure, an extraordinary prodigy with boundless potential, destined to stir the winds and clouds of the future. Meanwhile, Ling Yun was entirely absorbed in the comprehension of the Starfall sword intent, oblivious to everything occurring around him. The faint embryonic sword intent at his fingertip, akin to a newborn, was greedily absorbing the pure chaotic energy from within him, as well as seemingly drawing upon a mysterious force emanating from the depths of the stars. Gradually, that trace of sword intent grew increasingly substantial and sharp. Though still faint, it appeared to have acquired a true soul. After an indeterminate passage of time, when the embryonic sword intent at Ling Yun's fingertip stabilized and ceased to tremble, he suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of light, as if tangible, flashed from his eyes. It was as if stars were extinguishing within his gaze. He slowly lowered his finger, feeling the faint yet exceptionally pure and refined Starfall sword intent within him, alongside the nearly exhausted chaotic energy in his dantian, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had entered the first level of the star-shattering sword technique, Starfall. Although it was merely a preliminary comprehension of the essence, having condensed a trace of embryonic sword intent, he was still far from true mastery. Nonetheless, It was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. With this trace of embryonic sword intent, his subsequent sword techniques would wield an unmatched potency, even without employing chaotic energy. The inherent sharpness and annihilative characteristics of this sword intent alone would pose a tremendous threat to his foes. This would become one of his most formidable trump cards. Congratulations, young master. On the initial formation of sword intent came Master Xian's slightly hoarse voice, tinged with an unmistakable complexity of emotions. Only then did Ling Yun notice that Master Xian had been observing him all along. His heart quivered slightly. Yet his expression remained composed as he merely nodded lightly. It was merely a stroke of luck to gain some insight. I am still far from true mastery. You are too humble, young master. Master Xian regarded him deeply, refraining from further comment. The world of prodigies was not one he could fully comprehend. Just then, Uncle Fu, tasked with vigilance, suddenly exclaimed, "Young master. Master Xian, look over there." Ling Yun and Master Xian turned simultaneously towards the sound. In the distance of the valley, on a sunlit hillside, it appeared that some peculiar, entirely crimson grass, seemingly dancing like flames, was growing. The rocks surrounding those small grasses bore the charred black marks of fire. Further away, faintly visible, were some steam-emitting landforms resembling volcanic vents. Crimson grasses? Volcanic terrain? Ling Yun and Master Xian exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. Could this be the area where the crimson flame fruit grows? As Master Xian had mentioned? Chapter 19. The Land of Crimson Flames, traces of fire lizards upon discovering an area suspected to be home to the crimson flame fruit. The spirits of the three weary travelers were instantly invigorated. The crimson flame fruit, a second-tier spiritual herb of pure yang attribute, not only serves as one of the main ingredients for Elder Xian's antidote, but also contains a wealth of pure fire attribute energy, which is exceptionally beneficial for martial artists to refine their bodies and enhance their yang energy. Obtaining it would greatly aid Ling Yun in his personal cultivation. Let us proceed and take a closer look, Ling Yun declared decisively, excitement gleaming in his eyes. After a night of arduous travel and a brief breakthrough in his training, he felt significantly revitalized. Although the chaotic energy within his dantian was still not abundant, it was sufficient to handle unexpected situations. Particularly, the nascent understanding of the Starfall sword intent he had just grasped filled him with newfound confidence. Elder Xian, leaning on his wooden staff, also displayed a rare expression of anticipation. Indeed, that region is replete with geothermal energy, and the rocks are charred black, making it quite likely for the crimson flame fruit to thrive there. However, such a pure yang domain often attracts fire-loving beasts, so we must exercise caution. I understand, Elder, Fu Bo replied promptly, though still apprehensive. Yet, witnessing the hope in both the young master and Elder Xian emboldened his heart. Without further delay, the trio made their way towards the hillside emanating heat. As they drew nearer, the surrounding scenery underwent a striking transformation. The vegetation on the ground became increasingly sparse and diminutive, the vibrant green giving way to a charred yellow and even black. A faint scent of sulfur permeated the air, and the temperature rose significantly, as though they were enveloped in a colossal steamer. The soil and rocks beneath their feet predominantly exhibited a black or dark red hue, resembling those formed from volcanic eruptions, riddled with fine pores. Occasionally, they spotted small geothermal vents emitting wisps of steam, distorting the surrounding air with their scalding vapors. Truly a volcanic landscape, Elder Xian affirmed, nodding in recognition. The crimson flame fruit must be nearby. Ling Yun's senses heightened to their utmost. In this peculiar environment, his chaotic Dao seed seemed to pulsate with increased vitality. It was not only absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, but also drawing in the intense geothermal energy seeping from the depths below. Although this fiery energy was wildly intense, upon entering his chaotic dantian, it was immediately decomposed and assimilated by the vast chaotic force, transforming into pure energy that merged into his energy whirlpool. Ling Yun even felt that the nascent form of his Starfall sword intent became more refined and potent after absorbing this fire attribute energy. Truly, chaos encompasses all. Ling Yun marveled, gaining a renewed appreciation for the might of his chaotic Dao seed. It was indeed a universal energy converter. Any attribute of energy, once it reached this realm, could be transformed for his use. This ignited boundless imagination regarding his future cultivation of other elemental techniques or martial arts. At that moment, Ling Yun, who was leading the way, abruptly halted. His gaze sharpened, locking onto a nearby fissure in the exposed dark red rocks. There, in the scorching crevice, several resilient plants grew. Standing roughly half a foot tall, their bodies ablaze with a fiery red hue, their leaves flickering like dancing flames. Atop each plant rested a fruit the size of a fingernail, resembling translucent red agate, radiating an alluring sheen and a scorching aura. It was indeed the crimson flame fruit. Moreover, judging by their color and aura, they were clearly fully matured. We found it, the crimson flame fruit. Even the usually composed Elder Xian couldn't suppress his excitement. Letting out a low exclamation, Fu Bo's expression was one of pure joy. Ling Yun's eyes glimmered with delight, yet his vigilance remained unwavering, for his keen senses had already detected an ominous presence. Surrounding the fissure where the crimson flame fruits thrived, several concealed, yet menacing beastly auras lurked. Moreover, these energies seemed to carry a heavy fire attribute. Be careful, there is something there, Ling Yun urgently whispered, tightening his grip on the Qingfeng's sword. While the chaotic energy within him began to circulate, the hint of Starfall's sword intent flickering at his fingertips. Upon hearing this, the joy on Elder Xian and Fu Bo's faces instantly faded, replaced by tension. Indeed, the places where rare treasures grow are invariably guarded by fierce beasts. This is an unchanging law throughout the ages. The three held their breaths, cautiously approaching the rocky area. Soon, they discerned the creatures guarding it. They were several monsters, each about a meter long, covered in dark red scales, with powerful limbs and heads resembling that of a lizard. These beasts lay coiled upon the searing rocks, their skin almost blending with the color of the stones, making them nearly undetectable without close observation. Their crimson eyes glimmered with a cruel light, their mouths slightly ajar, revealing sharp teeth as they emitted deep, rumbling sounds akin to bubbling magma. What was even more disconcerting was the aura emanating from them, which was undeniably of high-level first rank. Among them, one beast was noticeably larger, with darker scales and a more potent presence, likely approaching the second rank. It's the crimson-scaled fire lizard. Elder Xian's expression turned grave as he spoke softly. These beasts are not only immensely powerful and defensively formidable, but they can also exhale flames. They are quite troublesome. Moreover, they are pack hunters. There are 4 here, and likely more nearby. For high-level first rank, plus 1 near second rank. Fu Bo's legs turned to jelly, his face drained of color. Ling Yun's brow furrowed tightly. This situation was even more daunting than he had imagined. With his current body strength at around the 8th level of body refinement, coupled with the nascent form of Starfall sword intent, he might barely contend with one first-rank fire lizard in a one-on-one encounter, but facing 4 or 5 simultaneously, including one nearing second rank, his chances of victory were nearly non-existent. Not to mention that he also had to protect Elder Xian, who was physically impaired, and Fu Bo, who was nearly defenseless. What to do? Charge in recklessly? Or retreat? Retreat? Ling Yun's gaze abruptly turned frigid. He would never concede. The crimson flame fruit not only concerned Elder Xian's life, but also his own strength enhancement. Furthermore, his pride and deep-seated hatred would never allow him to back down. Are they just a few lizards? He had slain the black-scaled, corrupted bone serpent. What was there to fear? A surge of fervent battle intent ignited within him once more. Elder Xian, Fu Bo stepped back. Find a place to hide. A resolute glint crossed Ling Yun's eyes as he spoke in a firm tone. Young master. No, it's too dangerous. Fu Bo hastily urged against it. Young man, think twice. Elder Xian frowned. These crimson-scaled fire lizards have incredibly strong defenses and can breathe fire. I have my methods. Ling Yun interrupted them, his tone resolute. You will only hinder me here. Quickly retreat. His gaze was cold and unwavering, imbued with an undeniable authority. Elder Xian, witnessing the fervent battle intent burning in Ling Yun's eyes and the confidence that stirred a trace of trepidation within him, ultimately fell silent. He understood that once this young man made a decision, it was unlikely that anyone could sway him. Be careful, young man. Elder Xian finally admonished, pulling Fu Bo, who still wished to speak, quickly to a relatively safe spot behind a rock, anxiously watching from afar. In the arena, only Ling Yun remained, standing resolutely before the 5 crimson-scaled fire lizards, their scorching aura radiating and their vicious gazes fixed upon him. Gulu. It appeared that the overwhelming battle intent and underlying threat emanating from Ling Yun had captured the attention of the crimson-scaled fire lizards. They began to rise slowly from the rocks, their scarlet eyes fixated on this audacious intruder who dared to encroach upon their territory. The largest among them, a quasi-second-tier fire lizard, raised its menacing head, baring its toothy maw as it emitted a low, rumbling growl filled with warning. The temperature in the air seemed to intensify, a consequence of their awakening. Ling Yun's gaze was icy, devoid of fear. He gradually lifted the azure sword in his hand, its tip angled toward the ground. The chaotic energy within him, recently restored, surged like a wild river, swirling with fervor. The faint yet remarkably sharp essence of the Starfall sword intent, now akin to a lit fuse, radiated an increasingly powerful aura, imbued with the essence of destruction. He chose not to strike first, for he understood that charging recklessly at such formidable, defensive beasts would only lead to certain demise. He needed to create an opportunity. He was waiting for a chance to deliver a fatal blow. The tension between both parties was palpable, the air itself seemingly frozen in time. At last, the quasi-second-tier fire lizard appeared to lose its patience. It opened its gaping jaws wide. Whoosh! A searing, sulfur-laden crimson flame surged forth, akin to a fire dragon, sweeping towards Ling Yun. Even before the flames reached him, the scorching wave had already scorched his cheeks. Such fierce flames. Ling Yun's heart raced, yet he was prepared. At the very instant the fire erupted, he executed the misty step to its utmost, his figure gliding sideways like a specter. Boom! The fiery torrent struck the ground where he had just stood, igniting the rocks and melting them into a glowing red mass, leaving behind a charred scar. As Ling Yun evaded the flames, the remaining 4 first-tier high-level fire lizards, seemingly commanded by an unseen force, lunged at him from 4 distinct directions. Though their speed was inferior to that of the black-scaled bone-corroding serpent, their robust limbs and sharp claws still exuded formidable might. Their intent was unmistakable, to ensnare Ling Yun, denying him any chance to breathe or retaliate. Their coordination was impeccable, clearly a testament to their frequent collaborative combat. But this was precisely the opportunity Ling Yun had been awaiting. In the instant the 4 fire lizards converged upon him, a terrifying glint erupted in Ling Yun's eyes. He chose not to continue evading. Instead, he advanced boldly, targeting the fire lizard charging from the left. Starfall sword technique. Starfall. Ling Yun's heart roared. The little chaotic energy within him surged forth unreservedly, in an arcane and domineering manner, rushing towards the azure sword in his grasp. Simultaneously, the minuscule yet potent form of the Starfall sword intent, which had been meticulously condensed, found its release, seamlessly merging with the blade. Buzz! A sound reminiscent of a celestial bell resonated from the heavens. The once unassuming azure sword now radiated a brilliant glow. A delicate, star-like brilliance, imbued with chaotic hues, enveloped the entire sword, while at its tip, a dazzling point of light, sharp enough to pierce anything, coalesced. An indescribable aura of destruction and dissent erupted violently from Ling Yun's being, sending shockwaves through the air. Even the distant observer, Elder Xian, felt a shiver deep within his soul. This sword intent, is astonishing. Elder Xian gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. How long has it been? This young man has already harnessed the Starfall sword intent to such an extent. The fire lizard lunging from the left also sensed the imminent threat. A flicker of fear crossed its scarlet eyes as it attempted to alter its trajectory. But it was too late. Ling Yun's figure darted forth like a genuine shooting star, the azure sword in hand, imbued with that radiant, lethal starlight, descended with an unstoppable force. Intent on annihilation. There were no extravagant maneuvers, no convoluted techniques. Only the purest, most primal act of cleaving. It was as if a true star had plummeted from the heavens, determined to obliterate everything in its path. Slicing through the air. A sound akin to leather being severed echoed forth. The once proud, impenetrable scales of the first-tier high-level fire lizard, renowned for their toughness, crumbled before the onslaught of this sword infused with Starfall sword intent and chaotic energy, as if they were mere paper. From head to tail, its massive form was cleaved in twain by Ling Yun's strike. Blood, innards, fractured bones. They erupted forth, staining the searing rocks crimson. One strike. Merely one strike. A creature of comparable strength to a pinnacle ninth-layer body refining realm beast had been obliterated in an instant, and in such a ferocious, thorough manner. This horrific spectacle left not only the distant Fu Bo dumbfounded, but the remaining 3 fire lizards, along with their quasi-second-tier leader, stood frozen in disbelief. Fear flickered in their scarlet eyes for the first time. They seemed unable to comprehend how this seemingly weak prey could unleash such terrifying power. Yet, after delivering this earth-shattering blow, Ling Yun's countenance turned ashen, like a sheet of paper. The chaotic energy within him had been entirely expended. A wave of debilitating fatigue washed over him, rendering him nearly unable to stand. The power of that strike had far exceeded his expectations. But the toll it took was equally staggering. It had nearly drained him of all his strength. Yet he did not falter. Using the sword to prop himself up, he cast a cold, piercing glance at the 3 stunned fire lizards and the uncertain quasi-second-tier leader, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Intimidation. This was the effect he sought. He understood that he possessed but a single opportunity. If he could not instill fear in these beasts at the first moment, he would inevitably find himself surrounded and slain. Now, the moment had arrived. Seizing the instant when the fire lizards were gripped by terror and rendered sluggish, he fled. Ling Yun hesitated not for a moment, turning to dash with the last vestiges of his strength toward the crimson flame fruit, growing in the crevices of the rocks. Chapter 20. The Fruit of Spirit Acquired. Master Xian takes action time seemed to freeze at that moment. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood and sulfur, as well as an enticing, exotic fruit fragrance that made one's mouth water. The body of the crimson-scaled fire lizard, cleaved in 2 by a sword, was still exuding warmth, its boiling blood staining the charred rocks. The remaining 3 first-tier high-grade fire lizards and their quasi-second-tier leader were still engulfed in the immense terror and shock of witnessing their companion's instantaneous demise. Their crimson eyes filled with disbelief and a trace of retreat. In this moment of precarious standoff, Ling Yun, like a hunting cheetah, summoned the last remnants of his strength and lunged toward the few red flame fruits growing between the crevices of the rocks. His movements were as swift as lightning, scarcely heeding the searing heat radiating from the mature fruits. With trembling hands, he plucked the glistening, red gem-like fruits from their branches at the fastest speed possible. 5 in total. Each one was plump and round, emanating a strong wave of fire attribute energy and an alluring fragrance. Success! A wave of joy surged within Ling Yun, and without pausing to admire his prize, he hastily stuffed all 5 red flame fruits into his storage pouch. Roar! The moment Ling Yun secured the fruits, the quasi-second-tier fire lizard leader finally broke free from its stupor. It unleashed a deafening roar, filled with boundless fury and murderous intent. The spirit fruits it had guarded for countless years had been snatched away before its very eyes by this seemingly feeble human. This was an unparalleled humiliation. Its massive body bent low, launching itself toward Ling Yun like a cannonball. Simultaneously, the other 3 first-tier high-grade fire lizards reacted, roaring as they flanked him from different directions. They intended to shred this audacious human, who dared provoke them and steal their treasure, into pieces. Danger. Utterly perilous. At this moment, Ling Yun was already at the end of his tether, his chaotic energy completely depleted, his body weak and feeble. Not only was it difficult to withstand the onslaught of these 4 furious fire lizards, but even evading their attacks proved exceptionally challenging. The shadow of death loomed over him once more. In the distance, Uncle Fu was pale with fright, screaming, "Young master!" Master Xian's expression also changed dramatically, his hands gripping his wooden staff, veins bulging, as if he wished to intervene. Yet, his leg injury had not healed, his strength far from restored. Faced with the 4 enraged fire lizards, he too was powerless. Would it truly end in failure, with Ling Yun losing his life here? At this critical juncture, a glint of madness flickered in Ling Yun's eyes. He refused to succumb to despair. Even if he were to die, he would take a foe with him. He abruptly turned, mustering the last of his strength to raise the Qing Feng sword, prepared to confront the charging quasi-second-tier fire lizard leader. Even if he could only leave a trivial scar on its body, he wanted these beasts to know that he, Ling Yun, was not so easily slain. However, just as he was about to collide with the fire lizard leader, an unexpected change occurred. A voice, aged and hoarse yet imbued with an indescribable authority and a hint of resignation, suddenly resonated in Ling Yun's ear. Alas, what a troublesome little fellow. Immediately following this, the seemingly frail Master Xian, who had been standing at a distance with his wooden staff, suddenly emanated 2 beams of light from his eyes that were as tangible as steel. His hunched back straightened considerably in an instant, a force still somewhat ethereal, yet extraordinarily imposing, far beyond Ling Yun's imagination, erupted from within him like a slumbering volcano. The wooden staff, which appeared ordinary, now radiated a faint azure glow. A layer of light surrounded the staff, and countless inscrutable runes emerged upon its surface, exuding a life force that harmonized perfectly with the natural world, filled with vibrant, would-attribute energy fluctuations. "Begone!" Master Xian's voice resonated deeply. The wooden staff in his hand, seeming to move slowly, actually struck with a speed surpassing that of lightning, lightly tapping the foremost quasi-second-tier fire lizard leader. There was no cataclysmic spectacle, no world-shattering power, only that seemingly unremarkable azure radiance. Yet, when that azure light made contact with the fire lizard leader's incredibly hard skull, boom! A sound so profoundly reverberating resounded. The seemingly invincible fire lizard leader, which was almost at the second tier, was struck as if by an invisible mountain. Its massive body quivered violently, emitting a wretched howl, before it was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing against a rock wall dozens of yards away, creating a massive dent in the solid stone. Debris scattered everywhere. The fire lizard leader struggled to rise, only to violently spew forth a mouthful of foul, black blood mixed with internal organs, its head tilting as it was directly killed by Master Xian's seemingly casual strike, its insides shattered. Instantly slain. Witnessing another instant kill, and it was a creature so close to being at the second tier. How could this be possible? Ling Yun was utterly dumbfounded. He stared in disbelief at Master Xian, who still leaned on his staff as if he had done nothing, his heart churning with waves of astonishment greater than those he had felt when comprehending sword intent. This elder had concealed himself so deeply? Was his previous display of frailty, his apparent decrepitude, and his difficulty walking merely an act? Although his leg injury and poisoning were real, his strength was evidently far beyond what he had shown. Who was he truly? Possessing such terrifying strength, how had he fallen to such a state? The remaining 3 first-tier high-grade fire lizards were utterly terrified by this horrifying spectacle. Their leader, a being they deemed immensely powerful, had been dispatched by that seemingly harmless old man with a mere strike. Fear, boundless fear gripped them instantly. They dared not harbor even a shred of vengeful intent or desire to reclaim the spirit fruits. With terrified shrieks, they turned tail and fled. Like they had seen a ghost, they vanished into the surrounding rock crevices and thickets at breakneck speed, leaving not a trace behind. What was once an inevitable crisis of death had been effortlessly resolved by Master Xian with a casual flick of his wrist. Uncle Fu was also left speechless, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long while. Master Xian, observing the fleeing fire lizards, seemed unconcerned. He merely turned to Ling Yun, who was still in shock, a faint smile of bitterness and a barely perceptible weariness gracing his face. Cough, cough. He coughed twice, his back, which had been somewhat straightened, slouched again, the overwhelming aura he had just displayed ebbing away like the retreating tide, returning him to the appearance of a decrepit elder. I must have embarrassed you, young man. This old bone of mine, exerting this level of strength, was quite taxing. Ling Yun gazed at him, his expression complex. He understood that the power Master Xian had just unleashed was undoubtedly formidable. It might even surpass the gathering Qi realm. Yet, it seemed he had paid a considerable price for it. Moreover, he appeared reluctant to reveal his true strength. Master Xian was a concealed treasure. Ling Yun remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking, his tone laced with inquiry. What concealment? Master Xian waved his hand. A self-deprecating smile appearing on his face, it was merely a last resort for self-preservation. Had it not been for you being in peril, I would never have resorted to this. Alas, this action has likely exacerbated my leg injury and the remaining poison within me. As he spoke, he clutched his injured left leg, displaying a pained expression, as if that single strike had indeed exacted a heavy toll on him. Ling Yun gazed at the frail figure before him, his mind racing with thoughts. Was this old man genuinely exhausted, or was he merely feigning weakness? Did he refrain from revealing his true capabilities to avoid drawing attention, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Was his companionship merely a matter of convenience and gratitude, or did he covet something within Ling Yun, such as the primordial Dao seed? Although the old man might not comprehend its exact nature, he undoubtedly sensed its uniqueness. In that moment, Ling Yun's heart brimmed with vigilance and suspicion. Despite the old man's life-saving intervention, Ling Yun had endured too many betrayals to trust anyone easily, especially a mysterious figure of unfathomable power who might have designs on him. However, it was evident that now was not the time for such contemplations. Regardless of the old man's intentions, Ling Yun felt compelled to express his gratitude for the timely rescue. Thank you, Elder Xian, he said, clasping his hands in appreciation. There is no need for such formalities, young man, Elder Xian replied, waving his hand dismissively. His gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the fire lizard leader he had vanquished, a flicker of unnoticeable regret passing through his eyes. What a pity. This fire lizard was on the verge of condensing a demon core. Had it succeeded, it would have been a considerable gain. Demon core? Ling Yun's interest was piqued. The demon core represented the essence of a beast's power, brimming with immense energy. It could be utilized for alchemy, artifact forging, or even absorbed directly to enhance one's cultivation. For him, it was an invaluable treasure. He approached the slain creature, suppressing his weakness and nausea, and with his Qingfeng sword, he made an incision in the lizard's abdomen. Yet, apart from the foul-smelling entrails and undigested remnants, he found nothing resembling a demon core. It seemed luck was not on their side. Elder Xian shook his head. Ling Yun felt a tinge of disappointment, but did not dwell on it. Securing 5 ripe Qian fruits was already a tremendous boon. He proceeded to process the nearly second-tier fire lizard's corpse, stripping away its hardest scales and claws to stow in his storage pouch. Although he had no immediate use for these materials, they might prove beneficial in the future or could be sold for resources. Once he completed these tasks, Ling Yun felt nearly drained. Young master, you should rest, Fu Bo urged as he hastened to support him. Indeed, Ling Yun nodded, settling back down into a meditative posture to expedite his recovery. Elder Xian sat nearby, eyes closed in deep concentration, seemingly in dire need of recuperation. The cave, though no longer the previous stone cavern, was termed thus for convenience, fell into silence once more, interrupted only by the crackling of the campfire and the trio's slightly labored breathing. As Ling Yun channeled his techniques to restore the chaotic energy within him, he discreetly observed Elder Xian. He noted that although the elder's eyes were shut, the aura he radiated, harmonizing seamlessly with the natural world, appeared even more pronounced. Furthermore, the surrounding flora seemed to pulsate with an invigorated vitality. What kind of cultivation technique was this old man practicing to exhibit such peculiarities? Was it somehow related to the wood attribute? Ling Yun's curiosity surged, but he recognized that now was not the time for inquiries. The immediate priority was to regain his strength and locate the final antidote, the ice marrow grass. Once Elder Xian's poison was completely neutralized, perhaps he could extract more valuable information from him. With this thought in mind, Ling Yun cast aside all distractions and immersed himself entirely in his cultivation. The chaotic Dantian operated at an accelerated pace, drawing in the surrounding elemental energies and geothermal forces, transforming them into pure chaotic energy to mend his body and enhance his strength. Chapter 21. Refining the crimson flame, advancing the physical body as the night gradually waned. Dawn approached once more. After a night of recuperation, the 3 individuals within the cave, or temporary encampment, had regained a considerable amount of vitality. Uncle Fu appeared to be in the best mental state. Despite still feeling fatigued, the deep-seated worry and fear etched on his brow had significantly diminished. Having witnessed the young master slay the serpent demon and outweep the fire lizard, alongside Elder Xian's unfathomable prowess, his hope for the future burned brighter than ever. He diligently tended to the campfire, roasting the last remnants of dried wolf meat, which emitted an enticing aroma. Elder Xian remained seated in meditation, his eyes closed in tranquility. His complexion appeared somewhat more vibrant than the previous evening, and his breathing had become steadier. Although he had deliberately concealed his aura, Ling Yun could sense that a trace of his overwhelming vitality had seemingly returned. It appeared that the immense energy expended in last night's strike had not inflicted permanent damage on his foundation. This revelation elevated Ling Yun's assessment of Elder Xian's strength to an even higher echelon. As for Ling Yun himself, he had undergone the most significant transformation. After a night of cultivation, he not only replenished the chaotic energy he had previously consumed, but also felt the chaotic energy vortex in his dantian expand slightly. As it spun, it exuded an aura that was both purer and more formidable. His physical strength had, under this continuous nourishment, solidified at the pinnacle of the 8th level of body refinement. It seemed that a breakthrough to the 9th level was merely a step away. Such a rapid ascent was unimaginable in the past. Yet, Ling Yun understood that this was still far from sufficient. The body refinement stage was merely the foundation-laying phase. Only by truly stepping into the qi-gathering realm and condensing true essence, his own unique chaotic true essence, could he be considered to have genuinely entered the realm of martial arts. To break through to the qi-gathering realm, one required not only a robust physical foundation and mental fortitude, but also an immense accumulation of energy. Relying solely on his chaotic dantian to absorb the thin celestial energy surrounding the beast mountain was far too slow. He needed energy that was purer and more abundant. Ling Yun's gaze fell upon the bulging storage bag nestled in his arms. Within it lay 5 freshly acquired crimson flame fruits, still radiating a searing warmth. A second-tier pure, yang spiritual herb. The fire attribute energy contained within was both pure and ferocious. If an ordinary body-refining martial artist were to recklessly consume it, they would likely be instantly overwhelmed by the violent energy, leading to ruptured meridians and incinerated insides. However, Ling Yun possessed the chaotic seed. Chaos encompasses all, theoretically allowing for the conversion and absorption of any attribute of energy. The crimson flame fruit might very well be the pivotal opportunity for his breakthrough. Yet, the risks were equally immense. With his newly reformed dantian and meridians, could he withstand the violent energy surge of a second-tier spiritual herb? Would the chaotic seed's conversion ability truly allow him to harness this pure yang fire energy for his own use? Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. At worst, his freshly restored dantian could collapse again, or he might even face instant death. Ling Yun's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Fortune favors the bold. To rapidly grow stronger and seek vengeance, he could not afford to hesitate. Moreover, he possessed an almost blind confidence in the chaotic seed. This miraculous entity that could reverse even death and purify potent toxins should surely be able to handle the energy of a mere second-tier spiritual herb, right? He resolved himself. A determined glint flashed in Ling Yun's eyes as he addressed Uncle Fu, who was distributing the roasted meat, and Elder Xian, who had just opened his eyes. Uncle Fu, Elder Xian, I require a period of seclusion to refine something. Please guard me and ensure that no one or beast disturbs my meditation. Seclusion? Uncle Fu was taken aback. Young master, you wish to? Elder Xian scrutinized Ling Yun intensely, his gaze seemingly sweeping over the storage bag in his arms. A flicker of understanding and concern passing through his murky eyes. Yet, he refrained from asking further questions, simply nodding. Young man, focus on your cultivation. As long as I am here, common rogues and low-tier beasts will not dare approach. Thank you, Elder Xian. Ling Yun nodded appreciatively, then without further hesitation, extracted a crimson flame fruit from the storage bag. As soon as the fruit was revealed, the air temperature around them seemed to rise several degrees. Its entire body was a vivid crimson, crystal clear, resembling the most exquisite ruby, with flickering flames dancing across its surface, exuding a rich fragrance and an unsettling wave of searing energy. Uncle Fu gazed in awe, though unfamiliar with its nature. He could perceive the fruit's extraordinary quality. Elder Xian's pupils narrowed as he whispered, Crimson flame fruit, young man. Are you truly going to refine it directly? His tone was laced with shock and disbelief. To directly refine a second-tier spiritual herb, especially one with pure yang attributes, even peak qi-gathering martial artists would hesitate to take such a risk. Had this young man lost his mind? I know my limits. Ling Yun offered no further explanation, casting a reassuring glance at Elder Xian before resolutely opening his mouth and swallowing the searing crimson flame fruit whole. Young master, Uncle Fu exclaimed in alarm. Elder Xian sprang to his feet, gripping his wooden staff, his face etched with tension and concern. Boom! The moment the crimson flame fruit entered his abdomen, an indescribable, violently scorching energy erupted within Ling Yun, akin to a volcanic explosion. The sensation was as if he had swallowed a glowing iron plate or found himself engulfed in a roaring furnace. The terrifying heat wave assaulted his limbs and internal organs, threatening to incinerate him to ashes from the inside out. Excruciating pain, an unimaginable agony engulfed Ling Yun's entire being, prompting a muffled groan of suffering to escape his lips. His complexion flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, and sweat cascaded down like a torrential stream. His body convulsed violently. "This is bad." Elder Xian's expression shifted dramatically. The energy eruption was far more intense than he had anticipated. This young man was truly courting disaster. He instinctively considered intervening, attempting to use his own strength to help Ling Yun suppress the furious fire energy. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ling Yun's previously tranquil and rotating chaotic dantian, upon sensing this violent foreign energy surge, not only remained intact but, akin to an enraged beast, began to accelerate its rotation dramatically. Buzz, an even more magnificent, ancient, and domineering chaotic aura erupted forth. The volcanic-like violent fire energy, upon contact with this chaotic aura, seemed to encounter its nemesis, instantly becoming far more docile. Though still searing and formidable, the destructive fury was forcibly subdued and diminished. Subsequently, the chaotic dantian transformed into a massive vortex, voraciously devouring, absorbing, and converting this tamed fire energy. The highly purified fire energy was decomposed, refined, and seamlessly integrated into the chaotic energy vortex. Ling Yun felt as though the chaotic energy vortex within his dantian was expanding at an unprecedented, terrifying speed. The rotation accelerated, and the total amount of chaotic energy surged dramatically. Simultaneously, torrents of chaotic energy, seemingly intertwined with a hint of converted pure yang fire energy, flooded forth from his dantian, washing over and refining his limbs and body. His physique transformed into an immense furnace, undergoing an unparalleled process of internal refinement and metamorphosis. On the surface of his skin, black impurities, exuding a foul odor, were continuously expelled, only to be instantly evaporated by the scorching breath surrounding him. His skin became increasingly translucent, radiating a luminous glow reminiscent of exquisite jade. The fibers of his muscles relentlessly tore and reformed, growing more resilient and explosive. His bones, akin to being forged by divine fire, became denser and harder, their faint golden sheen becoming ever more pronounced. A faint sound reminiscent of metal clashing echoed in the air. His internal organs felt as though they were steeped in a warm, jade-like essence, continuously being strengthened and nourished, brimming with vibrant life. This sensation was utterly exhilarating, in stark contrast to the excruciating pain that nearly incinerated him at the outset. The current feeling of transformation and enhancement coursing through his entire being was akin to a transcendent ascension. Ling Yun could not help but emit a deep, liberating roar. He could distinctly perceive his physical strength soaring at an unfathomable pace, breaking through the pinnacle of the 8th layer of body refinement, advancing to the 9th layer, midway through the 9th layer, late stages of the 9th layer, pinnacle of the 9th layer, and still climbing. His physical strength was subtly surpassing the limits he had known in his past life, reaching an entirely new realm he had never encountered before. Was this the true power of the unyielding sword body? Ling Yun and Appos, as heart brimmed with elation. Meanwhile, the chaotic vortex within his dantian had expanded to an astonishing degree. Its scale nearly doubled. The chaotic energy contained within surged like an endless ocean, ceaselessly flowing. As the chaotic energy continued to accumulate and condense, the core of the vortex, which had previously appeared somewhat nebulous, began to emit a brighter and more solid light, as though a genuine star seed was on the verge of being birthed. Was this an omen of breaking through to the Qi gathering realm, condensing the essence of chaotic true energy? Ling Yun's heart raced once more. He immediately focused his mind, exerting all his effort to channel the immense chaotic energy within him towards the center of the dantian, where the star seed was taking shape, gathering, compressing, and refining. If he could successfully condense the first strand of chaotic true energy, he would officially step into the Qi gathering realm, transforming his power dramatically. However, just at this critical juncture, the immense energy contained within the crimson flame fruit began to deplete. Although the transformation efficiency of the chaotic seed was exceedingly high, with almost no waste, the energy of a second-tier spiritual herb was ultimately finite. Sustaining his physical breakthrough beyond the limits of body refinement and accumulating chaotic energy to such an extent had already reached its limit. He was just one step away from truly condensing the chaotic true energy. Just a fraction more. Damn it! Ling Yun cursed inwardly, unhesitatingly. With a thought, the remaining 4 crimson flame fruits from his storage bag appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, akin to consuming jelly beans, he swallowed another crimson flame fruit. Boom! An even more violent surge of energy erupted once more. Yet this time, Ling Yun was well prepared, and his physical strength and the capacity of his dantian had vastly improved. The chaotic dantian operated frantically, devouring and transforming this immense energy. The colossal chaotic energy surged towards the center of the dantian, as if it had found an outlet. The star seed, already on the verge of formation, trembled violently upon receiving this new influx of power, bursting forth with brilliant radiance. Buzz! A profound humming sound, seemingly emanating from the source of the Tao, resonated deep within Ling Yun's dantian. The star seed had completely solidified, transforming into a tiny grain, its entirety displaying a profound chaotic hue, while its surface seemed to swirl with countless stars and cycles of birth and death. A presence, distinctly different from before, more refined, weighty, and imbued with terrifying power, emanated from this chaotic seed. Was this the chaotic true energy? No. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call it the chaotic seed. It was done. It had truly been accomplished. In less than 2 days after his dantian was destroyed, reducing him to a mere husk, Ling Yun not only resurrected but also reconstructed his dantian, transcended the limits of body refinement, and directly condensed a unique chaotic seed, stepping into an entirely new realm. Though this realm seemed to differ from the conventional qi gathering realm, the power it contained was undoubtedly unparalleled. Ling Yun could no longer contain the overwhelming joy and excitement within him, throwing his head back to unleash a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens. The sound was akin to a dragon's cry, a tiger's roar, filled with long-suppressed rage, unwillingness, hatred, and an unmatched confidence and dominance born anew. The echoes reverberated through the valley, shaking the surrounding trees and startling countless birds and beasts. Even the astonished Elder Xian and Uncle Fu, who were observing in disbelief, felt their blood surge and their eardrums buzz from the force of his roar. Elder Xian gazed at Ling Yun's seemingly frail yet towering figure. Radiating an aura of nascent purity and overwhelming dominance, his murky eyes filled with unprecedented shock. Chaotic seed. How could this be possible? Could it be? Could he be the legendary? Elder Xian murmured in disbelief, as if witnessing the most extraordinary spectacle. His gaze towards Ling Yun had irrevocably changed. What had once been shock and gravity had transformed into true astonishment, accompanied by a hint of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. Who was this young man? And what astonishing secrets lay hidden within him? Chapter 22. The initial formation of the primordial seed. Xian Lao's astonishment, a long, resonant howl pierced the clouds, reverberating through the vast valley, startling countless birds and instilling trepidation in the hidden dangers lurking within the shadows. By the flickering campfire, Ling Yun gradually reigned in his outward aura. Within his eyes, glimmering like cold stars, shone an unprecedented confidence and a chilling sharpness. He had broken through. Although the journey had been fraught with peril and had consumed 2 precious red flame fruits, the outcome was gratifying. Not only had his physical strength surpassed the limits of the body refinement realm, reaching an entirely new echelon, but he had also successfully condensed within his dantian a unique primordial seed, imbued with boundless potential. At this moment, he could distinctly perceive the primordial seed. No larger than a grain of rice, pulsating rhythmically within his dantian, akin to the core of a living star. With each pulse, it emanated an extraordinarily pure yet weighty force of chaos. This power, in both quality and quantity, was leagues beyond the chaotic energy he had previously encountered. If the earlier chaotic energy had been but a trickling stream, the current chaotic force was akin to a roaring river, though the pathway's meridians still required gradual expansion. The fundamental power source, the seed, had undergone a transformation beyond comparison. He casually clenched his fist, feeling an explosive force coursing through his limbs, as if a mere punch could shatter boulders. The sensation of wielding such power was exponentially greater than during his past peak at the 9th level of body refinement. Moreover, he sensed a tighter connection with the world around him. The elemental energy of the surroundings, even the finer particles of energy, seemed irresistibly drawn towards him, converging to be gradually absorbed and transformed by the primordial seed. This passive absorption occurred at a pace swifter than when he had exerted all his effort in cultivating previously. This signified that even without deliberate training, his strength would steadily and slowly grow. The primordial Tao seed. The primordial seed, truly defying the heavens. Ling Yun's heart brimmed with excitement and boundless anticipation for the future. With such a robust foundation and potential, what did he have to fear in avenging his grievances? What stood between him and the pinnacle of martial arts? Young master. Fu Bo gazed at the seemingly transformed young master before him, his demeanor entirely different, his lips trembling with disbelief and joy. Though he lacked comprehension of the specific realms, he could feel that the young master had become immensely powerful. Meanwhile, Xian Lao had long since concealed his earlier shock and awe, restoring his expression to one of calmness. Yet, within the depths of his murky eyes lingered an unmistakable weight of seriousness and inquiry. He regarded Ling Yun as if he were some extraordinary entity, the primordial seed. This was something that existed only in the most ancient of legends, said to be condensed only by beings possessing an innate talent and fortune that stemmed from the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. What was this boy's true origin? Could he be a descendant of a long-hidden ancient lineage? Or perhaps the reincarnation of a fallen mighty being? Or even a destined child born to face calamity? Countless thoughts flickered through Xian Lao's mind, causing his gaze toward Ling Yun to grow increasingly complex. He had initially sought to forge a benevolent connection and perhaps glean some insights about that extraordinary power from this youth, never anticipating to witness such an astonishing spectacle. This was no mere potential. This was the emergence of a future titan, perhaps even an existence capable of altering the very fabric of the world. What would it mean for him to be associated with such a being? Would it herald fortune or calamity? For the first time, a hint of hesitation arose within Xianlao's heart. Yet, he swiftly suppressed that uncertainty. Fortune often lies within risk. Having found himself in such dire straits, he was, after all, a man nearing the end of his journey. If he could forge a bond with such a future paragon at this final juncture, perhaps he could seize a glimmer of hope, even fulfill that distant, unattainable wish of his. With this thought, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Xianlao's eyes. Ahem. Congratulations, young brother, on your breakthrough, ascending to new heights. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence, donning a warm smile as if the earlier shock had never transpired. The condensation of the seed marked a true entry into the realm of martial arts, with limitless prospects ahead. He deliberately refrained from mentioning the word chaos or inquiring about the peculiarity of Ling Yun's realm, demonstrating his discernment. Ling Yun, upon hearing this, also tempered his spirit. Turning his gaze to Xianlao, he could naturally sense the subtle shift in Xianlao's attitude, heightening his vigilance, yet he maintained an impassive facade, simply nodding lightly. It was merely a fortunate breakthrough, and I owe my gratitude to Elder Xian for your protection. Haha, you are too modest, young brother. Xianlao waved his hand, adding, I must also thank you for those 2 red flame fruits. Had it not been for your decisive action, I might not have had the opportunity to continue. He left the statement hanging, but the implication was clear. The two shared a tacit understanding, temporarily setting aside the earlier peril and their respective secrets. Young master, you have just broken through. It would be wise to stabilize your realm first. Fu Bo reminded gently from the side. Indeed, Ling Yun nodded. He recognized that having just condensed the seed, his realm was not yet stabilized and required time to adapt to and master this newfound power. He once again sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and fully immersing his consciousness within his dantian, sensing the primordial seed pulsating like the core of a star. Feeling the heavy and majestic chaotic power flowing from within, Ling Yun began to attempt to harness it. This process turned out to be somewhat easier than he had anticipated. It was as if the primordial seed and his soul were inherently intertwined, communicating seamlessly. With a mere thought, a pure chaotic force surged forth from the seed, flowing through his resilient and expansive meridians. This power was far more condensed and substantial than the chaotic energy he had encountered earlier. As it circulated, he could even hear a deep, rumbling sound akin to a mighty river in flow. Wherever it passed, the meridians were further broadened and strengthened. He endeavored to channel this chaotic force according to the first level of the Starfall Sword technique. Buzz. This time, it was not merely the formation of a sword intent at his fingertips. Instead, the entire meridian of his arm was instantly filled with a sharp, unparalleled starry sword intent exuding a sense of annihilation. He even felt that with a single punch, he could unleash a strike imbued with the essence of Starfall. Was this the change wrought by condensing the seed? His mastery over power and comprehension of martial arts had undergone a qualitative leap. Ling Yun's heart surged with elation. He immediately immersed himself in this entirely new experience, continuously channeling the chaotic force, familiarizing himself with its characteristics and controlling its flow, while silently consolidating his recently achieved breakthrough. Time once again slipped away in the midst of cultivation. When the dawn's light finally dispelled the darkness, casting warm sunlight across the entire valley, Ling Yun slowly opened his eyes. After a night of consolidation, not only had he fully stabilized the realm of the primordial seed, but he had also gained a firmer grip on the vast chaotic power within. His physical strength had further ascended. And though he was still far from attaining the true indestructible body, its resilience was likely comparable to that of certain low-tiered demonic beasts. He felt an unprecedented surge of power. If he were to encounter the black-scaled, decaying bone serpent again at this moment, he had absolute confidence that he could effortlessly slay it at a much lesser cost. Even against the quasi-second-tier fire lizard leader that Xianlao had dispatched with a single strike, he believed he might not be without the strength to contend. This explosive rise in power and confidence filled Ling Yun's heart with grand aspirations. Old Xian, Uncle Fu, let us embark. Ling Yun rose, stretching his limbs, producing a series of crisp sounds akin to popping beans. His entire demeanor underwent a subtle transformation, though still somewhat slender. His erect posture and piercing gaze emanated a brilliance reminiscent of a sword freshly unsheathed. Observing the remarkable change in Ling Yun, Old Xian's eyes flickered with astonishment. Yet he quickly regained his composure and nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should not linger here. Our priority is to locate the ice marrow grass and depart from this treacherous beast mountain range. Uncle Fu hastily gathered their belongings, and the trio set forth once more. This time, Ling Yun led the way, his steps noticeably lighter and steadier than before. He no longer required the support of his sword, instead gripping the Qing Feng sword in hand, ever ready to confront any potential peril. As he walked, he divided his focus, continuing to familiarize himself with the chaotic power within, attempting to merge it with the essence of the star-shattering sword technique, silently refining his sword maneuvers. Old Xian followed behind, appearing leisurely while secretly scrutinizing Lingyun. He noted that not only had the young man's strength remarkably surged, but his composure was also exceptionally steady. Rather than exhibiting arrogance post-breakthrough, he seemed even more concentrated and vigilant. This elevated old Xian's esteem for Lingyun further. Uncle Fu appeared considerably more at ease, though still somewhat fearful. Witnessing the young master's formidable confidence filled him with a sense of security. Guided by old Xian, they ventured deeper into the southeastern volcanic region. As they progressed, the ground's temperature escalated, and the sulfuric scent intensified. The surrounding vegetation had nearly vanished, leaving behind bare, charred, or dark red rocks, along with some resilient, heat-resistant moss defiantly thriving in the crevices of the stones. Occasionally, they encountered solidified lava flows, glistening like black glass, and geothermal vents emitting white smoke and a pungent odor. This environment was undoubtedly a perilous realm for ordinary creatures. However, for certain fire-loving beasts and spiritual herbs, it constituted an exceptional habitat for growth. Lingyun and Appo's perception faced considerable interference here, as the high temperatures and dense sulfurous odor obscured many subtle scents. Nevertheless, he remained on high alert. After approximately half an hour, old Xian abruptly halted, pointing to a small basin surrounded by dark red, blood-stained rocks not far ahead. It should be within there, he declared. The ice marrow grass thrives in extreme cold, yet prefers to grow in the keen eyes of such intense heat, refining its cold marrow through the fiery essence of the earth, a peculiar phenomenon. Ice marrow grass, growing in the extreme heat of the Inai? Lingyun mentally noted this characteristic, directing his gaze toward the dark red basin. The basin was modestly sized, approximately 100 feet in circumference, encircled by steep, dark red cliffs, with only a narrow passage for entry. In the center of the basin, the ground dipped slightly, revealing some peculiar grass that emitted a faint chill, appearing almost crystalline. These small blades of grass were about the length of a finger, entirely translucent, akin to being sculpted from ice, with a delicate layer of frost forming on their leaves, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding searing environment. The aura they radiated was chilling to the bone, as if capable of freezing one's very soul. Indeed, it is ice marrow grass. Old Xian and Appo's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement. And judging by its age and the concentration of cold energy, it is at least of medium quality in the second tier. It may even be of high quality. It is enough to completely purge the remnants of the bone-eating spider and Appo's poison from my body. Lingyun and Appo's heart soared with joy as well. Finally, he had located the crucial ingredient. However, his elation was short-lived. His keen senses detected a more formidable and perilous presence lurking in the center of the basin where the ice marrow grass thrived. This aura was infused with savagery, bloodlust, and an unsettling chill reminiscent of the underworld. Without a doubt, it is a second-tier beast, and its strength is likely far superior to that of the previous black-striped savage tiger. Lingyun spoke in a grave whisper, his expression serious. Upon hearing this, the excitement on old Xian and Appo's face swiftly faded, replaced by a somber demeanor. He nodded. Indeed, I too sense it. It is entirely normal for powerful spiritual herbs like ice marrow grass to be guarded by formidable beasts. Judging by this aura, it is likely a high-tier and Appo's netherworld ice spider. And Appo's, the netherworld ice spider? Lingyun felt a chill run down his spine. He had heard of this beast, a variant of the bone-eating spider that not only inherited its venom and speed, but also excelled in manipulating extreme cold. Its web was incredibly resilient, and it could expel freezing venom. It was an exceptionally troublesome existence among second-tier beasts, with a strength comparable to a peak chi-gathering realm human, even a half-step true essence realm expert, given their current strength. Attempting to seize the ice marrow grass from a high-tier netherworld ice spider would be an immense challenge. One could even say it would be a matter of life and death. Chapter 23. The Battle of Wits with the Ice Spider, securing the spirit herb in a tranquil valley basin. The air was thick with an eerie blend of ice and fire. On one side, the dark red rocks exuded searing heat and a pungent sulfurous odor, while on the other, a patch in the center of the basin, where the frost essence grass thrived, emanated a chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. Amidst this realm of opposites, a colossal and ghastly shadow lay in wait, stealthily concealed. It was a gigantic spider, as large as a grinding stone. Its entire body was encased in a layer of ethereal blue armor, seemingly forged from ice, adorned with menacing barbs and intricate azure patterns. 8 elongated and razor-sharp legs, akin to steel, supported its massive form, their tips glinting with a frigid luminescence. Most striking were its abyssal black compound eyes, glimmering with flickers of ghostly blue, embodying savagery, bloodlust, and a disquieting cold intelligence. This was a level 2 high-tier demon beast, the ethereal ice spider. It lay in ambush beside the crystalline frost essence grass, its body nearly blending into the surrounding icy rocks, only occasionally twitching its fearsome mandibles or shifting its lethal legs to signify its presence. It seemed oblivious to the 3 diminutive humans at the basin's entrance, or perhaps it acknowledged their existence but deemed them inconsequential. To it, this territory was an absolute dominion. Any intruder would inevitably meet their end, becoming either its prey or a frozen statue. At the entrance of the basin, Ling Yun, Elder Xian, and Uncle Fu held their breaths, their expressions grave. A level 2 high tier, the etherealized spider. Elder Xian's voice trembled slightly. Not solely from fear, but also due to the bone-chilling venom within him that resonated with the aura of the ice spider, amplifying his discomfort. This beast is even stronger than I imagined. The icy blue patterns on its shell suggest it might be nearing level 3 demon beast status. Uncle Fu was already pale as a ghost, his legs quaking, nearly unable to stand. Level 2 high tier. Approaching level 3. Such a terrifying entity, merely a glance from it could reduce them to ashes. Ling Yun's heart sank to the depths, although he had just broken through, significantly enhancing his power and physical prowess, and had grasped a glimpse of the Starfall sword intent. He still felt like an ant in the face of such a formidable beast. Even during his prime in a past life, the pinnacle of body refinement at the 9th level, facing such a creature would only leave him with the option to flee. Let alone now, to charge in headlong? That would be tantamount to seeking death. To retreat? Ling Yun and Apos' gaze fell once more on the few stalks of frost essence grass emanating an enticing chill. That was Elder Xian and Apos' hope for an antidote. It also represented a potential opportunity for him to further enhance his strength and refine his body. Though the frost essence grass is cold in nature, perhaps the Chaos Dao seed could transmute and absorb it. More importantly, he refused to concede. Must he always retreat when confronted by formidable foes? When would his path of vengeance ever reach a conclusion? No, he could not give up. A wild determination flickered in Ling Yun and Apos' eyes. If a direct confrontation was futile, then he would resort to cunning. He quickly calmed himself, his mind racing under the influence of the Chaos Dao seed. Analyzing the situation at hand, the etherealized spider was immensely powerful, boasting incredible defenses, adept in icy powers and lethal toxins. And its resilient web would ensure a direct clash would lead to certain defeat. However, it possessed weaknesses. Arachnid demon beasts typically had poor vision, relying more on perception and vibrations to locate their prey. Moreover, they were often cautious or, perhaps, lethargic. As long as they were not directly threatened in their domain or over their treasures, they might not immediately attack. Additionally, the frost essence grass. The ice spider clearly regarded the frost essence grass as its treasure. Therefore, would it be particularly concerned about the safety of the frost essence grass? A bold plan rapidly took shape in Ling Yun and Apos' mind. Elder Xian, Uncle Fu, Ling Yun whispered urgently, listen to my command. We might have a chance. A chance? Uncle Fu was incredulous. Elder Xian also regarded Ling Yun with a puzzled expression. The ice spider, while formidable, seemed not to have immediately detected us. Or perhaps it simply did not regard us as a threat. Ling Yun and Apos' eyes sparkled with intelligence. Its attention was likely focused predominantly on those frost essence grass. We can exploit this. How shall we exploit it? Elder Xian inquired. With a feint, Ling Yun replied firmly, Uncle Fu, go gather as many easily ignitable dry twigs and leaves as you can find. Elder Xian, you should stay here, as your mobility is compromised. Try to suppress your aura and avoid detection. I will devise a way to divert the ice spider's attention, and you will take the opportunity to harvest the frost essence grass. What? You want me to harvest? Elder Xian was taken aback, then shook his head vehemently. No. My old bones are too slow, and the frigid aura surrounding the frost essence grass is overwhelming. I may not withstand it. Young man, this is far too dangerous. Elder Xian, Ling Yun gazed at him with resolute eyes. You are the most familiar with the frost essence grass. Only you know how to harvest it to maximize its medicinal efficacy. Moreover, he paused, a glimmer of confidence flickering in his eyes. You only need to buy a few moments of time, and that will suffice. I am confident I can hold the ice spider at bay for a moment. Elder Xian looked into Ling Yun's earnest, unwavering gaze, then cast a glance at the frost essence grass, so near yet so far, and wrestled with his thoughts. He understood Ling Yun spoke the truth. Harvesting the frost essence grass indeed required skill, and the biting cold was something an ordinary person could scarcely endure. Despite being poisoned and injured, his resistance to the cold was far superior to Ling Yun or Uncle Fu. Most importantly, he was desperately yearning for the frost essence grass. It held the key to liberating him from the torment of the bone-devouring spider poison. Very well. Elder Xian finally gritted his teeth, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Young man, I am deeply grateful. If you can buy me 5 moments of time, I will ensure I can harvest all the frost essence grass. 5 moments. Ling Yun nodded. That is sufficient. Uncle Fu, hurry and prepare. Yes, young master. Uncle Fu, though terrified, immediately sprang into action, quickly gathering dry twigs and leaves nearby. Ling Yun took a deep breath, adjusting his state to its peak. He knew that the forthcoming actions would be 100 times more perilous than when he had slain the black-scaled corpse snake. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Yet he had no other choice. Soon, Uncle Fu returned with a massive bundle of dry twigs and leaves. Uncle Fu, retreat to Elder Xian and Apos' side. And no matter what happens, do not come out. Ling Yun added a final caution. Young master, you must be extremely careful. Uncle Fu, with tears in his eyes, implored. Ling Yun nodded, refraining from further words. He divided the dry twigs and leaves into several piles, quietly placing them at different locations on either side of the basin's entrance before retrieving a flint. His gaze returned to the massive, terrifying ethereal ice spider in the center of the basin. The ice spider still appeared unaware of their intentions, merely shifting its limbs occasionally, its crimson compound eyes scanning the surroundings with indifference. Now is the moment. A glint of cold determination flashed in Ling Yun and Apos' eyes. He struck the flint, sending sparks flying. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Almost simultaneously, the piles of dry twigs and leaves he had placed ignited in rapid succession. The dry leaves, meeting the sparks, burst into flames instantaneously. Furthermore, Ling Yun had deliberately chosen materials rich in oils, such as pine needles, causing the fire to spread rapidly. With a roar, thick, acrid smoke, laced with a pungent odor, billowed forth from both sides of the basin's entrance, rising and drifting towards the center of the basin. Hiss! The sudden flames and thick smoke instantly aroused the vigilance of the spectral frost spider. It abruptly lifted its head, the 8 compound eyes shimmering with confusion and a hint of unease. While it was not afraid of ordinary fire, this unexpected turn of events instinctively instilled a sense of threat within it. Particularly, the acrid smoke rendered it exceedingly uncomfortable. Its attention was swiftly drawn to the several burning piles, and it irritably waved its forelegs, as if trying to dissipate the bothersome fumes. Now is the moment. Master Xian, strike! Ling Yun commanded in a low voice. Master Xian, already prepared, radiated a sharp glint from his eyes. He stifled the agonizing pain of his leg injury and unleashed the dwindling power within him. Whoosh! His figure transformed into a blurred shadow, dashing toward the center of the basin with a speed entirely incongruous with his disheveled appearance. Though not comparable to his peak prowess, it undeniably reached the pinnacle of Qi-gathering realm. Almost simultaneously, beast. Look this way. Ling Yun sprang forth from behind the rocks. He seized a stone the size of a human head, exerting all his strength to hurl it fiercely at the spectral frost spider's head. He understood that mere smoke and fire might not sufficiently capture the spider's attention. He had to actively reveal himself to draw its ire and buy time for Master Xian. Hiss! Indeed. Upon witnessing the audacity of this insignificant human challenging it, the spectral frost spider erupted in fury. It abandoned its focus on the fire and locked its 8 eyes onto Ling Yun, emitting a shrill, piercing shriek. It even deemed the incoming stone unworthy of evasion. The force was merely a tickle to its hard shell, and instead opened its menacing maw wide. Puff, puff, puff. Several icy spikes, exuding an extreme chill, shot forth like arrows toward Ling Yun. The speed was astonishing. As they passed, the air seemed on the verge of freezing. This is bad. Ling Yun and Apos' heart sank. He hadn't Apos. He anticipated the spider and Apos' attack to be so swift and fierce. He attempted to evade, but the icy spikes were too fast and too numerous, sealing off all his escape routes. In a moment of desperation, a fierce resolve flashed in his eyes. If he could not dodge, then he would endure the blow. He poured the little chaotic energy he had just begun to recover into the azure-edged sword in his hand and across his skin without reservation. At the same time, a nascent form of the Starfall sword intent coalesced at his fingertips. Starfall break. Rather than attacking, he positioned the sword horizontally across his chest, attempting to condense the intent of obliteration upon the sword and Apos' body to block the incoming assault. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp, resounding clinks of metal rang out. Those seemingly indestructible icy spikes were actually repelled upon striking the azure-edged sword, which was enveloped in a chaotic aura and the Starfall sword intent. Although the tremendous impact left Ling Yun's arms numb, his palms cracked, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, and he staggered back several steps. He had truly managed to block them. The faint chaotic aura flickered upon his skin. Fragments of icy spikes that failed to be entirely repelled, and the dispersing chill struck against it, producing sizzling sounds, yet they failed to inflict any substantial harm. The nascent form of the indestructible sword body displayed its might once more. Hiss. The spectral frost spider clearly did not anticipate that this diminutive human could withstand its icy spike assault. A flicker of uncertainty passed through its eyes, and in that brief moment of almost negligible stalemate, got it. Little brother, run. Master Xian and Apos' voice, filled with ecstatic urgency, resonated from the basin and Apos' center. He held in his hands a handful of crystalline ice marrow grass, exuding a bone-chilling aura. He did not even bother to count them carefully, turning and sprinting toward the entrance of the basin at top speed. Seeing its treasure pilfered, the spectral frost spider succumbed to a frenzy. It emitted a shrill cry capable of rending eardrums. Its 8 legs clawed the ground like blades, and its massive form transformed into a streak of bluish light. Abandoning Ling Yun and madly pursuing Master Xian, it aimed to reclaim its treasure and tear the 2 damned humans to shreds. Master Xian, Ling Yun, witnessing this, disregarded his injuries and weakness, mustering a breath to intercept. But how could his speed compare to that of the enraged second-tier high-level beast? Just as the spider and Apos' menacing maw was about to sink into Master Xian and Apos' back. Humph. Beast, do you truly think this old man is made of clay? A glint of icy light flashed in Master Xian and Appo's eyes. He abruptly turned, and the wooden staff in his hand glowed with a verdant light once more. However, this time, he chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he slammed the staff against the ground with great force. Buzz! A peculiar wave of vibrant wooden energy surged forth. The dead vines and hidden roots beneath the earth seemed to respond to his summons, growing wildly, twisting, and entwining. In an instant, they formed a gigantic and resilient green cage, trapping the incoming spectral frost spider within. Life entanglement. Ling Yun and Appo's pupils contracted. This was clearly an extremely advanced technique of wood-based control. This old man had indeed concealed much. The spectral frost spider, ensnared, struggled frantically, hissing and spewing cold air. The resilient vine cage continuously snapped, froze, and shattered under its assault. Yet, new vines would immediately sprout from the ground, wrapping it again. Though this cage could not hold it for long, it was sufficient. Go. Seizing the opportunity, Master Xian yanked Ling Yun up and, with his other hand, grabbed the already frightened Fu Bo, sprinting towards the basin's entrance at the utmost speed. Without looking back, they dashed toward the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. Behind them, the thunderous roar of the spectral frost spider, filled with boundless rage and resentment upon breaking free, echoed fiercely. Yet the three of them could no longer afford to care. They were consumed by a singular thought: to escape, to flee from this place of chaos. The further, the better. Chapter 24. The Old Master Alleviates Poison. A glimpse into the path as night descended once more upon the Beast Mountain range. This time, however, Ling Yun and his companions found themselves far removed from the eerie basin that radiated both searing heat and chilling cold. Under the guidance of the Old Master, they sprinted relentlessly, hardly pausing to discern their direction. Driven solely by the primal instinct to distance themselves from the ferocious nether ice spider that could pursue them at any moment. Only when their strength was nearly exhausted, and the haunting roars from behind had faded into silence, did they discover a more concealed and relatively safe natural cave, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. The cave was modest in size, just sufficient to accommodate the three of them. The entrance was obscured by dense vines and shrubs, making it difficult to detect without careful searching. Inside, it was dry and warm, with a thick layer of fallen leaves covering the ground, exuding a faint fragrance of vegetation that starkly contrasted with the damp, chilly night outside. A fire was rekindled, the flickering flames illuminating the weary yet exhilarated faces of the trio. Phew, we finally escaped, Fu Bo gasped, sitting on the ground and patting his chest, still shaken by the near brush with death during their frantic flight. The Old Master was not in a much better state. Leaning against the stone wall, his complexion was pale, his breath rapid, and his hand gripping the wooden staff trembled slightly. It was evident that his earlier exertion to ensnare the nether ice spider with life-binding techniques had placed a tremendous strain on his already injured and poisoned body. Yet, within his murky eyes, there flickered an undeniable excitement and yearning. His gaze was fixed intently on the ice marrow grass, carefully wrapped in cloth within his embrace. After enduring numerous perils, it was finally in his possession. With this, alongside the 9-leaf black orchid and the crimson flame fruit acquired earlier, he finally harbored hope of completely eradicating the bone-devouring spider venom within him. Ling Yun, however, was in the worst condition among them. He had nearly exhausted all his chaotic energy, his body bearing the weight of immense strain, and at that moment, he felt an overwhelming fatigue and soreness. Nevertheless, he refrained from resting immediately. Instead, he steeled himself, vigilantly sensing the surroundings. Only after confirming that no danger was looming did he allow himself a slight exhale of relief. He turned to the Old Master and said solemnly, "Master, this place should be safe for the time being. You should proceed with the detoxification as soon as possible. The longer we linger, the greater the risks." The Old Master, upon hearing this, acknowledged the urgency of the situation. The bone-devouring spider venom within him was like a maggot in the bone. The longer it was delayed, the more unpredictable the outcome would be. Moreover, only by completely detoxifying and regaining his strength could they hope to bolster their chances of survival in the perilous Beast Mountain range. Very well, the Old Master nodded, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Young one, Fuan, I must now concentrate on the detoxification process. This may evoke some unusual phenomena and could attract unnecessary trouble. I ask you both to guard me. His tone was unusually grave, clearly indicating the significance he placed on the forthcoming detoxification. Rest assured, Master, with this old servant here, no one shall disturb you, Fu Bo immediately proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. Though he was also quite frightened, his determination to protect the Old Master, and indirectly, the young master, was unwavering. Ling Yun nodded in agreement. You may focus on the detoxification, Master. He understood that the Old Master regaining his strength would only benefit their makeshift team. Although he was cautious about whether the Old Master might pose a threat after his recovery, he felt no fear. He possessed the chaotic seed, brimming with potential, given time. He would not shy away from any challenge. With Ling Yun and Fu Bo's assurances, the old master no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and cautiously retrieved 3 items from his robe. One was the jet-black 9-leaf black orchid, its leaves resembling jade, emanating a subtle fragrance. The second was the crimson flame fruit, fiery red and crystal clear, exuding a searing aura. The last was the ice marrow grass, just acquired, translucent and radiating a bone-chilling cold. The 3 herbs, each with distinctly different properties yet all rare, second-tier spiritual medicines, lay before the old master, emanating a peculiar glow and energy fluctuations that illuminated the small cave in a flickering dance of light. The old master gazed at the 3 spiritual herbs, a flicker of excitement and sentiment crossing his features. Throughout his life, he had never anticipated that one day he would require the assistance of a mere youth and a loyal old servant to gather the materials necessary for detoxification. Truly, how capricious fate can be. He reined in his thoughts, focusing intently. With hands forming an ancient and intricate seal, he began to chant softly, his voice deep and rhythmic, as if reciting an ancient incantation. With each utterance, the elemental energies of heaven and earth appeared to respond, gradually converging towards him. Then, extending his frail fingers, he pointed at each of the 3 spiritual herbs. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 3 herbs emitted a light tremor simultaneously. Then, astonishingly, they began to melt at a visible rate. The 9-leaf black orchid transformed into a pool of inky liquid, exuding a fragrant aroma. The crimson flame fruit morphed into a fiery sphere of energy, radiating intense heat. The ice marrow grass became a puddle of crystalline blue droplets, emanating an excruciating chill. Under the guidance of the old master's esoteric seal, these 3 energies, starkly different and even opposing in nature, began to draw closer, swirl, and merge. Crackle. As the energies of ice and fire made contact, they erupted with violent, clash-like sounds, reminiscent of water and fire in conflict. The crimson flames and icy blue aura collided, annihilating each other, releasing thick clouds of white mist and piercing explosions. Even the inky liquid from the black orchid writhed and twisted violently, as if on the verge of complete collapse. Not good. Ling Yun's heart raced. He could sense the process of merging these 3 energies was extraordinarily unstable. A slight misstep could trigger a catastrophic explosion. At that point, not only would detoxification fail, but the old master might also be obliterated. Even the old master's countenance was grave to the utmost. Veins bulged on his forehead, beads of sweat cascading down like rain. His hands, while forming seals, moved faster, and his incantation grew increasingly urgent. It was clear he was exerting every effort to control the raging energies. This method of detoxification was indeed perilously fraught with danger. Ling Yun held his breath, wary of making any sound, elevating his focus to the highest degree, vigilantly monitoring the old master's state and the 3 energies struggling to merge. Within him, the chaotic seed seemed to sense the external chaotic and unstable energy fluctuations, spontaneously accelerating its rotation. Threads of pure chaotic energy, like delicate filaments, silently diffused from Ling Yun's body into the air, seemingly influencing the merging process of the 3 energies in subtle ways. Though the effect was minuscule and nearly imperceptible, Ling Yun sensed that the once tumultuous clash of ice and fire energies seemed to ease slightly. The 3 energies, with differing attributes, appeared to be more amenable to one another, merging more readily. Was it an illusion? Or did the chaotic energy truly possess the ability to harmonize all things and stabilize energies? Ling Yun's heart was filled with uncertainty, yet he dared not be distracted. He continued to silently circulate the chaotic seed, attempting to discreetly assist the old master. Time passed, each second stretching into eternity. The atmosphere within the cave reached an apex of tension. Fu Bo had long since retreated to a corner, covering his mouth tightly with his hand, fearful of making any sound. The old master was utterly absorbed, his complexion growing increasingly pale, his body trembling slightly from the excessive exertion. Yet his hands remained remarkably steady as he formed seals. Finally, after an indeterminate passage of time, at the moment when the clash of the 3 energies reached its zenith, teetering on the brink of total chaos, the old master abruptly opened his eyes. A brilliant light erupted from his eyes, and he uttered a low, thunderous incantation, reversal of yin and yang, the union of water and fire. Ink-dyed heavens, merge. As he delivered the final command, the 3 spheres of energy, previously in fierce conflict and mutual repulsion, miraculously ceased their struggle and, in an incomprehensible manner, flawlessly fused together. Ultimately, they transformed into a peculiar pill, approximately the size of a longan, radiating a profound essence, seemingly swirling with black, red, and blue nebulae within. Suspended in midair, the pill emitted an extraordinary vibration, both searing and frigid, teeming with vitality, yet laced with a sense of impending doom. It was accomplished. A relieved smile spread across the elder's face, but was soon replaced by a violent cough, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Clearly, The forced amalgamation of the medicinal powers had inflicted considerable backlash upon him. Yet, he remained unfazed, his gaze fixed with fervor and longing upon the suspended pill. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. In an instant, the strange pill transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into his mouth. As the pill entered his abdomen, the elder's body convulsed violently, his face becoming adorned with bizarre patterns of black, red, and blue. Waves of energy, alternately scorching and bone-chilling, at times exuding a corrosive potency, raged within him in a chaotic struggle. Despite the elder's formidable willpower, he could not suppress a cry of agony. His body trembled violently as his skin erupted with pustules of varying sizes, which quickly burst, releasing a foul, black ichor. The sight was grotesque and terrifying. Uncle Fu shut his eyes in fear, unable to bear the sight, while Ling Yun's heart raced in dread. This detoxification process was far more harrowing than enduring torture. Yet, he compelled himself to remain calm, meticulously observing the elder's transformations and the intense battle against the bone-corroding spider venom within. He could distinctly sense that, under the overwhelming medicinal force contained within the peculiar pill, the deeply entrenched, malevolent spider venom was gradually being dismantled, neutralized, and expelled. Though the process was excruciating, it was undeniably effective. This ordeal persisted for a full half-hour, during which the elder's cries never ceased. The torment he endured was unimaginable. However, at long last, when the last wisp of black venom slowly emerged from the baihui point atop his head, dissipating into the air, the elder's cries finally ceased. The bizarre patterns on his skin gradually faded, and the ruptured pustules began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Though he appeared as though he had just emerged from the depths of water, drenched and feeble, his complexion pale to the point of being alarming. His once clouded eyes now sparkled with an extraordinary clarity. It was as if all dust and gloom had been washed away, revealing a profound wisdom that seemed capable of piercing through the hearts of others, along with a subtle, disquieting pressure. The bone-corroding spider venom was thoroughly eradicated. With a long exhale, the elder expelled a foul, murky breath, a radiant smile illuminating his face. After so many years, I have finally rid myself of that wretched spider venom. He could not help but erupt into hearty laughter, his mirth filled with the joy of survival and an indescribable sense of relief and liberation. Ling Yun, witnessing the elder's recovery, felt a slight loosening of tension in his own heart. While he remained cautious of the elder, at least he was no longer a potential burden, liable to perish from the venom at any moment. Moreover, a restored elder would undoubtedly provide greater assistance and security for their forthcoming journey. Congratulations, Elder Xian, on expelling the venom and regaining your vitality, Ling Yun respectfully proclaimed. Thank you. Thank you, the elder replied with a nod, his gaze shifting to Ling Yun, filled with sincere gratitude. Young man, this immense favor shall be etched in my memory. Without you and Uncle Fu's assistance, I would have surely turned to dust. He paused, his expression turning solemn. Previously, when you inquired about my name, I withheld it out of necessity. Now that I have received such a tremendous favor, I shall no longer conceal it. He adjusted his tattered robe, bowed slightly to Ling Yun, his voice still hoarse but imbued with a solemnity that commanded respect. I am Xian Mu, at your service, young master. Xian Mu, young master. Ling Yun's pupils dilated in shock, and Uncle Fu wore a similarly astonished expression. What on earth is happening? Chapter 25, Shocking Secrets and Ancestral Doubts Within the Stone Cavern. The crackling of the campfire resonated, its flickering flames illuminating three faces filled with astonishment and bewilderment. Young master. It was Fu Bo who first regained his composure, his aged visage reflecting disbelief and profound confusion. He widened his eyes, glancing between the stooped and solemn figure of Xian Mu, who had just bowed in respect, and the equally astonished countenance of the young master, his brow furrowed in perplexity as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Xian Mu referred to the young master as, Young master? What on earth was happening? Could it be that Xian Mu was once a servant of the Ling family? Yet, he had never heard of such a hidden master within the Ling household. Moreover, the man's demeanor hardly resembled that of an ordinary servant. Ling Yun's shock was no less than that of Fu Bo. His mind felt like a serene lake suddenly disturbed by a massive stone, unleashing a tumultuous wave of emotions. Young master. This title had been stripped from him the moment his dantian was destroyed and he was cast out from his family, transforming into a label of humiliation and mockery. Yet now, this enigmatic elder, who had just purged a deadly toxin and whose strength was unfathomable, was bowing before him and addressing him as young master. The implications were staggering. Could it be that his origins were not as simple as he had always believed? The mother he barely remembered, who had passed away too soon, and this suddenly awakened, extraordinary chaos Dao seed. Was there an unknown connection between them? Countless thoughts flashed through Ling Yun's mind like lightning, shaking the resolve he had just forged through his newfound strength. He forcefully suppressed the turmoil within him, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Xian Mu, who remained in a bowed position. His voice turned cold, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Xian Lao. What do you mean by this? Xianmu gradually straightened, the solemnity on his face unchanged. However, his gaze towards Ling Yun now bore a complexity, a hint of nostalgia, and an indescribable loyalty. I do not jest, nor am I delusional. It is only fitting for me to address you as young master. Fitting. Ling Yun's brow furrowed deeper. He, Ling Yun, was merely a discarded child of the Ling family, expelled for having his dantian destroyed. What merit or capability did he possess to receive such reverence from Xianlao? Surely, there had been a mistake. He deliberately emphasized his tragic identity, both to test the elder and to express his inner resistance and skepticism towards this sudden claim of nobility. He could not accept that his fate was intertwined with this mysterious elder in such an uncanny manner. A low, melancholic chuckle escaped Xianmu's lips, tinged with a sense of inevitability. The Ling family of Yinyang City? A discarded child? Young master, you may indeed be woefully unaware of your own self. And of your mother. Mother. Ling Yun's heart raced. Indeed, this matter was connected to his mother. Who is she? Ling Yun's voice involuntarily rose, imbued with a sense of urgency he himself had not recognized. His memories of her were exceedingly vague. He recalled only that she had been a gentle and beautiful woman, though her health had always been poor, leading to her untimely demise when he was very young. His father, Ling Zhan, seldom spoke of her, seemingly avoiding the topic altogether. He had always assumed she was an ordinary woman, perhaps with some background but not particularly distinguished. Yet now, it appeared the reality was far more complex. To have left behind such an extraordinary item as the Chaos Dao Seed, to warrant Xianmu, a figure of immense power, to refer to her son as young master. His mother must possess an extraordinary lineage. Seeing the urgency and confusion in Ling Yun's eyes, Xianmu sighed softly, seemingly lost in distant memories. He approached the campfire, stirring the flickering flames, his gaze distant and profound. Young master, your mother, perhaps you have forgotten her name. She bore the surname Su and was known simply as Yao. Xianmu's voice was low and deliberate, carrying a sense of nostalgia that seemed to transcend time. Su Yao, a name that once made the stars themselves pale in comparison. Su Yao. Ling Yun's heart jolted. This name. It felt vaguely familiar, yet shrouded in a thick fog of obscurity. Who was she? Ling Yun pressed, eager for answers. Xianmu fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his words, pondering what could and could not be revealed. At last, he raised his gaze to meet Ling Yun's, his eyes glimmering with complexity. Young master, as for the specifics of the lady's identity and origins, I cannot fully disclose them at this time. It involves ancient grievances, immense powers, and perilous secrets. Given your current strength, knowing too much would not bode well for you. It could even lead to calamity. Calamity. Ling Yun's pupils constricted. What kind of terror could invoke such a warning from Xianmu? Did his mother's identity entangle her with forces even Xianmu feared? I only need to know who she is. Ling Yun's gaze was icy and resolute. As for the danger, he felt he had nothing left to lose. His voice carried the finality of a desperate gamble. Xianmu regarded him thoughtfully, once more lamenting inwardly. Truly, he was his mother's son, possessing the same fierce determination and resolve. He understood that failing to provide Ling Yun with a definitive answer would not only jeopardize trust, but could also backfire. After much contemplation, Xianmu finally spoke, his voice lowered as if fearing to be overheard. Young master, you must know that your mother, Su Yao, is not of this world. She hails from a higher realm, more vast, ancient, and powerful than this one. And I, Xianmu, along with the Chaos Dao Seed that has now fused with your being, share an inseparable bond with your mother. I was once merely a guardian under her service. Boom. Though Xianmu's words were veiled in ambiguity, the weight of their implications struck Ling Yun's heart like thunder. His mother was not from this world. She came from a higher realm. The Chaos Dao Seed was a gift from her. And this unfathomable Xianmu was merely a guardian in her service? A mere guardian. This revelation shattered everything he had understood about his existence over the past decade. He was not just an ordinary scion of the Ling family in Yinyang City. His bloodline connected him to a grander, more enigmatic world. His mother was an entity so formidable that even Xianmu looked up to her. No wonder. No wonder his father never spoke of her origins. No wonder he had experienced so many extraordinary events. No wonder he possessed such a remarkable artifact as the Chaos Dao Seed. Everything seemed to fall into place. Yet, with this understanding came an even greater enigma and peril. If his mother hailed from a higher realm, why had she fallen to this world? Why had she married a man from such a relatively ordinary family? Why had she passed away so early? Had she truly died of illness? Or was there something more? What purpose does the seed of chaos serve? Self-protection? Or is there a more profound intention? Why has Xuanmu appeared here? Afflicted by a lethal poison and in such a dire state? How did he come to discover his true self? Or rather, did the seed of chaos guide him to his true identity? And what of those potential adversaries, whom even Xuanmu regards with trepidation? Are they aware of his existence? Are they also in search of their own identities? Countless questions and an overwhelming sense of crisis engulfed Ling Yun, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Young master, are you all right? Fu Bo exclaimed, noticing Ling Yun's pallor, and hurried to support him. Ling Yun waved his hand, indicating he was fine. He took several deep breaths. forcing himself to regain his composure. He understood that this was not a time for panic. Regardless of the astonishing nature of his lineage or the dangers that lay ahead, he was alive. Furthermore, he possessed the seed of chaos, his greatest source of assurance. He turned to Xuanmu, his gaze sharpening and becoming resolute. Senior Xian. No. Elder Xuanmu. Since you are my mother-s guardian, why have you fallen to such a plight? And why have you only now appeared before me? He did not immediately accept the title of young master, maintaining a cautious distance, but his inquiries were now more direct and piercing. Xuanmu seemed to have anticipated Ling Yun's questions, a hint of bitterness and guilt crossing his features. Alas, this tale is lengthy, and I have failed the lady's trust. Years ago, for reasons beyond her control, the lady, carrying you as an infant and the seed of chaos that sealed away most of her power, tore through the barriers of space to arrive in this relatively desolate and barren realm of Xianwang, to evade pursuit and ensure your safe upbringing as an ordinary person. She expended her last vestiges of strength to seal your bloodline memories and transform the seed of chaos into an ordinary jade pendant, leaving it by your side. As a result, she herself was left drained and soon. Indeed, his mother did not merely pass away from illness. She sacrificed herself to protect him. Ling Yun's heart tightened, an indescribable anguish and fury surging within him, who was pursuing his mother. As for the old man, a shadow of pain crossed Xuanmu's face. In those days, to protect the lady and you during your escape, I, along with several companions, fought a desperate battle against those pursuers. That clash shook the heavens and the earth, causing stars to fall. Though I survived by a stroke of fortune, I was gravely wounded, my cultivation severely diminished, and one of the most malevolent of the assailants inflicted upon me the source poison of the bone-eating spider. This toxin has relentlessly eroded my foundation and vitality, causing my strength to plummet, leaving me to merely survive until now. These years, I have evaded potential pursuers while desperately seeking a remedy for the spider poison, all the while searching for your whereabouts. Although the aura of the seed of chaos has been sealed by the lady's unparalleled might, it still retains a faint connection to us guardians. However, the vastness of this Xianhuang world is overwhelming, and with my diminished strength, my sensing range is limited, which is why I have yet to locate you. Until, just recently, when you were on the brink of death, perhaps due to your fierce will to survive, or perhaps due to the stimulus of the sealed bloodline power within you, the power of the seed of chaos finally leaked a hint. That was when I sensed your position. Regrettably, at that time, I too was being pursued by enemies. After narrowly escaping, I unwittingly stumbled into the lair of the bone-eating spider, where its venom counterattacked and exacerbated my condition, nearly costing me my life. Xuanmu recounted the sequence of events, albeit omitting many crucial details, such as the identity of the pursuers and the lady's background. Yet, it was sufficient for Ling Yun to gain a rough understanding of his lineage and current predicament. The root of it all lay in his mother's mysterious identity and those fearsome pursuers. The seed of chaos within his chest was not only his mother's legacy of protection and hope, but also potentially the source of his impending doom. Ling Yun fell silent. This truth was too heavy, too cruel. He had initially believed that avenging himself against Ling Feng, Lu Qingmei, and the Ling family would suffice. But it now appeared that the foes he had to confront were far more formidable than he had imagined. They might even hail from another realm. An immense pressure bore down upon him, akin to an invisible mountain. Yet beneath this weight was not merely despair. Rather, it ignited within him a more fervent desire for combat and ambition, a yearning for strength, a thirst to unravel all mysteries, a craving to locate those who hunted his mother and avenge her. I understand. After a long pause, Ling Yun finally spoke, his voice still cold but imbued with an indefinable resolve. Thank you, Elder Xuanmu, for revealing all of this to me. He still refrained from addressing him as elder, nor did he accept the title of young master, instead opting for a respectful yet distanced appellation, Elder Xuanmu. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment briefly crossed Xuanmu's eyes, quickly replaced by understanding. He recognized that expecting a youth, freshly scarred by betrayal and hardship, to immediately accept a stranger and bear such a heavy identity was unrealistic. Trust requires time to cultivate. There is no need for formality, young master, Xuanmu readily acquiesced. To share this with you is my duty. However, I must implore you to remember, until you possess sufficient strength, do not casually reveal the existence of the seed of chaos, and do not actively seek information regarding the lady. Otherwise, should those people become aware, the consequences would be unimaginable. His tone was grave, laden with warning. I understand. Ling Yun nodded. He was not foolish and was fully aware of the stakes involved. So, what are your plans now? Xuanmu inquired. Ling Yun's gaze shifted toward the cavern's entrance, where the majestic beast mountain began to take shape in the morning light, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. First, I shall enhance my strength. Then, I will depart from here. He would inevitably return to Yanyang City, but not just yet. He needed to grow stronger. Strong enough to crush all adversaries, strong enough to unveil all enigmas. And this perilous yet opportunity-laden beast mountain was the perfect arena for his trials. Excellent. Xuanmu expressed admiration. You possess ambition. In that case, I shall accompany you through this mountain. Firstly, I also need to seek some medicinal herbs to restore my vitality. Secondly, perhaps I can offer some modest assistance on your path to cultivation. He took the initiative to propose companionship, adopting a humble posture. Ling Yun regarded him for a moment, then did not refuse, although he remained wary of Xuanmo. He had to admit that having such an enigmatic and powerful elder by his side would benefit his forthcoming endeavors more than it would hinder them. Then I shall rely on you, elder. Ling Yun nodded. Thus, this peculiar team, comprised of a fallen young master, a loyal old servant, and a mysterious elder, achieved a delicate balance and a temporary alliance. Chapter 26. The Fundamentals of Sword Techniques. The Secrets of the Primordial Seed. As the dawn dispelled the final remnants of darkness, warm sunlight filtered through the crevices of the stone cave, casting a gentle golden glow upon the seated figure of Ling Yun. Having uncovered the staggering truths of his lineage and the immense peril lurking beneath the surface of tranquility, Ling Yun's spirit was not crushed. Rather, it was tempered like steel forged in fire, becoming more resilient and sharper than ever before. Pressure breeds motivation. He yearned for power more than at any other time, eager to grow stronger with haste. The mere pace at which the primordial seed absorbed energy was insufficient to satiate his thirst for vengeance and his quest for truth. He must take the initiative to unleash the extraordinary might of the chaotic seed to its fullest potential. The enigmatic star-shattering sword technique, taught by Xianmu, was undoubtedly his best option at this moment. Senior Xianmu, Ling Yun opened his eyes and gazed intently at Xianmu, who was also meditating nearby. I wish to commence my training in the star-shattering sword technique now. Xianmu slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise passing through his murky gaze, which soon transformed into understanding. He nodded and replied, very well. You have only just condensed the primordial seed, establishing a foundational base. This is indeed the prime opportunity to refine yourself and comprehend martial skills. However, the star-shattering sword technique is notoriously formidable, demanding considerable consumption of both physical and energy reserves. You must act within your limits and avoid rushing. Despite having witnessed Ling Yun's astonishing talent in condensing the chaotic seed and holding a high regard for his potential, Xianmu could not help but issue a cautionary reminder. After all, the path of cultivation abhors the pursuit of immediate results. I understand, Junior. Ling Yun nodded, refraining from further words. He was aware that Xianmu meant well, yet he possessed absolute confidence in his body and the chaotic seed. Rising to his feet, he stepped outside to a relatively open area of the cave. Seeing this, Uncle Fu hastily retreated, anxious not to disturb the young master's training. Xianmu, leaning on his wooden staff, stood at a distance, intrigued to observe the extent of this young master's mastery of the sword technique he had imparted. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yun cleared his mind of distractions and slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness once again descended into the boundless expanse of the starry cosmos. This time, having gained experience from previously condensing sword intent, he entered a meditative state much more swiftly. Against the dark backdrop, billions of stars whirled incessantly, emanating an ancient and majestic aura. He felt as though he had merged with them, perceiving the trajectories of the stars, the pulsations of the universe, and the hidden forces of destruction and rebirth lurking in the cold void. Star-shattering, he murmured, fully immersing himself in the essence of falling stars. With unwavering resolve, he envisioned obliterating all with his own being, condensing the chaotic power into the fury of the stars. Flash. In an instant, Ling Yun's eyes flew open. In those obsidian depths, it seemed as if true stars were igniting and falling. The azure blade in his hand rose silently. There was no earth-shattering momentum, not even a whisper of wind. Yet, at the moment he lifted the sword, an indescribable sharpness filled with the essence of destruction and finale enveloped the area within several meters. The air seemed to solidify. Even Xianmu, standing afar, sensed a stirring from the depths of his soul, as if an invisible star was coalescing above him, ready to descend and crush him to dust. What? Such formidable sword intent. Xianmu's pupils contracted sharply, his heart racing in astonishment. How long has it been? This lad's comprehension of the essence of falling stars has deepened so dramatically. This is no longer merely a rudimentary form. He has evidently stepped into the realm of mastery, grasping the very essence of this sword intent. Such insight is simply unprecedented. At this moment, Ling Yun was wholly absorbed in the sword intent. The azure blade in his grasp had transcended mere metal, becoming an extension of his will. The vessel of the star poised to fall and obliterate all. The chaotic seed within him spun with unprecedented fervor. The immense chaotic power surged forth like a flood, coursing through the profound and domineering pathways of the star-shattering sword technique, rushing toward his sword arm. Toward the blade. Buzz. The azure blade emitted a violent hum, as if burdened by an immense weight. A faint glow, reminiscent of shattered stars, re-emerged upon the blade. More radiant and solid than before. The starry gleam at the tip shone blindingly, as if it were a true miniature star. Star. Fall. Ling Yun let out a low roar, reminiscent of the echoes from ancient starry skies. The azure blade, imbued with a fierce and resolute aura capable of annihilation, was brought down with tremendous force upon the empty void before him. Swoosh. A crescent-shaped blade of light, visible to the naked eye and tinged with chaotic hues, burst forth from the tip of the sword, though not particularly large, measuring only about 10 feet in length. The sharpness and aura of annihilation contained within it caused Xianmu, at a distance, to feel a jolt of alarm, wherever the blade of light passed. The air erupted with a piercing explosion. The withered branches and leaves on the ground were instantly reduced to dust. Even a boulder the size of a human head, standing 10 feet away, was struck as though by an invisible hammer. In an instant, it shattered into countless fragments, debris scattering and dust rising. Such is the might of a single strike? Gasped. Uncle Fu inhaled sharply, left utterly astounded. He had never witnessed such a terrifying sword maneuver. Xianmu and Apos, S pupils constricted, his mind swirling with tumultuous waves. The sword aura released, condensing energy into form? He gasped in astonishment. No, this is not ordinary sword aura. This sword light contains Apos, intent Apos. It is the purest, most distilled Apos, star-falling sword intent Apos. To wield intent to manipulate energy. To transform energy into form. This lad has directly bypassed the stage of Apos, energy Apos, and reached the level of Apos, intent Apos. Xianmu Apos, S understanding was completely shattered. It is well known that even ordinary warriors, upon reaching the pinnacle of energy gathering, can barely externalize their true essence to form protective energy or simple blade forms, which is already considered extraordinary talent. Yet, to condense one Apos, S intent, be it fist intent, blade intent, or sword intent, into a form capable of inflicting harm, requires at least the realm of true essence, if not the spiritual sea realm. But Ling Yun had only just condensed the primordial seed. His inner power had yet to stabilize fully. How could he, through a nascent understanding of sword intent, unleash such a terrifying sword light imbued with substantial intent? This cannot simply be described as a prodigy. He is a veritable monster, a complete and utter monster. Is it the unique nature of the chaotic seed? Or does he inherently possess an extraordinary affinity with the sword path? Or perhaps, a combination of both? Xianmu gazed at Ling Yun with unprecedented shock and an indescribable fervor. He knew he might be witnessing the dawn of a legend. Yet, at that moment, having unleashed such a remarkable strike, Ling Yun was far from unscathed. Cough. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as paper. His body swayed precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. Despite the immense power of that strike, the toll it took on him was equally devastating. It had almost entirely depleted the chaotic power he had just restored within his dantian, along with the initial sword intent he had condensed. Even his physical form bore slight fissures from the backlash of that overwhelming sword intent. A sharp pain surged through him. Cough, cough. Ling Yun coughed violently, propping himself up with his sword, barely managing to remain upright. It was a tremendous strain, given his current realm and physical resilience. Executing that last sword strike had pushed him to his utmost limits. One could even say he had overdrawn his capabilities. Indeed, the star-shattering sword technique was formidable. It was far beyond what he could easily master at this moment. Young master, Fu Bo hurriedly rushed forward, attempting to support him. Brother, Xianmu, having regained his composure, stepped forward with concern etched across his face. You acted recklessly. In your current state, how could you forcefully channel such sword intent? This will harm your foundation. Ling Yun waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was fine. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a somewhat frenzied yet profoundly satisfied smile. No worries. Cough, cough. Just a little fatigued, he gasped, but it feels quite exhilarating. The sensation of wielding such immense power, the feeling of striking with a sword as if it could shatter the stars was utterly intoxicating. He found himself becoming somewhat addicted. Seeing him, although weakened, with an exceptionally bright and excited gaze, Xian Lao could only shake his head with a wry smile. What a lunatic. Truly a cultivation fanatic. Just like the madam of years past. Xian Lao sighed helplessly, pulling out a small jade vial from his robe. He poured out a pill exuding a faint fragrance, a jade-green elixir, and handed it to Ling Yun. This is the Apos recovery pill. Apos, although its rank is not high, merely a high-grade mundane item, it can quickly replenish some energy and alleviate your fatigue. Take it first. Ling Yun glanced at the pill, then at Xian Lao, and without refusal, accepted it and tossed it into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a gentle warmth that surged into his dantian. Though the energy was but a trickle compared to the chaotic power, and rather chaotic in nature, it was better than nothing. Indeed, allowing his almost depleted dantian to regain a modicum of vitality, significantly easing his exhaustion. Thank you, senior, Ling Yun said. Thank for what? Xian Lao waved his hand, his expression turning serious as he looked at Ling Yun. Brother, the Apos, Yuan seed and Apos, you have condensed is extraordinary, containing a remarkably high level of power. However, it also requires far more energy for you to break through than an average warrior. You must not recklessly overdraw again. If you enter the root of the Yuan seed, even divine beings cannot save you. Moreover, Xian Lao paused, continuing, I observe that your Yuan seed seems not of a singular attribute. It appears to encompass all, as if chaos has yet to be divided. Ling Yun and Apos, as heart jolted. This old man truly perceived more than he let on. He neither confirmed nor denied but silently regarded Xian Lao. Noticing this, Xian Lao ceased his inquiries and spoke slowly. If that is the case, It presents you with both a tremendous opportunity and a significant challenge. The opportunity lies in the fact that chaos is the origin of all things. Theoretically capable of evolving myriad laws and cultivating all paths, your potential shall be limitless. The challenge, however, is that the cultivation of chaotic power is far more arduous than that of a single attribute. The resources required are vast. Additionally, while the Yuan seed is still in its nascent stage and the power structure remains unstable, indiscriminately absorbing chaotic energy or practicing techniques with conflicting attributes could easily lead to power imbalance and madness. Thus, Xian Lao regarded Ling Yun with utmost seriousness. Before you thoroughly master the chaotic power within you and discover the true technique that suits you, capable of harnessing chaos, I advise you to focus on one. For instance, this star-shattering sword technique. Although this technique is domineering, its profound essence aligns with the path of stellar destruction and rebirth, subtly resonating with the and oppos, destruction and oppos, and oppos, beginnings and oppos, encapsulated within your Yuan seed. If you can cultivate it to its pinnacle, you may glean some secrets of the operation of chaos, ultimately leading you to discover your own and oppos, path and oppos. Xian Lao and oppos, S words were akin to a sudden enlightenment, illuminating Ling Yun and oppos, S mind. Indeed, although the chaotic Dao seed was formidable, it was not without limitations. What he lacked most presently was a technique that could genuinely harness the chaotic power. Before he found such a technique, concentrating on the cultivation of the star-shattering sword technique, utilizing its domineering essence to refine his being and temper the chaotic power, was undoubtedly the best course of action. Moreover, Xian Lao and oppos, S final statement had awakened him. The secrets of chaotic operation? His own path? Perhaps this was the true direction the chaotic Dao seed sought to guide him towards. Not merely copying or imitating, but creating. Creating a path of chaotic swordsmanship that had never existed before, uniquely belonging to him, Ling Yun. This thought caused Ling Yun and oppos, S heart to race uncontrollably once more, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented, resplendent brilliance. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Ling Yun sincerely bowed deeply to Xian Mu this time. Xian Lao and oppos, S words, seemingly mere suggestions for cultivation, indeed illuminated the direction of his practice for the foreseeable future. Their value might even surpass that of the star-shattering sword technique itself. Xian Mu graciously accepted the gesture, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Haha, the lad is teachable. Your understanding of my intentions makes my efforts worthwhile. He paused before continuing. You and oppos, VE just broken through and forcibly executed a sword technique, which consumed a great deal of energy. You should first focus on recuperation. As for the and oppos, crimson flame fruit, and oppos, you can attempt to refine one once your realm stabilizes. The pure yang fire within could aid in tempering your physique, perhaps allowing your unique constitution to manifest its powers more quickly. He still refrained from directly mentioning the indestructible sword body, instead referring to it as a special constitution, clearly not wishing to burden Ling Yun with unnecessary pressure and attention too soon. I understand, senior. Ling Yun nodded, his gratitude towards Xian Lao deepening further. In the following time, Ling Yun adhered to Xian Lao and oppos' advice, no longer hastening his progress, but instead calming his mind to circulate the technique and restore his chaotic power. While silently comprehending the first stage of the star-shattering sword technique and the profound mysteries of the chaotic Yuan seed, he discovered, just as Xian Lao had stated, that while the chaotic Yuan seed was powerful, its manipulation was indeed far more complex than that of a single attribute and oppos' true essence. It demanded a greater mental capacity and more intricate control. The cultivation of the star-shattering sword technique could significantly enhance his mental will and control over power. Each visualization of falling stars, each simulation of sword intent, felt like a dual baptism of his spirit and body. Despite the accompanying pain and exhaustion, he reveled in it. For he could distinctly feel himself growing stronger, steadfastly advancing towards the goal he yearned for. Fu Bo quietly tidied the camp, preparing food in his own manner while guarding the transforming young master. Xian Lao spent most of his time in quiet meditation, occasionally opening his eyes to glance at Ling Yun. A hint of barely perceptible anticipation and a deeper, unfathomable complexity shimmering in his gaze. Chapter 27, The Fiery Tempering of the Body. The sword and oppos' essence begins to emerge. Time flowed like sand slipping through fingers, quietly passing by. Before long, 3 days had elapsed. During this period, Ling Yun and his companions remained in the secluded grotto, refraining from venturing outside. Firstly, Ling Yun required ample time to thoroughly consolidate his recently attained realm, to familiarize himself with the overwhelming yet unfamiliar chaotic power within, and to initially grasp the profound mysteries of the first level of the Starfall Sword technique. Secondly, Elder Xian also needed to recuperate and recover from the immense exhaustion and backlash caused by his earlier actions and the removal of the potent poison. Although the bone-eating spider venom had been resolved, the depletion of his essence from years of toxin erosion could not be replenished overnight. Uncle Fu devoted himself to tending to the daily needs of the two, managing the campfire and processing the previously stored wolf meat. Occasionally, he would cautiously forage for edible wild vegetables and fruits near the grotto to supplement their food supply. While their days were austere, witnessing the steady growth of their young master reignited the spark in the old man and oppos' eyes, filling him with an unprecedented sense of peace and hope. Within the grotto, Ling Yun sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, breathing deeply and rhythmically. After 3 days of focused cultivation and consolidation, he had firmly established the nascent chaotic essence within him. The primordial seed, no larger than a grain of rice, seemed to have become more solid and profound, pulsating with an increasingly magnificent and pure chaotic power. His control over this force had grown remarkably adept, allowing him to guide it through his meridians with the precision of a skilled craftsman. With both speed and efficiency enhanced severalfold compared to his initial attempts. Although he was still unable to manifest tangible sword radiance as he had previously, an endeavor requiring immense energy and deeper comprehension, he could now intricately weave the annihilating sword intent reminiscent of a star and Apos. Demise into every punch and fingertip thrust. He had experimented, merely infusing a trace of sword intent into his ordinary strikes magnified their power exponentially, easily shattering solid rock. When combined with the explosive force of chaotic energy, the resulting might was beyond imagination. This revelation led Ling Yun to reevaluate his strength. Though his realm was merely that of nascent essence, comparable to the early stages of the traditional chi-gathering realm, the peculiarities of the chaotic essence. His formidable physical form surpassing the limits of body tempering. And his initial mastery of the Starfall sword intent meant that his true combat prowess could likely rival that of mid to even late-stage practitioners within the chi-gathering realm, should he unleash all his hidden cards. Such as forcibly executing the Starfall strike infused with substantial sword intent, albeit at a considerable cost, he might even pose a threat to peak chi-gathering practitioners. This realization filled Ling Yun and Apos, as heart with a profound confidence. In less than half a month, he had transformed from a discarded, near-death individual into a being with power rivaling that of late-stage chi-gathering fighters. Such metamorphosis was nothing short of miraculous. All of this was attributable to the chaotic seed. However, Ling Yun was not content with this progress. Late-stage chi-gathering? That was still insufficient. His enemies, be they the openly hostile Lu and Ling clans or the treacherous figures lurking in the shadows, perhaps hailing from even higher realms, were not mere chi-gathering practitioners that he could contend with. He needed to grow stronger. He needed to accelerate his evolution. Currently, aside from methodically absorbing the energies of heaven and earth to bolster the chaotic essence, there existed another swift avenue for enhancing his power, tempering his physical body. He could vividly sense that his body, transformed by the chaotic seed, was brimming with potential. Each cycle of chaotic energy and every refinement of sword intent subtly fortified his sinews, skin, and internal organs. If he could further awaken this potential, allowing the legendary indestructible sword body to manifest more rapidly, his strength would surely experience a qualitative leap. The most effective means of tempering the body was to harness external forces. For instance, the 3 remaining crimson flame fruits. The pure yang fire energy contained within was exceedingly fierce and lethal to ordinary practitioners, yet for Ling Yun, who possessed the chaotic seed capable of converting and absorbing all forms of energy, it served as an exceptional catalyst for body tempering. During his previous breakthrough with the crimson flame fruit, he had already felt its intense refining effect on his body, enabling him to surpass the limits of body tempering. What would happen if he refined another? A flicker of anticipation and resolution sparked in Ling Yun and Apos' eyes. He turned to Elder Xian, who was meditating nearby, and spoke. Elder Xian, I wish to refine another crimson flame fruit to temper my body. Elder Xian slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Ling Yun, seemingly unperturbed. He pondered for a moment before responding. The energy of the crimson flame fruit is ferocious. Using it directly for body tempering poses significant risks. However, given your unique physique and essence, it may indeed be feasible. He paused, offering a caution, but remember, do not be greedy or reckless. Should you feel your body cannot endure, stop immediately. While the chaotic energy can transform the fire energy, this conversion also requires time. If the explosive speed of the fire energy exceeds your capacity to transform and endure it, the consequences would be dire. I understand, Elder, Ling Yun nodded. He was acutely aware of the risks involved, but for the sake of becoming stronger, he was willing to take the gamble. He retrieved a crimson flame fruit from his storage bag. This time, instead of consuming it outright as before, he held it in his hand, took a deep breath, and slowly activated the optimized new Luyan technique, which perhaps should now be referred to as the chaotic Luyan technique. Simultaneously, he cautiously guided the chaotic energy within his dantian, like fine threads, into the crimson flame fruit, beginning to gradually extract and direct the frenzied pure yang fire energy contained within. Directly swallowing it would unleash energy too rapidly and violently, posing a significant danger. Thus, by leading the process with his own strength, guiding and refining it gradually, he maintained a relatively safer and more controllable approach. Though this method would be considerably slower, it was far more prudent. Hiss. As the chaotic energy penetrated, the flickering flames on the surface of the crimson flame fruit became increasingly vibrant. Streams of visibly thick, molten-like crimson energy were carefully coaxed out from the fruit, flowing along his arm and Apos, as meridians and slowly entering his body. Boom. Scorching. Frenzied. Even merely extracting a trace of it unleashed a terrifying wave of heat that felt as if it would incinerate his meridians, causing Ling Yun and Apos' body to shudder violently. His face flushed instantly. Such overwhelming fire energy. Ling Yun felt a chill of trepidation within, not daring to slacken his efforts. He immediately channeled all his strength into the chaotic dantian. A massive chaotic vortex spun like a grinding wheel, forcefully enveloping, decomposing, and transforming the torrential fire energy coursing into his body. This process remained excruciatingly painful. Ling Yun felt as though his meridians had transformed into conduits of a volcano. Each surge of fire energy brought with it a piercing pain akin to needles and a searing sensation. His internal organs felt as if they were being roasted over an open flame, but he gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense that with the transformation of this pure yang-laden chaotic power circulating throughout his body, his physique was undergoing an astounding strengthening process. Impurities beneath his skin were relentlessly expelled, vaporized. His muscles grew denser, brimming with explosive strength. His bones emitted sharp cracks, becoming more robust, even subtly radiating a faint golden hue. Effective. Painful, but effective. A surge of ecstasy welled up within Ling Yun. He persevered through the agony, continuing to carefully guide and refine the energy of the crimson flame fruit. Time flowed in the midst of this painful yet hopeful tempering, slowly ticking away. The temperature within the grotto continued to rise. Ling Yun was enveloped in a faint halo, a blend of chaotic hues and crimson light. His skin continuously expelled black impurities, only to be vaporized by the intense heat. His body, akin to finely forged iron, was undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Uncle Fu had retreated to the cave entrance, anxiously watching, scarcely daring to breathe. Master Xian sat cross-legged nearby, appearing to be in meditation, yet he remained acutely aware of Ling Yun and Appo's condition. As he sensed the increasingly formidable and pure aura emanating from Ling Yun and Appo's body, a hint of immortality intertwined within it, his previously tranquil mind was stirred into tumultuous waves. Such a constitution, could it truly be? Master Xian and Appo's thoughts churned with incredulity, the chaotic seed, the indestructible sword body. No wonder the lady had. He seemed to recall something ancient and enigmatic, his gaze becoming extraordinarily complex. Time passed. Perhaps a day or two. When the radiance of the blazing fruit in Ling Yun and Appo's hand finally dimmed to mere ashes, he slowly opened his eyes. Boom. A force, exponentially more powerful than before, erupted explosively from within him. His dark eyes now shone brilliantly, as if two blazing suns burned within. As he blinked, tangible brilliance shot forth, scorching the air in front of him, causing it to shimmer slightly. His skin had transformed to resemble the finest mutton-fat jade. Delicate and smooth yet extraordinarily resilient, exuding a faint radiance. His physique, though not overly imposing, was filled with a streamlined beauty and explosive strength, akin to a poised cheetah. Most astonishing were his bones, which now displayed a subtle hue reminiscent of gold, radiating an indomitable and eternal essence. Although this quality was still faint, it unmistakably resembled the legendary jade skin and golden bones of the indestructible sword body at its initial success. He had succeeded. Ling Yun felt the surging power and transformative changes within him, unable to suppress a low growl of exhilaration. Merely refining a blazing fruit had led to a qualitative leap in his physical strength. He sensed that, relying solely on his physical prowess, he could likely contend with an ordinary second-tier demon beast. He might even withstand the full force of a peak chi-gathering realm warrior. This was truly unfathomable. His cultivation, while not having broken through again, had seen the chaotic seed in his dantian become more solid and abundant due to the absorption of a vast amount of pure yang fire energy transformed into chaotic power. The power contained within was nearly double what it had been before. If he were to unleash the Starfall sword now, its might would be incomparable, and the consumption would be relatively reduced. At least he wouldn't be utterly drained after a single strike as before. Congratulations, young man, on your significant physical advancement and the deepening of your foundation. Master Xian's voice resonated, laced with barely concealed awe. Ling Yun turned to him, noticing the complexity in Master Xian's gaze. It was merely luck, Ling Yun humbly replied, before inquiring, how's your recovery, senior? Thanks to you, my residual toxins have been entirely purged, and some of my depleted essence has been restored. Master Xian chuckled, stroking his beard. Though he appeared somewhat frail, the brilliance in his eyes and the subtle pressure emanating from him were much stronger than before. Now, he could barely contend with ordinary third-tier demon beasts. To contend with third-tier demon beasts? Ling Yun's heart raced. Third-tier demon beasts equated to the true essence realm among humans. This old man was indeed unfathomable. His recovered strength was likely far beyond what he had implied. However, Ling Yun did not press the matter, merely nodding. That is very good. We can now delve deeper into the mountains with greater assurance, seeking the other items you require. He intentionally refrained from mentioning the ice spirit grass, opting for a more ambiguous phrase. Master Xian's eyes gleamed with a trace of amusement, aware that Ling Yun was still testing him. He nodded, indeed. Moreover, I sense that this vicinity may harbor other intriguing treasures. Oh, what have you discovered, senior? Ling Yun inquired, his curiosity piqued. Master Xian smiled mysteriously, pointing towards the deeper volcanic region outside the cave. Have you sensed that within the Earth's fiery essence, there seems to be a faint yet exceptionally pure and sharp aura of golden energy? The aura of golden energy. Ling Yun's senses immediately extended outward to perceive carefully. Indeed, with his remarkably keen perception, he detected a minuscule yet formidable essence, akin to the sharpness capable of severing all, hidden within the dense fiery energy. Gold concealed within fire. Could it be a metal vein below? Or perhaps some rare treasure imbued with metallic power? Ling Yun surmised. Perhaps? Master Xian stroked his beard, wisdom sparkling in his eyes, however. I sense that aura of golden energy is more likely the result of some powerful existence that has cultivated and fought here for many years, its essence permeating the earth. A powerful existence? For many years? Ling Yun's heart stirred, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be a formidable sword cultivator? Or perhaps a demon beast or legacy related to swords? This speculation sent his heart racing uncontrollably. His greatest desire, aside from enhancing his strength, was to discover a stronger sword legacy. If he could indeed find a sword-related opportunity here. Are you suggesting? Ling Yun gazed at Master Xian, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Master Xian smiled gently, revealing an expression of teachability, since this place possesses both the blazing fruit and the ice spirit grass. Along with this peculiar golden energy within the flames, it is quite possible that unexpected opportunities await us. Let us proceed, young man, Master Xian proclaimed, leaning on his staff. Excitement shimmering in his eyes. While the day is still young, let us explore. Chapter 28. Delving into the fiery domain, the enigmatic clang of metal having determined their course. The trio ceased their delays. Ling Yun gathered his thoughts, allowing the exhilaration and sense of power from his recent breakthrough to settle, his gaze sharpening with vigilance. He understood that the deeper they ventured into this peculiar volcanic landscape, the greater the lurking dangers would become. The mysterious aura of golden clang concealed either fortuitous opportunities or deadly traps, its nature remained uncertain. Xianmu leaned on his wooden staff, walking alongside Ling Yun. Although his leg injury had improved under the suppression of chaotic energy, it continued to impede his movement. Nevertheless, his once murky eyes now sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, radiating an excitement akin to that of a seeker of hidden mysteries, as if he were profoundly intrigued by the secrets concealed within this realm. Fu Bo, ever cautious, trailed behind them, gripping a roasted wolf leg tightly for emergencies, striving to keep pace while constantly glancing around, fearful of any monstrous beast that might emerge from the shadows. They followed the increasingly discernible golden clang energy deeper into the volcanic region. The surroundings grew ever more desolate and intensely heated. The rocks beneath their feet exhibited a dark red hue, reminiscent of glazed glass, radiating palpable heat. The sulfuric odor in the air intensified, becoming almost suffocating. Geothermal vents proliferated, incessantly expelling scalding white steam that rendered the scenery somewhat distorted and unclear. The temperature here was likely at least 20 to 30 degrees higher than outside. An ordinary person would be quickly scorched to a husk in such an environment. However, for Ling Yun, this high-temperature atmosphere was oddly comforting. The chaotic seed within him seemed to thrive in this environment saturated with fiery energy, its operational speed markedly accelerated and its energy absorption efficiency heightened. Moreover, his body, now beginning to manifest the embryonic form of the indestructible sword physique, exhibited a resistance to heat far beyond that of an ordinary person, experiencing merely a gentle warmth. Even Fu Bo, under the subtle protection of the chaotic energy Ling Yun inadvertently radiated, which served both to safeguard Fu Bo and to allow Ling Yun to experiment with more refined control of his power, felt only a slight discomfort, rather than any significant distress. Only Xianmu appeared slightly troubled, his brow furrowed, practicing what seemed to be wood-based techniques. He was evidently affected by the pure fire energy in this environment, his complexion paler than before. Yet he maintained his composure, albeit with a slightly accelerated breath. The fire toxicity here is exceedingly potent, Xianmu remarked softly as he observed their surroundings. Ordinary beasts would find it difficult to survive here. Those that do are likely to be extraordinary species, and their strength is surely formidable. Ling Yun nodded in agreement. He could sense that while the number of lurking beastly auras was scant, each one was far more powerful and ferocious than the crimson-scaled fire lizard they had previously encountered. Clearly, they had entered the core of this volcanic region, the most perilous zone. Senior, the golden clang energy seems to lie just ahead. Ling Yun suddenly halted, his sharp gaze fixed on a valley encircled by enormous rocks of a dark red hue, akin to congealed blood. The sharp, unmatched essence of metal, capable of severing all, was emanating from the depths of that valley. Moreover, it seemed to carry a faint, barely discernible sound of a sword's resonance. Xianmu also paused, closing his eyes to attune himself for a moment before suddenly opening them wide, his eyes shining with incredulity. Indeed, it is there. How pure, how piercing is this golden sword energy? And it seems to bear a trace of indomitable fighting spirit. Could it be? Could the legends be true? Legends? Ling Yun felt a stir within and promptly inquired, what legends? Xianmu took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. He glanced at Ling Yun and spoke in a solemn tone. I once glimpsed a record in an extremely ancient, fragmented map, stating that deep within the scarlet flame abyss in the far eastern region of this beastly mountain range lies an ancient divine sword. Or perhaps the site of an extraordinary sword cultivator's demise. An ancient divine sword? The site of an extraordinary sword cultivator's fall. Ling Yun's heart raced wildly. Regardless of which possibility it was, it signified an immense opportunity for him. Should he acquire an ancient divine weapon, his strength would surely surge once more. And should he obtain the legacy of an extraordinary sword cultivator, the potential for his future path in swordsmanship would be unfathomable. Is that map reliable? Ling Yun struggled to suppress his excitement, pressing for more information. Hard to say, Xianmu shook his head. The map is incomplete, its records vague, resembling more of an ethereal legend. I did not take it too seriously before. It was merely by chance that I passed through this area and sensed this peculiar golden clang energy, prompting me to investigate. He paused, turning to Ling Yun with a glimmer of inexplicable light in his eyes. However, it seems this legend may not be unfounded. The purity and sharpness of this golden sword energy are certainly not of ordinary origin. Young man, you may truly have stumbled upon great fortune. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun's gaze ignited with fervor. Fortune. A colossal opportunity lay before him. Yet, he did not allow himself to be swept away by the tide of excitement. He understood that with immense opportunity often comes equally great peril. The location that could conceal an ancient divine sword, or where an extraordinary sword cultivator might have fallen, was undoubtedly complex. Deep within that valley, unimaginable horrors likely lay in wait. Senior, the aura within that valley, Ling Yun asked solemnly. The excitement on Qian Mu's face dimmed slightly, replaced by a grave demeanor. Very strong. Extremely strong. I can sense that a creature far surpassing the previous phantomized spider is lurking within. Moreover, that aura seems to carry intense metal and fire attributes. A formidable beast with dual attributes of fire and metal. Ling Yun's heart sank. Such dual attribute beasts were often more troublesome than their single attribute counterparts. It seemed that to seize this potential opportunity, they must first confront this formidable obstacle. Let us proceed with caution. Ling Yun's eyes flashed with determination. Even if it is a den of dragons and tigers, I will dare to venture forth. Qian Mu observed the fearless and even slightly reckless fighting spirit in Ling Yun's eyes, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. This young man's courage and resolve were indeed extraordinary. Very well, then I shall accompany you into the fray. Qian Mu's spirit surged, as if he had momentarily forgotten his injuries and weakness. I too wish to uncover the secrets hidden within the so-called Scarlet Flame Abyss. The trio reached a consensus and, without further hesitation, cautiously approached the entrance of the valley, which radiated golden clang energy. The entrance was narrow, barely allowing two individuals to pass side by side. Steep, smooth dark red rock walls flanked them, as if sliced by some sharp implement, emanating searing heat. The closer they drew to the entrance, the more acute the sharpness of the golden clang energy became, even causing Ling Yun's skin to tingle with discomfort. The air temperature was alarmingly high, as if they were standing at the mouth of a colossal furnace. Fu Bo could no longer endure the oppressive heat and pressure, his face pale, drenched in sweat, nearly on the verge of collapse. Fu Bo, you should wait for us here. Ling Yun paused, advising Fu Bo. This area is relatively safer, do not enter. But, young master, Fu Bo looked at Ling Yun with concern. Rest assured, with Senior Qian Mu here, nothing will happen, Ling Yun reassured him, though he himself felt a tinge of uncertainty. Qian Mu nodded in agreement. Fuan, you should wait here. If danger arises, I will do my utmost to protect you. With the assurance of Elder Qian, Uncle Fu felt a slight sense of relief, nodding as he sought refuge in a relatively cool corner. Ling Yun and Qian Mu exchanged glances, their hesitation evaporating as they proceeded one after the other into the narrow entrance of the ravine. Buzz. The moment they stepped into the valley, an even more intense, ferocious, and incomparably sharp aura surged toward them like a tangible wave. Ling Yun felt a weight descend upon him, as if countless invisible blades were slicing through his skin. Were it not for his formidable physique and the protective chaos energy surrounding him, this very pressure could have inflicted grave injuries. Qian Mu also let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling as he hastily channeled the little remaining strength within him, manifesting a faint azure halo that warded off the terrifying aura. Both were struck with astonishment. If the atmosphere at the entrance was this terrifying, what must lie deeper within the valley? Gritting their teeth against the discomfort, they looked up and beheld a stunning sight. Before them lay a vast lava valley, hundreds of feet in circumference. The valley floor was not composed of stone, but rather a slowly flowing, viscous, dark red lava lake that emitted a horrifying heat akin to blood. The surface of the lava lake bubbled continuously, producing a gurgling sound, as scorching air waves billowed upward, enveloping the entire valley in a distorted haze of heat. At the center of the lava lake stood a small altar, entirely constructed from an unknown, dark golden-hued metal. Atop the altar was a broken sword, a sword with only half its blade remaining. Its ancient hilt weathered and cracked, riddled with fissures and rust, as if it had endured the ravages of endless time. A broken sword. Yet, this seemingly shattered relic exuded an unparalleled sword intent, one that felt capable of piercing the heavens and severing the stars. The pure and extreme essence of metal sword energy, sharp enough to make Ling Yun's skin tingle and cause even Elder Qian to feel a sense of trepidation, emanated from this very broken sword. It stood silently upon the altar at the center of the lava lake, as if it had existed since time immemorial, surveying the fiery wasteland below with an air of supremacy and invincibility. An ancient divine sword? No, it was the remnant of a sword imbued with supreme sword intent. Qian Mu exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes filled with unprecedented shock and fervor. Ling Yun was equally astounded. His gaze remained fixed on the broken sword, his very soul seemingly drawn to its supreme sword intent. The chaos seed within him spun with unprecedented speed, while the nascent form of the star-falling sword intent trembled, as though it had encountered an emperor, involuntarily bowing in submission. Indeed, this was the opportunity he had been seeking. A monumental chance beyond his wildest imagination. Should he be able to grasp even a fragment of the sword intent contained within this broken sword, his path in swordsmanship would undoubtedly undergo a cataclysmic transformation. However, just as Ling Yun and Elder Xian were enthralled by the allure of the broken sword. A terrifying roar, filled with rage and brutality, erupted from the depths of the turbulent lava lake. Crash! The viscous dark red lava surged skyward like a tidal wave. Following this, a colossal, metallic and destructive head emerged from the lava lake. The head resembled that of a dragon, yet it was adorned with dark golden scales, as hard as metal. Too sharp. Sword-like horns protruded from its crown, and its molten gold-like vertical pupils fixed their gaze on the two minuscule humans who dared to intrude upon its slumber. The overwhelming terror emanating from this creature bore down upon Ling Yun and Xian Mu like a tangible mountain. Under this immense pressure, Ling Yun felt as if his very bones were groaning. He struggled to breathe, and even the chaos seed within him began to falter. Xian Mu's face turned ashen, a trickle of blood escaping his lips as his body swayed precariously. A golden-scaled lava dragon? Xian Mu's voice trembled, his eyes brimming with an unprecedented fear and despair. And judging by this aura, it was likely at least peak level 3. Perhaps even half a step into level 4? Peak level 3. Half a step into level 4? That was equivalent to a human at the Spirit Sea realm, or perhaps even an existence surpassing it. It was over. Completely over. Before a creature of such terrifying caliber. They were no more significant than mere ants. Chapter 29. The Might of the Dragon, Survival and Despair. Silence. A palpable stillness enveloped the entire lava valley. Only the terrifying head of the golden-scaled lava dragon, emerging from the lava lake, emitted a deep, thunderous growl that echoed through the desolate valley, resonating in the hearts of Ling Yun and Xuan Mu, who had already sunk to the depths of despair. A peak of the 3rd tier. Perhaps even a half step into the 4th tier. This entity was equivalent to a terrifying existence beyond the human soul sea realm. Such power was unfathomable. Even if the Lord of Yin Yang City, Lu Chi Tian, were present, they would surely meet a tragic end. Had they truly trespassed into the lair of such a fearsome creature? The golden-scaled lava dragon, coiled protectively around the mysterious broken sword in the lava lake, regarded this place as its territory and treasure trove. These unwelcome guests had undoubtedly provoked this slumbering overlord. Gurgle, Fubo, hiding at the valley's entrance, could not discern the particulars within, but the oppressive aura radiating from the depths chilled his very soul, rendering him powerless and devoid of voice. In despair, he fervently prayed for his young master. Within the valley, Ling Yun and Xuan Mu stood back to back at the narrow entrance, their faces as pale as paper, cold sweat streaming down their brows. Xuan Mu's grip on his staff trembled slightly, his recently cleared eyes filled with bitterness and deep regret. It had been his suggestion to explore this place, leading the young master into this perilous situation. If this promising youth were to fall here, how could he face the lady in the afterlife? Little brother. Xuan Mu's voice was dry, laced with desperation. It seems we have truly kicked a hornet's nest. This beast has likely occupied this place for hundreds, even thousands of years. Its power is unfathomable. Ling Yun remained silent, his gaze fixed on the colossal golden-scaled lava dragon slowly ascending from the lava lake, his heart racing in his chest, nearly bursting forth. Fear? Certainly. Facing such a dread entity, to claim one was unafraid would be a lie. Yet more than fear, he felt a desperate surge of battle intent ignited by the dire circumstances, alongside an intense yearning for the broken sword. The mightier the guardian beast, the more extraordinary the treasure it protected. That broken sword must surely be a priceless artifact beyond his wildest dreams. If only he could obtain it. No. Now was not the time for such thoughts. The paramount concern was survival. Escape? Ling Yun swiftly surveyed his surroundings. The narrow entrance of the valley was their only retreat. However, given the speed and power of the golden-scaled lava dragon, they would scarcely take a few steps before being overtaken and torn to shreds. Fight? That was an absurd fantasy. Even if he revealed all his trump cards and burned his chaotic origin seed, he doubted he could inflict even a scratch on the beast. It was possible he wouldn't even breach its scales. Was there truly no path to survival? Just as Ling Yun's mind raced, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope, roar. The golden-scaled lava dragon seemed to lose its patience. Its enormous, molten gold vertical pupils zeroed in on the two insignificant insects, unleashing a roar that shook the heavens. With its roar, the entire valley trembled violently. The scalding lava lake erupted in towering waves. Scorching air transformed into a tempest, sweeping across the land. And even more terrifying, tangible pressure bore down upon Ling Yun and Xuan Mu, as if the heavens had collapsed upon them. Thud. Xuan Mu, bearing the brunt of it, could no longer withstand the strain. He coughed up blood, his face paling to a ghostly hue, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ling Yun felt as though a colossal hammer had struck his chest. His insides churned violently. Blood surged in his throat, but he forced it down. Yet, his body, tempered by the chaotic energy and the crimson flame fruit, demonstrated remarkable resilience. He withstood the onslaught of pressure, though blood surged within him. He did not collapse like Xuan Mu. The golden-scaled lava dragon seemed surprised. A flicker of astonishment flashed in its enormous golden pupils. This insignificant human body could withstand its third-tier peak pressure without breaking? But that surprise was swiftly overshadowed by an even greater intent to kill. The more unique the creature, the more it deserved to perish. It opened its gaping maw, large enough to swallow an elephant. No flames erupted, nor did molten lava spew forth. Instead, buzz, a tangible, golden-red sound wave, akin to a dragon's roar, erupted from its mouth, sweeping toward Ling Yun and Xuan Mu. Wherever the sound wave passed, the very fabric of space seemed to distort and shatter. The once solid rock walls instantly cracked like spider webs. The air was infused with a sharp, metallic aura and the scorching essence of fire, transformed into an invisible storm capable of tearing apart souls. Not good. It's the golden lava dragon's roar. Protect your mind. Xuanmu's face changed drastically as he screamed. The golden-scaled lava dragon contained a trace of dragon blood. This roar was one of its innate abilities. Not only did it bear terrifying physical impact, but it could also directly shake the soul. It was unstoppable and immensely powerful. Without a second thought, Xuanmu summoned every ounce of his remaining strength and thrust his staff, radiating a green light, forcefully into the ground. Buzz. A thin yet remarkably resilient green barrier instantly enveloped him and Lingyun, attempting to withstand the terrifying sound wave. However, against the bloodline ability of a third-tier peak beast, Xuanmu's hastily erected barrier was as fragile as paper. Crack. Almost instantaneously upon contact, the green barrier emitted a sound of shattering under pressure. Then it burst apart. Thud. Xuanmu coughed up blood once more, his complexion pale as paper, his gaze becoming unfocused. He had done his utmost. The terrifying residual wave of the golden lava dragon's roar, mingled with the invisible soul-shaking force, surged toward the defenseless Lingyun like a raging tide. Death. This time, Lingyun felt the cold embrace of death approaching. Before the terrifying sound wave and soul shock, he sensed his body being torn asunder, his very essence threatened to shatter. He could not even muster the will to resist. He could only watch helplessly as that destructive force consumed him. Was he truly to perish here? How utterly frustrating. He had yet to exact his vengeance. He had not found his mother. He had not truly lived, just as Lingyun's consciousness teetered on the brink of annihilation. About to plunge into eternal darkness, within him, deep in his dantian, the tiny, grain-sized, chaotic origin seed, which had been spinning quietly, suddenly, without warning. It trembled violently. Then, an aura more vast, ancient, and noble than any before surged forth from the depths of the origin seed, awakening with a ferocity reminiscent of a slumbering emperor roused by the provocations of ants. Buzz. A sound resonated from the very dawn of the universe. An ineffable and profound echo that emerged at the inception of the great Tao, suddenly reverberating deep within Lingyun's soul. In the next moment, an intangible essence, seemingly imbued with the supreme majesty of the cosmos, surged forth from Lingyun's being like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire valley. The golden-scaled lava serpent, which was lost in the ecstasy of impending slaughter, suddenly stiffened. In its molten gold eyes, a flicker of fear emerged for the first time. It was an absolute terror, arising from the depths of its soul and the instinct of its bloodline, in the presence of a being of higher existence, as if an ant gazing up at a divine dragon, or a subject before an emperor. Though this formless essence bore no tangible power, the overwhelming majesty it radiated, transcending all realms and regarding all beings as mere fodder, caused the ferocious spirit of the golden-scaled lava serpent to tremble involuntarily. It succumbed. Its roar, once capable of shattering stone, transformed into a low whimper, laden with fear and supplication. Its enormous and terrifying physique, once brimming with violent power, slowly and uncontrollably bowed down, burying its fearsome head deep into the searing lava, as if in worship. What on earth was happening? Xuanmu, barely able to stave off unconsciousness, stared in disbelief at this astonishing scene before him. He could hardly trust his own eyes. The brutal and formidable golden-scaled lava serpent. Had it truly submitted to Lingyun? Was it due to that fleeting, seemingly primordial essence that resonated with ancient authority? That essence emanated from Lingyun? Could it be that within the chaos seed hidden in his body lay an even more terrifying presence? Or perhaps an imprint of his mother as well? Xuanmu's heart raced wildly. His gaze toward Lingyun was now filled with awe and fervor. He realized he had placed his bets wisely. The youth before him, his origins and potential, far exceeded his wildest imaginings. At this moment, Lingyun himself was enveloped in a state of profound confusion and bewilderment. He sensed that just as he was about to be shattered by the terrifying sound waves, the chaos seed within his dantian seemed to awaken briefly, emanating an indescribable essence that made him feel utterly insignificant and reverent. And then, the once mighty golden-scaled lava serpent had faltered. What was the meaning of this? Was this chaos seed not merely an energy core but also possessed a regal aura capable of intimidating beasts? Though his mind was beset with countless questions, Lingyun understood that this was not the time for hesitation. This was a rare opportunity. Seizing the moment while the dim-witted serpent was momentarily stunned and immobile, he aimed to claim the treasure. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lingyun's eyes. He forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and weakness, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to charge toward the altar in the center of the lava lake, where a broken sword stood. Though his pace was unsteady, even faltering, the once ferocious golden-scaled lava serpent merely buried its head in the lava, trembling in fear, not daring to glance at him, let alone hinder his advance. Xuanmu, realizing the urgency, watched Lingyun dash toward the altar, his eyes filled with a mix of excitement and concern. Although the broken sword was an unparalleled treasure, it contained terrifying golden sword energy and an indomitable fighting spirit. Given Lingyun and Appo's current state, would approaching it provoke a backlash from that sword energy? Yet, he did not intervene, for he understood this was Lingyun's own choice, his destiny. Lingyun staggered to the edge of the lava lake. The searing heat wave rushed toward him, nearly igniting his hair. Yet, he paid it no heed. His gaze was fixated on the small metallic altar at the heart of the lake, and upon it, the broken sword radiating supreme sword intent. Without hesitation, Ling Yun took a deep breath, and the chaos seed within him trembled once more. A gentle surge of chaotic power enveloped his entire body, shielding him from the horrific heat. And then, he leapt. Like a cannonball, he propelled himself directly toward the metallic altar situated at the center of the lava lake. Chapter 30. The broken sword acknowledges its master? The secret of the Tao seed. Intense heat. An unimaginable fervor. As Ling Yun's body, akin to a cannonball, pierced through the distorted waves of heat and descended towards the dark golden metal altar at the center of the lava lake. He felt as though he had been thrown into a colossal furnace. Surrounding him was the slowly flowing, sulfur-scented dark red lava, with a terrifying temperature capable of instantaneously melting steel, were it not for the thin protective halo formed by the chaotic energy enveloping his body, which shielded him from most of the heat. He would have been reduced to charcoal before even reaching the altar. Nonetheless, the pervasive heat still caused his skin to sting, leaving him feeling as if he were being roasted alive. Yet at this moment, he could scarcely afford to focus on such discomforts. His entire concentration was firmly locked onto the altar, where lay his sword, now merely a fragment, yet exuding an unparalleled sword intent. The broken sword. It was drawing ever closer. He could even discern the ancient patterns upon the broken sword, the mottled rust, and the intricate cracks that seemed to narrate tales of endless years and fierce battles. He could feel the terrifying sword intent emanating from it, one that appeared capable of piercing the soul and severing the stars. This sword intent was icy, domineering, imbued with an indomitable spirit and a hint of indescribable solitude and desolation. It was as if the sword's former master had been an unparalleled swordsman, a titan who had endured cataclysmic battles, ultimately meeting his bitter end at this very place. Just as Ling Yun was about to land upon the altar, buzz. The sword, which had been quietly embedded in the altar, seemed to sense the approach of an unfamiliar aura and suddenly emitted a soul-stirring sword cry. A wave of even more terrifying, refined, and imbued with a sense of repulsion and destruction, sword energy erupted from the broken sword, akin to a primordial beast awakening, exploding forth in a myriad of dark golden sword threads, as fine as cow hair, sweeping towards Ling Yun. This is bad. The sword energy is rebounding. In the distance, Shenmu and Appo's face changed dramatically again, and he gasped in horror. The very thing he had feared the most had come to pass. This broken sword evidently possessed its own sentience, or perhaps the lingering will of its previous master. It would not permit any existence to approach lightly or profane it. Though the unleashed sword energy appeared delicate, each strand was honed to perfection, capable of easily tearing through steel and penetrating rock. Even a strong practitioner at the essence realm would likely be shredded into pieces if caught in this storm of sword energy. Though Ling Yun and Appo's physical body was robust, comparable to the limits of body tempering, facing such a terrifying storm of sword energy, it was tantamount to certain death. Young Master Fu was so frightened that he nearly fainted. Yet, at the heart of the sword energy storm, Ling Yun felt an unprecedented deathly crisis that could freeze his very soul. Before the overwhelming dark golden sword threads, he felt like a tiny boat amid raging waves, insignificant, fragile, and utterly defenseless. He wished to evade, but his body remained suspended in midair, with no leverage to act upon. He wished to defend himself, but the chaotic energy within him had long been depleted. The nascent form of the Starfall sword intent at his fingertips paled in comparison to this supreme sword intent. Akin to a firefly against the full moon, utterly insignificant. Was he to perish beneath this broken sword after narrowly escaping the jaws of a dragon? How cruelly fate toyed with him. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm Ling Yun, deep within his dantian, the chaotic seed that had recently taken form and was still pulsating began to tremble once more. Suddenly, without warning, it quivered violently. Moreover, this tremor was more intense than the one that had previously shocked the golden-scaled lava dragon, more proactive. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As if provoked by the supreme sword energy, or perhaps sensing some kind of kinship or rival essence. The chaotic seed erupted with a dazzling, indescribable chaotic divine light. This divine light was no longer the formless pressure of intent, but had transformed into substance. Like a surging river, like a vast sea of stars, it instantaneously filled every inch of Ling Yun and Appo's being, his limbs, his organs, and even the most minuscule of cells. In the next moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Behind Ling Yun, against the backdrop of the sweeping dark golden sword threads, a colossal, indistinct shadow of chaos emerged, seemingly embodying the mysteries of the universe and Appo's inception and the origins of all things. This shadow was indiscernible in form, resembling a swirling nebula or a cosmic egg in gestation. Its aura was vast, ancient, and profound, transcending time and space, towering above all paths of existence. When this chaotic shadow materialized, the entire lava valley seemed to have been paused. The flowing lava ceased its tumultuous churn. The erupting heat hung suspended in midair. Even the once violent dark golden sword energy storm, intent on shredding Ling Yun to pieces, suddenly faltered. Then, as if encountering its nemesis, or rather, its true master, those razor-sharp golden sword threads, which could rend anything asunder, ceased to exude a destructive aura. Instead, they began to gently swirl around Ling Yun like obedient lambs. They even actively and cautiously infused their pure sword energy into Ling Yun and Appo's body? What? What on earth was happening? In the distance, Xianmu and Master Fu were utterly stunned. Their mouths agape, they could fit an egg inside. How had the sword energy storm, which had just moments ago threatened to annihilate everything, suddenly surrendered, even voluntarily supplying energy to Ling Yun? The shift in circumstances was far too rapid to comprehend. Did this mysterious broken sword, or the will it harbored, recognize Ling Yun? Or perhaps it acknowledged the mysterious chaotic power within him. At the center of it all, Ling Yun found himself in an extraordinarily profound and overwhelming state. He could distinctly feel that the once lethal golden sword energy was now like the gentlest of forces, cautiously merging into his meridians, his flesh, his bones, even into the chaotic seed within his dantian. This golden sword energy, sharp and dominating, was imbued with indomitable characteristics. As it integrated into Ling Yun and Appo's body, it not only caused no harm but seemed to be refining his physical form, enhancing his already nascent physique, which had reached the stage of jade-like skin and golden bones, making it even more resilient, pure, and attuned to the path of the golden sharpness, refining his meridians, making the pathways, already expanded by chaotic energy, even smoother and more capable of bearing greater strength. It even refined the chaotic seed within his dantian. The tiny chaotic seed, after absorbing this pure golden sword energy, seemed to glow with a faint, sharp golden hue amidst the starry light pulsating on its surface. The aura of the entire seed became more refined and pronounced, as if within the chaos, a hint of the essence of gold was birthed. This was truly a miraculous transformation. Ling Yun and Appo's spirit was overwhelmed by an unprecedented impact. He finally comprehended. The chaotic Tao seed. Not only could it encompass all phenomena and transmute all things, it seemed capable of actively attracting and even subduing the source energies of other attributes, integrating them into itself. Was this the true defiance of chaos? If he could continuously absorb and merge various source energies, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, even time and space, how terrifying would he eventually become? Mastering all paths, commanding chaos. Perhaps it is not impossible after all. For the first time, Ling Yun and Appo's heart harbored an extraordinarily clear, grand, and audacious goal for his future. As his spirit soared in both his body and primordial seed underwent fervent refinement under the relentless onslaught of the gung metal sword aura, he finally descended upon the dark golden metallic altar situated at the very center of the lava lake. The altar was modest in size, merely spanning 3 zhang, entirely forged from an unknown, enigmatic metal that emanated a dark golden luster. Its surface was adorned with ancient and arcane runes, hinting at a seal or perhaps a place of legacy. At the very center of the altar stood a broken sword, reduced to but a half, quietly embedded in place. In that moment, it had absorbed all the gung metal sword aura, appearing merely as a common, rusted piece of scrap iron. Yet, Ling Yun could distinctly sense a faint, yet exceedingly familiar call emanating from this fragment of a sword, as if it had awaited its new master after countless ages. His heart raced. Slowly, he extended his hand towards the ancient, weathered hilt. His fingertips grazed the cold and coarse metal. There was no backlash as he had imagined, no terrifying eruption of sword energy. Instead, he felt a pulse akin to a blood bond, as if this sword had always belonged to him. Buzz. The instant Ling Yun and Appo's palm grasped the hilt, the entire altar, the lava valley, and even the surrounding 100-mile expanse of beast-infested mountains trembled violently. An indescribable, overwhelming sword intent surged forth, as if it sought to rend the very heavens apart, soaring skyward. The once clear sky was abruptly engulfed by tumultuous winds, dark clouds, and flashes of lightning, as if even the heavens quaked at the re-emergence of this legendary weapon and Appo's remnants. The heavens had transformed. In the distance, Fu Bo collapsed in fright, while Xianmu turned pale, his eyes filled with terror. Such terrifying sword intent. This was undoubtedly an existence that transcended the heavenly tier. It could even be the remnants of a legendary Dao soldier. Meanwhile, as Ling Yun clutched the broken sword, he felt as though his very soul was being drawn into an endless realm of swords. Countless sword techniques, myriad sword intents, and profound insights into the sword path surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Was this the legacy left by the sword and Appo's former master? Though the information was overwhelmingly vast and fragmented, beyond his current mental capacity to fully grasp, even the slightest insight would benefit him for a lifetime. What astonished him further was that the chaotic primordial seed within his dantian, upon encountering this immense stream of sword path information, not only did not explode, but rather began to whirl and absorb it as if it were a nourishing substance. The first level of the Starfall sword technique, which he had previously needed to comprehend and cultivate himself, was comprehensively assimilated in mere moments under the impact of this information flow and the chaotic primordial seed and Appo's insights, bringing him tantalizingly close to the threshold of the second level. Simultaneously, the broken sword itself seemed to be drawn to and nourished by the chaotic primordial seed and Appo's aura. The patches of rust upon its surface began to visibly flake away, revealing the dark golden blade beneath, glimmering with an immortal sheen. Though still fragmented and riddled with cracks, its fierce and unparalleled edge, capable of severing the ancient, grew ever clearer and more captivating. Was the broken sword recognizing its master? No. It felt more like a symbiotic bond, a wondrous connection of mutual attraction and accomplishment. The chaotic Tao seed required the gung metal sword aura and the essence of the sword path contained within the broken sword to perfect itself and evolve into myriad forms. Conversely, the soul, or will, of the broken sword sought the nurturing power of the chaotic Tao seed to restore itself and reclaim its former glory. In that moment, Ling Yun finally comprehended. A profound connection must exist between this broken sword and the chaotic Tao seed. Perhaps they originated from the same source. Or perhaps an unfathomable existence had orchestrated this encounter. Regardless, from this day forth, this broken sword would belong to Ling Yun. Chapter 31. The anomaly subsides. Initial refinement. The celestial phenomena manifested with remarkable swiftness, only to dissipate just as rapidly. The supreme sword intent, capable of altering the very fabric of the heavens and inciting the wrath of thunder, swiftly retreated into silence after establishing a mysterious connection with the broken sword in Ling Yun and Appo's grasp and the chaotic primordial seed within him. The ominous clouds that loomed over the beast mountain gradually dispersed, and the tumult of thunder and lightning subsided, returning the sky to its previous clarity. As if the terrifying spectacle that had once sent shivers through countless beings had never transpired. Only in the molten lava valley did a lingering, disquieting aura remain. The once turbulent lava lake seemed considerably calmer now, with the formidable golden-scaled lava dragon still burying its massive head deep within the molten rock, trembling in fear. Too intimidated to even entertain thoughts of resistance or escape. Clearly, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the chaotic primordial seed and the supreme sword intent unleashed upon the awakening of the broken sword had utterly shattered its pride and ferocity as a dominion, leaving only the most primal fear and submission to higher powers. On the metallic altar, Ling Yun maintained his grip on the broken sword. His eyes closed as if ensnared in profound contemplation. A faint, ethereal aura, a blend of chaotic hues and dark gold, enveloped him, exuding an indescribable duality of sharpness and gravitas. The broken sword no longer radiated an oppressive sword energy. Instead, it lay quietly in his hand like the most docile of pets. The rust had shed considerably, revealing the dark gold core that shimmered mysteriously, with faint glimmers circulating within the ancient cracks, as though being gradually restored by some unseen force. In the distance, Su and and Uncle Fu, having somewhat regained their composure from the cataclysmic spectacle, were still in awe. What was that just now? Uncle Fu sat on the ground, his voice trembling with uncontainable shock, his face etched with dread. He had never witnessed such a terrifying sight, one that surpassed the legendary battles of deities. Su Enm's gaze remained fixed on the youthful figure atop the altar, seemingly fused with the broken sword, his murky eyes now alight with unprecedented brilliance, excitement, fervor, reverence. Curiosity, an intricate tapestry of emotions played across his aged visage, flushing it with a hint of color. A weapon of the Tao? Undoubtedly the remnants of a Tao weapon. Su Enm's voice was grave yet filled with certainty, imbued with the essence of the source of gold and the supreme path of the sword. Even more astonishing was the fact that it acknowledged this boy. It even willingly imparted the residual sword energy of metal and insights of swordsmanship to him. And that chaotic thought erupting from within the boy, alongside his ability to absorb and merge with the sword energy of metal, this was nothing short of a celestial match. No, it was a fated connection that transcended mere destiny. The more Su Enm pondered, the more astounded he became. He had once believed that the secrets he guarded and the mission he awaited had faded into obscurity with the passing of the lady. Yet, he had not anticipated witnessing such a miraculous reversal of fate in this barren realm. The chaotic Tao seed, the indestructible sword body, in its nascent form, coupled with this seemingly supreme broken sword, remnants of a weapon of slaughter. The convergence of these three entities. What heights of terror would this youth achieve in the future? Su Enm could hardly fathom. His gaze upon Ling Yun had irrevocably shifted. No longer was there a hint of doubt or hesitation. Only absolute loyalty remained, along with a fervent hope placed entirely in him. Perhaps the lady's choice from years past was not born of desperation, but rather foresight of this singular opportunity. Uncle Fu, Su Enm inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising excitement. It is unwise to linger here. The recent anomaly, although fleeting, was too great. It has likely alarmed some ancient beings deep within the Beast Mountain. We must depart swiftly. Uncle Fu nodded, grasping the seriousness of the situation. Yes, you are right, Elder Su En. Yet, his gaze turned worriedly towards Ling Yun on the altar, who seemed lost in a profound state. How could they leave? Fear not. Su Enm waved his hand, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his eyes. The young master is presently in a critical moment of initial fusion with the broken sword, receiving its inheritance. It is unwise to disturb him. Furthermore, with that foolish dragon lurking, no reckless beasts will dare approach this place for the time being. He cast a glance at the quaking golden-scaled lava dragon, still burying its head in the molten rock, and a knowing smile graced his lips. This colossal creature had inadvertently become their natural guardian. Let us remain here to protect the young master until he awakens, Su Enm declared. Uncle Fu had no objections and quickly nodded in agreement. The two positioned themselves at the valley's entrance, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings, while silently awaiting Ling Yun's awakening. At this moment, Ling Yun was undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis and baptism. His consciousness seemed to drift within a boundless ocean of sorts, Countless sword techniques, sword intents, and profound truths of swordsmanship sparkled like brilliant stars within the depths of his soul, swirling about. This was an immense legacy imprint left by the previous owner of the broken sword, though the inheritance had become fragmented due to the sword's damage, and its layers were far too profound for Ling Yun's current realm to fully comprehend and absorb. The chaotic primordial seed within him functioned like the most intricate of instruments, eagerly absorbing, analyzing, and deducing these swordway insights. Particularly, the segments related to the star-shattering sword technique were of utmost significance. Under the influence of these higher-level sword truths and the chaotic primordial seed's extraordinary deduction, Ling Yun's understanding of the stellar fall technique was deepening and perfecting at an astonishing pace. What had once been merely a nascent grasp of intent and sword energy had begun to coalesce. He even faintly touched upon the second layer of the star-shattering sword technique, the rending sun. Simultaneously, the pure and refined sword energy of metal that he had absorbed was continuously tempering both his physique and the primordial seed under the guidance of chaotic power. His bones radiated a faint golden sheen, becoming increasingly pronounced and resplendent, as if they were transforming into immortal golden bones. His meridians expanded and strengthened, capable of harnessing even greater chaotic power. The chaotic primordial seed within his dantian, after merging with a trace of the essence of gold, exuded a more refined, heavier, and sharper aura, like a chaotic stellar core imbued with divine metal power. An unprecedented sense of strength flooded Ling Yun's limbs and bones. He felt as though he had become significantly stronger. Time flowed unmeasured, and when Ling Yun finally emerged from that profound state of enlightenment, he felt as if he had been reborn. Slowly, he opened his eyes, their brilliance tempered yet imbued with a steady demeanor akin to towering mountains, accompanied by an inescapable sharpness that seemed innate. He glanced down at the broken sword in his hand. The rust on its surface had largely flaked away, revealing a dark gold blade adorned with mysterious patterns. Although still damaged and riddled with cracks, the once unrestrained sharpness now lay contained within, no longer radiating outward recklessly. It appeared as if the sword had fully acknowledged Ling Yun, regarding him as its new master. Ling Yun attempted to channel a trace of chaotic power into the broken sword. A hum resonated. The broken sword trembled gently, emitting a melodious sound filled with joy and intimacy, as if it were savoring the pure chaotic energy like a parched land welcoming much-needed rain. Simultaneously, an even clearer and more complete understanding of the sword's path resonated back to Ling Yun, merging into his consciousness. Indeed, this broken sword and the chaotic seed were mutually dependent, nurturing one another. Ling Yun felt a profound sense of assurance. With the aid of this mysterious broken sword, his future path of cultivation would undoubtedly be smoother, and his combat prowess would multiply exponentially. With a thought, he attempted to store the broken sword in his spatial pouch. However, it emitted a slight tremor, seemingly resisting his effort. Ling Yun was taken aback, soon realizing that such a weapon, imbued with sentience, could not be contained within a mere yellow tear storage pouch. Perhaps it could be absorbed into his body, akin to the chaotic seed? He endeavored to envelop the broken sword with the aura of the chaotic seed, attempting to draw it in. Once again, the sword emitted a gentle chime, showing no signs of rejection. Elated, Ling Yun guided the power of the chaotic seed, gradually drawing the broken sword into his dantian. A wondrous scene unfolded. Upon entering his dantian, the broken sword did not occupy space. Instead, it transformed into a minuscule, dark golden sword shadow, no thicker than a strand of hair, quietly suspended beside the chaotic seed. It resonated harmoniously with the swirling chaotic vortex, nurturing one another, as if it had become a part of the chaotic seed, perhaps the first innate weapon born from it. Ling Yun was once again awestruck by the marvel of the chaotic seed. This way, not only could he summon the broken sword at will to confront foes, but he could also continuously nurture it with chaotic energy, accelerating its restoration. Simultaneously, the sword's emanating golden sword aura and the essence of swordsmanship could, in turn, refine his seed and physical body. It was a perfect symbiosis. Suppressing his excitement, Ling Yun rose from the altar and stretched his limbs. After being tempered by the golden sword aura, the strength of his physical body had once again increased. Although his realm remained at the initial stage of the seed, his true power was likely sufficient to overpower a typical peak Qi gathering realm practitioner. He leaped gracefully from the altar, landing effortlessly by the edge of the lava lake. The golden-scaled lava serpent still lay there, trembling in fear at Ling Yun's presence, too frightened to raise its head. Ling Yun cast a glance at it, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Though this creature had submitted for now, it remained a potential threat. However, slaying it now seemed wasteful, and he was uncertain if he could easily breach its tough scales. Thus, he decided to spare its life for the time being. Perhaps it would prove useful later. Disregarding the foolish serpent, he turned towards the entrance of the valley. "Young master!" Fu Bo exclaimed, filled with excitement upon seeing Ling Yun emerge unscathed. Xian Mu approached, leaning on his wooden staff, his gaze towards Ling Yun filled with complexity and a subtle hint of reverence. "Little brother, are you all right? What about the broken sword?" Xian Mu inquired cautiously. "It has acknowledged me," Ling Yun replied nonchalantly, offering no further explanation about the sword's fate. We must leave this place. The commotion we caused may soon attract other powerful beings. Xianmu nodded in agreement, understanding the urgency. You are right. We should not linger here. Let us depart at once. The trio wasted no time, swiftly turning to exit the perilous lava valley filled with both opportunity and danger. With Xianmu, who had regained some of his strength, albeit still concealing it, and Ling Yun's substantial enhancement in power, their pace was considerably quicker and more composed. They encountered several low-level beasts along the way, which did not require Ling Yun to intervene. Xianmu merely exuded a fragment of his aura, sending them fleeing. Soon enough, they left the volcanic terrain far behind, re-entering a relatively safer forested area. After locating a new hidden cave, the three could finally relax and recuperate. Ling Yun also found the time to calm his mind and meticulously reflect on the immense gains from this journey through the lava valley, contemplating the path ahead. The chaotic seed, the embryonic form of the indestructible sword body, the shattered star sword technique, the enigmatic broken sword, all these elements heralded a profound transformation in Ling Yun's destiny. Chapter 32, Chaos Tempering the Sword. The Dao body gradually taking shape, having distanced themselves from the treacherous lava valley. Ling Yun and his companions sought refuge in a more concealed and comparatively safe natural stone cave on the outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range. Elevated in terrain with a broad vista, they could observe any movements within several miles. The cave entrance was narrow, easily defensible, and cleverly obscured by dense ancient trees and vines. Although the interior space was modest, it was dry and well ventilated, sufficient for the three of them to reside comfortably. Nearby, a clear mountain stream resolved their need for water. For them, this was a rare sanctuary. In the days that followed, the trio settled into their temporary abode. Uncle Fu diligently took on all the chores, fetching water, gathering firewood, and preparing meals, primarily roasting the beast meat they had previously hunted and foraging wild vegetables and fruits. With his calloused hands, he endeavored to create the most comfortable environment possible for his young master. Despite the toil, watching his young master grow stronger each day filled his eyes with hope, making all his efforts worthwhile. Xianmu mostly engaged in meditation and recuperation. Although the bone-biting spider venom within him had been purged, the damage to his essence over the years could not be restored overnight. He required ample time to cultivate his vitality and mend his foundational Dao. Yet, his complexion noticeably improved day by day, and the aura of a powerful being emanated from him, gradually becoming more restrained and profound, indicating a steady recovery of his strength. Occasionally, he would lean on his wooden staff and wander nearby, seemingly in search of special herbs or observing the local geomancy. His actions retained an air of inscrutable mystery. As for Ling Yun, he devoted nearly all his time and energy to fervent cultivation. He understood that despite having gained an extraordinary fortune, his current strength was still akin to that of an ant, whether for vengeance or to confront the potential unknown adversaries from higher realms. He must strengthen himself with utmost urgency. Deep within the cave, Ling Yun sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, fully immersed in the mysterious chaotic space within his body. In his dantian, a seed of chaos, no larger than a grain of rice, spun slowly like the core of the universe. With each pulse, it drew in the omnipresent energy particles from the surrounding world, not merely the essence of heaven and earth, but also light energy, wind energy, and the vital energy of flora, integrating them into itself. Beside the seed, a dark golden sword shadow, as thin as a strand of hair and formed from a broken sword, orbited the seed like a loyal satellite. Pure chaotic energy flowed continuously from the seed into the sword shadow, nurturing and repairing its fractured form. Simultaneously, the sword shadow emitted sharp, unmatched metal energy and an expansive sword Dao aura, which in turn tempered and invigorated the chaotic seed, making it more refined and imbued with sharpness. This wondrous symbiosis elevated Ling Yun's cultivation speed to an unimaginable level. He was not merely absorbing energy to fortify the seed. He was tempering the divine sword with chaotic power and refining the seed with the essence of the sword, each enhancing the other and progressing in tandem. With his heart silently reciting the incantation of the chaotic flowing cloud technique, Ling Yun guided the now more concentrated and domineering chaotic energy infused with metal sword intent to flow rapidly through his meridians. Each cycle of his cultivation felt like a complete baptism of his body. He could distinctly sense the astonishing acceleration and the strength of his physical form. The jade-like luster of his skin grew increasingly radiant, even hinting at the ability to withstand ordinary blades. His muscle fibers transformed into the toughest sinews of a dragon, brimming with explosive power and unimaginable flexibility. His bones resembled those cast from divine gold, their faint golden sheen nearly tangible. Each surge of strength was accompanied by a subtle sound akin to clashing weapons. The hardness of his body likely surpassed many low-tier black iron materials. His internal organs, too, were repeatedly tempered by chaotic energy and metal sword intent, becoming vibrant and exceptionally resilient, significantly enhancing their resistance to external toxins and impacts. Jade-like skin, golden bones. The most notable characteristics of the indestructible sword body were becoming increasingly apparent and perfected within him. If he were to refine a scarlet flame fruit at this moment, he would be absolutely confident in his ability to endure it. Indeed, the effect would likely be even better. Beyond the metamorphosis of his physical form, his comprehension of the shattering star sword technique was advancing at an astonishing pace. with the immense sword Dao information from the broken sword's legacy as support, combined with the chaotic seed's extraordinary deduction abilities. He had not only fully integrated the first layer of Starfall but had also preliminarily grasped the second layer of the Splitting Sun's principles and concepts. As the name suggests, the essence of Splitting Sun lies in tearing apart, like the rising sun that rends the darkness and incinerates all. Its sword techniques were more ferocious and intense, demanding a higher level of energy explosion and control. Ling Yun attempted to channel a thread of chaotic energy along the route of Splitting Sun, gathering it at his fingertips. A slender yet extraordinarily searing strand of red gold sword energy materialized, seemingly capable of melting steel. This sword energy not only encapsulated the piercing sharpness of Starfall but also infused a wild, blazing intensity that could incinerate all and tear apart everything. Its power exceeded the mere embryonic form of the Starfall sword intent by several magnitudes. Of course, the consumption was equally tremendous. Merely condensing this thread of red gold sword energy nearly exhausted half of his chaotic energy. Not enough, far from enough. Ling Yun furrowed his brow as he sensed the rapid depletion of power within him, whether in terms of physical strength, the accumulation of the chaotic seed, or mastery over the shattering star sword technique. There remained vast room for enhancement. He needed more energy, more resources, more battles. Only through relentless cultivation and life and death struggles could he grow at the swiftest pace. It seemed the time had come to venture out. Ling Yun slowly opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing across them. He had spent the past few days solidifying his realm within the cave, though his strength had surged rapidly. It was ultimately a matter of closed-door cultivation. Moreover, their food reserves were dwindling. It was time to truly explore the Monster Beast mountain range. Hunt beasts. Acquire monster cores and materials. Seek possible celestial treasures. This was the fastest and most effective means of enhancement. He rose, stretching his limbs and releasing a series of crisp cracking sounds. He felt an explosive vitality coursing through him, his state better than ever. Young master, have you completed your cultivation? Uncle Fu asked hurriedly as he saw Ling Yun rise. Yes, Ling Yun nodded, his gaze shifting to Xian Mu, who was meditating on a large rock not far away. Senior Xian Mu, I wish to venture out to hunt some beasts and gather resources. Xian Mu slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Ling Yun with a flicker of appreciation. Indeed, that is wise. The path of cultivation requires balance. Relentless hardship is not the best approach. Go ahead, and it will also allow this old man to observe the fruits of your seclusion over these past days. It seemed he intended to accompany them. Ling Yun felt a stir within and did not refuse. Then I would be grateful for your guidance, senior. With Xian Mu's presence, their safety was undoubtedly greatly enhanced. Moreover, he was eager to witness the extent of this enigmatic elder's restored strength. Uncle Fu, you stay here to guard the camp. Ling Yun instructed. Yes, young master. Please be cautious. Uncle Fu urged with concern. Ling Yun nodded slightly, picking up the Qi Feng sword, which had been initially nurtured by chaotic energy, its sharpness seemingly subdued. Although he had the ability to summon the broken sword, it was too ostentatious for this moment. Now was not the time to reveal his prowess. Together with Xian Mu, he stepped out of the stone cave, the two of them advancing deeper into the mountains. This time, Ling Yun no longer avoided confrontation. Instead, he actively released a trace of his aura to attract the attention of nearby beasts. He craved battle. He needed to be tempered. Soon, their provocation was met with a fierce response. Howls filled with malice erupted from the wilderness. Moments later, 7 or 8 robust Qi Feng wolves, their fur a grayish-blue and eyes glowing with an eerie green light, sprang forth from the surrounding thickets, encircling Ling Yun and Xian Mu. These Qi Feng wolves were mid-tier beasts, equivalent to humans at the 5th or 6th level of body refinement, known for their swiftness and prowess in coordinated attacks. They were among the most common predators in the outskirts of the beastly mountain range. Had Ling Yun encountered them in the past, it would have required considerable effort to fend them off. But now, Ling Yun gazed at the snarling Qi Feng wolves, disdain flickering in his eyes. Perfect. I shall test my newly comprehended sword technique on you. Foul beasts. You seek death. Ling Yun shouted, charging at them before they could mount their assault. His speed had multiplied several times over. Utilizing the phantom step, he darted forward like a wraith, instantly appearing before one of the Qi Feng wolves. The Qi Feng sword in his hand was infused with only a trace of chaotic energy, merely a hint of the newly grasped, fiery essence of the sun-cleaving sword intent. Swish. With a swift stroke, the seemingly unremarkable strike met its mark, and the Qi Feng wolf let out a pitiful howl, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Its relatively resilient fur was effortlessly torn apart, revealing a gaping wound deep enough to see bone, its edges scorched black. Blood gushed forth. The Qi Feng wolf barely had time to retaliate before collapsing, convulsing a few times before succumbing to stillness. One strike. A swift kill. And it was so effortlessly done. Xian Mu, observing from the side, felt his pupils constrict once more. The sun-cleaving sword intent. This lad has even grasped the second level. Waves of astonishment surged within him. Just a few days. His insight could not merely be described as monstrous. He was a veritable anomaly among anomalies. The remaining Qi Feng wolves were momentarily taken aback by Ling Yun's decisive and ruthless methods. However, instead of retreating, their ferocity was ignited. They howled angrily, launching themselves at Ling Yun from all directions. Ling Yun stood undaunted. His figure flitted through the pack like a specter, The Chi Feng sword became a streak of luminous light. With every strike, pools of foul wolf blood erupted. He did not even call upon the power of the chaotic seed, relying solely on his formidable physique, exquisite footwork, and a nascent glimpse of the sun-cleaving sword intent. He wreaked havoc upon the 7 or 8 mid-tier Chi Feng wolves, scattering them in disarray. Swish, swish, swish. The glimmer of the sword flashed, and flesh and blood flew. In mere moments, the ground was littered with the carcasses of the Chi Feng wolves. Ling Yun stood, sword in hand, untouched by any filth, his eyes cold, harboring a lingering hint of killing intent. Too weak. These mid-tier beasts posed no threat to him whatsoever. He desired a stronger opponent. His gaze turned deeper into the mountains. Quite impressive. Xianmu approached, leaning on his staff, stroking his beard with approval. Your control over power and application of sword intent have shown promising beginnings. It seems your recent seclusion has yielded significant gains. Just trivial skills. I hope I did not amuse the elder, Ling Yun humbly replied. Trivial skills? Xianmu regarded him with a meaningful look. If this is trivial, then there may be no true swordsmanship left in this world. He paused, gesturing towards the wolf corpses. Though these Chi Feng wolves lack strength, their demon cores could be useful for stabilizing your current realm and accumulating the power of the chaotic seed. Retrieve them. Demon cores? Ling Yun felt a stir of excitement and immediately moved forward, skillfully using the Chi Feng sword to dissect the wolf carcasses. Indeed, within the slightly more robust Chi Feng wolves, he discovered several demon cores, each the size of a grain of rice, pale blue and exuding faint energy fluctuations. Though their energy was chaotic and far inferior to the scarlet flame fruit, they were better than nothing. He stored them in his pouch. Elder, shall we delve deeper? Ling Yun inquired after finishing with the wolf corpses. Indeed, Xianmu nodded. However, as we venture further, the beasts we encounter will grow increasingly powerful. Second-tier beasts will become common, and we may even face third-tier beasts again. Are you prepared? Let them come. Water can be dammed, and soldiers can be met with swords. Without enduring life and death trials, how can one grow swiftly? Ling Yun's gaze was resolute. Good. Such spirit. Xianmu's eyes sparkled with admiration once more. In that case, I shall guide you further. He paused, looking at Ling Yun, and spoke slowly. Your chaotic seed, though incredibly wondrous, can transform various energies. However, different energies possess distinct characteristics. If you wish to unleash its full potential, you must not merely settle for simple conversion and absorption. You must learn to merge and master. For instance, have you considered combining the fire energy from the scarlet flame fruit you previously refined? The abundant would attribute energy in this beastly mountain range. And the metal essence contained within the broken sword with your chaotic energy and sword intent? Merge. Ling Yun's heart jolted. To blend energies of different attributes with chaotic energy and sword intent? Could that even be possible? Chapter 33. The Foundation of All Paths. A preliminary exploration of fusion as night deepened. The flickering campfire in the stone cavern cast dancing shadows upon the walls, outlining the silent figures of 3 individuals. Xuanmu closed his eyes, breathing steadily, clearly striving to restore his energy. Uncle Fu curled up in a corner, fighting drowsiness and vigilantly listening to the sounds outside. While Ling Yun once again immersed himself in the realm of cultivation, his mind unwavering. Xuanmu's insights regarding fusion and mastery opened a new door within Ling Yun's heart. The extraordinary nature of the chaotic Tao seed lies not merely in the transformation of energy and the derivation of techniques, but rather in its capacity to encompass all phenomena. Embodying the infinite possibilities of fusion. No longer content with merely expanding the chaotic Yuan seed within his Dantian, he began to consciously and actively attempt to merge the various elemental powers he could access with the chaotic force and the nascent intent of the Starfall sword. The first element he sought to fuse was the essence of gung metal. With a subtle shift of thought, the dark golden silhouette of a broken sword hovering beside the chaotic Yuan seed in his Dantian trembled gently. A thread of exceedingly faint yet razor-sharp gung metal sword energy was drawn forth, akin to a rebellious lone wolf, slicing through everything as it surged into the seemingly gentle and accommodating torrent of chaotic force. At that moment, as the two contrasting energies made contact, a delicate yet distinct repulsion emerged. The gung metal essence, too sharp and domineering, sought to tear apart the constraints of the chaotic force, while the chaotic force, heavy and encompassing, endeavored to assimilate this sharpness, smoothing its edges. Ling Yun felt as if countless tiny needles were colliding within his Dantian, sending waves of piercing pain through his veins, as if they were on the verge of being torn apart by the clash of these two forces. Focus. Guard your heart. Let chaos be the guide, and all laws return to their source. Ling Yun's mind suddenly recalled the fragmented yet fundamental insights imparted by the chaotic Tao seed. Forcing himself to stabilize his spirit, with immense willpower, he guided the chaotic force, no longer suppressing it forcibly, but rather gently and patiently enveloping, penetrating, and guiding the rebellious gung metal sword energy as if peeling layers from an onion. This process was immensely taxing on the mind. It was 100 times more challenging than simple cultivation. He was akin to a novice blacksmith attempting to meld a piece of incredibly hard and angular Shin iron, gung metal sword energy, into a seemingly soft yet all-encompassing mass of chaotic iron water, chaotic force. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. As time passed slowly, beads of sweat formed on Ling Yun's forehead, and his complexion paled due to the immense drain on his spirit. Yet his gaze remained extraordinarily focused and resolute. Finally, after an indeterminate period, when that thread of gunmetal sword energy ceased its violent resistance and gradually began to merge with the surrounding chaotic force like a tamed beast, buzz, Lingyun felt the chaotic yuan seed within his dantian tremble violently. The chaotic force infused with gunmetal essence transformed instantly. It remained heavy and accommodating, yet now possessed a piercing sharpness, a hint of lethal intent that could cleave through all. As it circulated, the refining effect on his meridians seemed enhanced. Success. The initial fusion was achieved. Though it was merely an exceedingly faint thread, it undoubtedly represented a monumental breakthrough. It validated Xuanmu's guidance and confirmed that this path of fusion was indeed viable. A surge of indescribable joy welled up within Lingyun. Yet he did not pause. Following gunmetal, he turned his attention to flames. He began to guide the remnants of pure yang fire energy from the crimson flame fruit within him, though most had been consumed during his breakthrough. A trace remained integrated into his yuan seed and physical body, attempting to merge it into the already preliminarily fused chaotic force infused with gunmetal essence. The difficulty of this endeavor was even greater. Fire and metal were inherently antagonistic, coupled with the third force of chaotic energy. Maintaining balance among the three was even more challenging. The furious fire energy sought to incinerate all, while the sharp metal essence aimed to sever everything. The chaotic force struggled to maintain equilibrium between the two, attempting to harness both within its grasp. Once more, a miniature battlefield of ice and fire played out within Lingyun's dantian. Excruciating pain, burning, tearing, various agonizing sensations intertwined, nearly obliterating his consciousness. Yet, bolstered by an extraordinary willpower and the chaotic Dao Seed's inherent harmonizing ability, he persevered. Endless attempts, repeated failures, continuous adjustments. He was akin to the most obsessive, most fervent alchemist, conducting the most perilous experiments within his own body. Each attempt, each failure deepened his understanding of the chaotic force, the gunmetal essence, and the fire energy, honing his comprehension of their interactions and transformations with greater precision. Gradually, marvelous changes began to unfold. He discovered that the chaotic force was not merely a simple wrapper or suppressor but rather acted as a catalyst, or perhaps a solvent. It could penetrate the fundamental structures of both metal and fire energies, extracting their core characteristics and recombining them in a manner more harmonious and aligned with the Tao. No longer was it a simple summation of 111. Rather, it was a brand new composite force encapsulating the traits of all three powers in a seamless unity. When the first successful fusion of gunmetal sharpness and the fire's fervor coursed through his meridians, Lingyun felt a jolt throughout his entire being. As if a new world had opened before him. This novel power embodied the profound weight of chaos, the indomitable sharpness of gunmetal, and the ferocious intensity of fire. As it circulated, its refining effect on his physical form increased exponentially. He even sensed that his bones, beyond the faint golden glimmer, were subtly enveloped in a delicate crimson hue. Jade-like skin, golden bones, fiery marrow. Lingyun was astounded. Could the indestructible sword body not only enhance defenses and recovery but also adapt and evolve distinct attributes based on the absorbed infused elemental energies? If so, it would be utterly unprecedented. Suppressing the excitement within, Lingyun continued to immerse himself in this wondrous fusion and refinement. He lost track of time, fatigue, and everything external. His entire being was devoted to the exploration and reformation of his intrinsic power. Throughout this process, the chaotic yuan seed within him steadily grew, solidifying and evolving. The broken sword silhouette hovering nearby became increasingly distinct and agile under the nurturing of the chaotic force. Days passed once more. On this day, Lingyun slowly opened his eyes. Compared to several days prior, his appearance seemed largely unchanged, still that slightly frail youth. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that his gaze had transformed into an abyssal depth, as if harboring a chaotic sea of stars. With every gesture, he exuded an ineffable charm. Sometimes sharp as a sword, at times fiery and intense, and at others, heavy as a mountain. After days of seclusion and frenzied experimentation, his mastery over the chaotic force and the fusion of metal and fire energies had reached an initial, relatively stable state. Although he was still far from achieving true unity of all phenomena, he had successfully embarked on a uniquely personal path of cultivation. His physical strength had once again received a tremendous enhancement. The manifestation of jade-like skin and golden bones was increasingly pronounced, and it even hinted at a transformation towards fiery marrow. Its resilience and power were likely sufficient to contend with ordinary second-tier initial-stage demonic beasts. Within the dantian, the chaotic primordial seed has significantly flourished. It's contained chaotic power burgeoning in might. Furthermore, as it has assimilated the attributes of both gold and fire, it has become even more lethal and explosive. His comprehension of the star-shattering sword technique has deepened as well. Not only has he thoroughly mastered the first level of Starfall, but he has also cultivated the second level, Solar Rift, to a minor completion. Although he cannot yet effortlessly manifest the sword light imbued with the essence of Solar Rift, integrating it into ordinary sword strikes is sufficient to incinerate gold and shatter stone. It can be said that within just a few days, his strength has undergone a profound transformation. With a deep exhale, Lingyun released a breath tinged with a faint golden-red hue, feeling the surging power within him, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. It is time. Time to leave this sanctuary and venture to the true battlefield, to test the fruits of his labor. It is also time to hunt for more resources. preparing for the next phase of cultivation and integration. He rose to his feet and gazed outside the stone cavern. Fu Bo sat at the cave's entrance, vigilantly observing the outside world. Upon noticing Ling Yun's awakening, he promptly stood up. Young master, you. I'm fine, Ling Yun nodded, shifting his gaze to the other side. Xuanmu had already concluded his meditation, leaning on his wooden staff, standing at the cave and Appo's entrance, gazing into the distant mountains, seemingly lost in thought. Sensing Ling Yun and Appo's gaze, he turned around, a flicker of barely perceptible brilliance flashing in his murky eyes. Young brother, your aura seems to have strengthened considerably? Xuanmu inquired, his expression a mix of surprise and uncertainty. These past few days, Ling Yun had been sitting cross-legged, his aura subdued, although Xuanmu could sense that he was cultivating. He could not accurately gauge his progress. Yet now, as Ling Yun stood, the subtle chaotic aura, infused with the sharp essence of gold and fire, astonished him. This rate of enhancement is rather astonishing, isn't it? Just a modest gain, Ling Yun replied with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he inquired, how's your recovery, senior? Thanks to you, I have finally restored about 30 to 40% of my original strength, Xuanmu chuckled, stroking his beard, his tone noticeably lighter. Although he was still far from his peak, he had regained sufficient power for self-preservation. Restored 30 to 40%. Ling Yun's heart shuddered. Just this fraction could effortlessly slay quasi-second tier beasts and withstand third-tier peak beasts without succumbing. What kind of terrifying existence would he be at his zenith? What are your plans moving forward, senior? Ling Yun asked. Xuanmu pondered for a moment before responding, I have acquired the ice marrow grass, and the residual toxins within me have been largely purged. Next, I intend to venture deeper into the mountains to seek out several medicinal herbs that can rapidly restore my essence. However, he looked at Ling Yun, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. What about you, young brother? Do you intend to accompany me, or? He understood that with Ling Yun's current strength, coupled with that enigmatic broken sword, he might possess the means to embark on his own journey. Ling Yun fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Traveling with Xuanmu would undoubtedly ensure greater safety and potentially provide him with further guidance from this ancient being. However, remaining in his shadow would ultimately impose restrictions on him, making it inconvenient to unveil many secrets. Moreover, the places Xuanmu intended to explore might be even more perilous, perhaps not suitable for him at this time. Most importantly, the flames of vengeance within him urged him to swiftly enhance his power. What he needed was constant battle, continuous honing, relentless resource acquisition. Following Xuanmu may not be the swiftest path to growth. Senior, Ling Yun raised his head, a resolute gleam shining in his eyes. I believe we should part ways for now. Xuanmu did not appear surprised by this response. Rather, a subtle flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes before being quickly replaced by a smile. Indeed, it is best for fledglings to soar alone to conquer the vast skies. With your talents and potential, embarking on your own journey may indeed unlock your latent abilities. After a pause, he produced an unadorned blue jade talisman from his robe and handed it to Ling Yun. Take this green with transmission talisman. It contains a trace of my spiritual imprint. Should you encounter an unsolvable life and death crisis or wish to seek me out, simply shatter this talisman. As long as I am within 1,000 miles, I shall sense it. A transmission talisman? Ling Yun gazed at the jade talisman, which emanated a faint vitality. His heart stirred. Such an item was far more precious and rare than a storage pouch. This old man truly is generous. He accepted it without hesitation, solemnly expressing, thank you for your generous gift, senior. Ha, there is no need for such formality. Xuanmu waved his hand. The mountains are high, and the waters are long. We shall meet again. Take care of yourself, young brother. With that, he cast a lingering glance at Ling Yun, nodded at Fu Bo, and then, leaning on his staff, turned to stride deeper into the mountains. Although his steps still appeared somewhat unsteady, they were resolute. Soon, his figure vanished amidst the dense foliage. As Ling Yun watched Xuanmu depart, he felt a wave of emotion. This enigmatic elder, though their time together was brief, had provided him with immense assistance and inspiration. Should opportunity arise in the future, he would undoubtedly repay this kindness. Young master, what shall we do now? Fu Bo asked, gazing after Xuanmu, a look of confusion on his face. Ling Yun withdrew his gaze, his eyes rekindling with icy flames and soaring battle intent. A cold smirk graced his lips. Naturally, we shall go hunting. His gaze turned towards the vast, perilous expanse of the Beast Mountain Range, a land teeming with danger and opportunity, the ultimate hunting ground. Chapter 34, The Ironback Boar. A first taste of battle. Ling Yun and Uncle Fu emerged from the concealed stone cavern, one after the other. Xuanmu had already departed, leaving only the two of them in the dense forest. Uncle Fu's expression remained tense. He tightened his grip on the machete, his gaze warily scanning the thick underbrush. Ears attuned to any suspicious sounds. The sense of security that accompanied the presence of a master like Xuanmu had vanished. And amidst the perilous surroundings of the Beast Mountain Range, a weight settled heavily upon his heart. In contrast, Ling Yun appeared notably more composed. He inhaled deeply, savoring the earthy scent of the damp soil, feeling the surge of power coursing within him. After several days of seclusion and integration, his mastery over his own strength had ascended to a new level. The chaotic energy, a fusion of the sharpness of metal and the intensity of fire, lay dormant within him, poised to unleash remarkable might at any moment. At this juncture, he craved a genuine battle to test his newfound abilities and release the pent-up desire for conflict. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept across the traces within the woods. The remnants of claw marks on the ground, the bark stripped from trees, and the faint scent of blood in the air all conveyed crucial information about the area. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose a direction and advanced steadily forward. His pace was unhurried, yet every step resonated with purpose, blending seamlessly with the environment to minimize unnecessary noise. Uncle Fu hastily followed, striving to tread lightly, fearful of disturbing any fearsome entities nearby. Observing the less than imposing and somewhat slender silhouette of his young master ahead, he felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Though old Xian had departed, the steady confidence radiating from his master, along with the occasional glimpse of fierce determination, led him to believe that perhaps they could indeed survive in this treacherous land. The two traversed the thicket in silence. Towering ancient trees surrounded them, with thick vines coiling like gigantic serpents, overshadowing the sky. Beneath their feet lay a thick layer of fallen leaves, which rustled softly with each step. Occasionally, an unknown bird would take flight, flapping towards the horizon. Distantly, a low growl from a beast reminded them of the lurking dangers. Ling Yun's senses had sharpened significantly. The chaotic Dao seed not only reinforced his physical form but also heightened his five senses and sensitivity to the flow of energy in the world. He could clearly hear the wind whispering through the leaves, detect the subtle scents left by various beasts, and perceive traces invisible to the ordinary eye. After approximately half an hour of travel, Ling Yun suddenly paused. He tilted his head, listening intently, his gaze directed toward a denser patch of jungle to his left. There, he discerned the heavy sound of footsteps and the crunching of vegetation. The air was permeated with a rich, earthy scent mingled with a faint metallic tang. Uncle Fu, retreat and find a place to hide. Ling Yun and Appo's voice was low yet firm, leaving no room for argument. Uncle Fu and Appo's heart raced, understanding that his master had detected either prey or danger. He nodded quickly and silently withdrew to conceal himself behind a massive tree, one large enough to require two people to embrace it, peering out cautiously with only half his head visible, anxiously watching Ling Yun's direction. Ling Yun steadied his breath, concealing his presence to the utmost, becoming as immovable as a rock in the forest. He carefully parted the branches before him, stealthily advancing in the direction of the sounds and scents. Before long, a colossal figure came into view. It was a robust wild boar, standing nearly 1.5 meters at the shoulder and exceeding 3 meters in length. Its body was covered in thick bristles, as hard as mudstone, displaying a deep brown hue. Most striking was the mane that extended from its neck to its tail, shimmering with a dull metallic sheen, resembling a layer of iron armor. Two long, curved tusks protruded from its mouth, glimmering with a chilling light. At that moment, it lowered its head, using its massive snout to root through the ground, voraciously consuming plant roots along with the soil, producing a rhythmic sound of chewing. The ironback boar, a peak-tier beast, renowned for its astonishing defense and notorious for its ferocity. The armored bristles on its back could withstand the blows of ordinary weapons. When enraged, its tusks and enormous body could easily shatter trees as thick as a bowl. A peak-tier opponent. Perfect. A flicker of battle intent ignited in Ling Yun and Appo's eyes. This beast, characterized by its formidable defense, was the ideal adversary to test the new powers he had fused from the sharpness of metal and the intensity of fire. He did not strike immediately, but instead carefully observed the ironback boar and Appo's movements, searching for the opportune moment to attack and potential weaknesses. Though the beast possessed limited intelligence, its combat instincts were immensely powerful. A rash attack could easily lead to a fierce struggle. The ironback boar seemed to have had its fill, lifting its head and shaking its massive skull, releasing 2 puffs of steam from its nostrils while scanning its surroundings with vigilance. Now is the moment. Ling Yun's figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, bursting from the cover of the underbrush. With a light push of his toes against the ground, he leapt higher, the broken sword in his hand unsheathed without him realizing it. Buzz. The chaotic energy within his dantian began to whirl rapidly. A force combining the characteristics of metal and fire surged through his meridians, instantly infusing the broken sword with power. The blade, once dull and lifeless, now radiated with a faint, molten golden glow. The air around him grew hot and distorted from the emergence of this power. The sharp, unmatched aura intertwined with the wild, fervent essence, forming a force that sent shivers down the spine. Ling Yun felt a tremendous strength fill his arms, accompanied by a dull ache in his meridians. This newfound power, a culmination of energies, was far more chaotic and challenging to control than pure chaotic energy or the sharpness of metal. Yet his gaze remained resolute, his will unwavering, as he forcibly commanded this power. Starfall sword art, Starfall, he shouted, the broken sword slicing through the air, leaving a trail of molten gold light, akin to a burning meteor as it struck down upon the ironback boar's seemingly impenetrable back. This strike lacked the pure sharpness characteristic of his previous Starfall attacks but was imbued with a wild ferocity and intensity. The air crackled with explosive sounds as the sword light passed through. Roar. The ironback boar evidently sensed the impending danger. It abruptly raised its head, unleashing a deafening roar. Almost simultaneously with Ling Yun's strike, its armored bristles stood erect, glinting with an even more pronounced metallic sheen, while a heavy, earthy demon energy enveloped it in an instant. Full defense activated. Clang. A resounding crash, akin to metal colliding, erupted in the forest, accompanied by blinding sparks. The molten golden sword light struck fiercely against the ironback boar's shimmering back. Ling Yun felt an overwhelming force rebound from the sword, causing his arms to numb and his body to involuntarily fly backward through the air. The ironback boar, though having successfully blocked the attack, emitted a pained roar. Its proud armored defense had been breached, leaving a visible gash upon its back. Although shallow, the edges of the wound had charred and curled, releasing a pungent scent of burnt flesh. Effective. Ling Yun's heart surged with joy. The chaotic energy, infused with the properties of metal and fire, indeed had a superior effect against such pure physical defenses. The sharpness of metal tore through, while the ferocity of fire burned and inflicted continuous harm. Roar. The injured ironback boar descended into a frenzied rage. Its crimson eyes fixated on the fallen Ling Yun, its hooves violently clawing at the ground, propelling its massive form like a cannonball towards him. The chilling fangs of the ironback wild boar lunged toward Ling Yun's heart with ferocious intent. This was the most common attack method of the beast, a brutal charge that could shatter bones even of a second-tier demon beast upon impact. Yet, in the face of such a fierce assault, Ling Yun remained remarkably composed. With a swift shift of his feet, he glided sideways like a specter, evading the charge. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist, and the broken sword gleamed with a resplendent golden light once more. This time, he opted not for a direct confrontation but instead executed a more agile maneuver from the shattering star sword technique. Swish, swish, swish. The golden sword light struck with the precision of a viper and Oppo's strike, deftly targeting the relatively vulnerable flanks and joints of the ironback wild boar as it charged past. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed clearly. Although the boar's hide was still tough, it could not withstand the might of the sword infused with the power of gold and fire, resulting in several deep wounds that exposed bone. The searing energy rushed in, wreaking havoc on its muscles and veins. Roar. The ironback wild boar let out a pained howl, its charge faltering momentarily. The intense agony slowed its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yun advanced once more. He summoned the chaotic energy within him to its utmost potential. The power infused with the properties of gold and fire surged through him like a tempest. The golden glow of the broken sword blazed even more fiercely. This time, he did not rely on fixed sword techniques, but instead incorporated his insights into the falling star and shattering sun techniques. The sword light sometimes fell like a meteor, heavy and forceful. At other times, it exploded like a blazing sun, wild and fervent. The golden sword shadows danced through the woods, continually striking the ironback wild boar. Clang, thud, boom. The sounds of metal clashing, blades sinking into flesh, and flames erupting filled the air. Despite the boar and Oppo's tough hide and formidable defense, it could no longer withstand Ling Yun and Oppo's relentless onslaught, and new wounds continued to appear on its massive body. Charred marks and deep gashes riddled its form, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. Its movements grew sluggish, and its breath weakened. The fierce glint in its eyes gradually gave way to fear and despair. Ling Yun, too, was greatly fatigued. The expenditure of such fused power drained both his mental and physical energy far beyond his usual limits. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. His breath came in gasps, and his sword arm trembled slightly. Yet, the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished, burning even more fervently. He sensed that amidst this high-intensity battle, his mastery over the fused power was rapidly advancing. The once somewhat erratic and violent energy, under his continuous guidance and application, was becoming increasingly harmonious and intuitive. His veins, too, grew more resilient under the extreme pressure and tempering. For the final strike, a glint of determination flashed in Ling Yun and Oppo's eyes as he seized upon a moment of the boar and Oppo's slowed movements, unleashing the chaotic energy within him without reservation. The golden light of the broken sword surged magnificently, resembling a concentrated miniature sun. Shattering sun. He infused his understanding of the second-tier sword technique, Shattering Sun, along with the chaotic energy imbued with gold and fire properties, into this one stroke. Swoosh. A beam of radiant golden sword energy, more brilliant than any before, erupted forth with the terrifying aura of annihilation. As the sword light passed, the very fabric of space seemed to warp slightly. Thud. This time, the ironback wild boar and Oppo's once imposing defenses crumbled. The golden sword beam pierced through its thick neck as if slicing through soft tofu. The massive head soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With a thunderous crash, the colossal body of the ironback wild boar collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and fallen leaves. It twitched a few times before losing all signs of life. Ling Yun, panting heavily, knelt on the ground, propped up by his broken sword. A wave of emptiness washed over him, his complexion pale. That final strike had nearly exhausted all the chaotic energy within his dantian. Yet, gazing at the boar lying in a pool of its own blood, he felt a surge of excitement and satisfaction. He had succeeded. In his first practical application of fused power, he had successfully hunted a first-tier peak demon beast renowned for its defenses. Although the process was far from easy and the expenditure considerable, it undoubtedly affirmed that the path he had chosen was the correct one. The power of the chaotic energy infused with the properties of gold and fire far exceeded his expectations. Especially against such physically resilient demon beasts, its effectiveness was remarkable. Young master. It was only then that Fubo, hiding at a distance, reacted and hurried over, his face filled with astonishment and disbelief. He had just witnessed everything. The young master had truly, single-handedly slain such a ferocious ironback wild boar. It was a creature that even many late-stage chi-gathering warriors would hesitate to provoke. Moreover, the power the young master wielded, that sword energy glowing with golden light, was imbued with an aura of ferocity and destruction like nothing he had ever seen. In just a few days, the young master's strength had escalated to such a terrifying extent. I'm fine, just a bit drained. Ling Yun waved his hand and slowly stood, beginning to regulate his breath for recovery. The recovery ability of the chaotic seed was remarkably potent, even with significant expenditure. It could restore a portion of his strength in a short time. Fubo looked at Ling Yun, opening his mouth, but ultimately swallowing his myriad questions. The young master harbored too many secrets. All he needed to know was that the young master was growing stronger, and that was sufficient. Young master, what about this? This boar. Fubo glanced at the massive carcass on the ground, somewhat at a loss. Handle it. Ling Yun had regained some strength and walked over to the ironback wild boar and Appo's corpse. The hide and fangs were excellent materials, especially the iron-scaled bristles on its back, which could potentially be used to craft defensive gear. The flesh could also serve as sustenance. With that, he drew the broken sword and began skillfully dissecting the ironback wild boar's body. Although it was his first time performing such an act, guided by the chaotic seed and Appo's insights, it felt as though he had done it countless times before, executing each motion with precision and efficiency. Fubo quickly stepped in to assist. Before long, the most valuable iron-scaled hide and 2 complete tusks were successfully removed. Ling Yun also discovered within the boar and Appo's body a fist-sized demon core emanating a faint earthy glow. While its quality was not high, it was still an unexpected gain. As for the remaining flesh, Ling Yun only took the most exquisite portions, wrapping them in large leaves. During the dissection, Ling Yun could distinctly sense the dense earthy energy contained within the boar and Appo's flesh and demon core, as well as the sharp golden aura within the iron-scaled bristles. Earth. Gold. A spark ignited within Ling Yun and Appo's mind. If he could fuse these 2 powers into the chaotic seed, perhaps his strength and physical resilience could ascend to new heights. The path of fusion had only just begun. He stored the acquired materials in his storage bag. Though the space was limited, it was sufficient for these items, and then, alongside Fubo, swiftly cleared the battlefield, using dirt to cover the bloodstains and eliminate any lingering scent to avoid attracting stronger predators. Once all was complete, Ling Yun lifted his gaze toward the deeper recesses of the mountain range. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the path ahead, yet also casting shadows that concealed deeper dangers. The success of his first hunt had greatly bolstered his confidence and intensified his desire to grow stronger. This vast mountain range, teeming with demon beasts, was both a colossal treasure trove and a brutal testing ground. And here, he would continue his hunt, persist in his fusion, and embark on his transformation. Fubo, let us proceed. Ling Yun and Appo's voice carried a note of spirited determination. The hunt had only just begun. Chapter 35, the enigmatic pool and verdant shadows. As the light in the forest grew increasingly dim, the humidity in the air seemed to coalesce into a tangible form, clinging thickly to the skin. Towering ancient trees interwove their branches, completely obscuring the sky, allowing only scattered beams of light to defiantly pierce through the gaps, landing upon the dense layer of decaying leaves that exuded a scent of humus. This place was even more secluded than the areas they had traversed before, harboring a primal and restless energy within its silence. Ling Yun tread lightly, his senses extending like invisible tendrils into the surroundings. The chaotic seed of the Tao trembled slightly, attuning itself to the ambient energy. Since he had slain the ironback boar, he had come to realize more clearly that relying solely on the force of the fusion of gold and fire, though overpowering, was still rather singular. The mastery and integration spoken of by Xuanmu were not to be achieved overnight. He needed to engage with diverse elemental forces, comprehend them, and ultimately bring them under the control of chaos. He keenly detected the air ahead, thick with moisture, subtly laced with a pure and vibrant wood element energy. These 2 essences intertwined, creating a unique field that captivated his attention. Uncle Fu, stay close. There may be something we seek ahead, Ling Yun whispered, his gaze fixed on an area concealed by dense vines. Uncle Fu tightened his grip on the hatchet, nodding with beads of sweat forming on his brow. The oppressive atmosphere evoked an inexplicable sense of dread, as if something lurked in the shadows, watching. Ling Yun parted the drooping vines, revealing a narrow path worn into the earth. Winding deeper into the thicket, the trees flanking the path appeared increasingly ancient, with rough, cracked bark resembling the wrinkles of an elder, adorned with moss and emanating a faint herbal fragrance. The humidity and the wood energy in the air intensified further. After traversing several dozen paces along the path, an expansive, tranquil pool came into view. The water was neither merely clear nor murky. It shimmered with a profound emerald hue, resembling a vast jade gemstone nestled within the forest. The surface lay still, yet it conveyed an unfathomable depth. Ancient trees of peculiar shapes grew at the water and Apos' edge, their gnarled trunks and almost translucent green leaves seeming to be sculpted from jade, emanating a soft glow. Indeed, the source of that pure wood elemental energy. The pool and the ancient trees complemented each other, creating a serene yet eerie tableau. The rich convergence of water and wood energies nurtured a delicate balance. Lingyun and Apos' gaze settled upon the center of the pool, where something appeared to be gliding slowly, creating ripples that danced across the surface. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. With a splash, a jade-green shadow erupted from the water, striking like lightning towards Lingyun, who stood at the edge of the pool. The speed was such that it even left a faint trail of water in the air. It was a colossal python, entirely covered in jade-like scales. Stretching 7 to 8 meters in length and as thick as a barrel, its cold, slitted eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, locking onto Lingyun. It opened its maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, unleashing a foul gust accompanied by several solidified water arrows that shot forth. The jade-scaled water python, a second-tier, initial-stage demonic beast, naturally adept at wielding water energy, with resilient scales, incredible speed, and a degree of toxicity. The sudden onslaught caused Uncle Fu to exclaim in shock, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet, Lingyun had already reacted the moment the python emerged from the water. He lightly pushed off with his toes, gliding backward like a weightless leaf, narrowly evading the barrage of water arrows. The arrows struck the ground with hissing sounds, leaving deep craters, while the surrounding flora instantly withered and blackened, clearly infused with potent venom. What incredible speed! What potent toxicity! Lingyun's heart raced. The strength of this jade-scaled water python was evidently a tier above that of the ironback boar he had faced earlier, and its method of attack was far more unpredictable and difficult to counter. With a low growl, the python, thwarted in its strike, emitted a deep hiss, its massive body weaving deftly across the ground as it lunged once more at Lingyun, its thick tail sweeping like a steel whip, stirring a howling wind. Lingyun and Apos' expression grew serious as he swiftly drew his broken sword. The crimson golden radiance surged forth once more. The chaotic power, infused with the might of gold and fire, surged forth. In response to the python and Apos' powerful tail swing, he did not meet it head-on. Instead, he crouched low, lifting the sword from below. Starfall, the scarlet golden sword light, sharp enough to sever all, and intense enough to incinerate all, accurately sliced towards the tail of the python. Clang! The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying. The golden sword light struck the jade-green scales, leaving only a faint white mark. The defensive capability of the python's scales was astonishing, and the water energy contained within them had a restraining effect on fire. The tremendous force jolted through Lingyun and Apos' arm, prompting him to retreat once more. The python, seemingly enraged by the strike, escalated its ferocity. Its massive body twisted, alternately spewing venomous water arrows, lashing out with its tail, and attempting to coil around and constrict him. The emerald demonic energy enveloped the area, making the air feel damp and frigid. Utilizing his agile movements and mastery over the rhythm of combat, Lingyun evaded and maneuvered, all the while wielding his broken sword, seeking the python and Apos' vulnerabilities. The crimson golden sword light flickered amidst the trees, clashing fiercely with the jade-hued form. Throughout the battle, Lingyun and Apos' focus sharpened. He not only countered the python and Apos' attacks but also absorbed the rich water and wood energy surrounding him. The python and Apos' swift and fluid movements, the flexibility and variability of water energy, the ancient trees at the pool and Apos' edge, deeply rooted, resilient, and full of life. All these impressions vividly registered within his awareness. Integration, mastery, Xuanmu and Apos' words echoed in his mind once more. The pure gold and fire energies were sharp yet lacked adaptability. They burned fiercely but could not sustain. In the face of this agile and defensively formidable python, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. He began to experiment, infusing his understanding of water and Apos' flexibility and changeability alongside the wood and Apos' resilience and vitality into the flow of his sword technique and the operation of his chaotic power. This was not a true elemental fusion, but rather a simulation and guidance of intent. The sword techniques in his hands no longer relied solely on brute force. They began to embody a touch of agility and transformation. The sword light flowed like water at times, coiling like vines at others, deftly targeting the gaps in the python and Apos' scales and its relatively vulnerable eyes and mouth. Simultaneously, he guided the chaotic energy within him, no longer merely a burst of gold and fire, but attempting to imbue the intense fire energy with a penetrating quality. Akin to a drill, seeking to breach the python and Apos' defenses, he also endeavored to infuse the sharpness of gold with the explosive potential of fire, aiming for greater destruction upon contact. Such experimentation was fraught with difficulty and danger. The clash of disparate elemental intents within him caused his energy flow to become somewhat sluggish, even hinting at a potential loss of control. Pain surged through his meridians, as if this discordant power threatened to tear him apart. Yet his gaze remained resolute. His will solid as iron. The chaotic seed of the Tao within his dantian spun rapidly, striving to harmonize this nascent, tumultuous energy. With a sudden thrust, imbued with the sharpness of gold and a trace of penetrating intent, the scarlet golden sword light finally pierced through a segment of the python's neck scales, spilling forth a spray of emerald blood. The python released a pained hiss, its massive form thrashing violently. Clearly, it had not anticipated such a bizarre attack from this human. In its wounded state, the python grew even more frenzied. It opened its maw wide, rapidly condensing a water sphere the size of a human head, radiating a ghostly blue light. The powerful wave of water energy rippled outward, making the surrounding air feel as though it had solidified. Innate divine ability, poisonous water explosion. Ling Yun felt a surge of intense danger. The force of this strike is undeniably formidable. He inhaled deeply, casting aside all hesitation. The chaotic primordial seed within his dantian radiated a brilliant light. This time, he did not deliberately attempt to simulate the essence of water and wood. Rather, he propelled the already fused powers of gold and fire to their utmost limits. Concurrently, he infused the explosive true intent of the ripping sun sword technique unreservedly into the broken sword. The crimson golden radiance surged instantaneously, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The blade of the broken sword seemed to transform into a blazing sun, on the verge of detonation. Ripping sun. As the venomous sphere was about to be expelled from the mouth of the water python, Ling Yun advanced rather than retreated, merging with the sword in a flash of crimson gold, thrusting fiercely into the gaping maw of the serpent. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated by the tranquil pond. The violent clash of crimson golden flames and the ethereal blue poison energy erupted in a cataclysmic annihilation. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward in concentric rings, upheaving the ground beneath. The pond surged violently, and the ancient trees by the shore trembled fiercely, their branches rustling ominously. Uncle Fu was hurled away by the shockwave, crashing into a tree and losing consciousness. At the center of the energy storm, Ling Yun's silhouette was propelled backward, crashing onto the ground several dozen feet away. Carving a deep trench, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as parchment, his sword-wielding hand trembling uncontrollably, as if his very bones were on the verge of disintegration. Withstanding the innate divine ability of a second-tier beast, even his most potent strike, infused with the powers of gold and fire, exacted a significant toll. Yet, he strained to lift his head, gazing forward. As the energy storm gradually subsided, the dire state of the water python was revealed. Its enormous body lay lifeless on the ground, its jaw entirely shattered, crimson gold flames gnawing at its ravaged wounds, relentlessly eroding its vitality. Verdant blood pooled around it, exuding a nauseating stench and toxic fumes. Its vertical pupils had lost their luster, life ebbing away rapidly. Ling Yun struggled to rise, approaching the serpent and Apos' corpse, and with a swing of the broken sword, severed its head to ensure its permanent demise. He exhaled a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, gasping heavily. The chaotic energy within him was nearly depleted, and his meridians were considerably damaged from forcibly channeling such power. Yet, in his eyes, a flicker of excitement shone. He had succeeded once more. Although the process was perilous and the cost steep, he had triumphed in slaying a second-tier initial stage azure-scaled water python. More importantly, through the recent battle, he had gained a more intuitive understanding and insight into the characteristics of water and wood attributes. The sensation of attempting to guide and simulate different elemental essences in combat, though fraught with danger, had deepened his comprehension of the path of fusion. After a brief respite, regaining some strength, he began to process the water python and Apos' remains. Uncle Fu, awakening groggily, was once again profoundly shocked by the sight of the slain serpent and the albeit disheveled but unharmed Ling Yun. The python and Apos' scales were exceptional materials for refining, imbued with dual attributes of water and wood, both resilient and flexible. Its venomous fangs and poison sacs held considerable value as well. Most precious of all was the demon core, the size of a pigeon's egg, radiating pure water energy. Ling Yun meticulously collected these treasures. His gaze shifted to several peculiar ancient trees by the pond. He sensed that the wood energy contained within these trees was even purer and more concentrated than that of the water python itself. He approached one ancient tree, extending his hand to gently touch its jade-like trunk. A refreshing and vital energy flowed from his fingertips into his body. Simultaneously, he plunged his other hand into the frigid pond water. A soft, dense stream of water energy surged forth. The two distinctly different energies entered his body, immediately clashing with the existing powers of gold and fire. Coldness met heat. Vitality clashed with sharpness. Ling Yun stifled a groan, his complexion paling once more. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he actively operated the chaotic primordial seed. Buzz. The chaotic seed erupted with an extraordinary pull, akin to an insatiable vortex, forcibly drawing in these two newly introduced, contrasting energies, alongside the residual powers of gold and fire within him. Pain. An indescribable agony engulfed Ling Yun and Apos' entire being in an instant. The four disparate elemental forces collided and tore at one another within his dantian, within his meridians, vying to annihilate each other. He resembled a madman attempting to forcibly mold water, fire, gold, and wood into a single entity. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic destruction. Yet, at this moment, the chaotic primordial seed revealed its true, extraordinary nature. It did not merely suppress, rather, it established a subtle connection among the four forces in a profound manner. It decomposed, purified, and analyzed the most fundamental characteristics of each force, then attempted to recombine them based on chaos. This process was excruciatingly slow and painfully arduous. Lingyun's body was intermittently enveloped in golden light, ignited by crimson flames, shrouded in misty water, and emanating verdant hues. The four colors fluctuated incessantly, rendering his aura unstable. Uncle Fu watched in trepidation, fearful to interfere. Time passed, perhaps a mere incense stick, perhaps an entire hour. The phenomena surrounding Lingyun and Appo's body gradually subsided. He opened his eyes, and within them flickered a fleeting brilliance of four colors, ultimately settling into a profound chaos. He exhaled a long breath filled with the essence of the four hues. Although his complexion remained pale and his breath somewhat weak, the essence of his being had undergone a subtle transformation. He had become more reserved, more unfathomable. He could distinctly sense that within his chaotic primordial seed, alongside the original crimson and gold, there now existed faint shades of verdant green and ethereal blue. Although the four powers had yet to achieve perfect harmony, still fraught with conflict and repulsion, they had been forcibly accommodated by the chaotic primordial seed. His chaotic power had grown more intricate and, indeed, more formidable. Furthermore, following this initial fusion and tumult, his physical form seemed to have been tempered anew, subtly becoming more resilient with enhanced recovery capabilities. Water. Wood. Lingyun clenched his fist, feeling within him the nascent energy embodying the embryonic forms of the four powers, a smile gracing his lips. The path of fusion had taken another step forward. He rose, casting his gaze deep into the pond, then towards the distant mountains. The resources here had been claimed. It was time to press onward. The treasures of the Beast Mountain range were far from exhausted, and he required more power, more fusion. Chapter 36. The Chaotic Genesis. The flow of meaning by the edge of the secluded pond, tranquility once again enveloped the surroundings. The remnants of the previous violent energy collision were starkly visible. With the ground upheaved in vegetation and disarray, the air still carried a faint scent of charred remnants and a sweet, metallic tang, along with a barely perceptible, ethereal blue toxin. Lingyun sat cross-legged upon a relatively flat stone, his eyes tightly shut, his complexion still pale, though his breathing had become considerably steadier. Within his dantian, the chaotic seed of the Tao floated at the center, slowly rotating. The radiant hues of crimson gold, emerald green, ethereal blue, and deep black swirled across the surface of the seed, sometimes distinctly separate, other times colliding, sending ripples of subtle energy radiating outward to his limbs and bones. Each collision brought a jarring pain akin to tearing, but compared to the previous violent onslaught while forcibly absorbing the energies of water and wood, the current state felt significantly more gentle. The chaotic seed acted as a seasoned harmonizer, continuously decomposing and sorting these four distinctly different forces, endeavoring to find the delicate balance among them. The sharpness of gold, the intensity of fire, the softness of water, and the vitality of wood. Under the guidance of the seed, transformed from mere opposition into a peculiar resonance. This was an exceedingly taxing process. Lingyun had to concentrate entirely, guiding this nascent, eclectic chaotic force to flow slowly through his meridians. He could distinctly sense that this power was far denser and wilder than the mere amalgamation of gold and fire, making it extremely challenging to control. A moment of distraction could lead to an imbalance of power, potentially resulting in self-harm. Cough. A trickle of dark red blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, mingled with a faint shimmer of the four colors. His meridians had sustained considerable damage during this forced fusion and required time to recuperate. Young master, Fubo, having awakened at some point, struggled to crawl beside Lingyun, his face etched with worry and lingering fear. The earlier cataclysmic explosion and Lingyun's current state had left him in a state of dread. Are you all right? That power just now. Lingyun slowly opened his eyes, the four colors flashing momentarily before he waved his hand, his voice somewhat frail. It's nothing serious. I was merely attempting to integrate new powers, and the consumption was considerable. A little rest will suffice. He refrained from elaborating, for the existence of the chaotic seed was far too astonishing. Fubo gazed at Lingyun, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately sighed, retreating a few steps to vigilantly observe the surroundings, standing guard for Lingyun. He retrieved some medicinal herbs from his pocket, clumsily tending to his own arm, which had been injured by the shockwave. The path of the young master had far surpassed his understanding. All he could do was strive to protect. Lingyun closed his eyes once more, his mind sinking within. He did not rush for immediate results but patiently felt how the characteristics of the four forces interacted and transformed under the harmonization of the chaotic seed. Gold nourishes water? Water nurtures wood. Fire conquers gold? Water extinguishes fire? No, it was not entirely so. Within the embrace of chaos, the principles of the five elements seemed to be shattered. Yet they appeared to operate in a more intricate, fundamental manner. The sharpness of metal could cut through moisture, while simultaneously providing a framework for wood to grow. The intensity of fire could evaporate water vapor, igniting the vitality of wood. The flexibility of water could envelop the sharpness of metal, nurturing the growth of wood. The resilience of wood could withstand the assault of metal while also fostering the flames. They repelled one another yet depended upon each other, forming a chaotic yet orderly cycle within the crucible of chaos. He began to attempt guiding this four-colored chaotic force, no longer demanding their complete fusion, but allowing them to retain their individual characteristics, forming a dynamic balance under the guidance of his will. He extended a finger, and a slender stream of four-colored energy swirled around his fingertip. The crimson flickered like a flame, the gold sparkled like needles, the blue wafted like mist, and the green burgeoned like tender shoots. This fourfold breath was exceedingly unstable, each force interfering with the others, causing the stream to flicker uncertainly, as if it could dissipate at any moment. The difficulty of control was immense. It was several times more challenging than simply manipulating the forces of gold and fire. Ling Yun furrowed his brow, dispersing the energy at his fingertip. It seemed that to wield this power with effortless grace would require immense practice and deeper comprehension. He recalled the battle with the emerald-scaled water python. At that time, he had not directly fused water and wood but had instead sought to integrate the essence of water and Apos, as flexibility and wood and Apos, as vitality into the momentum of gold and fire. That approach had flowed more smoothly than the current forced harmonization of the four powers. The fusion of power was not merely the stacking of energy, but rather the communion and flow of its Apos, meaning Apos. Ling Yun pondered. Perhaps he should first delve into understanding the essential characteristics of these four forces, capturing their essence, and then using the chaotic power as a vessel to simulate, control, and ultimately reach a state of unrestrained mastery. Just like the star-shattering sword technique, where the essence of a falling star and the explosion of a sun are both an understanding and application of the essence of power. With this realization, Ling Yun's mindset opened up. He no longer fixated on forcibly balancing the four energies within his dantian, but instead devoted more of his focus to perceiving their characteristics. The indomitability of gold, the annihilation of fire, the omnipresence of water, the ceaseless vitality of wood. As he recuperated from his injuries and restored his inner strength, he silently contemplated. The chaotic seed, too, continued to analyze and record the fundamental information of the four forces, deepening his connection with them. Time passed slowly. The toxic miasma by the pond gradually dissipated under the gentle breeze through the woods, and sunlight struggled to penetrate the layers of leaves, casting flickering shadows. Ling Yun's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and the chaotic energies within him stabilized, although the damage to his meridians required time to heal. The four-colored chaotic force in his dantian, under his intentional guidance in the harmonization of the chaotic seed, was no longer in the violent conflict it had been earlier. Instead, it formed a relatively stable cycle. While far from perfect fusion, at least it would not easily spiral out of control and backfire. He rose to stretch his limbs, producing soft cracking sounds. His physical body, having endured this extreme impact and the initial nurturing of the water and wood energies, seemed to have grown even more resilient. With enhanced recovery abilities, he approached the enormous corpse of the water python, beginning to meticulously process it. The jade-green scales were carefully stripped away, each glimmering with a jade-like luster, remarkably tough, making them excellent materials for crafting armor or protective gear. Two sharp venomous fangs in the swollen venom sac were sealed away with a special technique. This substance was highly toxic and could potentially serve as a lethal weapon in the right hands. The second-tier water-type demon core, pure in energy, held immense value whether absorbed for cultivation or used otherwise. Having completed these tasks, he turned his gaze towards several peculiar ancient trees with jade-like qualities. He could sense that, following the earlier explosion of energy and his own absorption, the aura of these ancient trees seemed to have weakened somewhat. Yet they still contained a vast reservoir of pure wood attribute energy. The energy field here was unique, with water and wood nurturing one another. It might aid in consolidating this fusion, Ling Yun contemplated. However, he also understood that it was unwise to linger here. The commotion from the recent battle had been too great, and it was uncertain whether it would attract other powerful beasts or even humans. Just as he prepared to beckon Fu Bo to leave, his perception suddenly caught a flicker of anomaly. Not a signal of danger, but rather a faint, peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from the depths of the pond. Unlike the water-based demon power of the python, nor the wood attribute energy of the ancient trees, this fluctuation was pure, imbued with a quality that resonated with the very essence of water. Ling Yun approached the pond's edge, focusing intently. The emerald waters were unfathomably deep, and beneath the calm surface, something seemed to be concealed. He attempted to send a thread of chaotic energy, infused with the four powers, into the water. Buzz. The pond seemed to resonate with some unseen force, rippling concentric circles from its center. The peculiar wave emanating from the depths became clearer. Was there something below? Ling Yun felt a subtle stirring in her heart. Chapter 37. The Cold Jade at the Bottom of the Pool. The initial operation of the four intentions. Ling Yun's gaze was firmly fixed upon the rippling surface at the center of the pool. Sensing a wave of pure water energy emanating from the depths, distinct from the powers of the water python demon and the vitality of ancient trees. This wave was not forceful, yet it possessed an extraordinary density, imbued with a profound resonance. Uncle Fu, maintain your vigilance here. If there is any disturbance, retreat immediately without waiting for me, Ling Yun instructed in a solemn tone that brooked no argument. The situation at the bottom of the pool was uncertain. He needed to investigate but could not put Uncle Fu in harm's way. Uncle Fu's expression grew more troubled. Yet he understood that his presence would be of no help and might, in fact, be a burden. He tightened his grip on the axe in his hand and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, young master. I shall be cautious. Please take care. Ling Yun refrained from further conversation. Moving to the edge of the pool to take a deep breath, he did not leap recklessly into the water. Instead, he focused his mind, causing the four-colored chaotic seed within his dantian to rotate slightly faster. A delicate stream of chaotic energy, entwined with hues of red, gold, blue, and green, was carefully guided from his fingertips and gently probed into the frigid waters of the pool. As soon as the energy entered the water, Ling Yun felt a resistance far greater than that of air. The water was piercingly cold, and the water energy within seemed to inherently reject other attributes, especially the flicker of red fire and tint, which was nearly extinguished instantly. The sharpness of gold was significantly dulled by the water's flexibility, while the vitality of what appeared somewhat out of place. Only the faint blue water energy thrived in the pool, yet it struggled to flow smoothly amidst the mingling of the other three colors. Indeed, it was difficult to control. Ling Yun furrowed his brow. The initially stable four-colored chaotic power was immediately disrupted upon entering this pure water environment, making control considerably more challenging. This further solidified his previous thought. He could not merely pursue the forceful amalgamation of power, he must comprehend its essence to employ it flexibly in different environments. He patiently adjusted the proportions and circulation of the four powers within the chaotic energy. With water and tint as the dominant force, he guided the energy downward. With gold and tint as the edge, he pierced through the subtle resistance of the water. With wood and tint, he sensed the vitality and channels beneath the water. And with a faint flicker of fire and tint, he maintained the stability of the energy flow, preventing it from being completely frozen by the cold. This stream of chaotic energy resembled a slender, agile serpent of four colors, winding its way toward the bottom of the pool. Through the feedback from this energy, Ling Yun glimpsed the underwater scene. The pool was deeper than he had imagined, shrouded in dim light, with darkness intensifying as he descended. The water pressure increased sharply, and the biting cold almost solidified into substance. Strange aquatic plants grew within, emitting a faint glow, while a few transparent fish, the size of a fist, darted past, wary of the foreign energy. The energy continued to descend, plunging nearly 100 meters, surrounded by an inky blackness where one could not see their own hand. Only the piercing cold and heavy pressure remained. Finally, the pure wave from the bottom of the pool became clear. Directly below him, Ling Yun retracted the probing energy, his expression turning grave. At such depths, the pressure and cold posed a significant trial to his physical form, even as a body-refining practitioner. He could not afford to be careless, especially considering the potential unknown dangers lurking below. He hesitated for only a brief moment. Fortune favors the bold. The mountain of demon beasts was replete with opportunities and fraught with peril. The pure water wave exerted a compelling allure upon him, perhaps offering a deeper understanding of the water element and greatly benefiting his chaotic fusion. He activated the chaotic power once more. This time, rather than projecting it outward, he enveloped himself fully. The four colors of light formed a thin, swirling halo on his skin. He intentionally amplified the manifestation of gold energy on his surface to withstand the water pressure. Simultaneously, a portion of the fire energy circulated within him to disperse the cold. The powers of water and wood merged into his perception, allowing him to better adapt to the underwater environment. With a soft splash, he glided into the pool like a fish. Instantly, the icy water enveloped him. The tremendous pressure squeezed in from all sides. Ling Yun let out a muffled grunt, and the four-colored halo around him trembled. He promptly adjusted the flow of chaotic energy, reinforcing the output of both gold and fire energies. While his muscles and bones vibrated slightly to adapt to the external pressure, he discerned the direction and, utilizing the faint water energy, propelled himself toward the sensed bottom of the pool. The descent was far from easy. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure and cold. The surrounding darkness seemed intent on swallowing all light and sound, leaving only the sound of flowing water and the steady beat of his heart. Occasionally, powerful undercurrents surged, attempting to sweep him away. Relying on the protection of the chaotic energy and his formidable physique, Ling Yun steadily descended. He immersed a portion of his consciousness into the chaotic seed, carefully perceiving the characteristics of water energy in such extreme conditions, its weight, its inclusiveness, its penetrative force, and a whisper of tranquility hidden within the profound cold. Uncertain of how long he had been descending, he finally sensed the silt at the bottom of the pool. The pressure here was immense, capable of easily crushing ordinary steel, while the cold could freeze the blood of a typical martial artist. Were it not for his unique constitution and the protection of chaotic energy, he would never have been able to reach this depth. Illuminated by the dim light emitted from the chaotic energy, he discerned the scene at the bottom of the pool. A thick layer of silt covered everything, with some hardy aquatic plants swaying within it. Not far ahead, embedded in the silt, lay an irregular crystal about the size of a fist, exuding a deep azure hue, as if it were formed from eons of frozen water. This was the source of the pure water wave. Ling Yun's heart surged with excitement as he approached the azure crystal. However, just as he was within mere meters of the cold jade, an unforeseen change occurred. The water surrounding the azure jade suddenly became viscous and an invisible chilling force abruptly bound his body. Simultaneously, several spear-like ice spikes, formed from extremely compressed cold water, silently materialized from the surrounding silt and water, hurtling toward him with incredible speed and unconventional angles. A surprise attack. Ling Yun's pupils constricted. The bottom of this pool indeed harbored mysteries. It was not a demon beast, but rather a natural barrier or energy trap. The energy emanating from the azure jade, combined with the unique environment, had created a self-protection mechanism. In this moment of crisis, he had no time to ponder. Within his dantian, the chaotic seed suddenly erupted in brilliance. This time, he did not attempt to finally balance the four powers. Instead, he infused the insights he had gained into the energy. Gold sharpness, break. With a thought, the chaotic halo enveloping his body surged with golden light, transforming into countless fine golden sword energies that burst outward. At the same time, he forcibly broke free from the chilling binding force. The clash of golden sword energies against the incoming ice spikes produced a cacophony of slicing sounds. Most of the ice spikes were directly shattered and obliterated by the golden sword energies. However, a few spikes still managed to breach his defenses, striking fiercely against his chaotic shield. Boom, boom. The immense impact reverberated through the shield, causing his blood to surge. The extreme cold attached to the ice spikes frantically attempted to seep in, threatening to freeze his vital energy and blood. Fire's fury, melt. Lingyun once again took the lead as the crimson flames of chaotic energy surged, enveloping him and forcefully dispelling the invading chill, evaporating it away. A radiant aura of red and gold interwove around his body, barely withstanding this sudden onslaught. How perilous! This naturally formed attack possessed power not inferior to that of a full-force strike from a second-tier beast. It was more concealed and abrupt. He dared not be negligent and immediately summoned the power of wood, attuning himself to the flow of energy around him in search of the core or weakness of this trap. Simultaneously, he harnessed the power of water, attempting to soothe and guide the surrounding frenzied cold water energy, diminishing its hostility. This was precisely what he had contemplated earlier, the application of intent. No longer merely a clash of brute force, but an endeavor to comprehend, to guide, and to dismantle. Metal for offense, fire for dispelling, wood for perception, and water for harmonization. The essence of these four powers, under his guidance, began to coordinate through the medium of chaotic energy. Though still awkward and far from seamless, it exhibited a semblance of order and spirit compared to the previous unrefined clash of forces. Under his harmonization, the once raging cold water energy seemed to truly calm, and the reformed ice spikes became sluggish and slow. Seizing this opportunity, Lingyun hesitated no longer, propelling himself forward with great force. Bravely confronting the immense water pressure and residual chill, he swiftly reached the icy gem of azure water. He did not directly grasp it, for the extreme cold might very well frostbite his hand. Once again, he summoned the chaotic energy. This time, the four colors flowed together, no longer emphasizing a single attribute, but attempting to form a chaotic enveloping intent. Like the primordial essence of chaos accommodating all things, it enveloped the icy gem of azure water. Buzz. The icy gem seemed to sense the aura of chaotic energy, trembling slightly as its emitted chill abruptly receded. The surrounding violent energy traps disintegrated as well. Success. A surge of joy filled Lingyun's heart as the gentle vortex formed by chaotic energy gently lifted the icy gem, placing it into a specially prepared jade box. This box had been discovered in his family's treasury, capable of isolating energy fluctuations in cold. As he held the icy gem, an exceptionally pure essence emanated from it, chilling to the bone yet imbued with a vast reservoir of water elemental power, palpable even through the jade box. Just as he secured the icy gem and prepared to rise, his perception jolted, not from the depths of the pool, but from above. The water's surface. Energy fluctuations. And not just one. They were rapidly approaching the edge of the pool. Someone was coming. Lingyun's heart sank. This place was no longer safe. He delayed no further, pushing the chaotic energy to its utmost, the four-colored brilliance propelling his body like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly shooting towards the water's surface. The immense water pressure and resistance were forcefully shattered behind him, leaving a long trail of water in his wake. Chapter 38 Encounters on a Narrow Path. The initial display of brilliance with a thunderous crash, water erupted into the air, and Lingyun emerged from the depths, enveloped in a lingering chill, landing steadily amidst the mud and rubble at the pond's edge. The vibrant halo of four colors that adorned his form retracted swiftly the moment he broke the water's surface, leaving only damp traces on his attire and a faint ripple of primordial energy. Almost simultaneously with his landing, three figures materialized at the edge of the nearby trees, encircling him in a half-formation, their gazes sharp and intent. At the forefront stood a young man clad in azure garb, seemingly in his early 20s. Possessing a strikingly handsome visage, yet his brow bore an undeniable air of arrogance. He wielded a gleaming longsword, its blade shimmering with a subtle azure radiance. Clearly a weapon of no ordinary caliber. His aura pulsed with clarity, indicating he had reached the peak of the 6th stage of chi refinement, mere steps away from ascending to the 7th. To his left stood a stocky man, his skin darkened by the sun, wielding a hefty cleaver, his eyes alert, emanating an aura corresponding to the mid-6th stage of chi refinement. On his right was a lithe maiden, her beauty evident in her form, clad in practical lavender attire. A compact crossbow slung across her back, her presence indicating a nascent strength, likely at the early 6th stage. These three were uniformly attired, each bearing an embroidered crest of a stylized mountain and flowing clouds upon their chests, suggesting a shared lineage or faction. Their eyes, locked onto Lingyun, brimmed with scrutiny and a barely perceptible greed, evidently drawn by the recent commotion of the battle with the azure-scaled water python. Or perhaps the energy fluctuations heralding the emergence of a hidden treasure from the pond's depths. Young master, Fu Bo, upon seeing Ling Yun return unscathed, was momentarily elated. But upon noticing the trio of uninvited guests, his expression shifted to one of tension, hastening to position himself behind Ling Yun, gripping his machete tightly. Aware of his own insignificance before these formidable foes. Pray tell, who might you be? What brings you to this place? The azure-clad youth spoke first. His voice tinged with a hint of interrogation, his gaze sweeping over Ling Yun and the elderly Fu Bo, ultimately settling upon the chaotic battlefield in the deep pond. The energy disturbance just now, was it your doing? Ling Yun met his gaze with calm composure, sensing the strength of the trio, particularly that of the azure-clad leader, whose power was undeniably formidable. The chaotic energy within him, having surged rapidly and clashed with the essence of the cold jade of azure water, had not yet settled completely. Discreetly, he tucked away the jade box containing the cold jade of azure water, responding in an even tone, I am Ling Yun. Passing through this area with my family servant when we encountered a rogue beast and dispatched it. I did not intend to disturb you. I hope for your understanding. He refrained from disclosing the python's rank or the circumstances surrounding the pond, weaving a narrative that was half truth, half fabrication. Dispatching a rogue beast? The azure-clad youth raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his gaze. He stepped forward, his sharp eyes scanning the remnants of massive scales and blood on the ground, as well as the visibly weakened ancient trees. From the evidence here, it appears to be at least a peak second-tier beast. How could someone so young possess such strength? His words carried an undertone of probing, and a pressure emanating from his peak sixth stage of chi refinement began to subtly encroach upon Ling Yun. The stocky man and the lavender-dressed maiden also began to channel their energy, subtly blocking Ling Yun's potential escape routes. Ling Yun sensed the oppressive force yet maintained his composure. The chaotic seed within him subtly shifting, releasing a mingled essence of golden fire that effortlessly neutralized the pressure exerted upon him. He did not overtly display this newfound power. Yet the sharpness and intensity of the aura emanating from him caused the three to regard him with a newfound seriousness. Merely a stroke of fortune, Ling Yun replied coolly, his gaze shifting toward the peculiar ancient trees. This place seems rather strange. We were intending to depart. He maintained an air of neither subservience nor aggression. With the cold jade of azure water secured, and the fusion of his powers beginning to take shape, he wished to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Yet, should they persist in seeking trouble, he was not averse to a confrontation. The azure-clad youth, sensing his pressure ineffective and instead easily dispelled, felt a swell of uncertainty arise within him. Ling Yun appeared younger than he, yet could slay a peak second-tier beast and disregard his oppressive force, indicating a prowess that was anything but ordinary. Moreover, the fleeting essence he sensed from Ling Yun was alarmingly sharp, instilling a primal sense of danger. Could he be a disciple from a prominent family out on a trial? He exchanged glances with his companions. The stocky man subtly shook his head, signaling caution against rash actions. The lavender-clad maiden regarded Ling Yun with curiosity, evidently intrigued by his strength. The azure-clad youth's thoughts raced. It was clear that something extraordinary was afoot. The earlier surge of pure energy could not have been provoked by an ordinary beast. Ling Yun and his elderly companion likely arrived first. However, given the uncertainty surrounding their abilities, acting impulsively carried significant risk. His arrogant demeanor softened slightly, replaced by a strained smile. Ah, it is you, Brother Ling. I am Songjia, a disciple of the Qing sect. These are my junior brothers and sisters, Zhou Ming and Lin Wei. We too were drawn here by the commotion. Since the beast has been slain, we shall not impose. However, he shifted his gaze back to the depths of the pond. This pond appears quite extraordinary. Might you have ventured to explore its depths? Perhaps there are opportunities yet to be uncovered. Ultimately, his reluctance to relent lingered, as he sought to ascertain whether Ling Yun had procured anything of value from the pond. Ling Yun inwardly scoffed, yet maintained an impassive facade. The waters here are chilling and unfathomable. My abilities are insufficient for a deeper exploration. If you are interested, feel free to investigate. We shall take our leave. With that, he prepared to depart alongside Fu Bo Wait. Songjia's gaze hardened as he stepped forward to block their path. Zhou Ming and Lin Wei immediately moved to flank him, subtly encircling Ling Yun. Why the haste to leave, Brother Ling? Songjia's smile vanished entirely, replaced by a chilling demeanor. We are here on orders from our sect to investigate anomalies in this region. The energy disturbance earlier was significant, far beyond the mere slaying of a second-tier beast. If you discovered anything at the pond's depths, we implore you to share it with us. If it truly is a treasure, the Qing sect will offer due compensation. The veiled threat was unmistakable. Ling Yun halted, slowly turning to face them, his expression cooling. What is the meaning of this, Brother Song? Do you suspect I am hoarding treasures? Or do you intend to seize them by force? Seizing is not the term, Songjia scoffed, his tone derisive. This is unclaimed territory. Any discoveries here are rightfully shared among witnesses. Should you cooperate, all will remain well. If not, his words trailed off. Yet the implications of his threat were clear. The pressure from the peak sixth stage of chi refinement surged once more, this time devoid of pretense, exuding tangible force. Zhou Ming and Lin Wei tightened their grips on their weapons, energy coursing through them, poised for action. Fu Bo's face drained of color as he stepped protectively in front of Ling Yun, his voice trembling. What do you intend to do? In broad daylight. Do you dare to commit violence? Old fool, this is no market. Zhou Ming sneered, a flicker of earthy light dancing along his cleaver. In the Beast Mountain range, Strength reigns supreme. Those who are wise will have your young master surrender the items. Ling Yun gently patted Fu Bo and Apos' shoulder, signaling him to step back. He regarded the trio before him, a growing intent to kill simmering within. He had no desire to instigate conflict, yet trouble had sought him out. Thus, it was fortuitous to test the initial fusion of his four powers against them. It seems there is little left to discuss. Ling Yun's voice settled into a calm yet ominous cadence, as if undercurrents were stirring beneath the surface. A chill of foreboding gripped Songja. He sensed an overwhelming aura of danger radiating from Ling Yun. This essence felt peculiar, not entirely pure, yet the essence it contained set his heart racing. Attack! Seize him! Songja, no longer hesitating, shouted vigorously as the azure light of his sword surged forth. A fierce azure sword chi, akin to a spirit serpent emerging from its den, pierced through the air with a whistling sound, aimed directly at Ling Yun and Apos' chest. This was the foundational sword technique of the Qingyun sect, the Qingyun stab, renowned for its speed, precision, and ferocity. Simultaneously, Zhou Meng bellowed, stamping his foot on the ground, causing a slight tremor. A heavy force of earth element energy surged into his broadsword, propelling him forward like a rampaging bull. As he swung the blade horizontally towards Ling Yun's waist with immense power. Meanwhile, the woman in purple, Lin Wei, swiftly retreated a few steps to create distance. She raised her crossbow, a bolt shimmering with faint arcs of electricity already knocked, poised to strike at Ling Yun's vital points, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash her attack. The trio exhibited remarkable synergy, evidently accustomed to acting in unison, their initial strikes embodying a tempestuous force, intent on subduing their foe with a single blow. In the face of this onslaught, Ling Yun remained steadfast, unflinching in his stance. His gaze deepened, and within his dantian, the chaotic Dao Si began to whirl with accelerated fervor, the radiant hues of red, gold, blue, and green flowing at an unprecedented speed, colliding and merging. He did not draw the long sword from his back. Just as Songja and Apos' azure sword chi was about to reach him, Ling Yun moved. He slightly angled his body, his right hand bringing his index and middle fingers together, a faint, barely discernible four-colored glimmer swirling at his fingertips. It was neither the pure sharpness of metal nor the blazing intensity of fire. Instead, it was the essence of metal as the edge, water as the guide, wood as the continuation, and fire as the core. For the first time, these four essences were harmoniously wielded externally through the chaotic force. He formed his fingers into a sword shape and seemingly casually thrust them forward. A soft sound, barely audible, ensued. The fierce azure sword chi, mere inches from Ling Yun's chest, abruptly halted as if colliding with an invisible barrier. Following this, the leading edge of the sword chi began to dissolve at a visibly discernible rate, disintegrating as if being dismantled from within. Songja's pupils constricted in shock. What manner of technique is this? He had never witnessed such an enigmatic form of defense. It was not a mere resistance, but rather a disintegration. Just as he was taken aback, Ling Yun and Apos' figure shifted. He disregarded the heavy broadsword cleaving from the side, instead taking a step forward, akin to a specter. This seemingly simple movement embodied the fluidity of water and the agility of wood, perfectly evading Zhou Meng and Apos' powerful strike while closing in on Songja. This is bad. A wave of terror surged through Songja as he attempted to retreat, only to realize the opponent's speed exceeded his imagination. Ling Yun's right hand, still embodying that inconspicuous four-colored glimmer, appeared slow yet was astonishingly swift as it struck towards Songja's wrist, where his sword was gripped. Songja felt a surge of indescribable, complex power assailing him. It bore the piercing sensation of metal, the burning of fire, the infiltration of water, and a hint of woods, disintegration of vitality. He sought to muster his strength for defense. But the azure wood energy within him seemed to dissolve like snow under the sun before this bizarre power. His wrist went numb, sharp pain surged. Crack, a crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed. Songja let out a wretched scream as his wrist, holding the sword, was forcefully struck by Ling Yun's two fingers. The long sword flew from his grasp. At that very moment, Lin Wei, who had been targeting Ling Yun, finally found her opportunity. Seizing the instant Ling Yun attacked Songja, she unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The bolt, flickering with faint electric light, shot forth with a piercing sound, akin to a slender electric serpent, aimed directly at Ling Yun and Apos' back. Chapter 39. Crushing resistance. Deterring the foe, a sinister wind swept in from behind, carrying a sharp tremor that rent the air, accompanied by faint crackling sounds of electricity. Ling Yun did not even fully turn around. Just as the lightning-infused crossbow bolt was about to strike the vulnerable spot on his back, the vibrant four-colored luminescence that had previously receded around him flared brilliantly at that instant. This time, it was not merely a defense. The steadfast and sharp essence of gold constructed a barrier. The flexible flow of water dissipated the force. The fierce intensity of fire confronted the lightnings, while the vitality of wood seemed to maintain the balance of this momentary explosion, with a piercing sound akin to a red-hot iron plunging into cold water. The bolt, charged with the full might of a cultivator at the 6th level of chi refinement and imbued with lightning attributes, struck what felt like an invisible yet scalding reef. The electric arc at the arrow and Apos' tip was instantaneously extinguished, and the shaft itself charred visibly from the tip, twisting and ultimately disintegrating into a handful of ash. Failing to transmit even the slightest impact to Ling Yun. Defense. One could even say, annihilation. From a distance, Lin Wei's pupils constricted, her fingers gripping the crossbow in stunned disbelief, momentarily forgetting to knock another bolt. The thunderous arrow she had loosed, even against an ordinary cultivator at the 7th level of chi refinement, would not have been so easily absorbed. The opponent had not even turned his body, yet had effortlessly neutralized her attack. Moreover, he did so in a manner she could not fathom. What was that fleeting four-colored brilliance? This brief moment of stagnation proved fatal to the battle's outcome. At the very moment Ling Yun dissipated the crossbow bolt, Zhou Meng, who had been overlooked, swung his heavily infused earth element blade with a dull howl, aiming once more at Ling Yun and Appo's side. Although Zhou Meng was shocked by Songzhe and Appo's instantaneous defeat, his combat instinct seized upon what he perceived as an opening. Ling Yun and Appo's defense was directed behind him, leaving him vulnerable. The earth element power was heavy, resilient, and immensely forceful. If this blow connected, it could cleave a boulder in two. However, Ling Yun and Appo's form was like a fish gliding through water or willow fluff dancing in the wind. At the very moment the crossbow bolt was absorbed, his body reacted. It was not a drastic evasion, but an exquisitely precise sidestep and twist of the waist. His left hand, fingers poised like a sword, radiated a more subtle, yet equally profound four-colored glow than his right. Before Zhou Meng and Appo's blade could descend, Ling Yun's fingertip had already preemptively struck the broad side of the blade's back. Not a clash of brute force, but rather a deft use of leverage, simultaneously infusing a peculiar shockwave. Zhou Meng felt an extraordinarily strange force traveling through the blade. This force was not purely aggressive. It bore an ineffable penetrative and disintegrating quality. The heavy earth element energy he had infused into the blade seemed to be instantly thrown into chaos, dissipating. His arm, gripping the blade, went numb, as if it had lost all sensation. Even more terrifying was the contradictory force, a fusion of searing heat and icy cold, that surged along the blade into his arm. A pained grunt escaped Zhou Meng and Appo's lips, and he staggered, unable to muster any strength in his gripping hand, causing the hefty blade to clatter to the ground. Within the blink of an eye, two cultivators at the 6th level of chi refinement, one with a severed wrist and the other with a broken leg, had nearly lost their combat capabilities. The entire process, from Songzhe and Appo's strike to Zhou Meng and Appo's fall, transpired in mere seconds. Ling Yun and Appo's movements flowed like water, devoid of any superfluous gestures. Each strike was precise and ruthless, aimed at vital points. The power he wielded was enigmatic and unfathomable, far surpassing the understanding of Songzhe and Lin Wei. This was not a manifestation of any singular elemental energy they recognized, nor an ordinary fusion of energies. It was a force of a different essence, more domineering and incomprehensible. Songzhe clutched his severed wrist, his face as pale as a sheet, cold sweat beading on his brow. He gazed at Ling Yun, who had effortlessly dispatched Zhou Meng, his eyes filled with horror and a hint of despair. He finally understood that the three of them had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, one that was indomitable. The seemingly youthful figure before him possessed strength that far exceeded their imaginations. Such abilities were beyond those of a typical chi refinement cultivator. Lin Wei was equally terrified. Her complexion drained of color, her hand trembling as it gripped the crossbow. Instinctively, she retreated 2 steps, distancing herself further from Ling Yun, her eyes filled with trepidation. She did not dare to aim the crossbow at him again, fearing she might be the next to fall. Silence enveloped the scene. Only Zhou Meng's muffled groans of pain and Songzhe's heavy breaths broke the stillness. Ling Yun slowly turned to face Lin Wei, his gaze calm, yet imposing. He did not immediately pursue or speak, but his tranquil eyes bore a weight greater than any reprimand. The aura surrounding him, a blend of 4 essences, while subdued, still emanated an aftershock from their earlier conflict, causing the very air to feel thick with tension. Lin Wei felt a chill course through her, as if ice were rushing from her feet to her head. She had no doubt that should she make even the slightest move, he would strike without hesitation. In the outcome, the fates of Songzhe and Zhou Meng conveyed the grim truth. Who are you? Lin Wei's voice trembled, echoing a question similar to Songzhe's, but her tone was now laced with awe and fear. Ling Yun did not respond. He took 2 steps forward, standing over Songzhe, looking down upon him. Songzhe struggled to retreat, yet the pain in his wrist and heart rendered him immobile. He met Ling Yun and Appo's gaze, feeling as though he were peering into an unfathomable abyss. Items, I can forego. Your lives, I may grant you. Ling Yun finally spoke, his voice soft yet crystal clear to the 3 of them. But remember my face. He extended a finger, still aglow with a faint 4-colored luminescence, gently touching Songzhe and Appo's uninjured shoulder. A soft whoosh, a faint yet remarkably pure essence, infused with 4 powers, surged into Songzhe and Appo's body, traversing his meridians and leaving an indelible mark. This mark was not harmful, yet it bore a unique, inimitable aura. Songzhe's body jolted, his complexion growing even graver. He sensed the terrifying nature of this essence. Though faint, its essence was of the highest caliber. Should this essence erupt, it could instantaneously shatter his meridians. This was both a warning and a mark. Begone, Ling Yun retracted his finger, uttering a single word. Songja felt as though a great weight had been lifted. Scrambling to his feet, he glanced at Zhou Meng, who lay groaning on the ground, and at the pallid Lin Wei in the distance, gritting his teeth. He thought not of his fallen comrade, clutching his severed wrist, and stumbled away in the opposite direction from where Ling Yun had come, neglecting even to retrieve his sword. Lin Wei, witnessing this, did not hesitate to turn and employ every ounce of her agility, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the dense forest, not daring to look back. Only Zhou Meng remained, his leg broken, unable to move, lying on the ground, and watching as his companions abandoned him without a second thought. A flicker of despair and resentment crossed his eyes, but it was overshadowed by overwhelming fear. He looked toward Ling Yun, his lips quivering, wanting to plead for mercy, yet dared not speak. Ling Yun did not cast him a glance, walking over to where Uncle Fu lay. At that moment, Uncle Fu was still in a state of profound shock, reeling from the rapid and overwhelming events that had just unfolded. He beheld the young master descending from the heavens, effortlessly vanquishing 3 formidable cultivators in mere moments. The bizarre 4-colored radiance and the precise, ruthless techniques evoked a sense of both strangeness and exhilaration within him. Young master. You. Fu Bo and Appo's voice was somewhat hoarse. Fu Bo, we must depart, Ling Yun interjected, his tone returning to its usual gentleness. Though the sharpness in his gaze had yet to fully dissipate, he assisted Fu Bo to his feet, paying no heed to the discarded weapons on the ground or the incapacitated Zhou Meng. Nor did he cast a lingering glance at the peculiar ancient trees and the corpse of the water python. After determining their direction, they swiftly departed from this perilous location. The precious Bai Shui Hanyu was now in their possession. The preliminary assessment of the 4 intentions and Appo's fusion had proven effective in combat, and it had instilled fear in potential adversaries. This place was ill-suited for lingering. They needed to find a secure haven to assimilate their gains. As for the forsaken Zhou Meng, in these treacherous beast-infested mountains, his fate was no longer Ling Yun's concern. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, one must be prepared to bear the consequences of their choices when they opt to seize what does not belong to them. The 2 figures soon vanished into the dense foliage, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and the silent pool of water, as if recounting the brief yet thrilling clash that had just transpired. Chapter 40. The Cold Hollow, where water and Appo's essence condenses. After traversing for the better part of an hour and confirming that no one was in pursuit, Ling Yun, accompanied by the still slightly breathless Fu Bo, cautiously chose a more secluded and difficult path, penetrating deeper into a denser expanse of primordial forest. Here, the trees towered even higher and appeared more ancient, with vines sprawling across the landscape, rarely touched by human presence, and the scent of demonic beasts became increasingly scarce. After searching for a while longer, Ling Yun's gaze finally settled on an unremarkable rock face ahead. It was mostly concealed by thick vines and low shrubs, forming a natural alcove that was narrow at the entrance but relatively dry and spacious within, sufficient to accommodate 2 people, and exceptionally discreet. Fu Bo, let us rest here. Ling Yun gently parted the vines to inspect the interior, confirming there were no traces of dangerous creatures lurking within. Fu Bo set down the rudimentary backpack he had been carrying, which contained some provisions and water. Following Ling Yun's instructions, he refrained from making a fire, instead simply clearing away some weeds and stones at the entrance to allow for better airflow, then stationed himself nearby, vigilantly scanning the surrounding woods for any signs of movement to protect Ling Yun. Though his cultivation was modest, years of experience had instilled in him a fundamental level of alertness. Ling Yun ventured deeper into the hollow, sitting cross-legged on a relatively flat rock. He did not immediately retrieve the cold jade of pure water but first closed his eyes, regulating his breath to thoroughly calm the emotional turbulence brought on by the earlier battle and hurried flight. The chaotic seed within his dantian began to rotate slowly, the dissipating 4-colored aura gradually condensing into stillness. Only when his mind was as tranquil as a deep well did he slowly open his eyes, reach into his robe, and extract the jade box containing the cold jade of pure water. Upon opening the lid, an even purer and more refined chill than he had sensed at the bottom of the pool surged forth, causing the temperature within the hollow to drop sharply. The jade, the size of a baby's fist, lay quietly in the box, its entire body a translucent emerald green, radiating a soft yet profound green glow. As if it contained the essence of an entire cold pool, its icy touch sent a shiver through him. And the pure and profound water element energy coursed through his fingertips, invigorating Ling Yun's spirit. He could distinctly sense the immense energy it harbored, as well as the essence of water that was pure to the utmost degree. Without hesitation, Ling Yun held his breath and focused his mind, beginning to operate the chaos method that had been imparted to him by Xian Lao, which he had initially explored and adjusted on his own. Rather than consuming or forcibly refining it with his yuan power, he attempted a gentler and more fundamental approach, using the chaotic seed as the core to communicate and draw in the energy. He carefully guided a thread of cold energy naturally emanating from the cold jade of pure water, like drawing a cold fine thread. leading it along his fingertips into his meridians. Suddenly, an extreme chill spread rapidly along his meridians. This cold energy was unlike any water element energy he had encountered before. It did not violently crash, but rather penetrated with an extraordinary depth, seeping into his very bones. Wherever it traveled, it felt as if his meridians were on the brink of freezing, even slowing the flow of blood. A typical chi refinement cultivator would likely suffer injury or even freeze solid from such a mere thread of cold energy. However, just as this chill was about to inflict actual harm, the chaotic seed in Lingyun's dantian seemed to sense it, trembling gently. The blue area representing the essence of water within the seed glimmered faintly, as if it had detected a higher power of the same origin. An invisible pull emanated from the seed, actively drawing in that bone-chilling cold energy toward his dantian. As the icy energy touched the four-colored microglow flowing on the surface of the chaotic seed, it immediately reacted as if encountering a nemesis. Or as if it had found its home. The seed and Apos' rotation quickened slightly, and the microglow appeared to come alive, actively breaking down and transforming this supremely pure cold water energy. The extreme chill capable of shattering metal and stone under the transformation of the chaotic seed had its destructive coldness swiftly stripped away and neutralized, leaving only the most refined and primordial essence of water elemental energy, along with threads of water and Apos' essence that were faint yet remarkably clear. The increasingly pure and gentle water elemental energy was stripped away, like a trickle merging into Lingyun and Apos' own cycle of energy, augmenting the power within him. Simultaneously, another portion of the more primordial water essence and its essence was directly absorbed by the chaotic seed. As the absorption progressed, a thin layer of white frost began to form on Lingyun's exterior, his eyebrows and hair tips dusted with crystalline ice, giving him the appearance of being ensconced in an ice cellar. Yet, his expression remained serene, his breaths long and steady. He bore no signs of pain, instead radiating an air of intense focus. Fubo, stationed at the entrance, observed this scene with mounting anxiety. Although he did not comprehend the profound intricacies of cultivation techniques, he could sense the astonishing chill emanating from the cold jade of pure water. Witnessing Lingyun's frosty exterior, his heart filled with concern, yet he dared not interrupt. Gripping his hatchet tightly, he remained vigilant, alert to any disturbances in the dark forest surrounding them. He inwardly marveled. The energy contained within this precious jade is overwhelmingly formidable, far purer than the aura of the previous demon serpent. How could the young master absorb it directly? Recalling Lingyun and Apos' formidable prowess during battle, his heart steadied slightly. Yet he could not relax. He understood that the energy of such rare treasures is often volatile and unruly. Most cultivators would be injured or even perish from mere proximity. Yet the young master, so young, could wield such a treasure. It was truly unfathomable. Time flowed quietly in this stillness. Lingyun was entirely absorbed in the process of absorbing the cold jade of pure water. He could distinctly feel that with the continuous influx of jade energy, his perception and affinity for water elemental energy were increasing at a tangible pace. Previously, his understanding of water and Apos' essence was largely derived from Xian Lao's guidance and his own explorations, akin to seeing through a thin veil. Now, as this pure water essence integrated into him, that veil was gradually being lifted. Flexibility, inclusiveness, penetration, purification, freezing. Various characteristics and realms of water were no longer indistinct concepts but transformed into clear insights, slowly melding into his soul, enriching his comprehension of power. What thrilled him even more was the change in the chaotic seed within his dantian. As more water essence was absorbed, the originally pale blue area on the seed deepened, becoming more substantial, its hue resembling the purest deep-sea jade, subtly shimmering with the light of water. The area it occupied seemed not to expand visibly. Yet the essence of water it contained had thickened manifold, as if it were a miniature, profound pool harboring the mysteries of water. Moreover, the boundaries between this deep blue area and the other three colored regions, golden red, crimson, and verdant green, appeared to become clearer and more harmonious. The circulation of the four powers on the surface of the seed, enhanced and solidified by the water essence, seemed to achieve a new, higher level of delicate balance. Although this balance was still rudimentary, it undoubtedly represented a significant advancement. The cold jade of pure water in the jade box dimmed at a visibly rapid pace, its size seemingly shrinking as pure energy continuously flowed into Lingyun, being transformed. Lingyun's mind was completely immersed in this wondrous enhancement, losing track of both self and surroundings. He felt as if he had transformed into a drop of water, merging into a stream, flowing into a river, and ultimately rushing towards the boundless ocean, experiencing the myriad changes of water, feeling its utmost softness and strength. This profound insight was far more precious than mere enhancement of yuan power. Within the hollow, the chill permeated and frost accumulated. Outside, Fubo dutifully stood guard, vigilant against any dangers that might emerge from the dark forest. Time quietly passed in this serene vigilance and the mystical enhancement. Chapter 41. The breakthrough of elemental force, the rebirth of water deep within the valley. The once lustrous emerald jade finally lost its last trace of sheen, transforming into a dull stone mottled with fine cracks. With a soft crack, it shattered into several pieces, scattering within the jade box. The pure water elemental energy and intrinsic essence contained within had been thoroughly absorbed by Lingyun. At the very moment the jade fractured, profound changes erupted within Lingyun and Appo's body. The chaotic seed of Tao, which had been steadily rotating in his dantian, suddenly accelerated. The deep blue region, solidified and profound as the ocean, seemed to have received the final stroke of brilliance, erupting into a resplendent, yet subdued, azure radiance. This glow was not blinding. Rather, it carried a depth and vitality rooted in the essence of water. This newly born, exceedingly pure water elemental force transcended mere participation in the Tao seed. It actively engaged with the other three elemental regions, gold, fire, and wood, establishing a deeper interaction than ever before. The four hues of light swirled rapidly across the surface of the Tao seed, merging seamlessly, presenting a marvelous rhythm akin to the primordial chaos in the cyclical dance of the four symbols. Boom! A surge of formidable elemental energy, far surpassing the fifth level of qi refinement, radiated from the chaotic seed, rushing violently towards Lingyun and Appo's limbs and bones. This power was not singular in nature. It encompassed the sharp solidity of gold, the enduring vitality of wood, the flexible penetration of water, and the explosive fierceness of fire, under the dominion of the chaotic seed. These attributes achieved an unprecedented harmony and balance. The bottleneck Lingyun had previously encountered at the fifth level of qi refinement was instantly shattered by this overwhelming force. As if it were mere paper, his meridians felt as though they were being cleansed and expanded by both scalding magma and frigid currents simultaneously. Each acupoint trembled and expanded, inhaling the vastness of elemental energy from the universe. The space within his dantian dramatically expanded nearly by half, while the swirling chaotic seed appeared to grow slightly larger, with its four colors flowing more harmoniously, exuding an aura of ancient heaviness. Sixth level of qi refinement, a natural progression, utterly unobstructed. This was not merely an increase in the total amount of elemental force, it represented a qualitative leap. The newly birthed sixth level of qi refinement, imbued with a more refined and balanced essence of the four elements, boasted a degree of refinement, explosive power, and recovery speed that far surpassed any ordinary cultivator of the same rank. The frost that clung to his skin had long since melted and evaporated in the moment of breakthrough, replaced by the heat radiating from within. Lingyun slowly opened his eyes, revealing depths within that shimmered like azure waves, clear and profound, yet fleeting, ultimately returning to his usual tranquility. He gently exhaled a breath of murky air, the mist dissipating several feet away before fading, containing a trace of both chill and vitality. The sensation of fullness from his newfound power was unprecedentedly pleasurable. Yet he was more concerned with the profound understanding of water and Appo's essence gained from absorbing the emerald jade. With a mere thought, he found he could effortlessly perceive the ubiquitous moisture in his surroundings without consciously manipulating his elemental force. The faint humidity in the dry valley air, the dampness seeping from the crevices of the rocks, even the flow of blood within the body of Uncle Fu guarding the cave entrance, all things related to water became strikingly clear, as if they had become extensions of his senses. Extending his palm with fingers slightly splayed, the thin vapor in the air began to converge toward his palm. Though the movement was slow, it was indeed occurring. Soon, a delicate, nearly imperceptible film of water formed over his hand. This film was extraordinarily pliable and carried a subtle coolness. This was not a powerful spell, but rather a fundamental and instinctive control over water elemental energy. Yet Lingyun understood that this signified a new level of affinity with the essence of water. He could sense that, should he so wish, he could effortlessly summon more water elemental energy, whether to condense it into ice, transform it into healing rain, in conjunction with the essence of wood, or form a soft water barrier to deflect force, all would be executed with greater ease and potency than before. Moreover, the completeness of the water essence fortified the balance among the four elements within the chaotic seed. This implied that when he harnessed all four powers simultaneously, the process would be smoother, requiring less energy, and the resultant combined force would be even stronger. Previously, during encounters with Songzhi and others, he had relied largely on the inherent suppression of chaotic power and surprise tactics, his execution still somewhat unrefined. Now, he was confident in his ability to merge these four forces more perfectly, achieving synergistic effects that surpassed mere addition, perhaps even exceeding the sum of their parts. Young master? A voice filled with surprise and uncertainty emanated from Uncle Fu at the entrance. While he did not grasp the nuances of the realm, the sudden surge of energy radiating from Lingyun moments ago, along with the unmistakably transformed demeanor he now exhibited, made it clear to him that something significant had transpired. Lingyun retracted his hand, allowing the water film to dissipate. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, producing soft cracking sounds, an indication of further strengthening following his breakthrough. Uncle Fu, I am fine, Lingyun reassured as he approached the entrance, smiling at the concerned and joyful expression on Uncle Fu's face. I was fortunate to break through. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Uncle Fu exclaimed, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent as he scrutinized Lingyun. He perceived that the young master's aura had become more subdued. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. Congratulations, young master. Heartfelt congratulations. It is merely the sixth level of qi refinement. It is not of great significance. Ling Yun waved his hand dismissively, his gaze shifting to the depths of the forest beyond the valley. It is not wise to linger here. We must depart swiftly. The absorption of the emerald jade and the breakthrough, though subtle in sound, might attract the attention of perceptive beasts or other cultivators due to the energy fluctuations. Uncle Fu promptly nodded. Yes, young master. I shall prepare at once. He quickly gathered their simple belongings. Ling Yun approached the mouth of the valley, casting one last glance at the pile of jade fragments that had lost their spiritual essence, leaving them behind. The essence had been entirely absorbed, leaving only useless stones. Taking a deep breath, he savored the surging power coursing through him, the more potent elemental energy of the four elements and his profound understanding of water's essence. This harvest was far beyond merely reaching the 6th level of chi refinement. The water's primal essence brought forth by the emerald jade had genuinely completed a vital link in his chaotic seed S4 symbols, laying a more solid foundation for his future cultivation path. Let us continue, Uncle Fu. Ling Yun discerned the direction and opted to venture deeper into the Beast Mountain range. The surrounding areas no longer presented worthy challenges for him, and given the recent conflict with the disciples of Qingyun's sect, it would be prudent to avoid crowded places for the time being. He sought stronger adversaries to test his newfound prowess and further refine his control over the fused powers. The depths of the Beast Mountain range were undoubtedly fraught with greater dangers, yet they also promised more abundant opportunities. The two figures moved swiftly, one after the other, vanishing into the layers of ancient forest, leaving behind the secluded valley and the shattered emerald jade. Chapter 42, The Spectre of the Enchanted Forest. A first display of talent. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew denser, obscuring the sky and making it nearly impossible for sunlight to penetrate the layered canopy. Only scattered patches of light filtered through, falling upon the thick layer of decayed leaves that had accumulated over countless years. The air was damp and cool, laden with the rich scent of rotting vegetation, occasionally mingled with a faint, acrid odor emanating from unknown beasts lurking in the distance. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of the sounds of insects or birds, leaving only the faint rustle of footsteps on fallen leaves and the slightly labored breathing of Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu tightened his grip on the machete at his waist, his expression tense, following closely behind Ling Yun, half a step behind. The oppressive atmosphere instinctively unsettled him. A palpable pressure emanating from the depths of the primordial forest, as if countless unseen eyes were watching from the shadows. In stark contrast, Ling Yun maintained a steady pace, even more composed than before. Having broken through to the 6th level of chi refinement, particularly with a significant enhancement of his understanding of the water element, his perceptual range and accuracy had markedly improved. He could distinctly hear the faint pulsation of water deep underground, detect the unique aromas emitted by various plants, and sense any unusual fluctuations in the vital energy or life force within dozens of feet around him. At that moment, Ling Yun's steps hesitated slightly. Uncle Fu, nearly colliding with him, quickly halted and looked at Ling Yun in puzzlement, only to see his gaze sharply fixed on the dense shadow of a massive ancient tree, its branches thick enough to require several people to embrace. There, a profound silence enveloped the area, as if the very wind had been swallowed whole. Young master? Uncle Fu whispered, his palms beginning to sweat. Without turning around, Ling Yun raised his hand slightly, signaling Uncle Fu to remain still. His attention was entirely focused on that shadow, the chaotic Tao seed within his dantian slowly spinning, the 4 elements of energy coiling in preparation. He sensed an exceedingly subtle, cold aura of murderous intent lurking there, akin to a coiled serpent awaiting the perfect moment to strike. The presence was faint, almost blending with the surrounding environment. Had it not been for his enhanced perception of energy fluctuations and life forces, he might have failed to detect it. It was a beast, one adept at stealth and ambush. Its strength likely rivaled his current realm. The standoff lasted merely 2 breaths. Then, the dense shadow sprang to life. A blurred figure, nearly indistinguishable from the darkness, darted silently from the foliage. Its speed was astonishing, creating an almost imperceptible gust of wind, targeting Uncle Fu, who stood frozen in place. Clearly, this lurking predator had identified Uncle Fu as the weaker link, intent on eliminating the easier target first. Be careful. Uncle Fu barely managed to exclaim, watching helplessly as the shadow lunged toward him like a bolt of black lightning, with scarcely enough time to raise his machete. The shadow of death loomed over him in an instant. However, just before the shadow could strike Uncle Fu, a figure moved even faster, interposing itself before him. It was Ling Yun. It seemed he had anticipated the assailant's target and trajectory, arriving just in time. Almost as he moved, a faint, flowing aura flickered around him. It was a protective shield formed from the water element, instantaneously drawing moisture from the air and combining it with his energy. The shadow's claws struck the seemingly delicate shield with a grinding noise. The sharp tips failed to tear through immediately, becoming deeply embedded instead, causing its speed to falter. The force of the impact was mitigated significantly by the resilient water shield. This brief delay was sufficient. Ling Yun's gaze turned icy as he shielded Uncle Fu with his left hand, while his right hand formed a blade with his fingers, radiant with intertwining golden and crimson light, and unhesitatingly thrust toward the creature's vital organs. The sharpness of gold, the explosive force of fire. The shadow seemed to sense the imminent danger, emitting a low, piercing shriek, twisting its body in an incredible attempt to evade the fatal blow, while its other claw swept menacingly toward Ling Yun's face. What a swift reaction. What a cunning attack. Ling Yun transformed his thrust into a slicing motion, his fingertips tracing an intricate arc, precisely severing the creature's forelimb at the wrist. A muffled thud resonated, accompanied by the cracking sound of bone. The shadow let out a pained howl, its sweeping assault crumbling as its forelimb fell limply, blood gushing forth. At that moment, Uncle Fu finally discerned the true nature of the ambusher. It was a lithe creature, its fur as black as ink, save for its eerie green eyes, a panther-like beast. Smaller than an ordinary leopard, it possessed more robust limbs, with claws glimmering like metal. The aura it exuded clearly indicated it had reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of chi refinement, tantalizingly close to the threshold of the 7th. The Shadow Panther. A beast renowned for its speed, stealth, and ferocity, it was a troublesome entity even in the depths of the Beast Mountains. Having successfully landed a blow, Ling Yun did not relent. He understood the tenacity of such creatures. Should it regain its composure, its speed and stealth would become a significant challenge. The moment he severed the Shadow Panther's forelimb, he shifted his stance like a specter, his left hand having coalesced a deep blue water sphere the size of an egg. This water sphere was not intended for attack, but was thrust onto the wound of the injured forelimb with force. A chilling explosion of cold erupted. The flesh and bone at the wound froze at an observable rate, even encasing the surrounding fur in a thick layer of frost. The biting cold surged through its veins, rendering the Shadow Panther's movement stiff and sluggish. This was a deeper application of his understanding of the water element, freezing, using the power of extreme cold to restrict his opponent's movements, seizing the moment while the Shadow Panther was immobilized and howling in agony. Ling Yun's right hand moved once more. This time, his fist was not merely a blend of gold and fire, it was subtly enveloped in a verdant sheen. Imbued with vitality and penetrative force from the wood element, the 4 elements flowed together, converging into a single punch. This strike, devoid of grandiosity, contained a distilled, destructive power capable of annihilating anything. Bang! His fist struck solidly against the Shadow Panther's skull. What appeared to be a sturdy cranium shattered upon impact, like fragile eggshells. Its eerie green eyes dulled instantly, vitality draining away rapidly. The massive body quivered twice before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. From the moment the Shadow Panther initiated its ambush, to Ling Yun intercepting the attack, countering with a severing blow, freezing the injury, and ultimately delivering a fatal punch, the entire sequence unfolded in a flash, dazzlingly swift. Ling Yun's movements were precise, efficient, and ruthless, each step meticulously executed, showcasing a terrifying combat prowess that far surpassed his peers at the 6th level of chi refinement through the fusion of the 4 elements. Especially his utilization of the water element, whether for defense or control, proved pivotal. Only after the Shadow Panther lay lifeless did Uncle Fu seem to emerge from a state of suffocation, gasping for breath, his complexion still pale. Yet his gaze toward Ling Yun brimmed with shock and fervent admiration. The scene they had just witnessed was incredibly perilous yet remarkably powerful. A Shadow Panther at the pinnacle of the 6th level had approached with stealth, only to be dispatched so cleanly by the young master. After his breakthrough, the disparity in strength was simply monumental. Ling Yun retracted his fist, gazing calmly at the corpse of the Shadow Panther. This battle provided him with a more intuitive understanding of his enhanced strength. With the 6th level of chi refinement combined with the fusion of the 4 elements, he could indeed crush peak beasts of the same rank. Uncle Fu, are you all right? Ling Yun turned to inquire. And no, I'm fine. The old servant expressed his gratitude, saying, I am fine, thanks to the young master. He waved his hand quickly, his voice trembling slightly. Ling Yun nodded and stepped forward, skillfully extracting a black demon core, the size of a pigeon egg, emanating a faint ghostly glow from the body of the Shadow Leopard. This 6th-grade demon core harbored pure energies of darkness and wind, holding significant value. Additionally, the fur of the Shadow Leopard served as excellent material for crafting lightweight armor or stealth artifacts. With no time to handle it meticulously, he simply stored the demon core and turned to the old servant, stating, The scent of blood will soon attract other creatures. We must depart immediately. The old servant had no objections. The two of them did not linger, swiftly leaving the area where a brief but intense battle had recently occurred. Continuing deeper into the unknown forest, Ling Yun understood that the Shadow Leopard might merely be the beginning of the dangers lurking within the depths of the Beast Mountain range. The journey ahead would undoubtedly be more arduous. Yet, he felt no fear. Rather, a subtle anticipation stirred within him. Only through greater challenges could he sharpen his skills more swiftly and grow at an accelerated pace. Chapter 43. The corrupted miasma in the perilous path to survival. After departing from the site of the Shadow Leopard's demise, the two individuals proceeded cautiously for about an hour. The ancient trees around them grew increasingly bizarre, many trunks entwined with vividly colored yet perilously ominous vines. The air became thick with humidity, as if they had stepped into a colossal natural steamer. The ground beneath their feet turned soft and muddy, with murky water seeping through the decaying layer of leaves. Uncle Fu's expression remained grave. He seemed to sense something amiss, frequently halting to discern the scents in the air and the hues of the surrounding flora. Young master, we may have to take a detour, he stated suddenly, pointing towards an unusually eerie lowland that opened up ahead. His voice bore a palpable trepidation. Ling Yun followed his gaze. Gone were the dense woods. Instead, a vast swamp stretched before them. Dark brown muck was dotted with pools of deep green water, their surfaces calm yet exuding a nauseating scent, a grotesque mix of sweetness and decay. The most unsettling aspect was a pale green mist, resembling gossamer, suspended about a person's height above the ground, flowing languidly without a breeze, wherever the miasma drifted. The grass by the swamp's edge and the duckweed in the pools appeared abnormally withered, as if drained of vitality, taking on a sickly yellow hue. Even the resilient shrubs bore charred and desiccated edges on their leaves. This area was horrifyingly silent, devoid of any insect chirping or signs of life. Only the pale green miasma silently expanded and spread. What is this? Ling Yun frowned slightly, sensing an uncomfortable force within the green mist that hinted at corrosion and destruction. The corrupted miasma. Uncle Fu's complexion paled as he spoke in a hushed tone. This substance is highly toxic. Should a living being inhale too much, their flesh will rot. Their bones will weaken, ultimately dissolving into a puddle of pus. Even cultivators, without special detoxification methods or sufficiently strong cultivation levels, risk grave danger with prolonged exposure. In his youth, Uncle Fu had once accompanied a merchant convoy and had seen a valley shrouded in the corrupted miasma from afar. The sight was utterly harrowing. I never expected it to exist here as well. Ling Yun surveyed the expansive swamp. The reach of the corrupted miasma was vast, stretching beyond sight. If they were to detour, it would likely consume several days, and there was no assurance that the alternate route would be free of other perils. After a moment's contemplation, he felt the chaotic seed within him stir gently. The essence of water allowed him to distinctly perceive the dead, stagnant vapors and decaying energies concealed in the muck below. Meanwhile, the essence of wood heightened his sensitivity to the specific toxins emanating from certain noxious plants and trees within the pale green mist. The corrupted miasma was not a singular toxin but a complex amalgamation formed by a specific geographical environment, the polluted swamp, combined with the pervasive death energy and certain highly toxic flora. Ordinary cultivators might choose to evade it or rely on expensive detoxification elixirs to pass through, but Ling Yun was different. Uncle Fu, stay close to me. Ling Yun resolved against taking a detour. He inhaled deeply, circulating his inner energy. This time, it was not for offense or defense, but for purification and isolation. He began to trace intricate patterns in the air before him with his fingers, strands of pure verdant and azure energy emanating from his fingertips like two living ribbons, intertwining around him and Uncle Fu. Soon, an invisible yet palpable vortex field, approximately 10 feet in diameter, quietly materialized. This field was not a sealed barrier, rather, it exhibited a peculiar cyclical state. As the external pale green miasma approached, it was gradually drawn in at the edges of the field. Once inside, the botanical toxins within the miasma were immediately neutralized and decomposed by the vigorous life force contained in the verdant energy. Simultaneously, the pervasive dead and decaying energies were continuously cleansed and purged by the purifying properties of the azure energy. After undergoing this dual treatment, relatively clean air circulated within the field, while the decomposed and purified remnants of toxins were deftly directed and silently expelled from the field at a point near the swamp. This was an exquisitely intricate energy circulation system, demanding precise control over the energies involved, ensuring both effective toxin decomposition and stable circulation, all while minimizing consumption. Had it not been for Ling Yun's profound understanding of the water and wood energies, along with the chaotic seed's intermediary harmonization, such a display would have been impossible. Uncle Fu gazed in astonishment at the surrounding transformations. Though the barrier was imperceptible, he could distinctly sense that the nauseating sweet and rancid odor was kept at bay. The air he breathed, while still humid, no longer bore that dizzying toxicity. His eyes reflected not only reverence for Ling Yun's formidable strength but also an indescribable exhilaration at witnessing such near-arcane abilities. Let us proceed. Ling Yun maintained the purification field and stepped forward into the realm enveloped by the corrupted miasma. The swamp beneath his feet was exceedingly soft. Each step nearly swallowed his ankles. Ling Yun divided his focus between sustaining the purification field and carefully sensing the conditions underfoot, avoiding areas that seemed even slightly level but could conceal deep pits or quicksand. His pace was deliberate yet steady. The corrupted miasma swirled around them, attempting to erode the intangible purification field, but it remained effectively separated and transformed by the gentle yet resilient azure-green halo. The swamp was eerily quiet, the only sounds emanating from the squelching mud beneath their footsteps. Occasionally, remnants of animal bones could be seen scattered across the muck, most in a state of severe decay, leaving behind only dark brown skeletons that silently testified to the dangers of this place. Uncle Fu followed closely behind Ling Yun, not daring to make a sound, fearful that a moment's inattention could cause him to fall behind and into the lethal miasma. After traversing for about half an hour, Ling Yun's gaze suddenly sharpened. Not far ahead, on a relatively dry patch of earth slightly elevated above the swamp's surface, he discerned several indistinct tracks. These impressions were not left by beasts. Though blurred by mud and water, they vaguely resembled the shape of a boot, slightly larger than his foot. Judging by the depth of the impressions and the surrounding soil and moisture, these marks could not have been made long ago, certainly no more than half a day. What caught his attention further was that beside one of the footprints, a slender black shrub, bearing poisonous thorns, had been cleanly severed, the cut smooth and even. Clearly the work of a sharp weapon. Someone had entered this area of corrupted miasma before them, and it appeared that this individual possessed some means of coping with the hazardous environment, able to cleave through poisonous wood. Who could it be? Members of the Qingyun sect? or other adventurers. Ling Yun did not halt his steps. He merely committed this discovery to memory while heightening his vigilance. In the depths of the Beast Mountain, encountering fellow cultivators could pose dangers that sometimes exceeded those presented by formidable beasts. He continued forward with a calm demeanor, the purification field operating steadily, repelling the deadly miasma. After traversing for nearly the duration of an incense stick, the miasma ahead seemed to thin, and the sickly sweet and rancid odor dissipated significantly. In the distance, the outlines of tall trees seemed to re-emerge. They were nearing the end of the corrupted miasma's domain. Ling Yun felt a slight relaxation within. Maintaining such a precise energy cycle for an extended period was quite taxing for him. However, this experience of traversing the corrupted miasma had granted him a deeper understanding of the interplay between water and wood energies. Purification, healing, the flow of life. This combination of forces could yield unexpectedly potent effects in specific environments. At long last, the two stepped onto solid ground, leaving behind the heart-stirring expanse of that eerie, pale green miasma. Glancing back, the vast marsh and the flowing noxious vapors lay silently before them, resembling a monstrous beast lying in wait to devour those who dared approach. Uncle Fu exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped the gates of the underworld. His back already drenched in cold sweat, he turned to Ling Yun, his face a canvas of gratitude. Young master, it is thanks to you once again. Were it not for your merely a trifling effort, Ling Yun interjected, his gaze shifting towards the deeper, more ominous woods ahead. This place is far more perilous than the outskirts. Uncle Fu, exercise utmost caution. The footprints he had observed earlier served as a reminder that this region was not solely inhabited by them and the monstrous beasts. The unknown dangers could emerge from any direction. Chapter 44. A fateful encounter in the thicket. Having departed from the haunting realm of decayed bones and miasma, the surrounding air seemed to become a touch more refreshing, albeit still tinged with the unique dampness and earthy scent of the deep forest. The ground beneath their feet had solidified, and the ancient trees around them stood tall and proud, their grandeur and age becoming even more pronounced. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy above, casting scattered and flickering patches of light upon the forest floor. Uncle Fu and Appo's taut nerves relaxed slightly, yet he remained vigilant. Scanning the surroundings, the recent ordeal through the toxic miasma, coupled with the mysterious traces discovered by the young master, left him wary of any potential danger. Ling Yun and Appo's attention, however, was fixated on the footprints left not long ago. He did not intentionally pursue them, but with his extraordinary perception and ability to detect subtle changes in the environment, he consistently managed to discern the continuation of those traces. It appeared that the individuals ahead were also proceeding cautiously, striving to leave minimal evidence behind. Yet, in this secluded thicket, any movement would inevitably leave behind some sign. He noted that the direction of these footprints aligned closely with the path he had initially intended to take. This revelation ignited a sense of calculation within him. Was it mere coincidence, or did they possess a clear destination of their own? After approximately half an incense stick and Appo's worth of time, Ling Yun slowed his pace once more, ultimately halting behind a dense thicket. He strained to listen, his gaze piercing through the gaps in the foliage, observing a clearing several dozen feet ahead. There, 3 figures stood. They appeared to have recently endured a trek or a confrontation, exhibiting signs of fatigue. 2 of them leaned against the roots of a large tree, catching their breath, their garments stained with mud, one of whom had a makeshift bandage wrapped around his arm, faint traces of blood seeping through. The third stood slightly apart, hand resting on the hilt of his blade, scanning the environment with keen vigilance. All 3 were clad in similar grayish-black attire, practical in design, resembling mercenaries or rogue cultivators who had spent years traversing the mountains and forests rather than the uniform garb of a large sect. Their cultivation fluctuations were not particularly formidable, with the watchful individual exhibiting the strongest presence, approximately at the mid-level of the Qi refinement 6th layer, akin to Ling Yun and Appo's post-breakthrough realm. The other 2 were slightly weaker, one at the early stage of the Qi refinement 6th layer, and the other seemingly at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement 5th layer. Beside them lay several bulging leather pouches, and propped against a nearby tree were various weapons, including a long knife at the waist of the watchful individual, a short axe, and an ancient-style repeating crossbow. Damn it, we finally made it through that cursed place, muttered the injured cultivator at the early stage of the Qi refinement 6th layer, his voice hoarse. That miasma was unbearable, it nearly ruined my arm. If it weren't and Appo's, T for the boss and Appo's, and Appo's, clear wind talismans and Appo's, we would have perished there. Enough complaining, interrupted the one referred to as the boss, his tone heavy. It and Appo's, a miracle we made it out alive. The inner perimeter of the Beast Mountain range is fraught with peril. These injuries are trivial. Regain your strength quickly, we must reach and Appo's, Blackstone Valley and Appo's, before nightfall. Blackstone Valley. A glimmer of greed and tension flickered in the eyes of the other cultivator at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement 5th layer. Boss, is the information about the and Appo's, Crimson Flame Fruit and Appo's, accurate? We exchanged all our savings for miasma avoidance talismans and healing elixirs for this hunt. I paid a hefty price for that information from and Appo's, by Xiaolu and Appos, so it should be reliable, affirmed the boss, albeit with a hint of seriousness in his gaze. However, such treasures are likely known to more than just us. Expect fierce competition upon arrival, so keep your wits about you. Their conversation, though quiet, resonated clearly in the stillness of the forest, reaching Ling Yun and Appos' ears. Crimson Flame Fruit, by Xiaolu, Blackstone Valley. Ling Yun and Appos' mind stirred. The Crimson Flame Fruit was a spirit fruit imbued with pure fire attribute energy, of immense value to cultivators practicing fire-related techniques or concocting specific elixirs. Its growth environment was often harsh, typically accompanied by formidable fire attribute beasts. As for Bai Xiaolu, he had heard of it as a mysterious intelligence organization spread across the continent, renowned for selling various pieces of information at exorbitant prices, yet with a commendable accuracy rate. It seemed these three were daringly traversing the miasma-riddled region in pursuit of the Crimson Flame Fruit. As Ling Yun pondered, the watchful boss suddenly sensed something amiss. Sharply turning his head, his piercing gaze slicing through the thicket where Ling Yun and Uncle Fu concealed themselves. "Who goes there? Step forward," he barked, his long knife sliding out of its sheath by half an inch, a chilling aura emanating from him. The other two immediately sprang into action, seizing their weapons and anxiously glancing in their direction. They had been discovered. Ling Yun was not surprised. After all, the watchful individual was a cultivator at the Qi Refinement 6th layer, alert in demeanor. It was indeed unusual to remain unnoticed while spying from such a close distance for an extended period. He chose not to hide, calmly stepping out from behind the thicket. Uncle Fu quickly followed suit, though he felt some trepidation. The young master and Appos' composed demeanor helped him suppress his own unease. "Just passing through," Ling Yun stated succinctly, meeting the boss and Appos' gaze with a tranquil demeanor. The boss and Appos' pupils constricted slightly. The youth before him appeared quite young, perhaps only 16 or 17, with a handsome countenance and modest attire. Yet, those eyes bore an unsettling calmness, their depth seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul. What startled him further was that he could not ascertain the depth of the youth's cultivation. It was as if a veil of mist enveloped him. Any attempt to gauge his strength was met with silence, akin to a stone sinking into the sea. This sensation was one he had only experienced when confronting those far beyond his own strength. Moreover, the elderly servant behind the youth, though exuding an aura reminiscent of the Qi Refinement 3rd layer, displayed an implicit respect towards the boy that made the boss wary. "Just passing through?" The boss and Appos' brow furrowed, his grip on the knife hilt unwavering. The inner perimeter of the Beast Mountain range is no place for just anyone to and Appos pass through. And Appos, from which direction did you come? His tone carried an element of probing, particularly curious whether they had also traversed the miasma-laden area. "That is not for you to know," Ling Yun replied curtly. He did not wish to engage in prolonged discourse with these individuals, yet he would not appear weak. "Kid, you." The cultivator at the pinnacle of the Qi Refinement 5th layer felt slighted by Ling Yun and Appos' indifference and was about to retort when stopped by the boss and Appos' raised hand. The boss and Appos' gaze lingered on Ling Yun and Uncle Fu for a moment, particularly pausing on the youth and Appos' seemingly unremarkable cloth shoes. He noted that while the soles of the youth and Appos' shoes bore some mud, they were far less disheveled than his companions, with even the cuffs of his pants remaining relatively clean. This suggested that either the youth had only recently entered this area, or perhaps he possessed exceptional means to navigate the previous harsh environment, such as the miasma. Whichever possibility it was, it indicated that this youth was anything but ordinary. A flicker of caution crossed his eyes. The information regarding the Crimson Flame Fruit was of great significance, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. If the youth were merely passing through, it would be best to let them part ways amicably. "Since you are merely passing through, then please go ahead," the boss said slowly, sheathing his long knife, yet maintaining a wary tone. "We shall rest here. I kindly ask you to take a detour." This was a polite dismissal. Ling Yun glanced at them, opting not to say more. This location was indeed unsuitable for lingering, and engaging in conflict with these individuals would serve no purpose. He nodded to Uncle Fu, signaling him to follow, then turned to take another narrow path to the side, intending to bypass the clearing and continue onward. Just as they were about to exit the clearing, the injured man suddenly seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "Boss, do you think that kid might also be heading to Blackstone Valley?" With this remark, the atmosphere grew tense once more. The gaze of the knife-wielding leader sharpened once more, fixated on Ling Yun and Appos' retreating silhouette. If the destination of the other party was indeed Blackstone Valley, it would signify a potential rival, or even an adversary. Ling Yun hesitated for a moment, though he did not turn back. He sensed the three unfriendly gazes behind him once again sharpening. Uncle Fu and Appos' heart leapt to his throat as his hand instinctively moved towards the machete at his waist. The atmosphere became momentarily stagnant. Ultimately, the knife-wielding leader took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. There was no need for unnecessary complications. Our objective is the Crimson Flame Fruit. As long as he does not provoke us, we should refrain from stirring up trouble. Quickly regain your composure and prepare to depart. It seemed he had made a decision, forcibly suppressing the suspicions and murderous intent within. After all, preserving strength was paramount until their goal was achieved. Moreover, his wariness towards Ling Yun had not dissipated. Upon hearing the leader and Appo's words, the other two, though still reluctant and doubtful, dared not oppose him. They could only begrudgingly resume their seats and focus on recuperating. Ling Yun did not linger any longer. With Uncle Fu, he swiftly vanished into the shadows of the dense forest. It was only after they had traveled some distance and confirmed that the three were far behind that Uncle Fu let out a sigh of relief, whispering, "Young master." "That was perilously close. It is of no consequence," Ling Yun replied calmly. They would not dare to act impulsively. He understood well that in the face of a clear objective coupled with unknown risks, the mercenary team and Appo's leader had chosen the most prudent course of action. However, he also realized that if they were to cross paths again in Blackstone Valley and a conflict arose over the Crimson Flame Fruit, the earlier restraint would be cast aside. Blackstone Valley, Crimson Flame Fruit. Ling Yun etched these two names into his memory. He had initially embarked on this journey without a specific destination, merely seeking deeper experience. Now that he had acquired this information, exploring further seemed worthwhile. Celestial materials and earthly treasures rightfully belonged to those destined to obtain them. More importantly, he might encounter formidable opponents there, whether they be ferocious beasts or other cultivators. Glancing at the sky, he noted that there was still some time before darkness fell. "Uncle Fu, let us also head towards Blackstone Valley," Ling Yun declared with resolve. Although Uncle Fu harbored concerns about the potential conflict that lay ahead, he never questioned the young master and Appo's decisions. "Yes, young master." The two adjusted their course, hastening their pace along the general route the mercenary team might have taken towards the enigmatic Blackstone Valley. The dense forest ahead seemed to take on an even more inscrutable hue as they proceeded. Chapter 45, The Heat Intensifies. The lava hound navigating around the temporary resting ground of the mercenaries, Ling Yun and Uncle Fu delved deeper into the forest. The subtle warmth in the air gradually became more pronounced with their advance, transforming from the usual humid heat of the dense woods into a dry heat that bore the scent of sulfur, seemingly rising from the depths of the earth. The soil beneath their feet lost its moisture, changing from a dark brown to a charred yellow, with small cracks beginning to form in certain areas. Although the trees on either side remained tall, many exhibited unnatural yellowing at the edges of their leaves, while some of the lower shrubs had completely withered, leaving behind only charred branches. The fragrant aroma of vegetation was replaced by a faint scent reminiscent of burning minerals. "Young master, this place is quite hot," remarked Uncle Fu, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, discomfort evident in his voice. His cultivation level, merely at the third stage of qi refinement, rendered him far less sensitive and resilient to such environmental changes compared to Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards a darker area faintly visible through the trees ahead. "We must be nearing the so-called Blackstone Valley." Within him, the chaotic Dao seed had become active since determining its direction, its faint flame-like glow resonating softly, responding to the fire elemental energy permeating the surroundings. This resonance provided him with a clearer indication of the source of the fire energy ahead, revealing its overwhelming and ferocious nature. This intense heat is likely due to the leakage of earth vein fire or the presence of a powerful fire source, Ling Yun briefly explained. Spirit herbs like the scarlet flame fruit typically thrive in such extreme environments. As they progressed further, the terrain began to slope noticeably, as if they were traversing a gently descending hillside. The surrounding scenery grew increasingly peculiar. The exposed rocks no longer exhibited the common bluish-gray hue, but instead showcased dark red or blackish-brown colors, their surfaces smooth as if scorched by flames over time, even melted and re-solidified. The ground was nearly devoid of ordinary weeds, replaced by bizarre, dark red, leathery textured plants. The airflow here seemed to slow, each breath laden with a searing heat, creating an unsettling silence where even the chirping of insects and the songs of birds had vanished. Suddenly, Ling Yun halted, his gaze sharp as he focused on a massive black rock, nearly half his height, to the left front. "Caution!" Almost as soon as the warning left his lips, a shadow erupted from behind the rock, propelled by a scorching gust, charging directly at Uncle Fu, who was lagging slightly behind. It was a grotesque beast. Its form resembled a robust hunting dog, but instead of fur, it was covered in a black-red shell that appeared to be formed from cooled lava, its surface riddled with cracks. Deep within these fissures, a dim red glow pulsated, emitting an astonishing heat. Its limbs were powerful and muscular, with claws as sharp as obsidian, glinting dangerously. Most terrifying of all was its head, devoid of eyes, featuring a massive maw filled with jagged fangs. As it opened its mouth, a searing breath, imbued with a sulfurous scent, escaped, accompanied by sporadic sparks. The lava hound, a quintessential dual-attribute fire and earth beast, it feasted on the molten rocks of the earth, known for its volatile temperament and immense strength, as well as its remarkable resistance to flames. The aura it exuded indicated that it had reached the peak of the first tier, rivaling even a 6th-stage qi refinement practitioner, perhaps surpassing them. This lava hound had evidently identified Ling Yun and Uncle Fu as intruders in its territory, zeroing in on the weaker presence of Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu's face paled instantaneously, Confronted by such a ferocious beast, he had no time to mount an effective defense, helplessly watching as the gaping maw, exuding a fiery stench, lunged towards him. In this critical moment, Ling Yun sprang into action. He chose not to confront the beast head-on, understanding that a direct clash with such power and heat was unwise. With a swift motion, he positioned himself like a specter before Uncle Fu, his right hand forming a sword-like gesture as he pointed towards the oncoming lava hound. This was not a fierce sword chi nor a wild energy blast. As he extended his finger, the thin vapor present in the surrounding air seemed to be drawn towards him by some peculiar force, converging rapidly at his fingertip. Simultaneously, the water elemental seed within him quivered gently, releasing a surge of pure, chilling blue energy that merged with the gathering moisture. A series of soft hissing sounds echoed through the air, reminiscent of water splashing onto red-hot iron. A visible blue water arrow, radiating an intense cold, materialized and shot forth with astonishing speed, unerringly targeting the lava hound's gaping, heat-spewing maw. This technique was a new skill Ling Yun had comprehended after merging the essence of water with the power of the water elemental seed, water arrow formation, where intent guided the foundation of elemental energy. Its essence transcended mere water impact, utilizing the flexibility and extreme cold of water to target the vulnerabilities of its opponent. The lava hound, evidently unprepared for such a frigid onslaught from what appeared to be a feeble human, instinctively attempted to close its mouth, but it was too late. The slender blue water arrow, seemingly alive, shot deep into its scalding throat. A piercing and grotesque howl erupted from the lava hound. The sudden clash of extreme heat and cold incited a violent turmoil within its body. The molten, lava-like tissues in its throat and esophagus cracked under the intense cold, releasing plumes of steam mixed with dark red fragments from its mouth and nostrils. The agonizing pain caused the lava hound's charge to falter, its massive form twisting midair before crashing heavily to the ground several feet away, raising a cloud of dust and debris. In a frenzy, it clawed at the ground, desperately seeking to expel the invasive chill, but Ling Yun had infused not only coldness into the water arrow, but also the penetrating and destructive properties of water's essence. Gnawing at its internal structure like a relentless parasite, the strike was effective. Ling Yun's gaze remained cold and unwavering. There was no pause. Seizing the moment of the lava hound's agony and diminished defenses, he unleashed the earth elemental energy that had been gathering beneath his feet. Earth shatter. With a single step, he unleashed a seemingly casual motion, yet a dense and weighty force rippled through the ground like an invisible wave. Crack! The ground beneath the lava hound trembled violently, and in an instant, it began to collapse downward. The hard rock surface fractured as if it were mere tofu, forming a makeshift pit several feet in diameter. Catching the lava hound off guard as half of its body sank into the opening, hindering its movement. But that was not the end. As the ground shattered, Ling Yun's figure shot forth like an arrow, and in his hand appeared an ancient-looking longsword, the very one gifted by Elder Xian, though it remained sheathed at that moment. Rather than employing the sharp blade to strike the lava hound's sturdy shell, he deftly wielded the weighty scabbard, infused with earth elemental energy, to deliver a precise and forceful blow to the relatively vulnerable junction of its neck and head, which had slightly risen due to its pain and entrapment. Boom! A resounding thud echoed, akin to a battering ram smashing into decayed wood. The lava hound's massive head jerked violently, its anguished wail abruptly ceasing. The dark red light streaming from its cracked body swiftly dimmed like a flickering candle in the wind. Its massive form convulsed a few times before coming to a complete standstill. A charred scent mingled with the aroma of shattered rocks spread through the air. From the moment the lava hound lunged forth to the moment it was silenced by a precise strike, the entire process unfolded in a flash, swift and decisive. It wasn't until the lava hound fell silent that Uncle Fu, still shaken, regained his composure, staring in awe at the astonishing scene before him. His mouth agape and words failing him. He had known the young master was formidable, but never had he imagined his strength could reach such heights. Faced with such a ferocious peak-tier beast, the young master had handled it with such effortless grace, not even drawing his sword in earnest. Ling Yun slowly sheathed his sword and approached the corpse of the lava hound, inspecting it closely. Only after confirming the beast was truly deceased did he let out a faint sigh of relief. The lava hound's power surpassed that of the shadow leopard they had encountered earlier, particularly due to its remarkable lava shell defense and the inherent heat it radiated. Had he not mastered the essence of water, allowing him to strike precisely at its internal weak points with frigid force, he would have undoubtedly faced a significant challenge. This encounter sharpened his awareness of the dangers lurking within the Blackstone Valley. This was merely the periphery, and already he had confronted a peak-tier lava hound. What could be found deeper within the valley? What formidable guardian beasts might lie beside the crimson flame fruit? He glanced at Uncle Fu, who appeared visibly shaken, and resolved within himself. Uncle Fu, we are nearing the core region of Blackstone Valley, and the dangers within exceed our expectations. Ling Yun spoke solemnly. You cannot accompany me any longer. Uncle Fu was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly replied, Young master, I fear no danger. This is not a matter of fear. Ling Yun interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. Your cultivation level will hinder us here. Following me would only serve as a burden and could even place us both in peril. Find a relatively safe and concealed spot nearby to wait for my return." Uncle Fu opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately sighed in resignation, nodding in understanding. "Yes, I understand, young master. Please, take great care." Ling Yun nodded and began to search the surrounding area meticulously. He avoided the conspicuous caves and instead moved to a secluded area filled with jagged rocks, stopping in a natural crevice formed by several large stones. The entrance to this crevice was narrow, yet it offered a small amount of space within, shielded by bushes and rocks, making it difficult to detect. Furthermore, the elevated terrain provided a relatively unobstructed view of part of the path leading into the valley. "You can hide here," Ling Yun indicated the stone fissure. "It is relatively concealed. Be sure to suppress your aura and remain silent. I will return as swiftly as I can." He handed Uncle Fu some provisions and fresh water that he had prepared earlier. "Use them sparingly." Uncle Fu accepted the items, his eyes slightly reddening, and nodded gravely. "Rest assured, young master, I shall wait here for you, and go nowhere. You must return safely." Ling Yun said no more, casting one last, deep glance at Uncle Fu before turning toward the increasingly intense heat emanating from the Black Stone Valley. His figure soon vanished behind the distorted heat waves in the rugged stones. Uncle Fu watched the young master depart until he could no longer see him, then took a deep breath and cautiously entered the crevice, camouflaging the entrance with debris and dry branches. He held his breath, remaining alert to any sounds from outside. Meanwhile, after confirming Uncle Fu was well hidden, Ling Yun's expression turned grave and sharp. Ahead lay the true Black Stone Valley. Waves of visible heat rippled through the air like transparent ripples, and the ground was scorched black, as if burned by celestial fire. The jagged black stones were grotesque in shape, with many surfaces glimmering with a dark red luster, as though they harbored unquenched flames within. The suffocating scent of sulfur and the oppressive heat nearly rendered one breathless. Faintly, a low rumble, reminiscent of distant thunder, echoed from deep within the valley. The fire attribute light points within his chaotic Tao seed now pulsed with heightened activity, conveying a complex blend of desire and vigilance. Ling Yun took a deep breath, suppressing his swirling thoughts as his inner energy began to flow. A faint, watery luminescence enveloped his body, shielding him from the external heat. Then, with resolute steps, he boldly ventured into this treacherous and heat-laden unknown. Chapter 46. Perilous Path at the Fiery Cliff. Undercurrents surged the moment he stepped into the Blackstone Valley. A scorching wave, potent enough to ignite one's very hair, surged towards him. The air shimmered, and everything within his line of sight seemed cloaked in a quivering, intangible ripple. The dark brown rocks beneath his feet radiated intense heat, emitting a faint sizzling sound as if they were on the verge of melting. The faint glow of the water element force surrounding Ling Yun intensified, continuously neutralizing the encroaching heat. He proceeded with utmost caution, for the ground here appeared far more treacherous than it did from the periphery. Many rocks, seemingly solid, had been rendered loose and fragile by the subterranean fire, threatening to collapse at the slightest pressure. In some areas, narrow crevices plunged into darkness, belching forth nauseating, pale yellow fumes laced with a strong scent of sulfur that scorched the lungs upon inhalation. Ling Yun had to constantly channel the earth element force into his feet, sensing the solidity of each potential foothold while holding his breath or taking only the briefest of gasps to evade the toxic smoke. The water element seed within his chaotic Tao root consumed energy at an unprecedented rate, maintaining a minimal protective barrier around him and providing the essential coolness to keep his mind alert. After traversing for about the length of a jaw stick, the terrain grew more convoluted. He arrived at the edge of a fault line. Before him lay a profound chasm, approximately 7 to 8 zhang wide, where dark red lava flowed sluggishly below, emanating destructive heat and blinding red light. On the opposite side, the ground rose again, leading deeper into the valley. The only connection between the two banks was a naturally formed black stone bridge, scarcely 2 feet wide. Its surface was riddled with fine cracks, precariously heated by the steam rising from the lava below. Ling Yun halted before the bridge, his gaze sharp as he scanned the entrance on the other side. Scattered upon the ground near the bridge's edge were several lighter-colored stones that starkly contrasted with the surrounding charred environment. One of these stones bore traces of a dark red hue, seemingly not yet fully dried. A battle had occurred here, and not long ago. He strained to listen, and apart from the occasional rumble of the lava beneath, reminiscent of a giant beast's breath, and the faint cracking sounds of the rocks expanding and contracting with heat, there was no other sound to be heard. Was it the mercenary team he had encountered earlier, or perhaps others who had entered before him? Ling Yun refrained from recklessly stepping onto the bridge. He circled the chasm's edge, meticulously observing the bridge's condition. He noted several fresh, sharp-edged cuts near the side facing the opposite bank, which did not appear to be naturally formed, but rather inflicted by a heavy weapon or impact. This heightened his vigilance. The bridge might not be as stable as it seemed. He took a few steps back and inhaled deeply. The wood element force seed within him vibrated, releasing a vibrant stream of green energy that intertwined with the earth element force. He did not aim to cultivate plants, but rather to harness the flexibility and extension inherent in wood, combined with the solidity of earth, to perform a special probing technique. Extending his right index finger, he lightly pointed towards the bridge. A nearly imperceptible filament of mixed green and yellow energy unfurled like a living vine, silently reaching out to the starting point of the bridge nearest to him. This energy line, akin to the most sensitive of tendrils, traversed the surface of the bridge, cautiously probing its internal structure and stress distribution. Moments later, Ling Yun's expression sharpened. Indeed, there was an issue. Approximately one-third of the way across the bridge, he detected a nearly complete hidden fracture within, temporarily held together by some force but exceedingly unstable. The entire bridge was likely to snap should a sufficiently heavy object step upon that spot or if it experienced a strong vibration. It was a trap. Someone had deliberately damaged the bridge and disguised it, intending to ensnare those who followed. Who could it be? The mercenary team did not seem to possess such cunning or means. Could there be other, more sinister individuals eyeing the crimson flame fruit? Ling Yun's thoughts raced. Yet his actions remained deliberate. Since the bridge was untrustworthy, he had to devise another plan. This chasm, spanning 7 to 8 zhang, might be leapt across with all his might given his current cultivation level, but such a commotion would expend excessive energy, which was unwise in this perilous place. His gaze swept over the steep rock faces flanking the chasm. Although the walls were rendered smooth by the searing heat, they were not devoid of footholds. There were some protruding rock ridges and not too deep depressions. With a decision made, Ling Yun no longer hesitated. He approached the chasm's edge, exerting force through his legs not to leap upward, but to dart diagonally towards a prominent dark red rock ridge not far below. With precision, his fingers gripped the ridge. The searing heat palpable, yet the water element force enveloping him mitigated much of the pain. His arm muscles tensed, and with his core engaged, he adhered to the rock face like a gecko. Swiftly, he moved using both hands and feet, akin to the most agile of monkeys, navigating the heated wall with silent speed. Each landing was chosen on relatively stable protrusions, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences, with the bubbling lava below promising a fatal fate. In mere moments, Ling Yun had successfully traversed nearly half the distance. At that instant, the chaotic Dao seed within his dantian, the fiery point of light, surged with an ominous signal. Danger arose from below. Instinctively, Ling Yun halted his movement, glancing down at the lava flow. He observed as a massive bubble suddenly formed on the surface of the dark red, viscous lava. With a pop, it burst, unleashing a fire serpent, ablaze with dark red flames and as thick as an adult's arm, surging forth. This serpent was not a tangible entity but rather a manifestation of highly concentrated earth fire essence, moving with astonishing speed and exuding a destructive heat. Charging directly at Ling Yun on the rock face, the flame essence fire serpent, a creature born from the lava. It lacked a fixed form yet could condense fiery essence to harm its foes, proving immensely challenging to confront. Ling Yun's pupils constricted. At this moment, suspended against the rock wall, he had nowhere to evade, and to take the brunt of the attack would be tantamount to courting death. In a critical instant, his reflexes kicked in. With his left hand still gripping the ridge to stabilize himself, he swiftly drew his longsword from his waist, using the sheath as a club. While the water element force surged within him at an unprecedented speed, enveloping the entire sword sheath in azure light. Cold, he shouted. Not to block the serpent's onslaught, but rather to strike downward with the icy sword sheath towards the serpent's base, near the lava surface. With a sizzling sound, the frigid sheath sliced into the blazing serpent, producing a deafening crackle akin to hot oil hitting ice water. Billows of white steam erupted, quickly enveloping the area. The flame essence fire serpent emitted a silent shriek. Its body, constructed purely of flame, writhed violently under the onslaught of the frigid force, its momentum disrupted, and its form began to destabilize. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Yun exerted force once more, his body clinging to the rock wall as he rapidly maneuvered towards the opposite bank. After a few deft movements, he grasped a solid rock on the far side, exerting himself to leap onto the chasm and Oppo's edge, landing on solid ground. He quickly regulated his breathing and glanced back. The thickening steam gradually dissipated, revealing the flame essence fire serpent, having been thwarted in its attack and distanced from the core of the lava, lacking energy, began to unravel, ultimately dissipating into strands of pure fire essence, sinking back into the flowing lava and vanishing from sight. Ling Yun let out a faint sigh of relief, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Although his earlier response appeared effortless, it was fraught with peril. The mastery of timing and the manipulation of elemental energy demanded an extraordinary level of skill. Had it not been for the crystallization of the water element seed, significantly amplifying his power, it would have been exceedingly difficult to easily vanquish the assault of the flame essence python. He cast another glance at the shattered stone bridge, his gaze turning icy. The architect of this trap was not only treacherous, but also deeply calculating. He likely possessed knowledge of the flame essence python lurking beneath this chasm, deliberately sabotaging the bridge to compel future adventurers to take the perilous leap across the rocky precipice, intending to eliminate competitors through the hands of molten lava and the serpent. This individual was certainly no benign character. Ling Yun did not linger, instead centering his thoughts, and continued deeper into the Black Stone Valley. Given the recent delay and the traces of battle left behind, he was nearly certain that others had preceded him. Moreover, it was highly probable that their destination was the Crimson Flame Fruit as well. The path ahead would likely not be tranquil. He heightened the perception of his Chaos Dao seed to its utmost limit, his body housing the 5 elemental energy seeds: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They rotated slowly like 5 diminutive stars, ever prepared to confront any unforeseen developments. The fire element light flickered more intensely at this moment, guiding his direction and signaling the formidable source of energy ahead. The air grew increasingly searing, with even the rocks exhibiting a semi-molten, dark red sheen. Faintly, he seemed to hear an eerie, rhythmic pulse akin to a heartbeat emanating from the depths of the valley. Chapter 47. Bloodstained Remains. The source of heartbeats. Ling Yun traversed the treacherous chasm of molten lava, the ground beneath him radiating an astonishing heat. The rocks here displayed a profound dark red hue, as if an eternal flame burned within them. With each step, the resilient soles of his beast-hide boots emitted a faint charred scent. The air was no longer merely scorching. It had become viscous, each breath akin to swallowing boiling sludge, while the pungent aroma of sulfur seemed almost solid, stinging his nostrils and throat. The layer of watery energy surrounding his body dimmed at an unprecedented speed, only to be forcefully replenished by his will, creating a relentless cycle as the azure seed of water energy within his dantian consumed itself at a shocking rate. He had no choice but to slow his pace, not due to fatigue, but because the environment was fraught with peril. His vision warped severely from the heat, distant sights wavering like reflections in water, easily leading to misjudgments. The ground grew increasingly unreliable. Some areas appeared smooth yet felt like quicksand beneath his feet, requiring an instantaneous surge of earth energy to stabilize him. Moreover, some inconspicuous small holes erupted suddenly with scalding white steam, hot enough to melt steel in an instant. Relying on the chaotic seed's acute perception of energy flow, Ling Yun narrowly avoided such ambushes multiple times. The low, rhythmic pulse resonating like a heartbeat became more pronounced, transcending mere sound to manifest as an invisible pulse, transmitting through the searing air and rock, resonating more intensely with the flicker of fire attribute light deep within his chaotic seed. This resonance guided his direction while simultaneously instilling a peculiar sense of restlessness. He sensed that the fire energy within him had been stirred by the external environment, becoming extraordinarily active, even showing signs of operating autonomously, which increased the difficulty of maintaining his water energy shield. Water and fire, two diametrically opposed forces, subtly clashed and attracted within him, sustaining a fragile balance. Following the pulse's guidance, he cautiously circumvented a fissure continuously emitting toxic gas, entering a relatively narrow passage flanked by towering blackened stone walls. Scattered across the ground were fragments that did not belong to this place, broken pieces of low-quality leather armor, their edges charred and curled from high temperatures, a shattered longsword, its blade riddled with nicks, the break exhibiting smooth traces as if forcibly severed, and several patches of blood, now dried and dark brown, like ugly scars branded upon the searing rock. Ling Yun crouched down, meticulously examining these remnants. The armor's coarse material indicated it belonged to mercenaries or wandering practitioners, while the broken sword was of an ordinary design. However, the bloodstains and the break and Oppo's traces caused his gaze to sharpen. The blood was not isolated. Its widespread distribution suggested a fierce battle had occurred, with multiple injuries likely sustained. Most crucially, the severing marks on the sword indicated that this destruction was not caused by ordinary blades, but rather by some form of energy impact imbued with extreme heat, or perhaps torn apart and instantaneously heated by a powerful physical force. He stood up, scanning the rock walls on either side, approximately human height from the ground. He discovered several horrifying claw marks. These deep gashes embedded into the hard scorched rock, their edges smooth, as if carved by heated blades. Each claw mark spanned nearly a foot in length, with considerable gaps between them. Any creature capable of leaving such marks could not be small, and surely possessed the ability to manipulate flames or harbored an inherent high temperature in its claws. Clearly, the group that had set the traps had encountered a formidable presence here. Given the scene's brutality, it was evident they had paid a significant price, possibly even suffered casualties. Was it the indigenous beasts of the Blackstone Valley? Or had the guardian of the Chien fruit begun to purge intruders? Ling Yun's sense of foreboding intensified. He did not linger in place, confirming the absence of immediate danger before continuing deeper into the passage. The heartbeat-like pulse grew stronger, beating against his heart like a drum. The passage was not straight but wound and curved. As he advanced, the surrounding rock walls deepened in crimson hue, some areas even exhibiting a semi-translucent quality, reminiscent of glass, with magma seemingly flowing within, radiating astonishing heat and a faint red glow. The concentration of fire attribute energy reached an alarming level. Ling Yun felt as though he were walking within an immense furnace. The fire attribute light within the chaotic seed no longer flickered but spun violently, ravenously absorbing the dissipating fire energy from the environment, its brilliance intensifying, even threatening to overshadow the nearby water energy seed. He was compelled to allocate more focus to restrain and direct this force, preventing it from rebounding upon himself. Simultaneously, he was astonished to discover that in this extreme environment, his comprehension of the essence of fire seemed to deepen passively. The air was permeated not only with heat but also with a ferocity and destruction, imbued with a sense of burning order, subtly infiltrating his perception. Ahead, the light suddenly brightened, no longer merely the dim red glow of the rock walls. It was a more intense, dazzling golden red light, akin to the rising sun. The heartbeat-like pulse emanated from the source of that radiance. Ling Yun slowed his steps, cautiously approaching the passage's end, peering out. Before him unfolded a vast underground cavern. The scale of this cavern exceeded his imagination. The ceiling towering at least several dozen feet high, with countless bizarre stalactites of molten rock hanging down, their tips twinkling with dark red light like stars. The ground of the cavern was not flat rock, but a complex and rugged network of interwoven, solidified lava flows. Between these platforms lay bottomless chasms, beneath which dark red lava flowed like rivers, exuding a suffocating heat and the scent of sulfur. At the cavern's core, the source of the dazzling golden red light and the heartbeat pulse resided on a colossal, altar-like platform of black basalt in the center. Upon that platform's heart, Ling Yun beheld a peculiar plant. It stood not tall, approximately half a person's height. The trunk exhibited a nearly transparent, fiery golden hue, as if sculpted from the purest flame glass. The trunk divided into 3 branches, each crowned with a palm-sized leaf, shaped like burning maple leaves. The veins of these leaves shimmered with a liquid gold-like flame luster. Atop the branches, cradled among the 3 leaves, hung a fruit the size of a fist. This fruit was entirely crimson, its surface smooth yet pulsating as if alive, each pulse releasing a visible golden halo and that heart-stirring pulse. Within the fruit, it seemed to harbor a miniature sun, radiating boundless light and heat, illuminating the entire vast underground cavern in resplendence. The Qian fruit. Undoubtedly, this was the legendary celestial treasure that could aid cultivators in comprehending the essence of fire and even directly enhance their affinity for fire attributes, the Qian fruit. Moreover, judging by the pulsing strength and radiance emitted by the fruit, it was evidently at the pinnacle of maturity. Ling Yun's heart raced in tandem with the fruit's throbbing. He had found it. After enduring countless trials, he had finally located his objective. Yet his gaze did not linger on the Qian fruit for long. Instead, it swiftly swept around the enormous black basalt platform. Such a celestial treasure could not possibly lack a guardian. The assault previously encountered by that group was likely connected to the guardians. However, to his astonishment, surrounding the massive basalt platform, there was nothing but the swirling heat waves and flowing lava. No sight of any colossal beasts, nor any perception of powerful, hostile auras. Only the scarlet fruit hung there, quietly radiating an alluring glow and rhythm. Such anomalies surely indicate something amiss. Ling Yun did not relax. Instead, he grew increasingly vigilant. He pushed the perception of his chaos Dao seed to its limits, meticulously scrutinizing every inch of space around the platform. Even the suspended lava stalactites above and the flowing lava river below did not escape his attention. At that moment, his gaze suddenly fixed upon a shadow near the edge of the black basalt platform. The rock there appeared darker than elsewhere, with an oddly shaped form, reminiscent of a naturally formed, massive black reef. Yet, Ling Yun's chaos Dao seed detected an extremely faint, yet profoundly dense aura emanating from that reef, akin to the very essence of the earth. Moreover, the outline of the reef seemed to subtly undulate, almost imperceptibly, in sync with the thermal currents rising from the molten lava below. That was not merely a reef. It was some form of life, a creature that had seamlessly integrated its aura and shape into the surrounding environment, exceptionally skilled in concealment and camouflage. Just as Ling Yun made his discovery, the reef seemed to sense his gaze. From within the shadow, 2 emotionless vertical pupils, akin to molten gold, slowly ignited, coldly locking on to Ling Yun from a great distance. An indescribable, palpable aura of terror descended upon him like a tsunami. Chapter 48, The Lava Earth Dragon. An initial trial of the 5 elements, the oppressive weight descended upon him like a tangible mountain, causing the scorched earth beneath Ling Yun to groan under the strain. As fine cracks rapidly spread across its surface, the tumultuous energy within him surged once again. The fire element's essence that had just settled now roiling as if it yearned to be reignited by this overwhelming force. Ling Yun stifled a grunt, his form slightly sinking as he bent his knees, channeling the pressure into the ground beneath him. Simultaneously, the chaotic seed in his dantian spun rapidly, radiating earthy light as a dense, heavy earth element energy surged forth from within, coursing through his meridians and limbs, valiantly resisting the terrifying force that threatened to crush him. At that very instant, the rocks that had loomed in the shadows at the edge of the platform finally came to life, not with a swift attack, but with a slow, yet unyielding pressure that expanded outward. The dark brown surface of the rock flowed downwards like molten wax, peeling away to reveal its true, fearsome form beneath. It was a colossal beast of unimaginable size. Its overall shape resembled a lizard magnified countless times, yet its limbs were thick and powerful, akin to indestructible stone pillars deeply embedded into the basalt platform below. Its entire body was covered in an extraordinarily thick armor that glimmered with a dark red sheen, resembling natural armor formed from semi-solidified lava, with wisps of scorching smoke rising from its edges. Its head was massive and flattened, with a pair of molten gold vertical pupils devoid of any emotion, only cold, predatory instincts. Most striking of all were the jagged bony spikes that extended from its spine to the tip of its tail, with their roots connected to its body, faintly glowing with a dark red light that pulsed like magma veins. The lava earth dragon, a rare and formidable beast birthed from the depths of volcanic magma. Naturally capable of wielding both earth and fire elements, its physical defenses were overwhelmingly formidable. Judging by the pressure it exuded and its impressive stature, its strength had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, perhaps even brushing against the threshold of the 3rd tier. No wonder that previous group of mercenaries had met their demise here. Roar. The lava earth dragon recognized the insignificant intruder that was Ling Yun, opening its cavernous mouth. Capable of swallowing a wild bull, and unleashed a deafening roar. The sound wave was not merely a simple sonic wave. It was a torrent of scorching heat that could ignite one's very soul. The entire cavern reverberated with this roar, as lava stalactites above rained down countless fragments. And the lava river below surged with a tremendous wave of heat. Ling Yun was the first to bear the brunt of this assault, feeling a sharp pain in his eardrums. His mind engulfed in a cacophony, as golden stars danced before his eyes. The fiery essence infiltrated every orifice, attempting to incinerate his insides. In this perilous moment, the chaotic seed within him emitted brilliant flashes of blue and green light. The azure water element energy swiftly formed an invisible barrier, safeguarding his vital spirit and striving to neutralize the invading fiery essence. Simultaneously, the verdant wood element energy surged forth, bringing a refreshing vitality that quickly repaired the damage caused to his eardrums and spirit by the sonic waves. Enduring the discomfort, Ling Yun seized the moment when the roaring shockwave slightly diminished, exerting force beneath his feet. He did not retreat. Rather, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. In the face of such a colossal beast, mere defense or retreat would only render him more vulnerable. It was as if the creature was one with its lava environment. Prolonging the encounter would only spell disaster for him. The only chance lay in taking the initiative to attack, seeking its weaknesses. His speed reached its zenith, his figure leaving behind a blurred afterimage amidst the distorted heat waves, targeting the relatively agile joints of the lava earth dragon's forelimbs. A flicker of disdain passed through the cold pupils of the lava earth dragon. It did not even shift its stance, casually lifting its pillar-like forepaw, swatting down at the charging Ling Yun as one would swat a fly. Before the claw could descend, a fierce, scorching wind bore down upon him, carrying temperatures high enough to melt gold and iron. Under the shadow of the claw, even space seemed to be confined, and Ling Yun felt the air around him become viscous. His speed drastically reduced. This was the fusion of the weight of Earth's essence and the combustion of fire's essence. Ling Yun's gaze sharpened, his demeanor calm in the face of danger. He maintained his momentum. However, at the moment the massive claw was about to strike, the seed of gold element energy within him erupted. With a whoosh, the longsword tightly gripped in his right hand finally unsheathed. A dazzling, razor-sharp platinum sword light surged forth like lightning tearing through the night, precisely aiming at the weakest point in the claw's trajectory. Gold embodies slaughter and penetration. Clang. The deafening clash of metal echoed throughout the cavern. Ling Yun felt an indescribable force transmit through the sword, his grip breaking, blood flowing freely. He was sent reeling backward as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, crashing into a sturdier lava pillar in the distance, producing a muffled thud. A metallic taste in his throat, nearly causing him to spit blood. Yet the blow he dealt to the lava earth dragon's claw merely left a shallow white mark on its lava-like scales, failing to penetrate the armor. Such astonishing defense. Ling Yun steadied himself, his gaze fixed on the lava earth dragon, astonished. This strike, imbued with the intent of sharp gold, was capable of effortlessly severing fine iron. Yet had only inflicted this degree of damage. The hardness of the lava earth dragon's scales was simply unfathomable. It seemed the lava earth dragon was incensed that this mere insect had managed to impede it even slightly. Its enormous head lowered slightly, a deep, thunderous growl emanating from its throat. Then it suddenly opened its vast maw. This time, it was not a sonic roar, but rather a barrage of lava fireballs, each the size of a human head, engulfed in raging flames and trailing longtails, raining down upon Ling Yun like a meteor shower. Each fireball harbored terrifying heat and explosive power. Should one strike him, he would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Moreover, the sheer number of fireballs blocked any avenue for Ling Yun to evade. Ling Yun's pupils constricted. There was no way he could withstand this. He took a deep breath, channeling the 5 elemental energies within him at unprecedented speed. With a stomp of his foot, earthy light surged into the ground beneath him. He did not intend to raise a rock shield. Instead, he forcefully communicated with the inner structure of the lava pillar below. Crack. The lava pillar emitted a thunderous sound of being unable to bear the strain, fracturing. Ling Yun propelled himself upward, propelled by the force of the breakage, like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he departed from his original position, countless lava fireballs slammed into the very spot where he had stood, creating earth-shattering explosions. Scalding lava splattered in all directions, debris flying, as the sturdy lava pillar was utterly obliterated, leaving behind a blackened crater that belched thick smoke and a pungent sulfuric odor. Suspended in midair, Ling Yun distinctly felt the devastating heat wave rising from below. Yet he did not pause for a moment, twisting his body in the air, locking his gaze on the massive lava earth dragon below. An opportunity. The lava earth dragon had just finished spewing fireballs, its old strength spent, and new strength yet to be summoned. With his left hand forming a seal, azure water light and verdant wood glow ignited simultaneously. Water nourishes wood, entwining. A pure stream of water element energy was not used for attack, but rather infused into the wood element energy like a nutrient. The wood element energy, now nourished by the water element, surged dramatically. Ling Yun pointed downwards at the lava earth dragon. A miraculous scene unfolded. In an environment so inhospitable that not a single blade of grass could thrive, where only the searing heat of lava and charred rock prevailed, countless tendrils, exhibiting an eerie, faintly aquamarine sheen, inexplicably emerged. These were not sprouting from the crevices of the rocks, but rather cohered from the wood element's essence, infused directly by Ling Yun, coalescing as if they were living serpents, swiftly entwining the massive form of the lava earth dragon. As the tendrils made contact with the scorching scales of the dragon, a hissing, charred sound erupted, continuously seared and carbonized by the intense heat. Yet, the persistent infusion of the water element endowed them with formidable vitality and regenerative power. As one layer was incinerated, new tendrils surged forth to take their place, advancing relentlessly, binding tightly. What conquers Earth? Although the lava earth dragon was not purely of the earth element, its colossal form and intimate connection with the ground ultimately rendered it somewhat vulnerable to the power of wood. The lava earth dragon, evidently unprepared for Ling Yun's stratagem, found itself ensnared by these sudden tendrils, its movement momentarily stilled as it released an enraged roar. A dark red glow radiating from its body as it attempted to incinerate these bothersome vines. Now was the moment. A glint of determination sparked in Ling Yun's eyes as he soared through the air, his right hand raised high with his sword. This time, the blade was not merely suffused with a singular platinum glow. The rich earth tones, the sharpness of platinum, the flexibility of azure, the vitality of green, and the ferocity of crimson, 5 distinct colors of elemental light surged forth from within him, ultimately converging upon the sword. They did not blend immediately. Instead, they danced in a peculiar rhythm, attracting and repelling each other, revolving in a harmonious chaos, forming a miniature vortex of resplendent colors upon the blade. The chaotic seed of the Tao, the initial motion of the 5 elements, an indescribable aura, both tumultuous and imbued with a semblance of balance, emanated from the colorful vortex at the sword's tip. With a decisive strike, Ling Yun exerted every ounce of his strength, delivering a blow that encapsulated his entire comprehension of the 5 elemental forces aimed directly at the lava earth dragon. Momentarily bound by the tendrils and struggling with all its might, this strike lacked earth-shattering grandeur, and even the sound of slicing through the air seemed somewhat muffled. Yet, wherever the colorful vortex at the blade's tip traversed, the air appeared to be utterly obliterated, leaving behind a pitch-black trail that lingered long after. Chapter 49. The dragon's breath scorches the rock. A strange omen arises at the moment when the tip of the sword, infused with the primal energies of the 5 elements, made contact with the hardened back of the lava earth dragon. It did not produce the anticipated crisp clang of metal against metal. Instead, a disconcerting, low grinding and tearing sound echoed, as if the very essence of energy was forcefully gnawing and dismantling the scales that had been tempered through countless trials and fused with the essence of the earth's fire. Sizzle. A brilliant display of 5 colors flashed violently, spinning and dissipating. Where the sword pointed, sparks flew, not merely in a singular crimson hue, but intermingled with sharp golden glimmers, deep earthy yellows, vibrant blues, and lush greens, resembling a miniature tempest of energy erupting at that singular point. Ultimately, when all radiance faded, a palm-sized fragment of the lava scale shattered completely, peeling away like a charred piece of coal, revealing beneath it a more profound, almost glass-like dark red flesh. No blood gushed forth. Instead, a few strands of viscous, semi-solid dark red liquid seeped out slowly, exuding an even more potent aroma of sulfur and char. A roar erupted, starkly contrasting with the previous display of intimidation, resonating with palpable pain and fury from the depths of the lava earth dragon's throat. This sound was no longer merely a threat. It carried a weight of tangible agony, shaking the very walls of the vast cavern. Its massive form twisted violently, and the briefly restrained limbs suddenly surged with power. The resilient vines, born of the water and wood elemental forces, were instantaneously shattered to ashes under the sheer force and the increased heat radiating from its body. Simultaneously, a violent backlash surged back along the sword, causing Ling Yun to feel a tearing pain in his right arm, as if his bones were about to shatter, and his entire arm went numb, losing all sensation. He let out a muffled groan, losing balance midair, plummeting downward like a kite severed from its string. In midfall, he forced the scant remaining elemental energy within him to adjust his posture just in time to avoid the rolling river of lava below, ultimately crashing onto a relatively flat, low black rock platform. Thud. The immense impact upon landing sent his blood surging, and a mouthful of heated blood could no longer be contained, spraying onto the scorching rocks, evaporating instantly into a wisp of white smoke. Leaning on his sword, he knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, feeling the chaotic light of the Tao seed within his dantian dim, as if the seeds of the 5 elemental energies had been drained, leaving him with a profound sense of weakness. That single sword strike, infused with the primal energies of the 5 elements, had consumed over 90% of his strength, and the attempt to forcibly amalgamate the conflicting powers had imposed a tremendous burden on his meridians and spirit. However, the crisis was far from over. The lava earth dragon and Appos, as molten golden vertical pupils fixated intensely on Ling Yun, no longer burning with disdain or indifference, but rather with a pure, destructive will to incinerate everything in its path. It was wounded. Although the injury was not fatal given its colossal size, it had undoubtedly roused the slumbering volcano to fury. Instead of launching an immediate assault, the dragon made a movement that sent a chill down Ling Yun's spine. The lava earth dragon slowly lowered its massive head, not directing its gaze at Ling Yun, but towards the edge of the platform, where the relentless river of lava flowed beneath. It opened its gaping maw and took a deep breath. Whoosh! The surrounding air seemed to be siphoned away, forming an invisible vortex, visible to the naked eye. The searing fire attribute energy, along with the chaotic earth fire essence emanating from the lava river below, surged into its mouth like rivers returning to the sea. Drawn by an unseen force, its chest and abdomen swelled at a visible rate, and the gaps in its dark red lava scales glowed with an even more blinding red light, as if a true volcano within it was on the verge of eruption. The row of jagged bone spines along its back ignited, resembling beacons ablaze. This is bad. Ling Yun and Amp, Oppos, as heart raced with alarm. The beast was gathering power. The impending strike would undoubtedly be catastrophic. He struggled to rise, but his weakness and the numbness in his right arm slowed his movements. The lava earth dragon's energy accumulation did not last long. As the energy reached its zenith, it abruptly raised its head, aiming its maw toward Ling Yun's position and unleashed a torrent. This time, it was no longer the previously launched fireball of lava, nor a simple flame. Instead, it manifested as a viscous, searing stream of dark golden, resembling a liquid metal deluge, dragon's breath. This dragon's breath did not strike in a linear fashion but fanned out like a flood, covering nearly 100 feet in front of it. Where it passed, the air ignited instantaneously, distorting, and the hardened basalt platform began to melt and sink, emitting a terrifying hissing sound. The temperature and destructive energy contained within surpassed that of the previous lava fireball by several magnitudes. This was an indiscriminate, all-consuming inferno. Ling Yun and Amp, Oppos, his complexion turned ashen. He found himself at the very center of the dragon's breath's coverage area. In his current state, evading it entirely was impossible. To withstand it would be a certain death. In the blink of an eye, he made the only choice available. His left hand slammed against the ground, drawing upon the last vestiges of earth elemental energy from his dantian while simultaneously invoking the faint essence of earth from the chaotic Dao seed within. Congeal. The ground before him heaved upward, not forming a shield, but forcefully raising a low yet sturdy rock wall in front of him. This was not a manifestation of his own elemental energy, but a direct manipulation, altering the very form of the rock beneath him. This consumed far less energy than conjuring a shield, and was the only defense he could muster at that moment. Boom. Almost instantly as the rock wall formed, the dark, golden torrent of dragon's breath rushed forth. The wall held for barely a breath before it began to collapse, melting and vaporizing under the terrifying heat and impact. The searing energy surged over the crumbling wall, crashing into Ling Yun. Puff. Ling Yun felt an indescribable searing pain envelop his entire body. The last vestiges of water elemental energy meant for protection evaporated in an instant, and even his garments began to char and burn. He was tossed like a leaf in a storm, violently hurled backward against the cavern wall. This time, Hikuden and Amp, Oppos, T even let out a groan. His consciousness began to blur, as if his very organs were being roasted, the pain penetrating to his marrow. Is this it? Just as his awareness was about to plunge into darkness, deep within his dantian, the chaotic Dao seed, which had remained dormant, merely instinctively absorbing energy, seemed to experience an unprecedented stimulation, quivering violently. This was not a reaction from the elemental energy seeds, but from the Dao seed itself. Simultaneously, at the center of the cavern, suspended above that peculiar plant, the crimson flame fruit, which had been pulsing steadily and rhythmically, suddenly quickened its rhythm. A faint, almost imperceptible yet exquisitely pure golden red light, imbued with a sense of order, detached from the crimson flame fruit, crossing a vast distance and instantly merging into Ling Yun and Oppos' body. This light resonated with the trembling of the chaotic Dao seed, as if it had been infused with a drop of nectar, fiercely sustaining the last flicker of life that had been on the verge of extinguishment. And this momentary anomaly seemed to influence more than just Ling Yun. The lava earth dragon, which had just unleashed its dragon's breath and was preparing to lock onto Ling Yun once more for a final strike, suddenly stiffened. Its molten golden vertical pupils shifted away from Ling Yun for the first time, slowly turning towards the center of the cavern, fixating on the crimson flame fruit, whose pulsing had quickened, emanating an even purer aura. An indescribable greed and yearning flickered deep within those frigid vertical pupils, even surpassing the intent to annihilate the intruder. Ling Yun, it seemed to sense something, or rather, instinctively drawn to the purer, more primal essence of the flame and Oppos' power. Suddenly, amidst this brief, eerie stillness, the entire cavern began to tremble violently, without warning. This was not provoked by the movement of the lava dragon, but rather stemmed from a deeper, more colossal force. The lava stalactites from the ceiling cascaded like rain, while the lava river below surged forth with unprecedented titanic waves, as if the very core of the Blackstone Valley were undergoing some profound transformation. Chapter 50. The Collapse of Despair. A glimmer of hope. The violent tremors showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, they intensified with each passing moment. Above, the colossal lava stalactite could no longer withstand the turmoil, shattering like a multitude of stone spears, plummeting downward with a piercing rush of wind, crashing into the roiling river of molten rock below, unleashing towering flames and a deafening roar. The platform beneath him lost its stability. grotesque fissures spreading rapidly like a spider's web, widening as chunks of charred rock detached silently, sliding into the tumultuous, seemingly boiling dark Red Sea below. Lingyun and Apos, as fading consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, wavering amidst the boundless agony and tremors. The golden red light, infused with a peculiar sense of order and emanating from the crimson flame fruit, now flowed like a gentle stream through his nearly exhausted and crumbling veins. It did not offer instantaneous healing but served as a resilient thread, tenuously sustaining his flickering life force, resonating with the faintly trembling chaotic Dao seed deep within his dantian. Within that Dao seed, azure and verdant glimmers, representing water and wood, slowly released a nearly imperceptible nurturing power under the faint stimulation of this foreign energy, laboriously mending his gravely injured body and staving off the complete erosion of his vitality. It was an excruciatingly slow and fragile process. He remained perched on the precipice of life and death, yet the lava dragon seemed to disregard the cataclysmic forces capable of toppling mountains. Its molten gold-hued vertical pupils reflected solely the pulsating crimson flame fruit at the apex of the peculiar plant in the center of the cavern, its greedy instincts overwhelming all else, even the rage it had harbored moments ago, due to Lingyun's previous injury. It moved its immense limbs, heavy as mountains, heedless of the continuously fracturing ground beneath it, braving the falling debris from above as it trudged toward the fruit that radiated a deadly allure, step by arduous step. Massive rocks crashed onto its thick, molten scales, producing a dull thud, leaving behind only inconsequential white marks, which it violently shook off. Its goal remained unwavering. Boom. Another earth-shattering roar erupted. This time, it did not arise from above or below, but rather from the steep rock wall not far from Lingyun and Apos' side. Under the relentless shaking, the wall could no longer bear the internal stress, and large sections of rock collapsed, tumbling down amidst a cloud of dust that instantly obscured his vision. The cacophony of falling stones and violent tremors struck like a hammer against Lingyun and Apos' nearly disintegrating consciousness. The intense instinct for survival, combined with the thread of clarity sustained by the energy from the crimson flame fruit, jolted him from his semi-conscious state. Searing pain engulfed him, as if every inch of his body had been crushed and scorched by fierce flames. Struggling against the weight of his eyelids, he managed to open his eyes, though his vision remained blurred, revealing only the distorted flicker of flames and swirling dust. The deafening roar echoed in his ears, the ground beneath him trembled incessantly, and the acrid scent of sulfur and rock dust filled his nostrils. He shook his heavy head, forcing himself to focus. Through the gradually dissipating dust, he discerned several things. In the distance, the immense form of the lava dragon persistently advanced toward the cavern and Apos' center, its attention entirely captivated by the peculiar fruit, momentarily oblivious to his insignificant presence. Nearby, where he had collided with the rock wall, a dark, profound entrance emerged from the recently collapsed area. It was not a naturally occurring passage but bore relatively regular fracture marks along its edges, resembling an artificially excavated entrance that had been buried and was now revealed by the rockfall. The interior of the entrance was shrouded in darkness, leading to an unknown destination, exuding a faint, cool breeze that starkly contrasted with the surrounding searing air, wafting out ever so subtly. A path to salvation, or yet another dead end. Lingyun and Apos' gaze darted between the massive lava dragon, which currently ignored him, and the mysterious entrance. Remaining here was tantamount to certain death. Not only was the lava dragon likely to turn back at any moment, but the continuous collapse of the cavern could entirely entomb him. In his current state, even standing was an arduous task, let alone contending with that fearsome beast once more. The only option appeared to be the suddenly revealed entrance. Though he knew not what lay within, at the very least, it was devoid of the lava dragon, the incessantly falling boulders, and the molten rock that threatened to consume everything. He gritted his teeth, using his still-functioning left hand to brace against the ground, summoning the minuscule, thread-like essence of his vital energy, inching his nearly numb body forward. Each movement tugged at his myriad wounds, unleashing unbearable agony, yet the determination in his gaze remained resolute. He must survive. He crawled with great difficulty, the scorching rock searing his skin, sharp fragments lacerating his palms, but he paid them no heed. His singular focus remained on the dark entrance, tantalizingly close yet seemingly distant as if it were a world away, just as he was mere strides from the entrance. The lava dragon appeared to have finally traversed the most perilous collapse zone, drawing ever closer to the plant bearing the crimson flame fruit. It halted, raising its head as if contemplating something. Simultaneously, the tremors within the cavern reached a new crescendo. The light above abruptly dimmed. It seemed a more extensive collapse was imminent. Time was running short. A flash of resolve crossed Lingyun's eyes as he forcefully thrust the somewhat deformed longsword into the ground before him, using it as a pivot, expending his last ounce of strength to lunge forward. Chapter 51. The enclosed stone path, an ancient aura emerges. His body crashed onto the hard, frigid ground, the impact nearly shattering Lingyun and Apos' already hazy consciousness. That final desperate lunge drained the last vestiges of his strength, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a heap of mud, unable even to move a finger. The deafening roar and violent tremors around him seemed muffled, distant echoes of chaos. Then, A heavier sound, akin to mountains collapsing, echoed from the direction he had just entered, accompanied by one last violent tremor beneath him. Following this, the clattering of falling stones gradually subsided, and the world abruptly fell silent. It was not an absolute silence, but in stark contrast to the apocalyptic scene outside, where lava churned. Boulders plummeted, and the earth roared. The stillness was almost serene. Only the sound of his labored, painful breaths and the buzzing of blood coursing through his ears were discernible. Darkness enveloped him, as thick as impenetrable ink, completely cutting off the blinding firelight and the searing heat from outside. In its place was an unsettling chill that penetrated deep into his bones, causing Ling Yun and Amp, Appo's scorched body to shiver involuntarily, yet oddly alleviating some of the burning pain. The air was infused with a faint, musty scent of aged dust, mingled with an indescribable aroma, reminiscent of moss or the very stones themselves. He lay still on the ground, not out of a lack of desire to move, but because he was utterly incapable of doing so. Each breath inflicted excruciating pain upon his chest and abdomen, as if his limbs had shattered, particularly his back and right arm, which bore the brunt of the dragon's breath, sending waves of searing agony and numbness coursing through him. The sole comfort he felt resided deep within his dantian. A thread of golden red light from the crimson flame fruit still lingered, like a faint yet indomitable flame, tenaciously sustaining his life. It no longer flowed freely but hovered quietly beside the chaotic seed of the Tao, emitting gentle, orderly ripples. The chaotic seed itself appeared to respond to this influence, slowly and autonomously beginning to operate. Among the 5 elemental seeds, the azure light representing water and the verdant light symbolizing wood released threads of pure life energy at an extremely slow pace. This energy was exceedingly weak, yet it precisely targeted the most severely damaged meridians and organs within him, nurturing and repairing them silently, akin to spring rain nourishing the earth. Although he was still far from recovery, this at least halted the further deterioration of his injuries, pulling him back from the brink of death. He closed his eyes, relinquishing any thoughts of movement, and immersed himself entirely within, attuning to this hard-won, gradual healing process. He understood that the only course of action now was to wait and gather strength. Time lost all meaning in this near-absolute darkness and silence. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps only a moment or several hours, when at last, a flicker of vitality, as delicate as a spider's thread, returned to him. At the very least, he could manage to control his breathing, making it somewhat steadier, and the intense pain seemed to lessen just a fraction, no longer entirely unbearable. He attempted, with painstaking slowness, to rotate his still-functioning left wrist. A cold, smooth sensation radiated from his palm. The ground he lay upon was not the uneven rock typical of a natural cave, but rather a meticulously polished stone slab, with seams finely crafted. A spark of realization ignited within him. Indeed, it was an artificially laid stone floor. This discovery invigorated his spirit. It confirmed that his earlier intuition was correct. The sudden appearance of this opening likely concealed an artificially hewn space rather than a naturally formed dead end. With this understanding, his motivation to recover surged anew. Time ebbed once more, and as the healing energy of water and wood within him accumulated to a certain degree, he finally managed to prop himself up slightly. He gradually opened his eyes. After a moment of adjusting to the darkness, his vision began to discern some outlines. It was not complete darkness. Above him, at an immense height, something appeared to be embedded that emitted a soft glow, not firelight, but a gentle, moonlit radiance that softly illuminated the area, allowing him to barely make out the surroundings within a 10-foot radius. He found himself in a passageway. The corridor was approximately 2 zhang wide and 3 zhang high, with walls and flooring made of an exceptionally hard, dark stone, polished to a mirror-like sheen and seamlessly fitted, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The passage extended straight ahead into deeper darkness, with no visible end. Behind him, the entrance from which he had come was entirely blocked. A substantial pile of rubble and fallen rocks formed a solid wall, completely severing any connection to the outside world of lava and caverns. Only wisps of faint smoke still drifted through the cracks in the stones. He was safe, at least for the moment. But it also meant that his escape route had been utterly cut off. He exhaled softly, a mixture of relief at surviving and the weight of the unknown settling upon him. His gaze swept along the smooth walls ahead. In the dim light, he vaguely perceived that the walls were not entirely flat. They appeared to be carved with some designs. Curiosity stirred within him, urging him to approach and examine them more closely, but his physical condition was so dire that even the slightest movement exacerbated his injuries, compelling him to abandon the thought. Recovery was paramount. He closed his eyes once more, settling into a meditative posture, a simple act that nearly drained the little strength he had just regained, striving to clear his mind and immerse himself completely in the operation of the chaotic seed and the nourishment of the golden red light. This time, as he actively guided his focus, the pace of recovery seemed to quicken slightly. The flow of water and wood energy became more seamless, beginning to mend the fractured meridians and nurture his damaged organs. Simultaneously, he sensed that the chaotic seed was slowly absorbing the faint, ancient, and distinctly different spiritual energy from the surrounding environment. Although exceedingly thin, it was remarkably pure, just as he was absorbed in his recovery. The golden red light from the crimson flame fruit, which had remained quietly suspended within his dantian, suddenly trembled ever so slightly. A minuscule stream of information appeared to detach from this light, merging directly into the depths of his consciousness. Chaos, initial judgment, remnants, spark. Fragmented and indistinct, like a whisper yet imbued with a profound, ancient weight. Lingyun and Amp, Apos. Spirit jolted, nearly breaking his meditative state. What was this? Chapter 52. Ancient inscriptions on stone walls, traces of chaos. The few disjointed and indistinct characters resonated like an invisible thunderclap, reverberating through Lingyun and Amp, Apos. Nearly parched sea of consciousness. Chaos. Initial judgment. Legacy. Fire seed. Each word seemed to harbor an unimaginable weight and antiquity, directly touching upon some fundamental aspect of his existence. In the wake of this profound shock, the fragile thread of intention he had painstakingly gathered to guide the energy within him towards restoration nearly shattered. He bit down fiercely on his tongue, the searing pain forcibly yanking his scattered awareness back, cold sweat silently soaking the tattered, charred remnants of his garments. Do not panic. He compelled himself to regain composure, allowing his consciousness to sink into his dantian. Indeed, the seed of chaos was stirring. It no longer operated in the sluggish manner prompted by the powers of water and would but began to rotate spontaneously at a pace far surpassing the ordinary. As if summoned or stimulated by some essence from the primordial source, the seeds of elemental energy encircled it, their radiance flickering unpredictably. Particularly, the once dim and silent crimson point representing fire now emitted a faint, barely perceptible warmth. This warmth, though not intense, seemed to ignite something long dormant, lending a subtle tremor to the rotation of the chaos seed. Chaos. He silently intoned the word. The seed of chaos began to spin even faster, and the intricate, enigmatic patterns etched upon it, seemingly existing since the dawn of creation, became somewhat clearer. Fire seed. He repeated the thought. The golden red light originating from the scarlet flame fruit within his dantian quivered gently, resonating with the crimson light within the chaos seed, and that warmth appeared to intensify slightly. This sensation was fleeting. The spinning of the chaos seed gradually slowed, returning to a stable state that was slightly quicker than usual, and that warmth receded once more. Yet, Lingyun was acutely aware that everything that had just transpired was no mere illusion. These few words were profoundly connected to his chaos seed, to the mysterious energy of the scarlet flame fruit, and perhaps even to this suddenly revealed, sealed ancient passage. Initial judgment of chaos. Does and Amp, Apos, judgment and Amp, Apos, signify a decree, or discernment, or division? What transpired at the genesis of heaven and earth? Legacy. What has been left behind? Is it this passage, the scarlet flame fruit, or the fire seed? Does the fire seed refer to the scarlet flame fruit, or the fiery attributes within his chaos seed, or perhaps something even more fundamental and significant? Countless questions surged into his mind like a tidal wave, yet he possessed no answers. The information was too scant, too vague, akin to glimpsing a hazy silhouette through shards of time spanning millions of years. But this was sufficient. This indistinct outline pointed towards an unfathomable ancient secret that might pertain to the very essence of heaven and earth. And he, seemingly due to the existence of the chaos seed in this serendipitous encounter, had touched upon a fragment of this secret. This realization stirred an ineffable excitement within him, momentarily overshadowing the excruciating pain in his body. He had initially sought an opportunity for breakthrough within the Blackstone mountain range, only to be inadvertently entangled in the struggle for the scarlet flame fruit amidst life-threatening peril, ultimately stumbling into such a mysterious place and uncovering such astonishing clues. Was it all mere coincidence? Or was it predestined by some unseen hand? He dismissed further contemplation, recognizing that the most pressing matter was to ascertain his whereabouts and how to leverage the conditions here to expedite his recovery. The recent tumult within his spirit had seemingly yielded an unexpected benefit. The acceleration in the chaos seed's operation had also invigorated the flow of the healing energies of water and wood, albeit still sluggish. Yet an improvement compared to the near stagnation that had preceded it. He reined in his focus, no longer fixating on the precise meanings of those words, instead directing his entire attention towards guiding the energy flow within him. He could sense the minuscule fractures within his meridians gradually reconnecting and being nourished. The damaged internal organs appeared to be gently cleansed by a soothing, crystalline stream, the piercing pain slowly subsiding. To his surprise, he discovered that although the spiritual energy within this passage was so thin it was nearly imperceptible, its purity and the ancient, vast essence it contained seemed to offer unique benefits to the chaos seed. After absorbing a slight amount of this spiritual energy, the seed and Apos' operation became more harmonious and fluid. As if it had found a complementary energy, time flowed once more in the tranquility of restoration. When Lingyun felt he could barely regain control over most of his body and had amassed enough strength to support short-term activity, he gradually and laboriously leaned against the cold, smooth wall, rising to his feet. His legs were beset by a piercing, needle-like pain and a sense of weakness. His back stiff as iron, every slight movement sending waves of agony through him. Yet he stood firm, his heavy body propped against the wall, breathing heavily, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Once stabilized, his gaze immediately turned to the wall beside him. Having only caught a fleeting glimpse before, he now observed closely the true nature of the carvings on the wall. They were neither text nor the likeness of any creature or figure he recognized, but rather immense. Ancient lines and shapes, exuding a palpable sense of power. The carvings were deep, the edges rounded, bearing clear signs of age and erosion, yet still conveying an overwhelming majesty within. The segment of the wall where he stood depicted an extraordinarily grand and chaotic scene. Countless twisted, spiraling lines intertwined, seemingly representing a primal, ignorant energy colliding, entangling, annihilating, and being reborn. There were no distinct shapes, no concrete objects, only pure, chaotic, and violent torrents of energy. This vision involuntarily reminded him of the term chaos. Was this a portrayal of the state before heaven and earth were formed? He was shaken, his gaze following the wall forward. The carvings were continuous, appearing to narrate an extremely ancient story or elucidate some profound principle. Dragging his battered body, one hand propping against the wall for support while the other delicately traced the cold carvings, he moved forward step by painstaking step. Each movement was accompanied by excruciating pain. Yet he was utterly captivated by the content of the wall. As he progressed, the carvings began to transform. Within the tumultuous energy representing chaos, some exceedingly vague and colossal outlines gradually emerged. These forms were neither specific human nor beast shapes, more akin to the conceptual embodiment of ideas. Some seemed to represent heaviness and solidity, others were ethereal like the wind, some fierce as fire, while others were profound like the abyss. They flickered in and out of chaos, seemingly engaged in a silent struggle and integration. Seeing this, Lingyun and Appos, as heart trembled anew. This appeared to resonate with what Master Xian had spoken of, the path of fusion that harnessed different elemental powers. Yet the levels depicted in these wall carvings and the grandeur of their essence far surpassed his current understanding. He became entranced, even momentarily forgetting the pain racking his body. His entire being immersed in these ancient and mysterious engravings. He attempted to probe his consciousness into the carvings, longing to deeply experience the essence they contained. However, as soon as his awareness brushed against those carvings, an indescribable, seemingly primordial pressure surged forth, instantly rebounding upon him. Lingyun felt as if struck with tremendous force. Spitting forth a small mouthful of blood, his spirit momentarily waning, staggering back 2 steps, and leaning heavily against the opposite wall to avoid collapsing. What a terrifying residual thought. He felt a lingering dread as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It is merely a faint notion, lingering in the stone inscriptions after countless ages, far beyond the reach of his current meager consciousness. Evidently, grasping the true meaning of these wall carvings is no simple endeavor. They can only be observed, rather than easily probed with mental awareness. After a brief respite, he subdued the tumultuous flow of his vital energy, and his gaze became even more luminous. The greater the mystery and power of these inscriptions, the more they attested to the extraordinary nature of this place. He harbored a vague premonition that within these carvings might lie the key to unraveling the enigma of the primordial chaos and the remnants of the divine spark. He ceased his attempts to connect with his consciousness, instead choosing to scrutinize with his eyes and perceive with his heart. Continuing onward along the corridor, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the ever-changing, ancient, and grand tableau upon the walls. The passage seemed interminable, with the carvings on either side extending endlessly. Those indistinct, colossal outlines gradually sharpened amidst the chaos, their conflicts and fusions becoming increasingly tangible, revealing the nascent forms of mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies being born and extinguished within. It was as if an epic chronicle of creation was inscribed upon this cold stone wall in the most primal and fundamental manner. Lingyun was entranced, his steps unwittingly quickening, though still slow and unsteady. He lost track of time, forgot the pain, and even the reality of his surroundings, entirely captivated by this ancient tapestry. Just then, the seemingly endless straight corridor appeared to take a turn, and at that corner, the style of the wall carvings seemed to exhibit a subtle transformation. Chapter 53. The 5 Elements of the Elephant. Understanding the primordial. As he turned the corner of the passage, Lingyun paused momentarily, leaning against the wall. The scene before him had indeed transformed. No longer did it exhibit the chaotic and violent energy flow that symbolized ignorance and disorder. The engravings on the walls had become clearer, more traceable. It was as if, amidst the endless chaos, the initial order had finally been birthed. The previous wall carvings represented unity, an undivided whole, while here, the engravings seemed to evolve from that singularity into multiplicity. The grand, symbolic shapes still dominated, yet their forms had become more distinct. Some shapes were heavy and solid, with bold, angular lines, subtly exuding a sense of suppression and the essence of all existence, evoking thoughts of the power of earth. Others were ethereal and fluid, with sinuous, winding lines, seemingly penetrating everywhere, embodying the freedom and sharpness of the wind. Meanwhile, certain figures were fierce and unrestrained, with sharp lines ascending, filled with meanings of burning, destruction, and ascension, representing fire. Still, others displayed a gentle and reserved nature, with long, flowing lines reminiscent of endless streams, nurturing life and embodying the essence of water. Lastly, some forms exhibited a resilient upward growth, with lines brimming with vitality, akin to ancient trees reaching for the sky, symbolizing what? The 5 elements. though not depicted in the standardized symbols or characters familiar to later cultivators. The essence conveyed by these wall carvings unmistakably represented the primal forms of the 5 fundamental forces that constitute the universe. They were no longer a chaotic amalgamation. Instead, they began to manifest distinct characteristics and forms, interacting and influencing one another within the tapestry of the carvings. Some fostered growth, some countered each other, while others transformed into more intricate and variable phenomena. Mountains and rivers revealed themselves, winds and thunder surged, water and fire mingled, flora thrived and withered. This was no longer mere chaos, but rather a glimpse of order emerging from chaos, the unfolding of all things. Lingyun and Amp, Apos, S spirit was wholly captivated. The fusion and mastery of different elemental forces, as spoken of by Elder Xian, seemed to have found its most ancient and fundamental illustration here. Instinctively, he sank his consciousness into his dantian, as his gaze swept over the wall carvings representing different elemental forces. The corresponding seeds of primal energy within his chaotic Tao seed indeed resonated subtly, when he focused on the heavy figure symbolizing Earth. The yellow light representing Earth within his Tao seed flickered gently, conveying a sense of stability and substance. Upon gazing at the fiery figure, the crimson light pulsed in response, bringing a hint of warmth. This was also true for water, wood, and metal, the latter seemingly represented by an indomitable, sharp-edged form, mirroring the properties of metal. This resonance was unlike the backlash he had experienced during previous mental contacts. Rather, it felt more like guidance and enlightenment. It was as if these ancient carvings were silently revealing to his chaotic Tao seed the most fundamental mysteries of the 5 elements. He became engrossed, his footsteps instinctively moving forward with the carvings, deeply contemplating the unique meanings embedded within each depiction. How does chaos differentiate? How do the 5 elements emerge? How do they interact and construct the embryonic form of this world? The carvings bore no textual explanations, only the most intuitive manifestations of meaning. The extent of understanding depended entirely on the viewer and Amp, Apos, S own perception and fortune. Lingyun immersed himself in this experience, entirely forgetting himself. His internal injuries, nourished continuously by the energies of water and wood, along with the unique spiritual aura of this place, were recovering at a slow yet steady pace. At the very least, he could move more freely now, no longer struggling as he had at first. Although pain remained, his strength had significantly returned. The passage appeared to widen here, and the cool light source above seemed to brighten slightly, illuminating the details of the engravings more vividly. Just as he became engrossed in interpreting a depiction of the fusion of water and fire, a seemingly conflicting yet subtly balanced coexistence, his chaotic Tao seed within his dantian suddenly trembled. This was not due to the carvings, but rather a thread of golden red light, quietly suspended from the crimson flame fruit. At this moment, this light spontaneously emitted a slender, nearly imperceptible stream of energy, seamlessly merging into the crimson light within his Tao seed that represented fire. A faint hum, barely audible, resonated deep within Lingyun and Amp, Apos, as consciousness. The fire seed, previously dim within the 5 element seeds, suddenly erupted with unprecedented brilliance after absorbing this thread of golden red light. No longer was it the weak warmth of before, it radiated true heat and vitality. The crimson glow instantly became dazzling, even subtly overshadowing the other 4 primal energy seeds. A pure, domineering essence of flame, filled with the duality of destruction and rebirth, emanated from this fire seed. Lingyun was startled, then overjoyed. The energy from the crimson flame fruit could directly replenish and even enhance his fire attribute primal energy seed. This was an extraordinary opportunity. He had long been troubled by the weakness of the fire attribute among the 5 elements, which had adversely affected the balance and potency of his chaotic Tao seed. And he never expected to find a chance for remedy in this place. He immediately focused his thoughts, cautiously guiding this newly born, powerful fire energy to stabilize within his Tao seed, while attempting to comprehend the pure, more primordial laws of fire contained therein. Simultaneously, his gaze instinctively shifted forward. At the end of this passage, which had begun to evolve the 5 elements, there seemed to be no endless continuation, but rather the emergence of a stone door? No, it was not a door. It was a massive, circular stone carving that occupied the entire wall. At the center of this circular engraving was an exceedingly small point that appeared to contain everything. A seed, perhaps. From this seed, countless enigmatic lines radiated outward, intertwining, ultimately forming the complex shapes that symbolize the 5 elements and all things. All lines, all meanings seemed to originate from this point and ultimately return to it. Chaos as the beginning, evolving into the 5 elements, ultimately returning to unity? What captivated Lingyun and Amp, Apos, S attention most was that at the center of this enormous circular stone carving, that minuscule point symbolizing the seed seemed to resonate with the golden red light in his dantian and the recently ignited fire seed, yet it carried a far grander, more ancient, more primordial aura. A remnant. Fire seed? That vague message echoed once more in his mind. Could it be that the core of this carving, this graphical representation of the origin, symbolized the so-called remnant fire seed? His breath held involuntarily. Chapter 54, The Source of Touch. The torrent of thought, a chilling sensation enveloped his fingertips, imbued with a hardness and smoothness that seemed to have been shaped by the passage of endless ages. Lingyun and Amp, Apos, S fingers rested gently upon the center of the colossal circular stone carving, where a minuscule indentation symbolized the seed. The surrounding silence was profound, broken only by the sound of his own slightly labored breaths and the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. The overwhelming pressure that had emanated from the wall carving appeared to have coalesced at this focal point, leaving behind an indescribable essence, one that seemed to encompass all the ancient and the profound. Contrary to his expectations, there was no energy backlash, nor any radiant gleam. The stone carving remained mute, as immutable as time itself. Lingyun furrowed his brow, attempting to summon the fire attribute energy that had recently been enhanced within his dantian. He carefully channeled it through his meridians, seeking to impart a trace of his essence into the stone. Yet, the pure and fervent fire energy vanished upon contact with the surface of the stone, much like a cow sinking into the sea, leaving no trace and causing no ripple. It seemed as though the stone was indifferent to the elemental forces cultivated through postnatal practices. He experimented with the energies of water, wood, earth, and metal. Yet the results remained unchanged. The stone accepted them all without discrimination, yet responded not at all. Could it be the primordial Dao seed itself? A thought flickered in his mind as he guided the primordial essence generated by the spinning Dao seed within his dantian, an essence that fused the 5 elements yet transcended them, gently toward his fingertips. This time, when that thread of primordial essence touched the source point of the stone carving, a subtle change occurred. The stone seemed to tremble ever so slightly, not a physical vibration, but rather a response on the level of thought. Lingyun sensed an exceedingly faint yet profoundly ancient intention emanating from the depths of the stone, establishing a tenuous connection with his chaotic essence. A door had opened. Lingyun and Amp, Apos, S spirit surged. However, he soon realized that relying solely on his meager chaotic essence was insufficient to truly awaken the stone. That connection was too fragile, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, at risk of being extinguished at any moment. His gaze shifted back to his dantian, where a portion of the golden red light, derived from the fiery fruit, still hovered after having fortified the fire seed. It appeared to be the key. Without hesitation, Lingyun focused all his mental faculties, using his chaotic essence as a guide, and cautiously drew that strand of golden red light along his meridians toward the fingertip pressing against the source point of the stone carving. This process proved far more arduous than channeling his own power. Although the golden red light was docile, it possessed an essence of extraordinary elevation, as if it held its own will, not easily manipulated. Lingyun expended tremendous mental effort to barely guide it to his fingertips. At the moment the golden red light made contact with the source point of the stone, a resonant hum erupted. The entire stone wall, no, the entire passageway, perhaps even deeper realms, seemed to emit a sound that resonated with the very essence of the soul. It was not merely a sound, but a vibration, a resonance. The fingertip pressed against the source point was suddenly met with an overwhelming, irresistible pull. The remaining golden red light in his dantian slipped entirely from his control, like a flood breaching its dam, instantly devoured by that source point. Simultaneously, the entire massive circular stone carving illuminated in an instant. It was not a blinding glare, but rather a warm, gentle glow, reminiscent of the light at the dawn of life. The radiance swiftly spread along the intricate lines of the carving, igniting the central point. The symbols of the 5 elements, and the complex patterns representing the myriad transformations of existence. In that moment, the once cold stone wall seemed to come alive. It was no longer a static portrayal, but a dynamic tableau narrating the grand saga from chaos to the 5 elements, and then to the genesis of heaven and earth. And Lingyun found himself at the very heart of this unfolding narrative. He had no time to react, as an indescribable torrent of immense information surged into his consciousness, mingled with ineffable ancient thoughts, flowing from his fingertips along that ethereal connection directly into the sea of his awareness. This information was neither text nor image, but rather an imprint of the most fundamental truths and principles. How does chaos differentiate? It is not merely the tearing of energy, but the emergence of an intrinsic order. The initial manifestations of clarity and obscurity, of yin and yang. How are the 5 elements born? They do not simply appear from thin air, rather, they are the specific manifestations of the primordial chaos under diverse principles. Earth bears, metal is sharp, water embraces, wood nurtures, fire burns intensely, interdependent and mutually constraining, forming the foundational framework of the world and Apos' operation. What precisely is the residual fire seed? It seems not to refer solely to flame, but rather to the initial impetus that drives all evolution from the dawn of the universe, the primal force that ignited chaos, propelling it from annihilation into manifestation. The original light? The information was overwhelming, vast, and profoundly intricate. Lingyun felt as though his head might explode, his consciousness adrift like a solitary vessel amidst tumultuous waves, on the verge of being entirely submerged and torn apart by this deluge of primordial thoughts. He clung desperately to the last vestige of clarity in his spirit, striving to comprehend and absorb even the slightest fragment of knowledge. Concurrently, the chaotic Dao seed within his dantian spun wildly, as if receiving unprecedented nourishment and stimulation. The 5 elemental seeds radiated brilliantly, particularly the fire seed, which now shone with the intensity of the sun. greedily absorbing the essence related to the residual fire seed that flowed from the outside world. Ling Yun could even sense that his understanding of the power of flame was ascending at an astonishing rate, transcending simple notions of combustion and destruction, and beginning to touch upon its deeper attributes of creation and evolution. His comprehension of water, wood, earth, and metal was also deepening in tandem. The mysteries of the five elements and oppos, generation and overcoming, their mutual transformations, unfolded before him like a divine revelation, granting him a newfound perspective on the mastery and application of his own powers. More significantly, his understanding of chaos itself was undergoing a transformative shift. He began to vaguely grasp that chaos was not merely the fusion of the five elements but rather the very source of the five elements, encompassing all possibilities, capable of giving rise to all things. Mastering chaos entailed not only mastering the five elements but also comprehending and controlling the rules of evolution from singularity to multiplicity. This was truly a baptism of rebirth. Its value far surpassed that of any martial arts manual. Time became an irrelevant notion. Perhaps only an instant had passed. Or perhaps centuries. When the torrent of information finally began to subside and the light upon the stone wall gradually dimmed, returning to its ancient carved form, Ling Yun abruptly regained his senses. His body was drenched in cold sweat, his spirit utterly exhausted, as if he had endured a grueling battle. Yet, leaning against the wall, his gaze was astonishingly bright, imbued with an unprecedented clarity and depth. He lowered his gaze to his palm, and then turned inward to examine his dantian. The golden red light had completely vanished, absorbed into the source point of the stone carving. However, the chaotic Tao seed had become even more refined and harmonious. The five elemental seeds radiated with brilliance, particularly the fire seed, which now stood on equal footing with the other four, subtly forming a more perfect balance. His perception and control over his powers had elevated by several tiers. Most importantly, his mind now housed new insights, concepts that were beyond verbal description, only to be intuitively grasped, yet immensely precious, understandings and realizations about the primordial essence of heaven and earth and the chaotic five elements. He gazed once more at the immense circular stone carving. The central source point seemed to have deepened, as though it truly connected to some unknown realm of origin. And the entire stone wall, in his eyes, had transformed from a mere ancient depiction into something far more profound. Those lines and shapes seemed to harbor infinite mysteries, awaiting his comprehension. The primordial chaos, the lingering spark. He whispered these words softly, and this time, he felt a vague yet resolute answer within his heart. This place is likely connected to a significant secret from the very dawn of creation. The lingering spark may indeed be the key to unlocking this secret, or rather, to understanding it. Armed with the chaotic seed of the Tao and the unexpectedly acquired energy of the crimson flame fruit, he inadvertently stumbled upon this key. Just as his emotions surged, the previously silent circular stone carving emitted an exceedingly faint crackling sound from its source. Immediately thereafter, the stone wall in that area began to slowly concave inward. Chapter 55, The Heart and Oppos. As flame and the initial imprint of Tao, the process of the stone wall inwardly concaving transpired in silence, as though the once hardened rock was perpetually fluid. When it ceased, a smooth-edged circular entrance, just wide enough for a single person to pass through, materialized before Ling Yun. Inside the entrance lay a profound depth, not pitch black, but rather suffused with a peculiar dark red glow, reminiscent of a light emanating from the depths of the earth. Without lingering and hesitation, Ling Yun inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult and fatigue within his heart, and stepped forward. Beyond the entrance, he encountered not the narrow passage or secret chamber he had anticipated, but rather an expansive circular stone cavern, far more open than the corridor outside. The ceiling of the cavern soared high, eluding his gaze, revealing only a faint semblance of the chaotic patterns that mirrored those outside, albeit more indistinct and vast. The surrounding stone walls exuded a dark red hue, as if subjected to prolonged, intense heat. The air was permeated with a dryness and warmth that, rather than being oppressive, carried a purifying essence, as if it could cleanse the very soul. At the heart of the cavern, a luminous core, roughly the size of a fist, hovered in midair, serving as the source of the dark red light. This core was not a solid entity but rather a highly concentrated mass of energy, its form unstable, occasionally contracting and expanding, akin to a pulsating heart. With each rhythmic throb, it emitted invisible waves, causing the surrounding air to ripple visibly. Within the core, countless intricate golden red runes danced and flickered, radiating an essence strikingly similar to the energy of the previous flame fruit in the circular stone carving as source, yet more refined and primal. Was this the core related to the remnants of the fire seed? Or perhaps a manifestation of it? Ling Yun stood at the entrance, observing. As the chaotic Tao seed within his dantian stirred once more, particularly the fully transformed fire seed, which emanated a fierce yearning, as if longing to break free from the Tao seed and rush toward the luminous core. He forcefully quelled this impulse, casting a vigilant glance around the cavern. It was remarkably spacious. Apart from the central core, there was nothing else present. No signs of traps, nor any hint of guardians. Everything seemed so tranquil, as if awaiting the arrival of someone who met certain criteria. He tentatively stepped forward. As he approached, the pulsation of the floating core appeared to quicken, its dark red radiance brightening, enveloping him entirely. An indescribable sensation surged within him, as if he had returned to the most nurturing womb, or found himself within the primordial furnace at the dawn of creation. The intense weariness that had previously besieged his spirit began to dissipate under the warmth of this light, and his insights regarding the chaotic five elements became clearer and more solidified, particularly his understanding of fire. He perceived that fire was not merely destruction and annihilation. It was also the source of illumination, the energy that drives transformation, a means of refining impurities and distilling essence, and even contained the extraordinary power of birthing new life from annihilation. This understanding transcended vague concepts, crystallizing into subtle, perceivable Tao imprints that began to merge with his soul and his chaotic Tao seed. Stirred by this revelation, Ling Yun no longer suppressed the fire seed's yearning. He opened his spirit, allowing the essence of the chaotic Tao seed to resonate with the luminous core. With a sudden tremor, the core pulsed, and the golden red runes upon its surface began to swirl with increased velocity. A beam of concentrated light shot forth from the core, precisely striking Ling Yun's third eye. It was not a forceful impact, but rather a gentle connection. Ling Yun felt a warmth at his brow, as if something within him had been ignited. Following this, an exceedingly pure and warm energy, imbued with the essence of the primordial flames, flowed along the beam, gradually infusing his body. This energy was not violent. Rather, it possessed unimaginable quality. It did not strike his meridians nor fill his vital force, but directly permeated his chaotic Tao seed, surging toward the active fire seed. The fire seed, akin to a parched land reveling in a long-awaited rain, greedily absorbed this primal energy. Its brilliance intensified, and intricate fire runes began to emerge within, resembling those of the luminous core. The entire Tao seed, in harmonious resonance with the perfected fire seed and the balance of the other four elemental powers, operated with enhanced fluidity, exuding an almost perfect chaotic essence. Simultaneously, Ling Yun's comprehension of the path of fire elevated significantly. Many mysteries that had previously eluded him in the torrent of thoughts became startlingly clear. He felt that with a mere thought, he could summon flames of a power far surpassing his current realm, employing them in a manner more exquisite and aligned with the Tao. This was not a mere enhancement of strength, but rather a fundamental transformation. He had gained an instinctive mastery over one of the five elements, fire. This infusion persisted for approximately the duration of a stick of incense. As the beam connecting his brow gradually dissipated, the floating core noticeably dimmed, its pulsation slowing, and the golden red runes becoming faint, as though it had expended a considerable amount of energy. Ling Yun slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as calm as still water. Yet deep within, it seemed as though two eternal golden flames were ablaze. He could distinctly sense that his chaotic Tao seed had reached a certain pinnacle of balance, where the five elements circulated and thrived unceasingly. Particularly, the power of fire had completely compensated for its previous shortcomings, subtly emerging as the most vibrant and powerful among the elements. Moreover, deep within his consciousness, a mark, perhaps a seed, forged from the pure essence of the fire Tao, seemed to have taken root. This mark was intricately connected to his chaotic Tao seed yet existed independently, as if it were a projection gifted to him by the luminous core, containing a fragment of the secrets of the remnants of the fire seed. Thus, it became clear to Ling Yun, as he whispered to himself, a glimmer of realization crossing his eyes. This luminous core was perhaps not the genuine remnant fire seed, but rather an energy core formed from the powers that had dissipated over countless ages, coalescing within this unique environment, a beacon, if you will. Its existence was both a guardian and a transmitter, awaiting a successor capable of bearing this primordial understanding. And he, by virtue of his chaotic Tao seed and the serendipity of the flame fruit, had become that successor. He bowed solemnly to the dimming luminous core. Regardless of the secrets concealed within, this gift held profound significance for him. After paying his respects, he surveyed the cavern anew. With the light of the core waning, the cavern appeared more profound. He noticed that directly beneath the core, on the floor, were ancient engravings, akin to those outside, forming a relatively uncomplicated pattern. At the center of the pattern lay a small recess, its shape reminiscent of something he had acquired earlier. With a thought, Ling Yun flipped his palm, revealing the mysterious black token he had obtained beneath Qinong Town, which had transformed subtly after absorbing his blood. Chapter 56, Unveiling the Token. The heart seal of chaos. Ling Yun's gaze flitted between the black token resting in his palm and the recess in the ground that appeared to be a perfect fit for it. An overwhelming instinct urged him to believe that this was no mere coincidence. The token, unearthed from the depths of Qingyang Town and seemingly entwined with his own blood, was undoubtedly linked to this mysterious cavern, shrouded in the ancient essence of flames, hidden deep within the Black Stone Valley. Without further hesitation, he crouched down and delicately pressed the black token into the center of the recess etched into the ground. The moment the token made contact with the recess, it emitted no sound but nestled perfectly within, as if it had always belonged there, having merely taken a brief leave of absence. Just as the token fully settled into the recess, a deep and vast wave of energy radiated outward from the ground-S pattern, surpassing even the activation of the light core. The previously dim ancient inscriptions flared to life. No longer did they glow a dull red. Instead, they shimmered with a chaotic hue, as if embodying all the colors of the world, yet remained indescribable, profound, and enigmatic. The light surged along the inscriptions, forming a diagram far more intricate and esoteric than the circular stone carvings on the exterior. suspended in the air. The one-stem light core trembled violently at the moment the diagram illuminated. It seemed to respond to some call or stimulus, its remaining energy fully awakened, casting a denser golden-red beam of light directly onto the embedded black token. On the token's surface, the previously indistinct patterns began to writhe as if alive, emanating a faint dark glow. This dark light intertwined with the golden-red beam, merging into a peculiar equilibrium. Subsequently, the cavern's walls and the ceiling, adorned with even more vast and obscure chaotic patterns, appeared to awaken, emitting a faint glow in resonance with the ground diagram, the suspended light core, and the token nestled in the recess. In an instant, the entire cavern transformed into the core of an immense, ancient machine in motion. Ling Yun stood beside the diagram, enveloped by an indescribable sense of pressure. Yet this pressure was not directed at him. It felt more like the prelude to a ritual-esque commencement. He could distinctly sense an ancient and powerful will slowly awakening from its slumber. He held his breath, his focus entirely on the black token at the center of the diagram, which was undergoing a transformation. Amidst the intertwining lights, a vague silhouette began to rise from the connection between the token and the light core. This was not a physical entity, but rather an image constructed of light and intent. Within this image stood an imposing figure, its features obscured, amidst a chaotic void. In its grasp, it seemed to cradle a core of flames, reminiscent of the light core here, yet far more intense and radiant. No sound accompanied this vision. Yet a fragmented and grand intent was imprinted directly into Ling Yun's consciousness. Chaos, the progenitor of the five elements. Fire is the beginning of transformation. This core, suppress the earth's veins, yet leave a thread of life. The bearer of my command must uphold my laws. Guard your true heart. Chaos can manifest myriad laws, yet also return to the void. Use it wisely, and with caution. The intent resonated across an expanse of time and space, carrying an immense volume of information. It not only elucidated the function of the light core, suppressing the earth's veins while preserving life, but also highlighted the responsibilities of the token as holder, upholding the law, guarding the heart, along with a warning regarding the power of chaos, manifesting myriad laws, returning to the void. At the moment this imprint of intent completed, the blurred silhouette abruptly pointed at Ling Yun. A heart seal, woven from pure chaotic brilliance and fiery runes, shot forth from the light shadow, darting towards Ling Yun's brow like a shooting star. The speed was so swift that he had no time to react. Yet this heart seal brought no harm. Instead, it acted as a key, directly unlocking the flame mark imprinted in the depths of his consciousness, recently solidified by the light core's power. Boom. Ling Yun felt a thunderous resonance within his mind. An avalanche of profound information surged into the flame mark, synchronizing rapidly with his chaotic seed. This was not a manual of techniques or specific moves, but rather, a way to harness chaos and utilize the principles of the five elements. How to use the chaotic seed as a foundation to intricately simulate, transform, and even merge the powers of the five elements. How to invoke the essence of the lingering embers, even if just a trace, enhancing oneself to unleash power far beyond one's realm. How to employ the transformative and life-giving properties of fire for healing, refinement, or even dispelling illusions. At the core of it all, a nascent form of a technique titled chaos returning to the origin seal began to flow within his heart. This was not a complete skill set, but rather a key, a door guiding him on how to utilize his chaotic seed as a basis for understanding and wielding the primordial power of chaos, achieving a higher level of unity and balance among the five elements, ultimately refining a chaotic seal imbued with his own path. This was an inheritance tailor-made for him, perfectly aligned with the journey he was undertaking. Ling Yun immersed himself in this profound realization, the chaotic seed within his dantian operating autonomously, its five-colored brilliance fluctuating, validating the techniques surfacing in his mind. His comprehension of power ascended to a new pinnacle. Time passed, and as the chaotic heart seal fully integrated into Ling Yun's awareness, imprinting itself into the depths of his soul, the extraordinary phenomena within the cavern began to gradually subside. The suspended light core faded into obscurity, transforming into an unremarkable dark red crystal, which fell lethargically to the ground, landing precisely at the center of the ground's diagram, cradled securely by the black token. The glow of the ground's diagram extinguished, and the chaotic patterns on the walls and ceiling returned to silence. Everything seemed to revert to an initial tranquility. Yet Ling Yun knew that everything had irrevocably changed. He slowly opened his eyes, filled with an unprecedented confidence and depth. He sensed a tighter bond with his chaotic seed, a newfound mastery over power. Although his realm had not immediately ascended, his combat prowess had undoubtedly undergone a monumental enhancement. He bent down, retrieving the now ancient-looking black token along with the completely dull dark red crystal, tucking them both into his embrace. The token felt warm to the touch, as if imbued with an indescribable sentience. The crystal, though depleted of energy, still radiated a faint, pure essence of flames, hinting at potential future uses. Having completed this, he rose, his gaze directed forward. As the energy of the light core waned and the diagram fell silent, the space before him began to warp slightly, revealing a vortex emanating a gentle white light. This appeared to be the final gift of this place, a pathway to depart. Ling Yun took a deep breath, bowing solemnly once more to the empty cavern. Regardless of who the master of this place was, he would forever be grateful for this legacy. With renewed determination, he stepped into the white vortex of space. Chapter 57. A momentary respite on the cliff. Seeking traces on the return journey, the fleeting sensation of dizziness ebbed away, replaced by the solid touch of the rugged rock beneath his feet. Behind him, the gentle white vortex silently dissipated as if it had never existed. Ling Yun found himself upon a broad cliff protruding from the mountainside. The ground was composed of weathered, dark blue-black stones, their texture coarse and unrefined. The mountain winds howled past the cliff's edge, lifting the corners of his garments and bringing with them a refreshing coolness scented with the fragrance of grass and trees. A stark contrast to the scorching heat of the black stone valley and the ancient atmosphere of the cave. He approached the cliff's edge and gazed downward. Below lay an unfathomable abyss of mist, obscuring the valley floor from view. In the distance, mountains stretched endlessly, cloaked in lush greenery. The setting sun painted the clouds on the horizon in magnificent shades of orange and red, with flecks of golden light cascading over the undulating hills. Judging by the position of the sun, he surmised that at least an entire day had passed since he fell into the chasm. The essence within him flowed slowly through his meridians. The injury sustained during his fierce battle with the lava dragon, coupled with the subsequent strain from forcibly channeling his power and enduring the torrent of thoughts, had completely healed under the illumination of the cave's strange light and the infusion of primal energy. He had even made notable progress. A flicker of thought stirred within him, causing the chaotic seed in his dantian to quiver gently. The five-colored radiance now flowed with greater harmony, the boundaries between them blurring. Yet they could still be distinctly delineated under the guidance of his will. Particularly, the newly birthed spark of fire vibrated with exceptional vigor, as if it harbored boundless potential. With merely a thought, it could unleash searing heat capable of incinerating all or radiate warmth that could purify the soul. In his mind, the nascent form of the chaos return seal floated quietly, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating a path toward a higher realm of power. Though it was merely a preliminary form, the profound principles regarding the evolution of chaos and the application of the 5 elements it contained had already proven immensely beneficial. Deeper within, the chaotic heart imprint, infused with light and shadow, merged flawlessly with the fiery path and Apos' mark, igniting an indelible flame deep within his soul, granting him an almost instinctual understanding of the essence of fire and the enigmatic mysteries of chaos. He gently lifted his hand, and a slender golden flame appeared silently at his fingertips. This flame, though small, was extraordinarily refined, radiating heat precisely contained within a minuscule range, without any leakage. Compared to before, his mastery over fire was now worlds apart. However, despite the invigorating power within him and the newfound insights in his mind, Ling Yun felt no joy. Fubo. He had been separated from Fubo outside the Black Stone Valley, and now, transported to this unknown cliff. Where could Fubo be? Given Fubo's character, he would undoubtedly be anxious if he realized Ling Yun had not returned for a long time, potentially risking himself to venture into the treacherous Black Stone Valley in search of him. The perilous environment of the valley, with its lurking lava hounds and other ferocious beasts, posed a grave threat. Although Fubo was formidable, he was, after all, advanced in years. The thought of Fubo possibly being in danger weighed heavily on Ling Yun's heart. He needed to find him as swiftly as possible. Steeling himself, he began to scrutinize his surroundings, attempting to ascertain his current location. This area was characterized by steep mountains and dense vegetation, a stark contrast to the barren, scorched landscape of the Blackstone Valley. The air was devoid of sulfur and flames, indicating that the spatial vortex had transported him a considerable distance from the valley. He recalled the terrain he had observed before entering the Blackstone Valley and the general area divisions Fubo had mentioned regarding the meteorite mountain range. Considering the position of the setting sun, he could scarcely determine a rough direction. The Blackstone Valley should lie somewhere to the southeast. Though the exact distance was difficult to gauge, Ling Yun resolved that lingering here was unwise. He reined in his thoughts, no longer indulging in the thrill of his newfound power, prioritizing the search for Fubo. The cliff's edge was not entirely steep. A narrow path, partially concealed by vines and loose stones, wound its way downward. Without hesitation, he moved with the grace of a weightless leaf, gliding down the pathway. During his descent, he instinctively began to channel some rudimentary insights from the Chaos Return Seal. This was not a deliberate demonstration but rather an instinctive response. He sensed a heightened connection with his surroundings, the movement of the wind, the fragrance of the grass and trees, and even the faint earthy energy embedded within the rocks became more vivid and tangible. His footsteps fell upon the gravel almost soundlessly, and he navigated through the trees with an agility that felt both natural and effortless. This was not a specific technique, but rather an intrinsic enhancement born from the harmonious balance of the chaotic seed, facilitating an intuitive interaction with the energies of the 5 elements and the environment. Before long, he reached the base of the cliff. This area was a relatively dense primeval forest, where towering ancient trees obscured much of the sunlight, casting the surroundings into a dim twilight, with only dappled patches of light filtering through the gaps in the leaves. He did not immediately rush onward at full speed. Instead, he slowed his pace, discerning his direction while meticulously observing the traces around him. The meteorite mountain range was fraught with dangers, not only from demonic beasts but also from other cultivators with varying intentions. Before locating Fubo, he needed to remain vigilant. After approximately half an hour of walking, Ling Yun halted on a patch of damp ground. On the surface, several indistinct footprints were visible, judging by their size and depth. It appeared that two individuals had passed this way, one footprint heavier than the other, which was considerably lighter. The direction of the footprints seemed to lead toward the Blackstone Valley. What struck him with a surge of emotion was the barely noticeable dark brown mark at the edge of one of the heavier footprints. He crouched down, picking up a small sample with his fingers and bringing it to his nose. It bore a faint scent of blood, coupled with a familiar herbal aroma. This was the fragrance of the sal Fu Bo often used for treating injuries. Although it was exceedingly subtle, he could never mistake it. Fu Bo had been here, and it seemed he had sustained injuries. Ling Yun's heart raced. The footprints did not appear particularly old, likely made within the last day or two. He immediately followed the trail, quickening his pace. Simultaneously, he heightened his senses to the utmost, meticulously scanning for any potential dangers or clues in the surroundings. Fu Bo, you must not come to harm.